Starting as a rat, talk about incredible luck. Lu Ming stared at his paws covered in gray fur, then looked up at the wild cat in front of him, drooling and looming like a small mountain. He had only been transported to this world, where games could invade reality for 3 days, and in order to avoid being crushed to death by a sudden monster, he had risked his life to secure a login slot for Evolution Battle. This was a death survival game with 100,000 players. If you win, you bring power back to reality and gain the ability to fly or move mountains. If you lose, you are eliminated and erased from this law of the jungle world. Others started as wolves, tigers, or even poisonous snakes, but he had been randomly assigned as a sewer rat at the very bottom of the food chain. The wild cat let out a playful, eerie shriek. It was clearly also a player, ready to savor the pleasure of bullying a newbie. The giant cat paw swung down with a foul wind, slamming toward him. Certain death. Just as Lu Ming was about to close his eyes and accept his fate, a mechanical voice that did not belong to the game suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding, game world detected. Cheat engine loaded. Please choose your cheat. 1. Start as a giant kun. 2. 100-fold enhancement. 3. 100-fold evolution points. Lu Ming snapped his eyes open, his pupils flashing with wild joy. So you are a wild cat, huh? Today I will show you exactly what a cheater is capable of. After the initial ecstasy, Lu Ming forced himself to calm down quickly. Just minutes ago, a D-rank game invasion suddenly broke out in his reality, New City. Outside the window, billows of smoke rose, and the sound of explosions echoed one after another. Having transmigrated to this parallel blue star for less than 3 days, he knew well that in a world where reality and games had merged, being unlucky meant one could be dragged in and killed at any moment. To survive, he had to enter the game and get stronger. So without hesitation, he tapped his wristband and matched into Evolution Battle. He just did not expect that the moment he landed as a palm-sized mouse, he would run straight into this wild cat player who was preparing to bully a newbie. Fortunately, heaven always leaves a door open for survival. Facing the giant cat claw about to smash down, Lu Ming looked at the 3 options in his mind, his thoughts racing as he weighed his choices. The giant kun start is a direct pass. It lacks growth potential, and if the early development is not good, it is easily turned into a hot pot by others. The 100-fold evolution points are extremely strong in the early game, but the points required for upgrades in the late game will definitely be an astronomical figure, and the value will be severely diluted. Taking everything into consideration, Lu Ming decisively said, I choose 100-fold enhancement. 100-fold enhancement selection successful. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. With a cheat code in hand, Lu Ming grinned. Facing the cat claw coming down hard, he arched his body abruptly, dodging it with a spring-like motion, and seized the chance to bite deep into the wild cat's carotid artery. The wild cat player had not taken the sewer mouse seriously at all. Caught off guard and bitten in a vital spot, it let out a sharp, miserable shriek, twitched twice, and died. Evolution points plus 10. With skills like that, you dare to try and bully newbies. Lu Ming spat out the cat fur from his mouth, twitched his nose, and quickly darted into the dead leaves and branches. He set his sights on a group of ants and crushed them one by one without hesitation. Evolution points plus 1. Evolution points plus 1. He wondered if any unlucky players had started as ants. In the blink of an eye, he had collected 100 evolution points. He pulled up the evolution interface. Strength enhancement, 100 evolution points. Speed enhancement, 100 evolution points. Regeneration enhancement, 100 evolution points. Lu Ming decisively invested the points into speed. Spent 100 evolution points. Speed enhancement plus 1. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Speed enhancement plus 100. Enhancement complete. His body suddenly felt light. Lu Ming tried taking 2 steps, and his whole body shot out like a bullet. Whoosh! Only a blurred afterimage remained at his original spot. He glanced at the panel, shocked by his own speed. Speed plus 100 actually allowed him to reach 5 times the speed of sound. So fast! He had chosen the right 100-fold enhancement. At this speed, let alone chasing him, other players could not even see him clearly. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as his figure flashed continuously through the forest. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he slaughtered all the nearby ants. In a few moments, he had accumulated 500 evolution points. Keep enhancing. Spent 100 evolution points. Claw enhancement +1. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Claw enhancement +100. Strength enhancement +100. Vision enhancement +100. Smell enhancement +100. Hearing enhancement +100. Sensitive smell has been upgraded to super senses. Super senses, you can detect all activity within a 10-kilometer radius through vision, hearing, and smell. In just a short moment, Lu Ming had been completely transformed. He had evolved from an ordinary little mouse into a terrifying beast of slaughter. The animals in the forest suddenly suffered. Rip! Lu Ming swiped his claw, and the rabbit in front of him was instantly disemboweled, twitching twice before it stopped breathing. Evolution points +10. Immediately after, a beetle flew by. His eyes lit up, and with a swift leap, he smashed it with his claw. Evolution points +5. Lu Ming took a glance at the panel. Evolution points 725. He opened the evolution interface and selected transplant. Do you want to consume 500 evolution points to transplant beetle wings? Yes. 100-fold enhancement triggered. The beetle wings have been upgraded to steel wings. A tearing sensation swept across his back, and a pair of beetle wings with a metallic luster burst forth from his body. Lightweight yet hard as iron, by folding the wings and crouching down, they could form an impenetrable steel shell. It might be exotic for a mouse to have wings, but in this grand battle for evolution, as long as they are useful, that is all that matters. Beating his wings violently, Lu Ming shot off the ground like a blur, soaring straight into the clouds. As the gale rushed past his face, he circled excitedly in midair, overlooking the vast forest. He scanned the area. Several kilometers away, a wolf, a snake, and a monkey were locked in a triangular standoff, neither daring to move first. I searched for ages without finding any players, and now 3 of them have just handed themselves to me. The snake hissed, "There is no point in a deadlock. I will count to 3, and we all retreat together." The monkey nodded, agreed. The wolf grinned, "Fine. 1, 2. Before the word could finish, a deafening boom erupted from the high sky. A blur like a falling meteor tore through the air, and his enhanced claws carved a deadly Z-shaped trajectory through the forest. Swoosh! Blood splattered, and all 3 players collapsed to the ground, critically wounded. The monkey clutched his spurting neck, his face full of horror. What happened? Lu Ming hovered in midair, flicked the blood off his claws, and sighed, "Too bad. If my claws were just a bit longer, I would have sliced all your heads off just now." Seeing this strange mouse with wings, the snake's pupils constricted as it let out a shrill shriek. Run! There was no need for the reminder. The monkey and the wolf had already turned and bolted. But against the speed of Mach 5, all struggle was futile. Swish! The blur flashed repeatedly. The snake's head hit the ground, the monkey was severed at the waist, and the giant wolf was decapitated. Evolution points +120. Evolution points +160. Evolution points +140. The points dropped by players were indeed generous. Regardless of who was strong or weak, one swipe of his claw killed them all. Current evolution points, 645. Keep enhancing. Consume 400 evolution points, triggering 100-fold enhancement. Fur enhancement +100. Regeneration enhancement +100. Bone enhancement +100. Size enhancement +100. Boom! Violent power exploded within his body, his bones crackled, and his frame grew rapidly at a visible rate. He crashed onto the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he had expanded to 30 meters tall, transforming into a colossal giant rat that blocked out the sky. Lu Ming was stunned. Holy cow, I am huge. He patted his belly with his little arms, and in his joy, he looked down to find himself face to face with a sneaky-looking big tiger. The big tiger was also a player. He had followed the scent of blood to hunt, thinking he could sweep through everyone with his early game enhancements. However, seeing the 30-meter giant rat before him, he was completely stupefied. What is going on? The big tiger gulped, unable to comprehend how something this absurd had popped up. Is this not a mouse, but a mole? That was the big tiger's last thought. Lu Ming did not give him a chance to run, stepping on him and sending him out of the game. Evolution points plus 260. Evolution points 505. Lu Ming said with satisfaction, as expected of the king of the forest, the evolution points are plenty. Standing tall in the forest with his massive body, he looked around. Now let the big sweep begin. A day later. Lu Ming had thoroughly scoured the surrounding area. It was not until he reached the seaside that he realized he was on an isolated island. After the slaughter, his evolution points had surged, reaching an astonishing 44,500. As his strength grew, the evolution points required for organ transplantation also skyrocketed. But what must be spent must be spent. Consume 2,000 evolution points, transplanting python scales, triggering 100-fold enhancement. The python scales were upgraded into steel scales after the transplant. Next, he crashed his rear heavily into the sea, kicking up massive waves and causing school after school of fish to float to the surface, belly up. Evolution points plus 5. Evolution points plus 5. Lu Ming scooped up the fish. Consumed 2,000 evolution points, transplanting the fish gills. Triggering 100-fold enhancement. Obtained ability, Deep Diver. Deep Diver possessed the permanent ability to breathe and move underwater, and can perform ultra-high-speed underwater movement through water jets from the gill openings. Compared to a mere island, the ocean was undoubtedly a much larger hunting ground. Lu Ming plunged into the sea. The moment he entered, the gill openings on both sides of his neck opened wide, spraying high-speed water jets that propelled him toward the deep sea like an arrow. Although it was far from his Mach 5 limit on land and in the air, his speed enhancement plus 100 still took effect underwater. Coupled with the jet propulsion from his gills, his underwater speed easily rocketed to 200 meters per second, making him absolutely the fastest creature in the sea at the moment. 3,000 meters below sea level, the deep ocean is pitch black. The water surges. An electric eel scurries away in a panic, writhing desperately while glancing back in despair. Damn it, I am done for this time. Whoosh! A faster figure streaks toward it. A 3-meter-long great white shark bares its sharp fangs, instantly cornering the eel. The great white shark wears a sinister grin. Keep running, why did you stop? Screw you. The electric eel simply lies flat on a rock. Just finish me off quickly, I am in a hurry to respawn. Seeing its prey give up, the great white shark loses interest. Boring. Just as it opens its massive, bloodthirsty jaws, it suddenly freezes, its eyes filled with terror. The electric eel notices something wrong and stiffly looks back. In the pitch-black deep sea, a gargantuan eye silently opens, glowing with an eerie light as it stares fixedly at them. Hiss, the electric eel rolls its eyes and decides to play dead. What the hell is that? The great white shark is terrified and lashes its tail to flee wildly. A massive black shadow emerges from the abyss. Lu Ming, 30 meters long, approaches like a moving hill. The 3-meter great white shark looks like a toy in front of him. A single claw strike. Blood billows in the water as the great white shark is torn to pieces on the spot. Evolution points plus 400. As players grow stronger, the evolution points they provide rise accordingly. The electric eel, still playing dead and hoping the shark would lure the monster away, is now in complete despair. Sai still could not escape respawning. Lu Ming swipes his hand, turning the electric eel into pulp, the sheer force churning the seawater violently. Evolution points plus 240. The great white shark had no value for extraction, but the eel's discharge ability is decent. Lu Ming promptly chooses to graft it. Consuming 2,000 evolution points to graft the electric eel's discharge ability. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Obtained ability, Electric Breaths. Lu Ming's spine ripples as rows of menacing white bone spurs pierce through his skin, transforming into storage organs and making his massive body look even more ferocious. Crackle. Eerie blue electric arcs course over his entire body. Lu Ming suddenly lifts his head, his back spurs erupting with electricity as violent energy surges straight to his throat. Boom! A thick beam of light erupts like a thunderbolt. A massive rock in the distance is blasted into dust, and the muffled explosion shakes the deep sea, sending surrounding creatures scurrying in fear. Powerful. Lu Ming checks his panel. Evolution points, 99,995. A stray fish swims by, oblivious to danger, and is casually swatted to pieces by his claw. Evolution points +5. Evolution points, 100,000. Just hit the mark. Once the 100,000 threshold is broken, a hidden game mechanic is instantly triggered. Evolution points reached 100,000. Do you wish to consume 100,000 evolution points for your first life evolution? Completing the evolution will grant a new form and upgrade you to a Tier 2 life form. Lu Ming realizes it now, finally understanding what life level means on the panel. No hesitation needed. Yes. Drowsiness washes over him, and Lu Ming slowly falls into a deep sleep. 3,000 meters under the sea, he curls into a ball, and rock-like matter seeps from his skin, eventually hardening into a giant black egg that wraps around him. Time passes rapidly within the game. The crust slowly rises, lifting the giant egg out of the sea. The water recedes and golden sunlight pours down. As various sea, land, and air creatures arrive, this newly emerged super island becomes the player's new hunting ground. On the super island, 5-meter-tall gorilla with wings, spider legs at its waist, and dark red scales is leading a group of bizarre-looking players in plotting a surprise attack. Before they can even act, another group of players launches a lightning raid. The gorilla roars, "Defend, kill them all." Bang! A giant rock falls from the sky. A mountain not far behind them suddenly cracks open with a massive fissure, sending rubble flying. The players fall into chaos. The mountain split open. Is it an earthquake? The ground shakes violently, and in the panicked gaze of the players, a giant claw covered in black scales reaches out from the crack. Then it violently rips the mountain apart. A terrifying 100-meter beast rises from the ground. Lu Ming, awakened from his slumber and feeling the explosive power within him, lets out a roar toward the sky. Blue electricity flashes. Roar! A devastatingly terrifying breath shoots skyward, piercing the clouds. The violent power ravages the sky, causing immediate thunder and lightning. Golden slit eyes look down coldly at the scene below. The gorilla is terrified, screaming, "Run away." It is meaningless. Lu Ming bows his head, and his destructive breath sweeps across. The group of players does not even have the chance to resist, instantly wiped out into nothingness. Evolution points +880. Evolution points +1,230. Evolution points +650. In an instant, the area falls into dead silence. The evolution points Lu Ming just spent rise again rapidly. Evolution points 46,800. Evolution complete. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Super senses have evolved into hyperdimensional senses. The deep diver has evolved into the ocean overlord. Lightning breath has evolved into plasma breath. Overall physical attributes increased by 100. This evolution elevated Lu Ming to a second-tier life form. Under the boost of the 100-fold enhancement, his combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Hyperdimensional senses allowed Lu Ming to break free from the sensory perspective of normal biological entities. He now possessed an incredibly powerful sixth sense, capable of perceiving everything happening within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Even if something was outside his visual and auditory range, he could still detect relevant information through his sixth sense simply by focusing on it. The Ocean Overlord ability was significantly enhanced based on his deep diver capabilities. As long as he was in the ocean, Lu Ming could control the seawater within a 100-kilometer radius. Whether creating whirlpools, generating currents, or triggering a massive tsunami, he could do it all with ease, effortlessly submerging an entire island. As for plasma breath, it could destroy any matter and possess terrifying impact power. Any living thing or material struck by it would be instantly annihilated into basic particles. He looked at his reflection in the water. Lu Ming's new form was vastly different from before. At the very least, he no longer resembled a large rat, looking much more formidable and imposing. The scales on his body were as deep as obsidian, and both his arms and legs had grown much longer, no longer short and stubby. The claws on his hands were now even stronger and could be retracted at will. His once thin tail had become thick and powerful, giving his entire physique a robust appearance. The wings on his back no longer resembled those of a beetle. There were 2 pairs, and when spread, they were as sharp as 4 blades. Extremely sharp. Most importantly, Lu Ming's head no longer looked like a rat's. With its sharp, well-defined features and covered in scales, he looked like a warrior wearing armor. Badass. Lu Ming was very satisfied with his new form. It was simply incredibly cool. He opened his data panel. Player Lu Ming. Species Violent Dragon. Evolution points 46,800. Life level 2nd tier life form. Abilities hyperdimensional senses, ocean overlord, plasma breath. Below was a long list of physical attribute enhancements. Since Lu Ming had already reinforced everything once before, this evolution provided an additional universal increase of 100. So, he now had an overall physical attribute enhancement of 200. Standing 120 meters tall, his flight speed reached 20 times the speed of sound. His strength was a terrifying 100,000 tons, and his physical durability and defense were unimaginable. He could probably tank a nuclear bomb without any issues. However, because Lu Ming's current enhancement level was so high, the evolution points required for further upgrades had also increased accordingly. Strength enhancement, 100,000 evolution points. Speed enhancement, 100,000 evolution points. Regeneration enhancement, 100,000 evolution points. He checked his evolution points and silently closed the enhancement interface. That reminds me. Lu Ming scratched his head in confusion, puzzled. Was not I supposed to be at the bottom of the sea? How did I end up on the surface all of a sudden? As he spoke, he looked toward the ground and activated his hyperdimensional senses, probing deep into the earth. Suddenly, a massive heartbeat resonated in his ears, and his expression turned to shock. Holy crap! Lu Ming flew into the sky and looked at the super island hundreds of kilometers in diameter beneath his feet. Only then did he realize that this thing was actually an island turtle. An island turtle hundreds of kilometers wide. He suddenly realized. No wonder it floated to the surface of the sea. Knowing the truth, Lu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. If he could take this thing down, he would surely get a massive amount of evolution points. Previously, even if he had the thought, he would not have had the capability to do it. But now it was different. With one shot of plasma breath, it would not take long to pierce through the island turtle. Action speaks louder than thoughts. The bone spikes on his back erupted with a dazzling light. After a moment of charging, immense power gathered in Lu Ming's throat and was then blasted out, aimed directly at the island turtle's brain. Boom! Seawater mixed with mud surged into the sky. The plasma breath struck the island, quickly piercing through the rock and soil to hit the head of the island turtle below. Although the island turtle was massive, it had almost no combat capability and could only helplessly endure Lu Ming's attack, letting the plasma breath tear through its body. It was simply too large, and its movements were incredibly slow. It could not even attempt to dodge the attack. 20 minutes later, a pool of blood surged in the ocean, staining the nearby sea red. Lu Ming had completely severed the island turtle's head with his plasma breath. Only then did he stop the attack. Evolution points plus 5 million. 5 million evolution points in total. Lu Ming opened the transplant menu for the island turtle, a delighted smile on his face. Do you want to consume 2 million evolution points to transplant the island turtle's giantization cells? Of course. Lu Ming was not going to transplant the giantization cells immediately. Once transplanted, his size and strength would certainly skyrocket again. Heaven knows how large he would become with the 100-fold enhanced giantization cells. At that point, the evolution points required for physical strengthening would definitely be an astronomical figure. It was better to strengthen his physique first while he could. After careful consideration, Lu Ming began the upgrade. Consume 1 million evolution points. Overall physical attributes increased by 1. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Overall physical attributes increased by 100. Then, Lu Ming chose to transplant the island turtle's giantization cells. Fortunately, although his strength had increased again, the evolution points required for the transplant were still affordable. Consume 3,500,000 evolution points. Transplant the island turtle's giantization cells. 100-fold enhancement triggered. Giantization cells have been enhanced into Skyvale behemoth cells. In an instant, continuous flow of cells surged through his body. With the 100-level overall physical enhancement combined with the boost from the Skyvale behemoth cells, his body size began to swell at a visible rate. Boom! Lu Ming's body fell into the ocean, kicking up massive waves. Standing in the sea, his body continued to grow so large that he could no longer even see his own height from the ground. Most of his body was hidden by the clouds. After a long while, Lu Ming's growth finally stopped. Under the influence of the Skyvale behemoth cells, his size reached a terrifying 100,000 kilometers in height, forcing him to lie down and sprawl across the entire planet. He was stunned. This is way too big. Lu Ming looked at the planet he was holding in his arms, feeling a bit restless. If he blew up the entire planet, would not he be set for life? The amount of evolution points he would receive would surely be an unimaginable astronomical number. No hesitation needed. The bone spikes on his back emitted a dazzling blue light. Lu Ming immediately unleashed a supermassive plasma breath, instantly piercing through and destroying the entire planet. What? On a certain island. Boom! A volcano erupted, red-hot lava flowed down, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky, blocking out the sun. A harmless little white dove flew slowly by. Hello everyone, welcome to 77's gaming channel. I'm your host, 77. As you can see, this round of evolution battle has reached a fever pitch. As the players grow stronger, the game has unknowingly reached the revival moment for the ancient behemoths. Let us look forward to it. Being a game streamer is a very popular profession in this world. They might not be powerful themselves, but they possess immense popularity. 77 is one such streamer, and a very famous one at that. She is deeply loved by many. Of course. Most importantly, she is a gorgeous girl with long legs and a perfect figure, and combined with her excellent gaming skills, she has long held a spot in the top 3 most popular streamers. The chat on 77's live stream was flying by rapidly. 77 is my wife. Playing Evolution Battle today, I see. Ancient behemoths, those are not easy to take down. True, but it is also an opportunity. If you can take out an ancient behemoth, you get a huge power spike and can immediately widen the gap between you and other players. Easier said than done. Those things are hundreds of meters tall and incredibly tough. Let alone killing one, you might not even be able to break their defense even if they just stood there. Fair point. That is why this is where the gap between pros and ordinary players shows. I remember a player from a major guild soloed an ancient behemoth in a live stream. Zhang Shenghao from the New Moon Guild, right, I remember the name. Yes, that is him. 77 circled above the island. Unfortunately, she did not find any awakened ancient behemoths on this island and could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Let us go look elsewhere, huh? Suddenly, 77 froze. She looked up at the sky and discovered that it had suddenly gone dark, as if something was blocking all the sunlight. What is going on? Before she could wonder what happened, she was struck with terror. Boom! A gargantuan claw descended from the sky, thick as a pillar of heaven. It slammed into the sea, creating massive waves. A single wave was enough to completely submerge the island below in the blink of an eye. You have got to be kidding me. When she finally came to her senses, 77 was dumbfounded, unable to believe this absurd scene. Even an ancient behemoth should not be this large. Meanwhile, the viewers in 77's channel also witnessed this shocking scene. The chat went silent for a moment before exploding instantly. Holy crap. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What the heck is that? Are there ancient behemoths this big in Evolution Battle? Why have I never heard of it? A game Easter egg, or did some player trigger a special plotline? 77, get closer. Geez, I have megalophobia, help. Just a single claw is this huge. The size of this behemoth is unimaginable. Should not this be an endgame boss? Bro above, you clearly have not played this game. Trust me, even in the endgame, this is not something players could handle. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the sky. The thick clouds were torn apart instantly as a dazzling blue beam of light struck the sea with destructive force. Another massive wave surged. This time, 77 finally saw the monstrosity in the sky. It was a ferocious and imposing super behemoth with golden eyes like the sun and moon, firing a devastating blue beam from its mouth. 77's pupils constricted. Is it trying to destroy this planet? The chat in the live room was blowing up. Such an imposing behemoth. So cool. Is it going to blow up the planet? What a breathtaking scene. 77's stream did not last much longer. The fate of the planet was sealed after Lu Ming's plasma breath struck. In an instant, the beam pierced through the planet's core. The overflowing energy erupted, tearing the entire planet into countless fragments, taking all life and every player along with it to game over. The massive force of the planet's explosion blasted Lu Ming into space. Luckily, he was tough enough that other than a little pain, he was basically fine. Instantly, evolution points refreshed frantically. Evolution points plus 220. Evolution points plus 11,800. Evolution points plus 80. Evolution points plus 1 million. Evolution points plus 600,000. Lin Ming looked directly at the total. Evolution points, 15,132,987,543. 15.1 billion evolution points. Looking at the massive amount of evolution points in his hand, Lu Ming was incredibly happy. Even more surprising was that the life evolution prompt appeared once again. Evolution points reached 1 billion. Do you wish to consume 1 billion evolution points for a second life evolution? Upon completion, you will gain a new form and become a Tier 3 life form. I have already evolved to this extent, and I can still keep going. Lu Ming was stunned. No need to overthink it. Following his routine, he first performed an all-around upgrade. In his behemoth state, the points required for one upgrade had surged to 100 million. But for a mere 100 million, Lu Ming did not even blink. Consumed 1 billion evolution points, all-around physical stats plus 1. Centuple enhancement triggered. All-around physical stats plus 100. Immediately after, consumed 1 billion evolution points, starting second life evolution. The evolution began. The light from the stars intertwined with the profound darkness of the infinite universe, and cosmic energy formed a shell around Lu Ming's body to envelop him. Once again, Lu Ming fell into a deep sleep, silently undergoing his second life evolution, drifting aimlessly through the universe and the galaxy, nudged by meteorites into the deep space. At the same time, the real world was in absolute chaos. No wonder. The cause was none other than streamer 77's gaming channel. While streaming Evolution Battle, she had happened to record the scene of Lu Ming destroying the planet. This drew massive attention from the real world, and then spread like wildfire. Related topics hit the trending list immediately, and the heat rose rapidly. The Evolution Battle game forums were more lively and excited than ever. After all, such a situation had never happened before in Evolution Battle. Players were having heated discussions on the forums. Has anyone figured out what that thing is? An ancient behemoth. I think it is a star behemoth from the cosmos. I just want to know how to trigger this event and how to kill this behemoth. Where are the game strategy teams? Stop sleeping and get to work. From start to finish. No one made such a bold guess. In reality, this was not any ancient behemoth or star behemoth, but a player. What? In this world where people can freely travel between reality and games, apart from official organizations, the 4 major game guilds are undoubtedly the most powerful forces within Daxia. Beyond them are some game companies. The 4 major guilds gather a large number of top-tier gamers, which naturally means they possess formidable combat power and serve as a crucial force for the civilian sector in countering game invasion phenomena. Game invasions happen too frequently for official agencies to handle alone, so naturally, game guilds and game companies have become vital partners for them. Unless it is a high-level game invasion event, most of these incidents are outsourced by the authorities to these guilds and companies to handle. This leads to an essential point that must be addressed. That is the disaster level of game invasions and the rating system used to measure player strength. In reality, these two are almost the same thing. E-level poses a threat to individuals or small groups, but with extremely limited destructive power. D-level sufficient to cause devastating destruction to a certain area within a city. C-level sufficient to affect an entire city. B-level capable of dealing a devastating blow to a city in a short amount of time. A-level possesses the ability to destroy multiple cities. S-level sufficient to destroy a country. SS level sufficient to destroy a continental plate. SSS level planet destroying scale. Beyond SSS level, beyond the scale of destroying a planet. These are the disaster level classifications in this world, and players capable of resolving a corresponding disaster level are rated with the same rank. In other words, a player rated as B-level in the real world has at least the ability to handle B-level disasters and at least one experience of resolving one. According to the footage from the 77 game live stream, the official agencies and the 4 major guilds have unanimously concluded that the supergiant beast in evolution battle has beyond SSS level combat power. If it could be conquered, it would likely instantly produce a super powerhouse with S-level strength in the real world, and a remarkably formidable one at that. S-level powerhouses are the strongest combat force on Blue Star today. How could the major organizations not go crazy over this? As for why conquering a beyond SSS level giant beast only yields an S-level powerhouse, it is because there are severe limitations when bringing power out of the game. When power gained in the game is manifested in the real world, it is weakened by 2 levels, which means a player with a level strength in the game would be weakened to only C level once that power is brought back. If one's in-game strength does not even reach C level, they cannot bring their powers to the real world at all, which is the reason why there are still so many ordinary people in this world. Even in the game world, reaching C level is no easy task. Even if they reach C level, these players' combat power upon returning to the real world would barely reach E level, and their strength remains very limited. Most of them are effectively no different from ordinary people. The Crescent Guild, one of the 4 major guilds of Daxia, took action the moment the supergiant beast incident spread, beginning to organize a strategy to conquer evolution battle. At the core members' meeting, the guild leader asked Zhang Shenghao, "How, you are the most familiar with evolution battle in our guild. Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Zhang Shenghao shook his head. "I played hundreds of rounds of evolution battle and never saw this supergiant beast. Forget about conquering it, I do not even have a clue how to trigger this storyline." That is exactly why we need to organize a strategy team. If it were easy, we would not need a strategy at all. You will lead the strategy team, no problem, right? Zhang Shenghao had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the task. No problem. Similar scenes were happening not just at the Crescent Guild, but the other 3 major guilds were also actively formulating plans, and even the official agencies could not sit still anymore. Countries across the globe have begun to take action. Lu Ming did not know that a storm sparked by him was rapidly sweeping across the world, as major guilds and official agencies alike launched a massive campaign to conquer evolution battle. Evolution Battle Game World. Lu Ming did not know how long he had been asleep, drifting alone and aimlessly through the cosmos until his evolution was complete. One day, deep space suddenly released a powerful surge of energy. Where it passed, meteorites were pulverized, planets were annihilated, and even stars burst apart. Lu Ming has awakened. Evolution complete. Triggering 100-fold reinforcement. Physical fitness reinforced in all aspects by 100. Superdimensional perception evolved into galaxy omniscience. Ocean sovereign evolved into star sea sovereign. Plasma breath evolved into annihilation roar. The effect of galaxy omniscience is simple. As long as Lu Ming desires, he can know everything happening within the galaxy and all related information. The power of Annihilation Roar is far more terrifying than Plasma Breath. It can unleash an annihilation strike on any target or targets within a certain range at faster-than-light speeds. With one blast, it can instantly wipe the entire solar system from the universe. Star Sea Sovereign grants Lu Ming the ability to control cosmic energy, and the ability has even assimilated him to a degree into a semi-energy being. Equipped with the control of cosmic energy, Lu Ming can do many things, such as creating or destroying planets and stars, or flying through the universe at faster-than-light speeds. He is practically a god. His new form is even more imposing than before. As a semi-energy entity, Lu Ming is now surrounded by a layer of deep, pitch-black cosmic energy. It fits his current species name, Star Sea Behemoth, perfectly. As for his size, Lu Ming is now 10 million kilometers tall, equivalent to 10 times the diameter of the Sun. The Sun is like a ball in his hands, and Blue Star is no bigger than a grain of sand. Lu Ming felt very pleased. This is the power of a Tier 3 life form. I am invincible. If I could bring this power back to the real world, even if it were weakened by 2 levels, I could still easily crush Blue Star. Nothing could stop me. It is just that. What level should I be considered now? Beyond SSS level. I am afraid that is not quite enough. Although Lu Ming blew up the planet where he started, there is no such thing as completing the game in evolution battle. Lu Ming's game can continue. But unlike other players, his stage from here on out is the entire galaxy. Activate Galaxy Omniscience. Lu Ming immediately sensed the nearest cosmic life form. The cosmic energy on his body radiated invisible ripples, and his massive body instantly entered a faster-than-light state. 1,000 light-years away, a Star Sea Behemoth slightly smaller than Lu Ming was devouring a star, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike. What? Star Beast? That is actually a broad, generalized term. Any giant creature that lives in the star seas and possesses a size comparable to a planet is classified as a star beast. Even among star beasts, individuals have different origins. This leads to varying abilities and, naturally, differences in their strength. Take this star beast currently devouring a star. Its strength is far inferior to Lu Ming's. The only thing they have in common is their size. Because it loves to consume stars, this star beast is known as the Star Eater. The Star Eater has drifted through the Milky Way for millions of years. Its life consisted of nothing but sleeping and eating, and it lived quite comfortably until it was targeted. After swallowing a dazzling star in one gulp, the Star Eater wore a satisfied smile, patted its belly, turned over, and prepared for a good nap. Suddenly, cosmic energy surged and space twisted. Lu Ming arrived in an instant at superluminal speed, his aggressive momentum freezing the Star Eater in its tracks. For a moment, it did not even know how to react. After all, in all its long life, it had never encountered another star beast. Seeing one of its own so abruptly, it was caught completely off guard. Soon it snapped out of it, immediately struck a fierce pose, and blasted a massive surge of energy from its mouth toward Lu Ming. The battle was imminent. Many star beasts awaken self-awareness during their evolution, thus gaining intelligence, but many others are born with their traits. Their power comes from genetics or mutations, rather than evolution. This results in such star beasts being unable to develop intelligence. Despite their immense power, they are essentially no different from wild beasts. When they see a living organism, they attack instinctively, overestimating your own capabilities. Lu Ming retaliated without hesitation. Cosmic energy gathered rapidly in his throat, and a deep, pitch-black annihilating energy was unleashed in an instant. The Star Eater's attack was pathetic before Lu Ming's annihilation roar. The terrifying cosmic energy crushed everything in its path, instantly swallowing the Star Eater whole. In just a split second, the Star Eater's body was completely erased. The shockwave of the annihilation roar spread, instantly destroying the surrounding planets and asteroids, leaving behind nothing but an empty void. Evolution points plus 50 billion. Evolution points 63,132,987,543. Including his previous balance, Lu Ming now has a total of 63.1 billion evolution points. That might sound like an intimidating number, but each upgrade now costs 10 billion. This is not even enough for a single full-scale enhancement. He flipped through the Star Eater's transplant list, his expectations quickly fading. This big guy did not have a single trait or ability worth transplanting. Keep going. According to Lu Ming's senses, there are still dozens of star beasts living within the galaxy. If he takes them all down, he will rake in a huge amount of evolution points very quickly. Not only that, he could not let those life-bearing planets off the hook either. Destroying just one should yield at least 10 billion points. The Milky Way is massive and home to countless life-bearing planets. Little by little, if he sweeps the whole galaxy, he he might just gather enough points for his next evolution. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming was suddenly filled with motivation. Grow stronger. Grow stronger. Grow even stronger. No one ever thinks they are strong enough. Lu Ming's pursuit of power is endless. If he wants to do as he pleases, he must keep becoming stronger. And just like that, the galaxy was in for a catastrophe. Even among the various star beasts, Lu Ming was the undisputed overlord. It was simply because the guy had been enhanced to such a terrifying degree. It was not just his status as a Tier 3 lifeform with a 100-fold enhancement. His physical stats were also enhanced by 500 across the board. No star beast was a match for him. One encounter, one annihilation roar, and a star beast was finished. He even wiped out all the stars and planets in the vicinity, along with them. Of course, he did not spare a single life-bearing planet along the way either. He preferred doing things cleanly and efficiently. He did not even need to use his annihilation roar. A sweep of cosmic energy would destroy a planet instantly, after which he would use his energy to recreate a new batch of planets in their place. Before long, new life would emerge on these planets, waiting for the next round of harvesting. Lu Ming wantonly slaughtered star beasts, wantonly destroyed planets, and then recreated them. He had become the creator god of the Milky Way. Evolution points plus 40 billion. Evolution points plus 15 billion. Evolution points plus 60 billion. Evolution points plus 30 billion. Evolution points plus 12 billion. Time in the evolution battle game world was already out of sync with reality, and after becoming a star beast, Lu Ming's perception of time had completely transcended that of a normal person. Time had lost all meaning to him. One day, just after taking down another star beast, Lu Ming sensed something. Something interesting seemed to be happening in the galaxy, so he turned and headed toward a certain planet. On a planet in the Milky Way, Zhang Shenghao was leading the New Moon Guild's raiding party on their NTH exploration of the evolution battle world. In this session, many of them were randomly spawned on this planet. The 356th exploration. Zhang Shenghao looked up at the sky, speechless. In 355 matches, they had not found any useful intelligence, let alone a clue about the super beast. Nothing. His professional standards were top tier, yet even he was reaching his limit while constantly revising plans, and the team members were already on the verge of breaking down. Their mental states were in terrible shape. After the game started, Zhang Shenghao quickly gathered the scattered team members. By the time he saw them again, they were nearly falling apart. Damn it all. Is this ever going to end? Oh heavens, give us a hint at least. No, wait, please, just be kind and tell me straight up where the super beast is. Zhang Shenghao felt incredibly helpless. He even began to suspect that the appearance of the super beast was just a coincidence, and that there was no trigger plot at all, and that they were all just wasting their time. Just then, an invisible wave rippled through the air. Space shimmered, forming a portal, and from it stepped a figure emanating a sacred glow. Pure sacred white wings scattered radiance. Its crystal-like body was nearly translucent, refracting brilliant light. It looked truly extraordinary. A crystal entity with 12 white wings appeared before them. The raiding party members were stunned, unable to make sense of the situation. They did not even know if this thing was a living being or some kind of device. Despite having no eyes or facial features, Zhang Shenghao felt the 12-winged crystal look at them. Then the crystal said coldly, pathetically weak, low-level lifeforms. What? This thing definitely has self-awareness. And it does not look like a player either. If it were a player, it would not be able to say something like that, unless that person was a total Chunabu. Zhang Shenghao was very excited. They were very likely to have encountered an unexpected situation, and this was exactly what he was looking forward to. He wondered if this 12-winged crystal had anything to do with the super giant beast. He asked, "Who are you?" The 12-winged crystal radiated infinite light and said truthfully, "I come from the distant Shen galaxy, belonging to the 3rd Legion under the Supreme. I now proclaim to you that your galaxy will be placed under the rule of the Supreme. I will give you a chance to choose. Submit to me and conquer this galaxy with me, or else." As it spoke, the radiance of the 12-winged crystal formed a beam of light that struck an island in the distance. Boom! A massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth, and a giant island was instantly destroyed. The power was so great that it was far beyond what Zhang Shenghao and his team could withstand. Otherwise, I shall grant you an equal death. The members of the strategy group looked at each other. There was no need to think about it. They had finally encountered an incident, so of course they would follow along. Zhang Shenghao immediately chose to submit, but he had a plan. He wanted to follow the thread of the 12-winged crystal, but he did not intend to give up on the super giant beast thread either. Of course we choose to submit, but if you want to conquer this planet first, I am afraid that might be a bit difficult. The 12-winged crystal said coldly, what difficulty could there be in conquering a mere low-level planet? It took the bait. Zhang Shenghao was secretly delighted and blurted out, as far as I know, this planet has a guardian deity, a super giant beast comparable in size to a planet. Are you confident you can deal with it? Sure enough. Upon hearing this, the 12-winged crystal's aura suddenly became serious. Without a word, it emitted an invisible wave, scanning the planet along with the nearby planets. It found nothing. There was absolutely no super giant beast comparable to a planet in size. It asked Zhang Shenghao in a cold tone, "Are you playing me?" Absolutely not. Zhang Shenghao was a little disappointed. Could it be that the super giant beast was really just a coincidence? In that case, the 12-winged crystal pondered for a moment, then projected the scanned star map into midair, doing its best to expand the search range until the entire nearby star field was displayed on the map. In an instant, it felt as if the air had frozen. The brilliance of the 12-winged crystal shook violently, terrified to the point of almost disintegrating. Zhang Shenghao's pupils contracted to the extreme. The members of the strategy group were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the image on the star map, shocked beyond measure. In the center of the star map was the planet they were currently on, and not far away were several other planets of similar size. And further out was a giant claw. It was a starry sky beast so huge it was far bigger than the sun. To it, the sun was just a fireball, and as for the planet they were currently on, it was being held in the claw of this starry sky beast, being stared at with great interest. This feeling was simply terrifying to the extreme. How are we supposed to play this? Zhang Shenghao was dumbstruck. He had not found the super giant beast, but instead had found a starsea beast. He finally realized that the world of the evolution battle game was far more terrifying than he had imagined. There is no way to play this. Strategy this thing. Are you kidding me? Even their planet was only the size of a grain of sand in the beast's hand. What could they use to strategize against it? They might as well just wash up and go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. The members of the strategy group said with dull expressions, "What level of target is this?" Zhang Shenghao did not know what to say. Super SSS rank. From the beginning, the official agencies did not think about setting a higher level. After all, SSS rank was already enough to explode planets, and anything higher would not have much meaning for Blue Star and humanity. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the 12-winged crystal turned and prepared to flee back to the other side of the space gate. However, it could not escape the grasp of Lu Ming. Cosmic energy descended instantly, destroying the 12-winged crystal along with the entire planet, and the space gate shattered in an instant. Zhang Shenghao only felt the world go black, and then he was game overed. He suddenly realized that the reason for the multiple inexplicable deaths before was this. This starsea beast was destroying planets at will. Lu Ming checked the graft list of the 12-winged crystal. At his level of strength, ordinary grafts were of no use to him. What he wanted was an ability graft. And it had to be a useful ability. Found it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Consume 10 billion evolution points to graft the spatial travel ability of the 12-winged crystal. Trigger 100-fold enhancement. Ability spatial travel enhanced to ability void master. Ability void master, ignore spatial distance, instantly arrive at any destination. Spatial travel could at most cross galaxies, but the void master could roam freely throughout the universe. The difference between the two was clear. Lu Ming had wanted a spatial type ability for a long time, but after killing so many starsea beasts, none of them had spatial abilities. His luck was really bad. Under these circumstances, with the clueless 12-winged crystal unexpectedly delivering itself to him, how could Lu Ming let it go? As for the Shen galaxy, Lu Ming thought about it. The most important thing is to sweep through the Milky Way first. and we will deal with the rest later. As long as I evolve one more time, no matter what galaxy it is, I will blow them all up." The void rippled. Lu Ming's figure disappeared instantly. With the ability to travel through space, Lu Ming's speed in sweeping through the Milky Way increased dozens of times over. For a while, his evolution points were refreshing like crazy. Evolution point plus 45 billion. Evolution point plus 38 billion. Evolution point plus 50 billion. Evolution point plus 15 billion. Very soon, Lu Ming wiped out all the Starsea beasts in the entire Milky Way. After he blew up nearly 1,000 life planets, his total evolution points exceeded the 10 trillion mark. An evolution notification appeared. Evolution points have reached 10 trillion. Do you choose to consume 10 trillion evolution points to perform the third life evolution? Upon completion, you will gain a new form and become a fourth-order life form. Lu Ming did not choose to evolve immediately. Same old rule. Before evolving, first give myself an all-around enhancement of physical fitness. At most, it only takes 100 billion evolution points anyway. Just for a moment. He took a walk around the surrounding area, blew up 10 life planets, and pocketed over 100 billion evolution points. Consume 100 billion evolution points, physical fitness all-around enhancement plus 1. Trigger 100-fold enhancement. Physical fitness all-around enhancement plus 100. After the enhancement was complete, Lu Ming's power skyrocketed crazily. Then, he emptied his evolution points in one go. 10 trillion disappeared instantly, and his third life evolution began. What? Lu Ming was in a deep slumber for a very long time during this evolution. Deep in the cosmic void, a giant egg made of cosmic energy was constantly expanding, and Lu Ming's body was growing at a terrifying speed throughout the evolution. Until the very end. Boom! It was as if a big bang had occurred, sending tremors through the entire sea of stars, causing countless planets, stars, and even galaxies to be destroyed in an instant. Cosmic energy surged violently. Having completed his evolution, Lu Ming stretched his unimaginably colossal body, and with a single roar, countless stars were instantly extinguished, wiped out from the universe. Thousands of galaxies, each the size of the Milky Way, orbited around Lu Ming's body, and his form was even larger than all those thousands of galaxies combined. Evolution complete. Triggered 100-fold enhancement. All physical attributes increased by 100. Galaxy Omniscience evolved into Cosmic Omniscience. Starsea Overlord evolved into Starsea Creator. Annihilation Roar evolved into Ultimate Destruction. Void Overlord evolved into Void Creator. Cosmic Omniscience, as the name suggests, means that as long as the ability is activated, Lu Ming can grasp all information within the universe. The Starsea Creator further enhanced Lu Ming's control and mastery of cosmic energy. From this point on, he could create or destroy anything in the universe at will. Planets, stars, black holes, and even galaxies. Moreover, influenced by the cosmic energy, Lu Ming's body has become fully energized, turning him into a true energy-based life form. The power of ultimate destruction is essentially an attack of cosmic erasing proportions. A single strike is enough to annihilate thousands upon thousands of galaxies. Void Creator still retains the ability to traverse space regardless of distance, but on top of that, Lu Ming now possesses the ability to create and reshape the void itself. If he wanted to, he could even expand the universe. 300-fold evolutionary enhancements. All physical attributes increased by 700. The evolution battle world brought about the birth of Lu Ming as an ultimate life form. However, due to the massive scale of Lu Ming's evolution into a fourth-order life form, a certain ultimate force hidden within the Starsea was awakened. The universe shook uncontrollably, as if it were on the verge of shattering and collapsing. In the void, infinite cosmic energy converged, forming a nebula-like celestial body in front of Lu Ming, which was surprisingly on par with him in size. Star depth. As cosmic omniscience activated, Lu Ming immediately learned the identity of this nebula. It was named Star Depth, and it was the strongest entity in this game world. In short, it is the collective will of a celestial body born from thousands of galaxies in this Starsea, a miracle birthed over countless years in this universe. Looking at the thousands of galaxies orbiting Lu Ming, Stardepth roared in fury. Despicable low-level lifeform, how dare you steal my power? These thousands of galaxies were not just part of Stardepth's power, but also part of its main body. It had been sleeping soundly when it was suddenly slashed. No one could tolerate that. Lu Ming replied arrogantly, if you have the capability, come and take it back yourself. Stardepth was the final boss, and even if it did not strike first, Lu Ming would not have let it go. Arrogant. Stardepth stopped talking and acted decisively. Lu Ming was completely fearless and met the challenge head-on, unleashing his full cosmic energy. They fought until the star sea surged, causing countless galaxies to be destroyed and silenced in an instant. The shockwaves from their battle shattered space wherever they passed, turning every celestial body and substance into nothingness, reverting them to raw cosmic energy. A light brighter than anything imaginable bloomed in the infinite depths. Ultimate flash. Stardepth poured all its power into a single strike, and the extreme brilliance instantly swallowed Lu Ming. Yet, it looked on with extreme solemnity. Though it found it hard to believe, the fact remained that Lu Ming's power was not even the slightest bit weaker than its own. It could not understand. Lu Ming was clearly just a lowly, inferior lifeform. Indeed. Compared to a godlike lifeform like Stardepth, energy beings like Lu Ming were undoubtedly inferior lifeforms. Yet this very lifeform it considered inferior possessed power capable of rivaling it, a mystery Stardepth truly could not solve. What shocked it even more was yet to come. The light faded. Lu Ming was completely unharmed. Stardepth was stunned, but it soon realized the truth. It was not that its attack failed, it was that Lu Ming's body was simply too strong. Furthermore, as an energy-based lifeform, unless he could be killed instantly, he would remain indestructible. Otherwise, Lu Ming could rely on the infinite energy of the universe to heal his wounds. After all, the 700-point all-around enhancement was not just for show. If this is all you have got, then this fight ends here. Immediately after, Lu Ming let out a roar, and a force so overwhelming that it was impossible to resist swept out, causing the star sea to go silent as thousands of galaxies were destroyed in an instant. Ultimate destruction. The devastating power swept through, and in just one exchange, Stardepth was completely wiped out. Even a celestial god with the power of thousands of galaxies had no path to survival against the sheer destructive might of ultimate destruction. Lu Ming looked around. The deep void was completely empty, with no galaxy having survived the recent battle. Is the Milky Way gone too? He raised an eyebrow, then stirred the void. With a sweep of surging cosmic energy, countless galaxies were created, and the star sea was lit up once more. Stardepth's power could only come from existing galaxies. Lu Ming, however, could create countless galaxies. The immense gap between them was obvious. At that moment, brilliant white light suddenly appeared in the void, which rapidly formed a vortex of white radiance that swallowed Lu Ming in one gulp. What is going on? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Whoosh! The white light flashed. When he came to his senses, Lu Ming discovered that he had actually returned to the real world. He looked at the room. It was definitely his own apartment. Most importantly, the power he had gained in the evolution battle world had not been diminished after returning to reality. He was still just as strong. Of course, Lu Ming was now in his human form. If he were in his giant beast form, let alone Earth, the entire Milky Way would have been crushed the moment he returned to reality. After a little thought, he quickly figured out what was happening. This was probably a hidden game mechanism. If one could defeat the strongest entity in the game world, they could bring all their power back into reality, without having it weakened. At the very least, the evolution battle game world had such a mechanism. The reason no one had discovered this hidden mechanism was simply that no one on Earth had ever reached Lu Ming's level. The reason was just that simple. Although it is just a guess, other game worlds most likely have this hidden mechanism too. As for whether that is true, I will just have to play a few more games to find out. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. Since he was back in reality, he should just relax and take it easy. After fighting his way through the evolution battle world from beginning to end, all he wanted to do back in reality was to be a couch potato and enjoy a comfortable life. Before, he had been constantly on edge, terrified of losing his life to a game invasion, to the point where even going out to buy groceries made him anxious. Now things were different. He was invincible. He did not care about any game invasions at all. He could walk down the street with total confidence, and his mindset had completely changed. In the 6 months he had been gone, New City had changed quite a bit, with many buildings renovated or rebuilt, which gave him an idea of what they had been through. That is right. Lu Ming had spent over half a year in the evolution battle world, though he did not have much of a reaction to that, as his sense of time was completely different from a normal person's. On the surface, he still looked like a human. In reality, he was already a void behemoth, a supermassive creature larger than thousands of galaxies put together. However, Lu Ming still felt like a human and did not care at all about his true nature, even though he had infinite lifespan and felt no hunger as long as he absorbed cosmic energy. He still enjoyed savoring delicious food, lounging at home to watch his favorite anime, and truly loved this comfortable kind of life. Lu Ming sat on a street bench with his legs crossed, holding a popsicle and licking it, exclaiming, "This is what I call living." He thought for a moment. "Let us have hot pot tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! A loud noise erupted on the street. Lu Ming looked over curiously and activated his ability. Cosmic Omniscience. A game invasion. No. To be accurate, it should be called an invading character, meaning a game figure or monster that has invaded reality from the game world. Normally, a game invasion refers to a collision between the game world and reality, creating a space-time rift that connects the two. This allows game characters to enter the real world through these rifts and cause damage. The main priority in handling a game invasion is to close or destroy the rift. The perfect outcome is to seal the rift while wiping out all invading characters. Obviously, that is extremely difficult. In most cases, the majority of invading characters are taken out when the rift is closed, but it is inevitable that some will slip through the cracks. Official agencies and the 4 great guilds are already stretched to their limit dealing with the rifts themselves, so they have no spare resources to track down these stragglers. Therefore, game companies often take on these tasks, hunting down the invading characters running loose in the city to eliminate the threat. Speaking of which, there is one game company that must be mentioned. That is the Vigilante Company. The Vigilante Company has immense power and resources. Not only do they have their own teams of players hunting down invaders, they also post bounties for the general public. Anyone who takes down an invading character can claim a bounty from the company, with higher disaster level targets yielding higher rewards. Without needing any special identity verification, anyone in society can become a vigilante and use their powers in a reasonable and legal manner. That is the meaning of a vigilante. Therefore, there is an unimaginably large number of vigilantes, filled with hidden talents and constant newcomers, making them the primary force for hunting down invading characters. Usually, when an invader appears, it is the vigilantes who arrive first, not the professional pursuit teams from game companies. You never know if a lady selling vegetables passing by might suddenly pull out a green onion and jump into the fray to serve as a temporary vigilante for extra pocket money. Bang! 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 3 vigilantes flew past Lu Ming and crashed heavily into the ground, shattering the hard concrete pavement as if it were tofu. Cough, cough. A young man crawled up in a disheveled state. Seeing Lu Ming, who was calmly licking his popsicle nearby, he kindly warned, "Hey, buddy, I suggest you get out of here. It is dangerous." Yeah. Lu Ming nodded and went back to licking his popsicle. The young vigilante opened his wrist terminal and said with a grim expression, "I have found an invading character here. Estimated disaster level is D-class for now. I cannot handle this alone, requesting backup." After that, he charged back in. He had no choice. He had to hold the enemy off until backup arrived. He finally found a target. He could not let it get away easily. 10 seconds later. Bang! The young man was sent flying back again. This time, he looked seriously injured, coughing up blood, and looked like he might pass out at any moment. He glanced to the side. Lu Ming was still licking his popsicle. Thud! Heavy footsteps rang out. Lu Ming finally got a clear look at the invader, a middle-aged man in silver knight armor, carrying a heavy sword. He looked exactly like a medieval knight. The knight's presence was heavy and steady, his gaze as cold as a blade. He spoke to the youth in a cold voice, too weak. You did not even make me want to fight. Lu Ming examined the knight curiously. This was the first time he had seen an invading character up close, so he was naturally a bit intrigued. D-class. The youth's assessment was wrong. Based on disaster ratings, this knight was actually C-class. His destructive power could affect an entire city. An average person was definitely no match for him. It was just that the youth had not forced the knight to show his true strength, leading to the miscalculation. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and praised. Backup arrived pretty fast. A flash of light appeared in the sky. The knight looked up too, only to be struck squarely by a beam of light descending from above. A violent shockwave exploded, leaving a massive crater in the concrete road. Unfortunately, this level of attack did not cause much damage to the knight. Several more beams of light descended, and the knight swung his heavy sword several times, easily swatting away all the incoming attacks. And as luck would have it, one of the beams headed straight for Lu Ming. He was busy licking his popsicle, and the shockwave from the blast hit him right in the face. Luckily, he had a void barrier up, which blocked the attack and saved his treat. Having no interest in watching these weaklings fight anymore, Lu Ming snapped his fingers. An invisible space prison instantly trapped the knight, then shattered like glass. As space healed, the knight was dead and gone, with not even a corpse left behind. Lu Ming yawned and got up to head home. I am tired, time to go home and sleep. The youth stared at Lu Ming's retreating back, utterly stunned. So strong. After resting for a few days, Lu Ming finally decided to continue his journey into the game world. He opened the game terminal. A translucent interface projected into midair. He scrolled through the game list and selected one. Game Brave Ones and Magic. Enter game. A flash of white light. Lu Ming's figure vanished, and he entered the game world. Brave Ones and Magic is a Western fantasy adventure game. Unlike the real-time combat in Evolution Battle, this is a game with a massive open-world map. In other words, the earlier players enter this game, the stronger they naturally become. This is one of the characteristics of large-scale open-world games, making them somewhat unfriendly to new players. The reason he chose this game is because Lu Ming discovered that the world of Brave Ones and Magic seems to have a high potential, perhaps even higher than that of Evolution Battle. Upon entering, Lu Ming arrived in a dim space. He looked around and could vaguely see sculptures and layouts full of Western fantasy style in the darkness. A temple. The game introduction began. Brave Warrior follows the arrangement of fate to the Reincarnation Temple. The goddess of fate's gift will grant the warrior the power to save the world. Please make your choice. Fulfill the mission of the brave. Banish all evil and darkness. Player Lu Ming. Level none. Equipment none. Perhaps because he had not learned any magic or skills yet, Lu Ming's initial status board had very little data, even cleaner than when he started in Evolution Battle. Holy light blossomed from the darkness. A graceful figure slowly descended. Her gentle and loving face felt incredibly kind, and her beauty was truly beyond words. Welcome to the Reincarnation Temple, fearless warrior. The light shed by the goddess of fate formed an exquisite longsword. She handed it to Lu Ming and smiled, saying, "Fighting against evil and darkness is a path full of difficulties and obstacles. This is my gift to you, and I hope it helps you on your journey as you cut through thorns and press forward." Obtained equipment, Goddess of Fate's gift. Then please embark on your journey. The Goddess of Fate spread her arms wide. A teleportation magic circle appeared under Lu Ming's feet, instantly transporting him away. The following scene was staggering. After sending Lu Ming off, the Goddess of Fate's expression instantly slumped. With one hand on her hip and the other fanning herself, she looked impatient and started grumbling. There was not a trace of a goddess' dignity or holiness left. Ah, so annoying. Anyway, they will just die soon. Why not just dump them all into the underworld and let them be reincarnated directly? Why go through all this trouble and work me to death? The Goddess of Fate grew more agitated as she spoke. It took her a while to calm down, and then she turned around and opened a betting pool on how long Lu Ming would live. As for saving the world. What a joke. This was a farce from the very beginning. How can there be light without darkness? Without evil and suffering, the world would have no need for gods. Come, place your bets. I bet this kid will not live for more than 3 years. Several goddesses emerged from the depths of the temple, all looking speechless. They secretly despised the goddess of fate's two-faced nature, lacking even a shred of divine dignity, and then joined the betting. I bet 2 years. 1 year. 1 month. In short, with gods like these, this world is beyond saving. Boom! A giant boulder fell from the sky, crashing not far from Lu Ming. Splattered dirt hit his face. In the distance, the sounds of killing were deafening, and unstoppable iron cavalry galloped by. Lu Ming was given a huge fright. Damn it! He quickly found a small hillside to lie down and hide. The godforsaken goddess of fate actually teleported him to a battlefield, and he could not help but wonder if it was on purpose. Game world detected. Loading cheat. Loading complete, please select your cheat. 1 infinite treasury. 2 infinite critical hits. 3 infinite mana. Infinite mana was ruled out immediately. Infinite critical hits were okay, but compared to the infinite treasury, it seemed far inferior. The infinite treasury is a space with infinite capacity. Not only can it store any object, but it can also forge any material into equipment, weapons, and props, releasing their power far beyond the limits of the materials themselves. It has great potential and versatility. Infinite treasury selected successfully. Have a pleasant game. Lu Ming drew the longsword bestowed by the goddess of fate. Goddess of fate's gift. Type weapon longsword. Attribute sharpness. Skill level 6 magic, goddess's mercy. Unleash a powerful attack capable of destroying a mountain, limited to once per month. Because it is a skill inherent to the weapon, even though Lu Ming is a total noob with 0 mana, he could still wield this longsword to unleash level 6 magic. Lu Ming had a sudden inspiration, his imagination running wild. Can this thing be reforged using the infinite treasury? Strictly speaking, this could count as material right. Infinite treasury activate. Ripple-like waves appeared in the space in front of him. Lu Ming sent the goddess of fate's gift into the ripples and began the reforging process. Reforging initiated. He was pleasantly surprised. It actually worked. Lu Ming began to look forward to it, eager to see how the sword would change after being reforged. Soon, reforging complete. The space rippled again, and the infinite treasury slowly sent out a majestic and ornate longsword. Its appearance was worlds apart from before. It was like a king reigning over the world. Lu Ming drew the sword. Merciless goddess. Type weapon longsword. Attributes sharpness, durability. Skill super tier magic, merciless fate. Grant all life the most equal death in the name of fate, one-time magic. Super tier magic. As far as Lu Ming knew, magic in this world ranged from level 1 to level 10. Super tier magic was an extraordinary level of magic that surpassed even level 10. Some could permanently change the weather or terrain for several kilometers, others had terrifying destructive power. In short, they were incredibly powerful. He did not expect the infinite treasury's reforging to be so strong, making the magic skill attached to the sword jump 5 levels at once, soaring directly from level 6 to super tier. So strong. Lu Ming immediately stuffed the sword back into the infinite treasury, wondering if he could exploit a bug and do infinite reforging. Unfortunately, weapons that had already been reforged could not be reforged again. When he took it out, the sword remained unchanged, which disappointed him a little. He peeked sneakily from behind the hillside. Lu Ming looked at the chaotic battlefield not far away, his hands itching to throw a super tier magic spell just to see its power. That would surely be a spectacular sight. Roar! In an instant. A roar echoed across the sky. The winds whipped up, and a massive body tore through the clouds, charging into the battlefield with an overwhelming and domineering force. With indestructible red scales, hideous horns, and a ferocious aura, it was clearly a pure-blooded dragon. Its terrifying presence alone was enough to plunge anyone into despair. Countless soldiers on the battlefield were struck with horror. It is a pure-blooded dragon. Mages, stop it. Boom, booms, boom. A storm of magical attacks rained down on the dragon, but ice, fire, lightning, and wind blades alike had almost no effect. Pure-blooded dragons not only possess formidable physiques, but are also born favorites of magic. They do not need to study, for they master magic naturally. They need no magic circles. They need no staves or equipment of any kind. The Dragon Roar is their most powerful instant cast spell. Roar! Yet another roar. An invisible shockwave swept across the battlefield, instantly crushing thousands into pulp. The massive disparity in strength made any comparison meaningless. Lu Ming could only shake his head. He could not figure out what was happening in this battle. If this dragon had not appeared, he might not have intervened, but since it had served itself up on a silver platter, Lu Ming would not hold back. According to forum guides, pure-blooded dragons in the hero and magic game world start as level 7 magical creatures as soon as they reach adulthood, and their entire bodies are high-level materials. Clang! Lu Ming held his longsword and drove it into the rock beneath his feet, decisively activating the super-tier magic granted by the merciless goddess. Merciless fate. Immediately, a massive blue magic circle expanded from beneath Lu Ming's feet, with more circles stacking rapidly upward. Light shot straight into the sky, creating quite the commotion. It instantly drew the attention of the entire battlefield. What is that? What kind of magic is that? The human soldiers were bewildered, an unsettling feeling stirring within them. Only the pure-blooded dragon, sensitive to magic, felt extreme terror. Its roar was filled with dread, and it turned to flee the battlefield. However, it was already too late. An irresistible, terrifying power washed over the land. The mercilessness of the goddess of fate descended upon the world, bestowing death equally upon all living things. In an instant, bang, bang, bang. Within a 3-kilometer radius, every living being, including the pure-blooded dragon, burst from within. The sight of them being torn to shreds was gruesome. Blood painted the entire land red. Lu Ming gasped. So brutal. In terms of power, Merciless Fate is worthy of the name super-tier magic. With this range and level of lethality, it is truly strong. Cracks appeared on the sword in Lu Ming's hand before it shattered into pieces. After releasing a super-tier spell that exceeded its limits, the sword was ruined on the spot. That was a fair price to pay. In other words, all equipment and items forged by the Infinite Treasury are single-use. Lu Ming made a killing this time. He walked to the middle of the battlefield and pressed his hand to the ground. Ripples of space spread across the land, and every weapon, piece of equipment, and the remains of the dragon were drawn into his infinite treasury. They were all pulled into his infinite treasury. He wore a joyful smile. Forging begins. Immediately, tens of thousands of weapons and pieces of equipment began to be reforged in the infinite treasury. The dragon's bones, blood, scales, and all other materials were also used to craft new items. During this process, Lu Ming could not know what they would become, but once the forging or reforging was complete, he would receive the equipment type and its stats. A moment later, forging complete. Lu Ming took a reforged long spear from the treasury. It had been an ordinary spear, but now it was imbued with special traits and even skills. It had clearly become a magic weapon. Army Breaker. Type weapon, long spear. Traits, sharp, armor-piercing, keen. Skill, single-use, level 4 magic, Army Breaker. Releases a magical attack powerful enough to destroy a city wall several meters thick. Lu Ming simply threw the spear with raw force. Boom! With a loud blast, a gap was blown right through the mountain ahead. The power was quite impressive, and the spear shattered upon impact, proving to be a truly single-use item. And Lu Ming had tens of thousands of such weapons in his infinite treasury. He had only just arrived in this game world, and it felt like he was already soaring. Lu Ming realized, I can just throw weapons from the infinite treasury. They are single-use anyway, I do not even need to fight myself. Once his mind opened up, Lu Ming instantly became an archer. The main event was yet to come. Lu Ming took out the gear crafted from the dragon. As a level 7 magical creature, its body naturally provided level 7 magical materials. After ultimate reforging in the infinite treasury, these materials became a complete set of world-class equipment. World-class is defined as being beyond the super-tier. In terms of power, super-tier magic and the items that can cast it can at most strike and influence a single region or terrain. World-class magic and items, however, can truly interfere with and affect the entire world, such as overwriting the concepts, cognition, or even the history of the world. And so on. The two are not on the same level at all. Dragon King set. Type armor suit. Traits indestructible, power of the Dragon King, wings of the Dragon King. Skill 1, single-use, passive, world-class magic, death resistance. Prevents one instant death attack of world-class or lower. Skill 2, single-use, passive, world-class magic, instant resurrection. Upon death, you do not go to the underworld or the Hall of Reincarnation, but instead revive somewhere in the world. Skill 3, single-use, world-class magic, dragon form. Unleashes the full power of the Dragon King set, transforming into a true world dragon. Eye of True Sight. Type accessory. Traits insight, truth, farsight. Skill single-use, world-class magic, precognition, able to foresee any future within the world scale. Dragon's Fury. Type weapon, bow. Traits indestructible. Skill single-use, world-class magic, full power shot. The next attack increases by 1 magic tier. Dragon's Howl. Type weapon, arrow. Quantity 5. Traits sure hit. Skill single-use, world-class magic, lethal arrow. The target hit will surely die. Dragon's Blood. Type item, potion. Traits none. Skill single-use, world-class magic, above the world. The next magical attack gains instant cast effect and increases in power by 1 magic tier. Seeing the properties and skill effects of the Dragon King set and these weapons and items, it is as if the word invincible has been slapped right onto Lu Ming's face. Except for the dragon meat. Every bit of material from the pure-blooded dragon has been put to its utmost use. Putting on the Dragon King set, Lu Ming immediately felt an overwhelming sense of security. With this gear, even if he just stood still, no one would be able to break his defense. The world-class indestructible trait is no joke. Without world-class destructive power, it is simply impossible to pierce the defense of the Dragon King set. He put the Eye of True Sight around his neck like a necklace. Lu Ming's vision became incredibly clear instantly. The long-range vision trait allowed him to see things over a dozen kilometers away, and the truth trait rendered him immune to illusions and mental control below the world-class level. As for the insight trait, it is used for checking magic levels and mana status. Basically, with one glance, Lu Ming can see through anyone's strength, which is extremely convenient. He stowed the other equipment and items back into the infinite treasury. Lu Ming found a map from the battlefield, oriented himself, spread a pair of dragon wings from his back, and headed toward the human town at lightning speed. Border Town. Although it is called a town, it is actually ridiculously large. Counting the adventurers and residents, there are at least several million people here. It is practically a major city. Because it is located near the national border and surrounded by mountains and forests, there are an unusually high number of monsters nearby, which has attracted a large gathering of adventurers. This, in turn, has driven the prosperity of the small town. The first thing Lu Ming did upon arriving was go to the Adventurers Guild to register and become a lowest-level bronze rank adventurer. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, which then emitted a glow, leaving the blonde lady at the registration desk stunned. Mana level is 0. Magic level is none. The lady was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen such a reckless adventurer. Is not he just an ordinary person who cannot use magic at all? She suggested this adventurer, would you like to go to the Mages Guild to learn a spell or two first? That might be a bit better. Lu Ming's path is one of equipment and items. Magic or whatever is unimportant. If he had time to learn that, he might as well take out a few monsters and collect materials for forging gear. Give me a map of the distribution of monsters nearby. All right. The lady handed Lu Ming a monster distribution map, sighed deeply as she watched his retreating figure, and hoped he would not die too miserably, another kid who did not know the immensity of the world. Lu Ming is a patient with a severe case of insufficient firepower phobia. A mere tens of thousands of level 4 magic items are nowhere near enough. If he really went all out, he could empty his stocks in one go. Not to mention filling the infinite treasury, he needs to hoard at least several 100,000 to 1,000,000 items first. He looked at the monster distribution map. This is the one, iron-armored wolves. Iron-armored wolves. A type of massive level 3 magical beast, widely distributed in all areas outside Border Town, especially in the mountains where their numbers are the highest. There is a large gathering spot for iron-armored wolves there. Boom! A figure streaked across the sky above the mountains, flapping menacing dragon wings, creating a huge sonic boom and stirring up a roaring gale. Until he arrived at the territory of the iron-armored wolves. Looking from afar, Lu Ming could see that these things were as big as oxen, their bodies covered in a layer of black iron armor formed from iron ore. Dealing with mere level 3 magical beasts with level 4 magic weapons was an absolute breeze. The damage was severely excessive. The space behind Lu Ming rippled, and various magic weapons and items appeared, all aiming at the mountains below. Then the slaughter began. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Almost every level 4 magic weapon had the power to destroy a city wall several meters thick, and some, bolstered by their innate skills, could even split apart or unleash special explosive damage. The scene was extremely spectacular. The destructive power was explosive. Swords, spears, axes, and halberds. Hundreds of thousands of level 4 magic weapons and items fell like a meteor shower, bombarding the mountains below, turning the landscape into ruin in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the ground was a mess, riddled with scars. A dozen big mountains had been leveled by Lu Ming, and the remains of iron-armored wolves were scattered everywhere. Done! Lu Ming landed, opened the infinite treasury on the ground, and collected all the remains of the iron-armored wolves. He had wiped out at least 10,000 of them in this wave. Starting forging. A moment later. Forging complete. 13,000 sets of iron-armored wolf materials produced a total of 35,000 pieces of level 8 magic equipment and items, compared to level 4 magic equipment. The power of level 8 magic equipment was naturally much stronger. Lu Ming pulled out an axe. Earth Splitter. Type Weapon Battle Axe. Traits Sturdy Heavy. Skill Disposable Level 8 Magic Earth Split. Use unparalleled strength to split the ground, creating a rift several hundred meters long. These are the attributes of level 8 magic equipment, which is significantly stronger than level 4 gear. He put the axe away. Lu Ming cast his gaze toward the deeper parts of the mountains. According to the intel from the monster map, there seemed to be more monsters in the deep mountains, and their magic levels would be higher, which suited him perfectly. Let us go take a look. No need to overthink it. Lu Ming then dove headlong into the depths of the mountains. He was not afraid of any powerful monsters in the depths, he only feared their magic levels were not high enough. Worst case scenario, he would just blast them with a super tier magic spell. Super tier magic not enough. Then how about world-class magic? On this day, the mountains outside Border Town welcomed a god of death, and the monsters in the hills met their end. In any case, Lu Ming's equipment stock had just been replenished and was plentiful. He killed every group of monsters he saw, and large areas of monster territory were swept clean by him. He did not even care much about the monster levels, he was just on a constant sweep. Treants, orcs, wild boars, slimes, goblins, ogres, griffins, lesser dragons, and more all suffered. Nothing was left behind wherever Lu Ming went. And what is more, he even discovered a super large iron mine. The result was that he split the earth open and stuffed the entire iron mine into the infinite treasury, using it all to forge magic equipment. Several days later, Lu Ming arrived at the deepest part of the mountains. By now, the quantity of equipment and items forged in the infinite treasury was vast, and the types were diverse. Including various potions, he basically had everything. As of now, the infinite treasury contains 4.5 million pieces of level 4 magic equipment, 2 million level 5, 1.4 million level 6, 1 million level 7, 600,000 level 8, 20,000 level 9, and 1,000 level 10 pieces. As for super tier magic equipment, there is none for now. Deep within the mountains lay a lush and vibrant meadow. A towering giant tree blocked out the sky, and beneath it lay a massive dragon. An uninvited guest arrived. The dragon snapped its eyes open, its aura incredibly ferocious. Lu Ming walked over slowly. Under the inside of his true sight pupils, the dragon's strength was laid bare. He could not help but sigh, it is only a level 6 magical creature. As expected, pure-blooded dragons are stronger. Roared. Seeing a human invading its territory, the dragon flew into a rage and unleashed a dragon roar directly at Lu Ming. Boom! The powerful roar hit Lu Ming squarely, but thanks to the defense of his Dragon King set, he only felt as if a breeze had brushed past his face. The space rippled. A spear shot out from the infinite treasury, instantly piercing the dragon's body and pinning it firmly to the giant tree behind it. The battle was decided in an instant. This dragon was too weak. Even a million more like it would be no match for Lu Ming. Boom! The spear exploded, killing the dragon instantly. The blast also snapped the giant tree in two. As the massive tree slowly fell, the earth shook violently. Do not let appearances fool you. Magic flowed within this tree. It contained an astonishing amount of mana, and its magical rank was actually one level higher than that of the dragon. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. With a tree this big, how many world-class items can I forge? With great anticipation, he stored the dragon's corpse and the giant tree into the infinite treasury. Forging started. Soon, forging complete. The dragon's body was not broken down. Instead, it was reassembled, but now it was only the size of a fist, like a decorative ornament. Dragon of Destruction. Type item dragon. Attribute none. Skill single-use super-tier magic, Dragon of Destruction. Summon the Dragon of Destruction for a duration of 1 day. Instant cast spear. Type weapon spear. Attributes piercing destruction. Skill single-use instant cast, super-tier magic, total annihilation. Releases power sufficient to destroy everything within a 2-kilometer radius. This instant cast spear was forged using the giant tree as material. The bad news is that it is only a super-tier magic item, not world-class. Good news is that the super-tier magic skill attached to it is instant, requiring no charging or delay. Furthermore, there was plenty of material from the tree, and the infinite treasury forged 500 such super-tier magic items. 500 instant cast super-tier magic items. Honestly, this is truly exaggerated. If you add in those few world-class items, honestly, Lu Ming might be able to clear this game world all by himself. Even a god descending might not be able to stop him. He had learned before in Border Town that it is extremely difficult to increase one's magic level in this world. A level 5 mage is considered a high-level mage. Level 6 mages are already among the few top experts, and not to mention level 7 mages, whose combat power rivals that of a pure-blooded dragon. They are incredibly rare. At least on the surface. Players have had a very hard time exploring this world, and there are barely any guides shared, so Lu Ming will have to rely on his own exploration later. Lu Ming's knowledge of magic levels stops at world class. Anything above that is unknown territory. However, since gods exist in this world, he guesses that the power above world class is likely god level. With a side glance, Lu Ming noticed a cave at the roots of the giant tree. It was deep and dark, stretching off into who knows where. His high skill made him bold. He walked right in. The tunnel sloped downwards for a distance, then continued upward, seemingly leading back toward the surface. After a long time, light appeared ahead. Lu Ming emerged from the tunnel and found himself in a forest. Unlike the area near Border Town, the trees here were exceptionally massive. They looked very ancient. At that moment, hey, someone's here. It is a human. Wow, it has been such a long time since we have seen a human. Where, I want to see too. Chorus of noisy, chaotic voices sounded in his ears. Surprisingly, these voices were exceptionally innocent and youthful, just like mischievous and curious children. Who is there? Lu Ming looked around, but did not see a single soul. It was not until a bunch of light spots floated in front of him that he realized they were not fireflies. He asked in surprise, "Are you the ones talking to me?" A feeling of joy and pleasure radiated from the light spots, and the childlike, innocent voices rang out. "That is right, human." Lu Ming asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" "We were born from the will of nature, symbolizing mountains, rivers, and all things natural. Humans in the past called us spirits, and you can call us that too." "Spirits?" "Yes, we have not seen humans for a very long time. May I ask what brings you here? If there is anything we can help with, please do not hesitate to ask." "Please do not hesitate to ask." Yeah, we would be very happy to help." I have to admit, the spirits are truly warm and kind. Lu Ming thought for a moment and pointed at the massive object in the distance, a giant spaceship that had crashed diagonally into the ground, its surface covered in moss. The exposed mechanical structures and parts were extremely conspicuous. I came here by coincidence, and I did not have any specific business, but now I just want to know what exactly that thing is. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the spirits were very happy. Let me tell you, you mean that? That is a story from a very, very long time ago, probably millions of years ago. Lu Ming was stunned. Good grief, that long. After a while, he finally understood the whole story. Millions of years ago, this world was far more chaotic than it is now. Back then, the gods had just been born, and they were engaged in a protracted war for control of the world. The gods went to war. The various races who believed in those gods then followed suit, intervening in the war. Do not think they were overestimating themselves. In fact, those races were quite ferocious. They actually accomplished the feat of god-slaying with mortal bodies. Their fearless spirit and the sparks of wisdom bloomed with an unprecedented and dazzling radiance. This spaceship was a product of that era. It was shot down during a battle to slay a god and eventually crashed here, enduring the passage of time until now. This is a magnificent and great epic, and the wreckage of this spaceship is the most powerful proof of that grand divine war from millions of years ago. Lu Ming could not help but feel shocked. He approaches the spaceship. Lu Ming can see a huge hole in the hull of the ship, wondering what kind of attack could have pierced it completely through. He brushes away the moss. The metal of the hull is covered in rust. Even the powerful weapons once used to slay gods cannot escape the erosion of time. Using his insight trait, faint traces of magic shimmer across the ship. Lu Ming asks curiously, if this is supposed to be a weapon for slaying gods, why is its magic level only level 8? The elves explain. This ship is just one part of a greater spell. Hundreds of these ships were deployed in that war to slay the gods. He understands now. Lu Ming sighs, reflecting on how truly formidable the ancients of this world were. He asks, may I take this ship? If you like it, feel free to take it. It is of no use to us anyway. Just go ahead and take it. Since they said so, Lu Ming will not stand on ceremony. He wonders what level of magical equipment this level 8 gear will become after reforging. The infinite treasury opens, drawing the massive spaceship into its depths. Forging begins. Forging complete. A moment later, brand new massive spaceship, etched with dense magical runes, slowly drifts out from the infinite treasury. The perfect fusion of mechanical and magical creation is breathtakingly powerful. God-slaying spear. Type vehicle spaceship. Properties sturdy flight. Skill single-use god-level magic spear of god-slaying. A miracle of light born from infinite wisdom, delivering the death sentence upon the gods. As expected, beyond world level is god level. With this equipment, Lu Ming feels even more confident. If not for the fact that he has no way to reach the divine realm, he would probably be starting a slaughter right now. Using the remains of gods as materials would surely result in even more powerful equipment, which excites Lu Ming just to think about. After wandering around the forest, Lu Ming finds nothing. This is simply the habitat of the elves, devoid of any divine artifacts or sacred relics. In that case, thank you for your warm hospitality. Let us part ways here. After saying his goodbyes, Lu Ming returns to the tunnel and walks back along the path. Goodbye. Come play with us again when you have the time. See you next time. The elves are reluctant to see him leave. Returning to the depths of the mountains, Lu Ming steps out of the tree hole and heads back to the border town. However, as soon as he returns to the town, he notices the atmosphere is different. Everyone looks grave, and the adventurers and soldiers are fully armed and on high alert. It looks like war is about to break out. He asks someone what has happened. The person replies with a heavy heart, the Demon King's army is marching toward the border town, and our defenses are no match for them. I see. Lu Ming really returned at the right time. The Demon King's army. If not for this reminder, he had almost forgotten about the existence of the Demon King in this world. Previously, due to insufficient strength, He had not dared to set his sights on the Demon King, but things are different now. He wants to see exactly what the Demon King is capable of. A few excited adventurers walk past him. The Demon King's army. This time I will definitely earn enough contribution points to go to the Mages Guild and learn those level 4 spells. Try to survive first. Fair point. Clearly these are players. Dope. Suddenly, the sound of a war horn echoes across the sky, and a massive, dark army of demons appears outside the border town, sweeping in like a tidal wave. The Demon King's army is here. All troops prepare for battle. Mages stand by. Catapults stand by. Crossbows stand by. The battle is about to erupt at any second. They came quite quickly. Lu Ming smiles pleasantly, unfolds his wings before the astonished eyes of the adventurers, and flies toward the Demon King's army alone. The crowd is stunned. What is he doing? Probably throwing his life away. Lu Ming surveys the Demon King's army below, roughly estimating there are over 300,000 of them, a truly formidable force that the town could never withstand. However, that does not really matter to him. He is just here to restock his infinite treasury. Within the Demon King's army, the commander is a dark dragonborn with the strength of a level 8 mage. He frowns as he looks up at Lu Ming in the sky. Griffin unit, take that human down. Yes, immediately. A group of griffins charges aggressively toward Lu Ming. Ripples spread through the air. Lu Ming unscrupulously unfolds his infinite treasury, hundreds of weapons ready to fire, and upon seeing the Demon King's army make their move, he resolutely launches his attack. Just a small token of my regard, please do not be modest. Boom booms boom. Boom booms boom. In an instant, hundreds of level 4 and level 5 magic weapons rain down like a deluge, wiping out the entire Griffin unit. The Dark Dragonborn commander's pupils contract as he shouts urgently. Evasive maneuvers. Following his voice, Lu Ming's attacks rain down. Powerful magical equipment strikes the army, causing massive casualties in a single volley. With an army so vast, their average strength is obviously not high. Apart from the elite commanders, ordinary demons are only level 1 to level 3. Level 4 at best. If hit by Lu Ming's magical equipment, death is almost certain. Moreover, his gear comes with special properties and skills, effectively wiping out large groups in a single blow. Both the lethality and the area of effect are absolutely staggering. The Dark Dragonborn commander blasts away an incoming level 5 magic weapon, enraged, and unfurls his wings to fly toward Lu Ming. Boom! Then he is sent crashing back to the ground with even greater speed. Cough, cough. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. The Dark Dragonborn commander exclaims in horror, so strong. Hundreds of level 6 magic weapons emerge from the infinite treasury, aimed at the army below, as Lu Ming draws a bow and takes aim at the Dark Dragonborn commander. The next volley will wipe you all out. In respect of your decent strength, I will give you a grand gift personally. He draws the bow and knocks an arrow. And then, the speeding arrow turns into a stream of light, like a shooting star tearing through the sky. Accompanied by the barrage of level 6 weapons, the Dark Dragonborn commander is filled with despair. Boom! A massive explosion swallows him whole. When the battle subsides, there is not a single living demon left on the field. Lu Ming single-handedly decimated the 300,000-strong Demon King's army. It took less than 5 minutes. The people of the border town watch in utter shock. In the blink of an eye, the 300,000-strong Demon King's army is gone. Lu Ming opened the infinite vault on the ground, seizing all the weapons and the remains of the Demon King's army from the battlefield to forge into equipment. Forging started. Forging complete. Aside from the Dark Dragonborn leader, who was an 8th level mage, the Demon King's army included 2 7th level mages and 5 6th level mages. After the forging was finished, Lu Ming obtained 5 super-tier magic items, 2 world-class magic items, and 1 god-tier magic item, the second one he had acquired. Above the gods. Type item gemstone. Trait none. Skill single-use god-tier magic, above the gods. Unleash supreme divine power to transcend the gods themselves, increasing the level of the next magic attack by 1 rank. Book of Detection. Type item book. Trait none. Skill single-use world-class magic, tracking art. Locate any trace of a target anywhere in the world. Resurrection potion. Type item potion. Trait sturdy. Skill single-use world-class magic, resurrection of the dead. Grant a second life to a corpse that remains intact. What surprised Lu Ming the most was the effect of the above the gods skill. When paired with the god-slaying spear, there was probably no god in this world he could not kill. The 5 super-tier magic items were not worth much attention, they were just offensive weapons. He took out the Book of Detection and used it immediately, locating the traces of the Demon King's army. Instantly, the Book of Detection dissolved into light, and a flood of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind, detailing the precise tracks and movements of every unit in the Demon King's army. Well then, now it was time for Lu Ming to let loose and go on a killing spree. He had no interest in wiping out the Demon King's army, but he was very interested in the remains of the high-ranking commanders, and even more so in the Demon King's corpse itself. If the remains of an 8th-level magical creature could forge god-tier equipment, what kind of gear could a 9th-level creature produce? Or even a 10th-level one? Lu Ming was beyond excited. His figure vanished into the horizon as he chased after the direction the Demon King's army had come from. From that day on, a nightmare descended upon the Demon King's army. Within just 3 days, all 5 of their offensive fronts were broken, and 1.5 million demons were completely wiped out, leaving absolutely no traces behind, not even their corpses. Inside the Demon King's castle. Listening to his subordinates' reports, the Demon King remained unconcerned and simply speculated, "It is likely the work of the church, only they have such power." Then how should we respond? No response is needed. The demons check the humans, and the church helps the humans resist the demons' invasion. This is what we call balance. They know their limits. I understand. 7 days later, the situation had developed entirely contrary to the Demon King's expectations. All 20 of the armies he had deployed had been annihilated, with millions of demons disappearing into thin air. Only then did he realize the gravity of the matter. This is definitely not the work of the church. The Demon King's expression turned grave and cautious. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he did not take it lightly and immediately cast magic to investigate. He took out a ruby, and as he cast the spell, a massive magic circle instantly expanded, layering and unlocking with complex structures, sending a beam of light shooting into the sky. It was clearly super-tier magic. In terms of life level, the Demon King was a 10th-level magical being, but with the aid of tools and equipment, he could easily unleash super-tier magic. He could even initiate world-class magic. A moment later, the super-tier spell completed, but just as the Demon King tried to investigate, it collapsed with a loud crash, and the massive magic circle shattered instantly. Saying this, the Demon King's face turned somber. My detection magic was blocked. This meant that the opponent was either a super-tier mage or possessed super-tier equipment or items. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to block his detection spell. This was terrible news. At this point, the balance between humans and demons was on the verge of collapsing. The Demon King had to solve this problem, or the consequences would be dire. He pondered for a moment. Order. Snap. A ring on Lu Ming's finger suddenly shattered. He immediately realized someone was trying to probe his information, but the ring had blocked it. The Demon King's army. That was the most logical inference. And then, he took a bracelet from the Infinite Vault and put it on. It was another super-tier magic item, designed specifically for anti-probing and anti-surveillance. During this time, he had wiped out 20 of the Demon King's army units, over 6 million demons, and forged countless 4th to 10th level magic items. He had forged over 100 super-tier magic items, over 40 world-class ones, and even 20 god-tier items. Added to his previous stock, Lu Ming was more than well-equipped enough to fight an all-out divine war. Lu Ming possessed 1 god-tier anti-detection item, 2 world-class ones, and 5 super-tier ones. Trying to probe him would be incredibly difficult. After finishing off the Demon King's army, Lu Ming headed straight for the Demon King's castle. As luck would have it, he stumbled upon another unit of the Demon King's army that had just been dispatched. On the principle that he might as well kill them while he was at it, he wiped out the entire unit in a minute. The moment he destroyed that unit, a massive magic circle appeared, trapping Lu Ming instantly. 3 demons with overwhelming auras emerged, sealing off every path of escape. Unlike the commanders who were only 8th level magic beings, these 3 leaders were core cadre members of the Demon King's army, second only to the king himself, all being 9th level magic beings. Inside the magic circle, Lu Ming remained calm and composed, praising a super-tier magic circle. It seems the Demon King's army still has some capabilities. To lure me into a trap, you actually used your own people as bait, truly bold. One of the Demon King's commanders took out the ruby bestowed by the king and said coldly, "It was only 500,000 lives. It was worth it if it could draw you out. I will send you down to keep them company." As he spoke, the 3 demon commanders moved decisively, unwilling to give Lu Ming even a moment to catch his breath, as an even larger and more grandiose magic circle unfolded. It was world-class magic. This was the Demon King's resolve. Since he knew Lu Ming possessed at least super-tier strength, he decided to simply crush him with the irresistible force of world-class magic. By sacrificing 500,000 demon lives and utilizing the auxiliary gem provided by the Demon King, the 3 commanders combined their efforts to barely pull off this world-class spell. Lu Ming was confident that these 3 demon commanders were no match for him, and he certainly did not believe that this mere world-class magic before him could defeat him. But he was not a man of arrogance. Why would he obediently take this hit? It would not be fun if he were to capsize in a gutter unexpectedly. Phantom appeared behind Lu Ming. It was a massive, ancient wheel covered in mysterious magical patterns, and as the wheel rotated counterclockwise once, the super-tier magic trapping him immediately collapsed. The 3 demon commanders' pupils shrank, and their expressions changed drastically. How can this be? Quick, finish the magic now. The casting process for world-class magic is quite lengthy. They never expected this super-tier magic to trap Lu Ming for long, but it at least needed to buy them enough time to cast their spell. However, it did not even buy them 15 seconds. This is way too fast. And how exactly did Lu Ming break the super-tier magic formation? They could not comprehend it. Before the 3 commanders could react, the wheel behind Lu Ming reversed again, and in an instant, the world-class magic formation they had deployed collapsed. The ruby bestowed by the Demon King shattered into fragments on the ground. They were seized with terror. The world-class magic was dispelled. What on earth is going on? Then, the infinite treasury unfolded. 3 pieces of super-tier magic equipment shot out, and Lu Ming took out the 3 demon commanders without a second word, very swiftly and cleanly. Wheel of Destiny. Type item wheel. Properties durable hidden. Skill one-time use divine tier magic. Dispel an instant cast. Dispel any magic not exceeding divine tier. Instantly cast any magic not exceeding divine tier, with the option to transfer the cost. This was the reason Lu Ming could dispel the magic of the 3 demon commanders. With the Wheel of Destiny, he could dispel and instantly cast any magic not exceeding divine tier. This should have been a one-time equipment skill, but the cost of the Wheel of Destiny's skill could be transferred to other equipment. In short, Lu Ming could consume other magic equipment and items to dispel and instantly cast any magic or equipment skill corresponding to the item's level, making it extremely cost-effective. Next was the moment everyone had been looking forward to. Lu Ming collected the corpses of the 3 demon commanders into the infinite treasury. Initiating forging. A moment later. Forging complete. The 3 level 9 magical lifeforms, after being forged by the infinite treasury, became 3 pieces of equipment surpassing the divine tier, known as primordial magic equipment. Beyond the divine tier lies the primordial tier. Divine realm descent. Type weapon arrow. Properties piercing destruction descent. Skill one-time use primordial magic divine realm descent. Invoking primordial power, the gods are no longer high above, and mortals are no longer as humble as ants. Divinity no more. Type item codex. Properties none. Skill one-time use primordial magic divinity no more. Invoking primordial power, stripping the authority of the gods, returning the world to its primordial state. Primordial hourglass. Type item hourglass. Properties durable. Skill: one-time use, primordial magic, world regression, invoking primordial power, regressing the world to any point in time. Seeing these 3 pieces of primordial tier magic equipment, Lu Ming could not help but feel exceptionally surprised. The attached magic skills were each more ruthless than the last, completely disregarding the gods. Especially Divine Realm Descendant, Divinity No More. If used together, it would mean the outbreak of a second war of the gods. The gods would all engage in a fierce slaughter to seize control of the world once again. Lu Ming was eager to give it a try. This actually seems like it could work. Since he could not go to the Divine Realm, he would simply make the Divine Realm come down, let the gods kill each other, and he would quietly follow behind them to pick up the spoils. Once his growth was complete, he would wipe out all the gods at once and forge them all into equipment and items. There was no hurry for this plan. What Lu Ming needed to do now was first take care of the Demon King. However, when he arrived at the Demon King's castle, the Demon King was long gone, having run away with remarkable decisiveness, which left Lu Ming speechless. This Demon King was truly too cautious and cowardly. In fact, the moment Lu Ming took out the 3 demon commanders, the Demon King knew things were going south and did not even give Lu Ming a chance to face him. He packed up his belongings and fled back to the underworld. To hell with world balance, let whoever wants to be the Demon King take the job. The expected grand battle did not break out. Lu Ming stood in the empty Demon King's castle feeling helpless, slightly regretful that he had not managed to finish off the Demon King, then departed resolutely, heading for the capital of a certain kingdom. Detection magic told him there was a dungeon there, full of high-level monsters, perfect for him to sweep through and hoard another batch of high-level magic equipment before launching his Divine Realm Descent plan. Vast Kingdom, Capital City. Captain, the First Prince, and the Royal Knights are all ready for departure. Then let us set off. Understood. After equipping his magic gear, Zhang Shenghao led the members of the Crescent Guild to join the Fast Kingdom's Royal Knights and headed out of the capital together. He had personally witnessed the existence of the Star Ocean Behemoth during the Evolution War, which confirmed the terrifying background and immense potential of the Evolution War world. However, wanting to further advance the strategy in that world was simply wishful thinking. After another round of failed attempts and lessons learned, the Crescent Guild decided to continue sending people to explore and strategize for the Evolution War world. Zhang Shenghao stepped back from that, shifting his focus to the hero and magic world to explore until there was a breakthrough in the Evolution War world, at which point he would return to continue. Also accompanying them was the Deep Blue Guild, one of the 4 major guilds of Daxia. Due to the extreme difficulty of the hero and magic game world, the highest battle power for both the Crescent Guild and the Deep Blue Guild in this world was only a level 7 mage. Combat power improvement was very slow. The purpose of this trip was to subjugate a pure-blooded dragon. Unlike ordinary pure-blooded dragons, this one was exceptionally powerful. It was a level 8 magical creature. To this end, the royal family of the Fast Kingdom had to deploy the Royal Knights led by the First Prince, while also hiring the Crescent and Deep Blue Guilds as assistants. They attempted to use a powerful formation of 3 level 7 mages and hundreds of high-level mages to confront this level 8 pure-blooded dragon. Oh hell! A young man walked up to Zhang Shenghao and patted him on the shoulder familiarly. He was Su Zhenfei from the Deep Blue Guild, the main core member currently responsible for exploring this world. I heard the Demon King's army is attacking. Do you have any plans? Zhang Shenghao pondered for a moment. Let us just wait and see. The highest level magic available at the Mages Guild is capped at level 7, and contributions are meaningless to us now, unless... Su Zhenfei said, unless the church allows us to use contributions to learn higher level magic. Exactly. Well, after all, I have spent quite some time in this game world, and as a 7th tier mage of high standing, it is only natural to have learned some unknown secrets. On the surface, a 7th tier mage is the pinnacle of combat power in a kingdom, but in reality, the Order is where the true powerhouses gather. They have not only higher level 8th tier mages, but even 9th tier mages among them. It is just that the Order never participates in kingdom affairs, let alone human wars, and only takes action when confronting the Demon King's army or the demons. If you want to learn magic above the 7th tier, the Order is an absolute barrier that you cannot bypass. Without passing this threshold, it is nearly impossible to learn higher-level magic elsewhere. As game players, anyone who actually wants to save the world in a game is just a naive fool. What they want is to maximize their gains and find methods and channels to become stronger. Not only would they not fight the Demon King's army, but it would be more accurate to say they hoped the Demon King's army attacks sooner, so that the Order would be forced to intervene. At that point, perhaps the players would have a chance to come into contact with higher-level magic. The troop marched to a spot 20 kilometers outside the royal capital. The eldest prince signaled to halt. Everyone, according to the Magic Core predictions, the Thunder Dragon will pass through here in 3 hours before heading straight for the capital, so we must defeat it right here. As he spoke, the eldest prince turned his gaze toward Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei and said, "You two are among the few 7th-tier mages in this group, so I will have to rely on you for the coming battle. Rest assured, Your Highness. We will give it our all." Next, the members of the Magic Corps began to prepare their spells in advance to minimize casting time during the battle, while the Royal Knights began layering buff spells on themselves. Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei did the same. Although they were mages, they preferred a warrior-style approach, so most of the magic they learned was intended to provide self-buffs. When they fight, they are practically human dragons. However, less than an hour had passed when thunder cracked across the horizon. Flashing lightning flickered in and out of sight, and a loud dragon roar echoed from afar. The eldest prince's expression changed, and he immediately prepared for battle. The prediction was wrong. The Thunder Dragon is faster than we thought. Everyone, prepare for combat. We must not let it reach the capital. Understood. Yes. Following that, the preset magic circles bloomed with dazzling light. They could not deploy 8th-tier spells, but they could create composite, enhanced 7th-tier versions. One stacked on another to the very limit. In this way, the power was quite impressive, enough to have a fighting chance against the Thunder Dragon. Boom! The Thunder Dragon had not even arrived, but it was already being bombarded from a distance by the Magic Corps. With a ferocious roar, they successfully captured its attention. Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei exchanged a glance. Charging. Right. For a moment, thundering explosions and dragon roars that shook the earth echoed in all directions. An astonishing number of magic circles unfolded, creating a spectacular scene. This battle lasted for a full hour. However, unfortunately, victory did not lean toward them, even with the Royal Knights and Magic Corps giving their all, plus the full support of the Crescent and Deep Blue guilds. The situation inevitably began to show signs of defeat. Boom! A single powerful dragon roar made everyone realize the massive gap in strength. Two figures slammed into the ground like meteors. Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei looked utterly battered, and their situation was dire. Cough, cough. Magic light flickered over Zhang Shenghao, and his injuries were quickly healed. He sighed, as expected of an 8th-tier magical beast, this power is just too fearsome. While he was speaking, boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with lightning and thunder. Roar! The Thunder Dragon's roar rang in their ears, and violent electricity surged frantically through the clouds. Seeing it about to strike down upon them, Su Zhenfei felt helpless. We are done for this time. At the critical moment, roar! The dragon roar carried a hint of a wail. A long sword pierced through the clouds in an instant, and the dense dark clouds dissipated, revealing a blue sky. The Thunder Dragon had no power to resist, being pierced through the heart by the blade, leaving a large, bloody hole in its massive body. The eldest prince was shocked. What just happened? The Thunder Dragon's corpse fell from the sky, causing a massive tremor upon impact, instantly kicking up smoke and dust that obscured everyone's vision. Zhang Shenghao's pupils contracted. It took down the Thunder Dragon with just one strike. Could it be someone from the Order? No, the Order should not be interfering in such matters. As the smoke and dust dispersed, an armored figure came into view. The Thunder Dragon's corpse slowly sank into an infinite treasury. The massive dragon wings spread behind Lu Ming even blocked out the sun, leaving them with only a shadowy figure that was hard to see clearly. He asked, "The royal capital is right ahead, right?" Zhang Shenghao nodded subconsciously. Yes, thanks. Boom. Before they could say anything more, Lu Ming's figure disappeared, his incredible speed whipping up a gale that made it hard for them to even stand steadily. Zhang Shenghao asked Su Zhenfei, "Can you tell anything about him?" Su Zhenfei gasped. "No magical reaction. I cannot detect any info on his magic tier. The only thing I know is that his magical equipment is definitely at least 8th tier." Considering that shocking display just now, taking down an 8th tier beast with a single strike, I have reason to suspect he is a 9th tier master. And, based on his speech patterns, our intuition tells us that he is very likely a player. Su Zhenfei muttered to himself. It is just maddening to compare yourself to others. Starting forging. Forging complete. The Thunder Dragon's corpse has been forged. Another divine tier magical item has been added to the inventory. The Book of the World. Type item book. Trait writing. Skill one-time use divine tier magic, power of tampering. Can tamper with the history, cognition, and memories of the 9 great worlds, but cannot interfere with the divine realm or the underworld. It is a good item indeed. The Book of the World's divine magic is powerful, stronger than average, but I am not sure if it is necessary to use it yet. For now, I will just keep it to enrich my inventory. Lu Ming arrived at the capital of the Fast Kingdom. Looking at the bustling scene of people coming and going, he could not help but marvel. As expected of a royal capital, this is much livelier than the border town. After wandering for a while, he headed straight for the dungeon entrance. Following the flow of the crowd, the number of adventurers grew until they finally gathered in front of some ancient ruins. At the center of the ruins lay the entrance leading to the dungeon. What? The dungeon is different from a typical wilderness labyrinth. It has 10 floors in total, and each floor contains a large number of monsters and beasts corresponding to its magic level. The first floor holds level 1 magical creatures. The second floor holds level 2 magical creatures. And so on. The 10th floor consists of level 10 magical creatures. Although the number of monsters drops rapidly as their level increases, the sheer quantity of monsters on each floor remains staggering. Adventurers from all over the world have been hunting monsters in the dungeon for years, yet the population never seems to decrease. This is exactly what Lu Ming wants. The first floor of the dungeon. Even though he is inside a dungeon, there is a blue sky above him with white clouds drifting by and a dazzling sun hanging high, making it look exactly like the outside world. He did not overthink it. Space rippled as the infinite treasury unfolded, and thousands of magic weapons burst forth, sweeping across the first floor monsters in a frenzy. Lu Ming wore a smile, his mood incredibly pleasant. Let the slaughter begin. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently, and the relentless roar echoed in all directions. Countless level 1 monsters were pulverized in an instant, leaving behind a mess of severed limbs. Lu Ming gathered everything. Forging started. Forging complete. Then, innumerable monster materials were forged into magic weapons by the infinite treasury, and the number of level 6 magic weapons inside began to grow at a terrifying rate. 2 million. 4 million. 6 million. 8 million. 10 million. Before long, the inventory of level 6 magic weapons was racing toward the 100 million mark, surging forward with no sign of stopping. A team of adventure players heard the roaring nearby and cautiously approached, only to be stunned by the scene before them. Lu Ming was hovering in midair with his wings spread, bombarding the monsters below with complete indifference, using 4th level magic equipment as mere disposable consumables. The players watched, absolutely dumbfounded. One of them swallowed hard and said, "Am I seeing this right? Are those really 4th level magic weapons?" "It certainly seems so. What a waste of precious resources." They gasped, seeing Lu Ming act so wildly. Their hearts ached. Even the richest person would not squander resources like that. One man's eyes burned with greed. He quietly raised his bow and arrow, aiming at Lu Ming above, and turned to ask his companions. "It looks like this guy is loaded. How about we rob him? But he looks like he is not someone to mess with. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. All right, let us do it." They were full of ambition, but just as they were about to strike, Lu Ming swept a cold glance over them and ruthlessly included them in his line of fire, launching a barrage of magic weapons their way. They were terrified. Then they were blasted into dust. This little episode added a bit of fun for Lu Ming. He continued to immerse himself in the joy of monster grinding, with days passing until he finally stopped after a week. He began heading to the second floor. At this point, the number of level 6 magic weapons in the infinite treasury had already exceeded 100 million. And so Lu Ming cleared floor after floor, from the first to the 7th, while the number of weapons in his treasury grew at a frightening speed. On the second floor, the 7th level magic equipment forged reached a massive 80 million. The third floor provided 50 million pieces of 8th level equipment. The fourth floor provided 6 million pieces of 9th level equipment. The fifth floor provided 700,000 pieces of 10th level equipment. The sixth floor provided 50,000 pieces of super tier magic equipment. The 7th floor provided 3,000 pieces of world-class magic equipment. In a flash, Lu Ming's inventory had increased by dozens of times, especially the super tier and world-class equipment, which were in astonishing quantities. He thought the journey would be smooth, but he was blocked when entering the 8th floor by several knights guarding the entrance. Stop right there. Non-members of the order are forbidden from entering the 8th floor. Violators will be executed. Lu Ming frowned. Is that so? The knight on guard replied, please leave this place. In that case, Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. The infinite treasury unfolded instantly. Before the 4 knights could react, they were pinned to the wall by Lu Ming's magic weapons, gasping their last breaths. After taking care of them, Lu Ming strolled into the 8th floor. 2 hours later, their bodies were discovered. The commander of the Order's Knight Battalion looked at the corpses, his eyes burning with fury. How dare they defy the Order's authority? How ignorant. Notify the 8th and 9th floors. Someone forced their way into the 8th floor and murdered 4 of our knights. Yes, Commander. The 8th floor. By this floor, the number of monsters and beasts had drastically decreased, but their quality and strength had undergone a massive change. A flash of golden lightning streaked through the air, striking a giant beast with lightning speed and ending its life instantly. Boom! The earth shook. The giant beast was dead. Lu Ming collected it into his infinite treasury. Forging started. Forging complete. A god-tier magic weapon was easily acquired. Soon, Lu Ming had cleared the 8th floor of the dungeon. It was certain that it would be hard to find another level 8 monster here for some time. In this sweep, the infinite treasury forged 200 god-tier magic weapons, an absolutely terrifying amount. Following that, Lu Ming set off for the 9th floor. However, at the exit from the 8th to the 9th floor, on a lush grassy field, a white-haired youth holding a long sword had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lu Ming appear, he rose to meet him. As expected, I am the lucky one, forcing entry into the 8th floor and murdering knights of the Order, you madman. In the name of the Order's Holy Sword Child, I sentence you to death. Holy Sword Child. Under his insight ability, Lu Ming saw the Holy Sword Child's strength clearly. His total mana was massive, his magic level was 9, and he was an exceptionally strong 9th level mage. He also held a 9th level magic weapon, and his overall strength surpassed the 3 commanders of the Demon King's army, the ones without the ruby, of course. He was quite formidable. Although the Holy Sword Child was indeed strong, Lu Ming had no interest in playing children's games and immediately unfolded his infinite treasury. Dozens of 9th level magic weapons shot out. The massive destructive power unleashed shocked the Holy Sword Child, who quickly dodged. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Dodging is useless. Instantly, several weapons with homing properties changed their trajectories, continuing to streak toward the Holy Sword Child at high speed. What? Those who rely solely on external forces can never defeat me. The Holy Son of the Sword narrowed his eyes, his sword gleaming with light. He whirled around and unleashed a massive blade of energy, blowing the incoming magic weapons to pieces in midair. Oh, railies. Lu Ming stood perfectly still, watching quietly. The next moment, clatter. Several indestructible chains manifested from thin air, binding the caught-off-guard Holy Son of the Sword tightly, causing his sword to fall to the ground. The Holy Son of the Sword was filled with shock. How is this possible? Before he could react, a long spear pierced through the air and impaled him. When the Order members arrived, they only found a pool of blood on the ground. The holy son of the sword had vanished. Elsewhere, forging started. Forging complete. The corpse of the holy son of the sword and his blade were forged by the infinite treasury into 2 primal-grade magic items, one of which possessed exceptionally powerful magic. 9 realms unification. Type item piece. Traits none. Skill consumable primal magic, 9 realms unification. Invoking the primal power to merge the 9 worlds into one, restoring the world to its original form. What are the 9 realms? Lu Ming had already used an item to investigate this question after obtaining the World Book, which could tamper with the history and perception of the 9 worlds. It was not much of a secret. In the game World of Heroes and Magic, there has always been a legend circulating that beyond the God realm and the underworld, there are 9 worlds in the human realm. And only when these 9 worlds are combined do they form the original face of the human realm. As for why the human realm split into 9 worlds, one would have to ask what the gods did millions of years ago. It was clearly the handiwork of a divine war. The world Lu Ming is currently in is just one of the 9. 9 realms unification. The fall of the God realm. The loss of divine power. This is practically a custom-made combo surprise package for the gods, though for them, this surprise will surely be an unparalleled terror. Arriving at the 9th floor of the dungeon, Lu Ming started his slaughter as usual. Because the number of monsters had sharply declined again, he cleared out the 9th floor in less than half a day. 20 level 9 monsters were forged by the infinite treasury into 20 primal-grade magic items. 20 of them. A full 20 primal-grade magic items. For a moment, Lu Ming even felt that it would not matter if he did not spark a new divine war. He could wipe out all the gods by himself. Then he immediately snapped back to reality. Do not get cocky, stay steady. Even the 3 commanders of the Demon King's army could use sacrifices and magic items to unleash super-tier magic, or even world-tier magic. He absolutely did not believe the gods could not do the same. Assuming the gods possess god-level power, combined with the assistance of magic items and gear, there is no guarantee they could not unleash primal magic or even higher-level magic. Lu Ming could seize the initiative and take out some gods by surprise, but if he were discovered, he would risk being ganged up on by all the gods. Gear forged from slain gods might not guarantee his safety against a collective assault by the gods. It might, or it might not. Lu Ming cannot afford to lose. This really is not safe enough. Therefore, the plan for the divine war proceeds as usual. The 10th floor of the dungeon. There was only one monster on this floor, a savage, fanged giant wolf emitting terrifying black magic. Its strength was without a doubt that of a level 10 magic creature. This feeling. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. It is not just an ordinary level 10 magic creature. No sooner had he spoken. Roar! The mindless giant wolf immediately attacked Lu Ming, and within its surging black magic, 5 gems of different colors shone instantly. A huge and incredibly complex magic circle unfolded, and a fierce, destructive power roared out, obliterating everything in its path. Super-tier magic. And cast instantly. Interesting. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. The Wheel of Fate appeared behind him and turned a full circle, immediately dispelling the giant wolf's instant super-tier magic and erasing it into nothingness. Roar! The giant wolf was stunned, having no idea what had happened. He never expected this giant wolf to possess a magic item capable of instant super-tier magic. He wondered what grade the item was. Lu Ming was very curious. This meant that if he defeated the wolf, he would Chinese letter, more than just one magic item above the primal grade, which made him genuinely happy. The infinite treasury unfolded. Dense arrays of high-level magic gear appeared, unleashing a ruthless barrage against the giant wolf, leaving it disoriented and scrambling to escape. Among the massive number of level 9 and level 10 gear, a super-tier magic item would occasionally drop, scaring the wolf so much it had to keep using its 5-gem item to instant cast super-tier magic to save its hide. Boom! 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 For a moment, the ground shook violently as the extremely volatile destructive power rapidly spread across the 10th floor, causing the entire floor of the dungeon to vibrate. The commotion was enormous. Unfortunately, only Lu Ming and the giant wolf were on the 10th floor, so no one could witness this spectacular sight. A moment later, huff huff, the giant wolf panted, losing its initial ferocity. Then, with a ruthless expression, it merged the 5 colored gems together. It then emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Roar! With a roar, the giant wolf unleashed an instant world-tier magic attack. To this, Lu Ming took a great bow and a white arrow from the infinite treasury. The bow was Dragon's Wrath, and the arrow was Dragon's Roar, world-tier magic items forged from the pure-blooded dragon he killed when he first arrived in this world. Dragon's Wrath. Type weapon bow. Traits indestructible. Skill consumable world-tier magic, all-out attack. The next attack is boosted by 1 magic level. Dragon's Roar. Type weapon arrow. Quantity 5. Traits guaranteed hit. Skill consumable world-tier magic fatal arrow. The target hit will undoubtedly die. To deal with this giant wolf, there was no need to use the consumable skill of Dragon's Wrath. Lu Ming saved it for a greater purpose. The fatal arrow of Dragon's Roar was enough. He drew the bow and knocked the arrow. The Wheel of Fate turned a full circle clockwise. Instant cast world-tier magic. Then, the Dragon's Roar left the string. The snowy white arrow pursued like a shooting star, shooting toward the giant wolf with unstoppable force. World-tier magic also had its hierarchies. A skill like the Fatal Arrow, which carries a force death effect, was undoubtedly superior to ordinary attacks. Trying to block it with mere destructive power was wishful thinking. Unless god-level magic was cast, it was essentially impossible to stop. Boom! Though both were world-tier magic, the giant wolf's attack was pierced through by the dragon's roar, and the arrow, still having force to spare, transfixed the giant wolf's body in a flash of lightning. A fatal shot. The giant wolf crashed down, dead. Its 5 gems dropped alongside it, and Lu Ming opened his infinite treasury to collect them all. It was a pity that these 5 gems were only level 10 magic items. Starting forging. Forging complete. From the wolf's carcass and the 5 magic gems, Lu Ming only managed to forge 2 pieces of equipment. However, he was very satisfied with their skills. He also learned that beyond the primordial grade, there is the ether grade. Death Retribution. Type Armor Ring. Trait Indestructible. Skill 1-time passive Ether Magic Death Retribution. Negates 1 death-inducing attack that is not higher than ether grade and causes the attacker to die instantly. Ether Gem. Type Item Gem. Trait None. Skill 1-time instant cast Ether Magic Ether's Gift. Bestows the power of ether magic to promote any piece of equipment or item to ether grade. The 5 gems were combined into 1 piece of equipment. Fortunately, the ether gem's magic skill offered great flexibility. It was enough to let Lu Ming deal with any complex situation or danger, making it much more practical than just a single weapon or piece of armor. Lu Ming took out the Death Retribution ring and put it on. Suddenly, his sense of security was off the charts. Now anyone who tries to touch him will die, gods included. After all, the ether grade is 2 full magic levels above the divine grade. As he was thinking this, Lu Ming realized something. The ether gem could come in handy right away. He had gained plenty from his dungeon trip, so there was no need to stay any longer. Lu Ming then left. Not until Lu Ming had left the royal capital did an old man dressed in ornate religious robes appear, silently watching the direction in which Lu Ming had disappeared without saying a word. Someone beside him asked, "High Priest, is it really okay to just let him leave like that? What else can we do?" The High Priest countered. He was able to kill the Son of the Sword and wipe out the demon wolf on the 10th floor of the dungeon. Do you think we have the strength to judge him? The Order had always wanted to kill the demon wolf on the 10th floor to claim its 5 gems, but every attempt ended in a crushing defeat and heavy losses. The fact that Lu Ming could kill the demon wolf meant he was stronger than it. The Order truly did not have the strength to challenge him. It was not that the High Priest did not want to act. He did not dare to. He had no choice but to let Lu Ming go. In a wide, silent place, the infinite treasury expanded. Pieces of divine-grade equipment and items emerged from the ripples in space, circling around Lu Ming. With the dungeon business concluded, it was time to give the gods a big surprise. Just to be safe, Lu Ming prepared everything thoroughly. Crystal ball-shaped primordial-grade magic item hovered in midair. As Lu Ming released the item's skill, a brilliant, dazzling magical light shot into the sky. Under normal circumstances, without the aid of equipment and items, magicians require an extremely long casting time for superior magic, and world-class magic even more so. Divine-grade magic and primordial magic are no exceptions. Presence concealment. That was the name of this primordial-grade magic item, and its skill served to help Lu Ming hide his tracks and erase every trace he had left in the world. Unless magic above the primordial grade is used, he would be absolutely impossible to detect. Lu Ming did not expect this magic to make him vanish forever from the god's sight. He only needed to buy himself some time. At least until he could launch the Divine Realm Collapse series of magic. A while later, the presence concealment magic was successfully activated. Lu Ming smiled happily. Now the real show begins. Then, he immediately used the ether gem he had just obtained, an item with a magic level superior to the primordial grade, to bestow a blessing upon his own Wheel of Fate. The ether's gift was cast successfully and instantly. The divine-grade magic equipment, Wheel of Fate, successfully promoted to ether-grade magic equipment. Wheel of Fate. Type item wheel. Traits durable hidden. Skill 1-time ether magic, dispel an instant cast. Dispels any magic not higher than ether grade. Instantly casts any magic not higher than ether grade, with the option to transfer the cost. Following that, under the cover of presence concealment, the Wheel of Fate began to turn forward. 1 full turn. 2 full turns. 3 full turns. Boom! 3 unimaginably large magic circles unfolded instantly, covering both the sky and the earth, and the 9 realms were no exception. Such an astonishing sight was seen by everyone in the 9 realms, their eyes filled with shock and terror. No one had ever seen such a massive magic circle before. Nor did anyone know what these magic circles were for. The 9 realms as one. The divine realm falls. Divine power is no more. To avoid any mistakes, Lu Ming decisively consumed 3 other primordial-grade magic items, using the Wheel of Fate skill to instantly cast the magic of these 3 items. With that done, zig-zags, in an instant, the sky collapsed and the divine realm began to fall toward the mortal realm. The earth shook violently as the 9 realms slowly began to reunite. In the royal capital, Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei saw the sky crumbling and the earth shaking, their pupils constricted in shock, and for a moment they were completely stunned. The sky is collapsing. What on earth is happening? Is this world about to be destroyed? This was the common thought of everyone in this game world. Boom! The Temple of Reincarnation. The temple shook violently, and the goddess of fate staggered. What is going on? However, after sensing for a moment, she was struck by terror, her face turning deathly pale. The divine realm is falling. Not only that. Suddenly, the authority of fate was stripped from her body uncontrollably, and rays of authority light shot up into the sky from the divine realm, then vanished. It was not just the goddess of fate, the authorities of all the gods were being stripped away. Saying this, the goddess of fate's hands and feet went cold, her body trembling uncontrollably as the authorities, which had long had their owners, scattered back into the world. She knew exactly what this meant. A new divine war is about to begin. Deep in the divine realm, powerful beings who had been sleeping for millions of years slowly awakened, and upon noticing the anomaly of the authorities and the divine realm, they decisively tracked the source. Primordial magic flared with light one after another. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Even the most powerful war god was baffled, unable to fathom who possessed such terrifying power to unite the 9 realms and cause the divine realm to collapse, and even strip away the gods' authorities. When the dust finally settled, Lu Ming turned around and walked away, clapping his hands, content to keep his merits and achievements a secret. Done. What? Very soon, the world returned to peace. However, the world had simply returned to its original form. With the 9 realms united and the fallen divine realm added to the mix, the world was far larger than before. The 9 divided realms merged once more, and races that had previously existed only in myths and legends began to emerge, proving that they were far more than just stories. Wood elves, dwarves, orcs, fairies, the sea folk, the undead, and angels. These races appeared one after another. The gods reacted even faster than Lu Ming had anticipated. The moment they lost their authority, they realized that a new round of divine war was inevitable. They took action immediately. They summoned their old subordinates and the races that worshipped them to begin fighting for authority once again, knowing at the same time that this was a new opportunity. As long as they could seize enough powerful authority, any god could rise to power, and the hierarchy among the gods was destined for a reshuffle. The very moment the 9 realms finished merging with the divine realm, the divine war began. The order worshipped the god of war and was naturally aligned with his camp. Upon receiving his decree, they joined the war as quickly as possible. They completely changed their former dogmas and attitudes, opening their doors to all mages and allowing adventurers to learn the order's high-level magic. Using this as an incentive, they recruited troops at top speed to expand the order's power. The order made no secret of the truth about the world. The war of the gods has begun. After hearing this, Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei were first stunned, then decisively notified their guild members to gather. There was no doubt that this was a prime opportunity to increase their guild's strength. The divine war broke out. The order no longer restricted the learning of high-level magic. These 2 conditions alone were enough to drive every guild and official institution into a frenzy. If anyone could manage to steal the power of a god, they would hit the jackpot. When the news spread back to the real world, just as expected, all official institutions and gaming guilds flooded into the world of heroes and magic, planning to get a piece of the pie in this divine war. Even if they could not steal divine power, they could take the chance to learn some high-level magic to boost their strength. Such an easy opportunity to take advantage of rarely comes along. Admittedly, there is nothing wrong with that approach, as it really is a great opportunity to learn high-level magic and improve one's strength. However, stealing the power of a god is almost impossible. In this world, gods are born with god-tier power. Any other life form can at most reach the level of a 10th-tier magic life form, even if they can cast super-tier and world-class magic with the help of equipment and items. There still exists an insurmountable chasm between them and the divine level. In short, for an average person to target a god is simply suicide, unless they belong to a god's camp and can use that god's blessing to wield divine-level power. However, the reason I say it is almost impossible is that millions of years ago, there existed a group of tough individuals who, even without a god's blessing, could achieve the feat of god-slaying through their own wisdom and power. It was an epic that could only be described as a miracle. Not long after, the most powerful god of war clashed violently with the god of the sky, and the 2 began to fight fiercely to seize the 2 greatest domains of war and the sky. The order followed the god of war's instructions and went to war with the angel race, who worshipped the god of the sky. At this point, the players finally witnessed what a divine war was truly like. Ash and soot filled the sky, blocking out the sun. The gloom of war shrouded the entire world. The Crescent Guild joined the God of War's camp to learn the Order's high-level magic. When the fighting began, a squad of players from the guild went out to scout. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the angels. By the time the magic circle unfolded in the sky, it was already too late. It was just a single angel blessed with the power of the sky god, yet they showed the Crescent Guild just how terrifying this war really was. Boom! One strike. The angel wiped out the entire player squad from the Crescent Guild. The explosion's power was comparable to a real-world nuclear bomb, with a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky, a truly shocking spectacle. From a distance, Zhang Shenghao witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Instant cast super-tier magic. And that was only the strength of a scout angel. In a war like this, there was no point in ordinary players participating. Unless they could become 10th-tier mages and receive a god's blessing, they were basically just cannon fodder. A priest of the order spoke up. "Let us go, the angels are coming this way." Meanwhile, the mastermind who had single-handedly ignited this new divine war had already quietly arrived at the angel race's stronghold, taking advantage of the time when the god of the sky was held up by the god of war. He struck without hesitation. Hum! A massive magic circle instantly enveloped the angel's stronghold. The angels' expressions changed drastically, and they soared into the sky, bracing themselves for a fierce battle. Enemy attack! The archangel looked at the magic circle in the sky with a grave expression, feeling that this was going to be extremely troublesome. This is primal magic. The order. No! Even with the divine grace of the god of war, members of the order could never reach the point of instant casting primal magic, and besides, the god of war would never bestow primal level magic upon anyone. In that case, there was only one possibility. The archangel sneered. It seems some god is trying to fish in troubled waters. Too bad you guessed wrong. Lu Ming appeared openly. His infinite treasury expanded with countless high-level magic equipment and items ready to fire. He gave the archangel a brilliant smile. Then he struck immediately. The gods are all busy right now. They have no time to pay attention to you lot. In an instant, a barrage of super-tier and world-class magic equipment rained down, launching a relentless, all-out bombardment on the angel's stronghold. Seeing that Lu Ming was merely a mortal, the archangel shouted in anger, "You mere ant, how dare you be so arrogant? Challenging the might of the sky god, you deserve to die." The god of the sky. Lu Ming did not care. As long as the primal magic above did not fade, the god of the sky would not notice the situation at the angel's stronghold, and within that time, it was more than enough for Lu Ming to wipe them all out. Facing Lu Ming's overwhelming offensive, the large-scale defensive magic already set up by the angel's stronghold immediately materialized, but the wheels of fate were turned against them. The angel's defensive magic collapsed instantly. The archangel's pupils contracted. What? Boom! 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 Following this, Lu Ming's attacks landed in unison upon the angel's stronghold. Countless super-tier and world-class magic spells were instant cast, creating a level of destruction that was truly beyond belief. In just a single exchange, the angel race lost nearly 70% of their kin, and even the archangel was left injured and in a miserable state under Lu Ming's concentrated fire. As a natural-born war machine, the archangel felt little emotion at the death of his kin, realizing only that this would be an incredibly brutal battle. The archangel deflected the incoming magic weapon, his face cold and stern as he pointed his sword at Lu Ming. Counterattack. Yes. The surviving angels launched their attacks on Lu Ming one after another. Under the blessing of the sky god, the combat prowess of the angel race was formidable indeed. At a glance, there were no fewer than 10 angels with a life level of 10, and hundreds more at level 9. The sheer numbers were terrifying. For these angels who survived the previous wave of attacks, casting super-tier magic instantly was merely a basic maneuver. World-class magic was their true strength. Of course, and it is also instantaneous. On this point alone, the angel race could be called the strongest warfaring species. Reckless fool, you are doomed to die. Hum! The archangel brandished his longsword, unfurling a massive magic circle. A powerful, godlike aura swept outward, locking firmly onto Lu Ming. Without a doubt, this is a god-tier magic. The surroundings were filled with the dazzling light of magic. Lu Ming was surrounded by the angel's attacks, but to this, he simply brought out a shield and held it before him. Unbreakable shield. Type defensive gear, shield. Trait indestructible. Skill one-time god-tier magic, unbreakable shield. Grants the wielder a level of defense comparable to absolute protection, making them invincible for 3 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of super-tier and world-class magical attacks landed on Lu Ming, yet they were all perfectly blocked by an invisible defensive barrier. No matter how crazily the angels attacked, Lu Ming remained standing, completely unmoved. The angels were stunned. That shield. Are our attacks completely ineffective? How many magical items does this guy even have? Lu Ming had no intention of wasting time with the angels. He immediately retrieved a long, blood-red spear from his infinite vault and hurled it straight into the sky. Gift of Death. Type weapon, spear. Trait piercing. Skill one-time god-tier magic, Gift of Death. All who offend shall be granted death. Instantly, streaks of blood-red light descended from the sky, moving too fast to dodge. hundreds of spears pierced down, running through the chests of the angels and pinning them to the ground. The instant death effect triggered, and the angels died on the spot. The scene was extremely tragic. In the blink of an eye, the entire angel race was reduced to just the archangel. Only then did the archangel's god-tier magic finally finish casting. Facing an enemy who could chain-cast god-tier magic instantly, the archangel knew he had no chance of victory, yet he was completely unafraid. He pointed his sword directly at Lu Ming. The archangel said majestically, "To die in battle is the ultimate honor for us. With this, I shall bestow upon you God's judgment, firmament's verdict." However, the wheel of fate turned back a full rotation. The god-tier magic the archangel had worked so hard to cast vanished into thin air, and the firmament's verdict was forcibly cancelled before it could even descend. A longsword flew in, striking the archangel with perfect precision. Boom! The powerful impact blew him away. As the dust settled, he was seen half kneeling on the ground, his chest pierced by the sword, already dead. And so, the angel race was completely wiped out. Lu Ming's expression remained calm as he opened the infinite vault, packing up the corpses and weapons of the entire angel race, leaving nothing behind. All done, let us go. Commencing forging. Forging complete. The harvest from this battle was undoubtedly huge for Lu Ming, with countless gear and items below God-tier forged. Over 1,000 God-tier magical items. 120 primordial-tier magical items. Most importantly, the corpses and magic weapons of the 11 level 10 angels, including the Archangel, were forged by the Infinite Vault into 15 domain-tier items. 15 domain-tier items. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a bit excited, as these were items and gear completely beyond the primordial level. The power of domain-tier magical items is beyond imagination. Almost every one of them is just as powerful as Death's Rebuke. The 10 Guardians. Type item Stone Slab. Trait None. Skill one-time passive domain-tier magic, Tenfold Decree. In the name of the domain, grants 10 layers of defense, each of which cannot be broken by anything less than domain-level power. The 5th Decree. Type item Ring. Trait Sturdy. Skill one-time passive domain-tier magic, the 5th Decree. Following the laws of the domain, grants 5 opportunities for resurrection upon death, which cannot be interrupted or cancelled by anything other than domain-tier magic. The Day of Finality. Type item Badge. Quantity 5. Trait Indestructible. Skill one-time domain-tier magic, the Day of Finality. Target any enemy. The next magical attack launched against them will be elevated to domain tier. The Day of Finality consists of 5 matching badges, which Lu Ming considers as a single set of items. Just these 3 items alone significantly increased Lu Ming's confidence. The 10 Guardians block all attacks, the Day of Finality obliterates all enemies, and at worst, even if he messes up, the 5th Decree allows him to resurrect 5 times. This sense of security is absolutely overwhelming. As for intelligence gathering, Lu Ming has this item. Perfect Mirror. Type item Mirror. Trait Perfect Trace. Skill one-time domain-tier magic, World in a Mirror. Inverts the real world, swapping it with the world in the mirror. This is a domain-tier magical item, capable of reflecting the appearance of the world and recording every trace. Its skill magic is not very useful. However, its perfect trace trait can provide Lu Ming with extremely powerful intelligence. Whenever Lu Ming wishes, the perfect mirror will display everything he wants to see in this world. And it provides him with comprehensive understanding through images and written records. With this magic item, Lu Ming has all the information about this world at his fingertips, and even the movements of the gods are clear to him at every moment. Regarding the perfect mirror, Lu Ming's method of using it is simple and brutal. He just keeps tracking down high-level magical gear and items, scouring the whole world, and constantly recasting them with the Infinite Vault. After the 9 worlds merged, the land became incredibly vast, and combined with millions of years of accumulation, the number of high-level magical items is truly staggering. Of course, if the timing is right, he acts decisively. Many powerful magical races that worship the gods were wiped out by him, all becoming gear and items in the Infinite Vault. So, Lu Ming's count of god-tier magical items surpassed 50,000, primordial-tier magic items reached 5,000, and even domain-tier magic items hit a terrifying 600. The total annihilation of the angel race infuriated the god of the sky, and the god of war naturally became the target of all that wrath, leading to an increasingly intense conflict between the two. Lu Ming watched the show from the sidelines, hoping the gods would fight even more fiercely so he could find more opportunities to scavenge and profit in silence. A certain country, the royal capital. This is the camp of the god of nature. Not far away lies the battlefield between the god of nature and the god of life, attracting a large number of adventurers and players here. These people thought they could soar to greatness by seizing the opportunity of the divine war, only to find they did not even have the qualifications to participate. At best, they end up being killed as cannon fodder. The magical race that follows the god of nature is called the Wood Elves, intelligent magical beings who look much like humans but have pointed ears and delicate features. The Wood Elves are experts in magic research and possess vast reserves of magical knowledge, which is exactly why many adventurers and players have joined the god of nature's camp. However, it is not easy to learn magic from the Wood Elves. Adventurers and players must serve as scouts and bait on the battlefield to earn the contributions needed to study magic. As for whether they can survive, it all depends on luck. This cannot go on. We cannot always get lucky. The moment the enemy spots us, we are done for. The players sighed in frustration. Once they die, they basically have to start all over again. The game's mechanics are brutal, meaning that every mission carries enormous risk. Even the Crescent Guild and the Deep Blue Guild can only serve as cannon fodder in this war, let alone ordinary players. Even the official organizations of various countries are not doing much better. After all, the protagonists of this war are not the players. Suddenly, a massive shadow drifted slowly over the royal capital, shedding resplendent magical light. Players looked up in awe, struck by the sight. Is this the Wood Elf floating island? How spectacular! Someone sensed something wrong, frowned, and said gravely, "This is the battlefield of the god of nature and the god of life. What do the Wood Elves mean by bringing their floating island here?" The next moment, boom! A terrifying explosion rocked the world in the distance, sending billows of smoke into the sky. A visible shockwave swept across dozens of kilometers, washing over the royal capital. Everyone's faces filled with horror. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded in their ears, and everyone finally understood what was happening. Terrified out of their wits, they turned and bolted. Run! The Wood Elves are at war with a dragon. The shockwave arrived in an instant, leveling the royal capital to the ground. Giant magic circles unfolded in the sky. The Wood Elf floating island remained unshaken by the shockwave and launched a fierce attack on the distant dragon. In reality, dragons, regardless of blood purity, are not intelligent beings. Essentially, they are mindless beasts that know only how to destroy everything. Dragons do not worship any gods and, naturally, belong to no faction. It was the Wood Elves who initiated the war. With the god of nature falling behind in the struggle against the god of life, the Wood Elves who worship him were not about to stand idly by. Their plan was simple. Capture the dragons of the Dragon Realm, convert them into magical weapons, and use those weapons to launch a god-slaying war against the god of life. The dragons of the Dragon Realm are different from ordinary ones. Even without divine blessings, they possess unimaginably powerful strength. This is why the Wood Elves targeted the Dragon Realm. Magic deployment. Power unleashed. As the Wood Elves unleashed their god-level magic, the floating island emitted a dazzling aurora. The savage dragon roared to the sky, only to be struck down by the blast. Boom! Blood splattered across the earth. The dragon crashed to the ground. We did it! The Wood Elves rejoiced. Quick, go recover the corpse. However, before the Wood Elves could retrieve the dragon's remains, an accident occurred. A streak of light pierced the horizon, effortlessly breaking through all the floating island's defenses. The Wood Elves were shocked beyond belief. Who goes there? A figure emerged from the streak of light. Lu Ming made a dazzling entrance, and an invisible pulse swept through, instantly finishing off all the Wood Elves on the floating island. He opened his infinite treasury, whisking away the dragon's corpse along with the floating island. Forging started. Forging complete. The dragons of the Dragon Realm are basically 10th level magical beings, so the equipment forged from their remains is naturally of the domain level. As for the floating island, Lu Ming released the reforged island. Staring at the massive structure, he could not help but exclaim, "This thing is quite extraordinary." Domain Sky Island. Type Vehicle/Island. Traits: Durable, Airborne, World-Class, Warfortress. Skill: Single-Use Domain Magic, Seed of the World. Completely unleashes the island's domain power, transforming it into the primal seed of a new world. Do not be fooled by its outward size. Its interior is so vast it is practically a world unto itself, if the skill is unleashed. It can directly transform into a world seed, growing into a true realm comparable to the 9 worlds, a genuine act of creation. Great stuff. Stowing away the domain Sky Island, Lu Ming headed toward the Dragon Realm. His goal and the Wood Elf's goal coincided to some extent, but for Lu Ming, the dragon remains were merely an appetizer. So, Lu Ming arrived outside the Dragon Realm. Looking out, his field of vision was filled with fierce and violent dragons. He opened his infinite treasury and charged straight in. Boom, boom, boom. Countless magical weapons rained down, slaughtering the dragons outside the Dragon Realm in a blink of an eye, and forging them all into equipment for the infinite treasury. He walked further down the valley. Before long, the path opened up, and Lu Ming finally stepped into the heart of the Dragon Realm. Roar! Inside the Dragon Realm, dragon roars echoed one after another. There were even more dragons than outside, and they were significantly more powerful. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 10th level dragons here. The number was staggering. And the reason for all this. Lu Ming looked at the pitch-black remains in the Dragon Realm that rose like a mountain range. It was a divine skeleton, the bones of a god. It was precisely the influence of these divine remains that made the dragons in the realm so strong. Even without divine blessings, they possessed the power to rival other magical races. These divine remains were the true target of Lu Ming's trip. He opened his infinite treasury and swept the divine remains into it in one fell swoop. Forging started. Lu Ming could not help but feel a bit excited. With god-level materials, I wonder what grade of equipment I can forge. What? A divine war inevitably means that gods will fall. During the last divine war, the dragon god was among the most powerful deities, but unfortunately, he was eventually defeated in a battle against the god of war. Not only did he lose his divine authority, he was also completely killed by the god of war. The remains of the god fell here, eventually turning this place into the Dragon Realm, leaving nothing but a skeleton, which ended up being a huge stroke of luck for Lu Ming. A moment later, the exciting moment had arrived. Forging complete. The dragon god's remains were successfully forged into magic equipment. Lu Ming excitedly took out the equipment. Void set. Type Armor. Trait Indestructible. Skill 1, Consumable Void Magic, Vow of Immortality. Those not surpassing the power of the void cannot kill the one protected by this blessing. Skill 2, Consumable Void Magic, Void Sovereign. Unleash the full power of the void set and become the master of the infinite void. Skill 3, Consumable Passive Void Magic, Endless Reincarnation. In the name of the Void Sovereign, death is not the end but the beginning. In terms of magic levels, Transcendental Magic is level 11, World-Class Magic is level 12, and God-level Magic is level 13. That is to say, Void Magic is level 18 magic, 3 levels higher than Celestial Magic. Without a second thought, Lu Ming equipped the Void set and immediately activated the Vow of Immortality. The supreme void power descended, casting an invisible layer of protection over him. Surpassing the void. What a joke. Lu Ming figured that the power level of the 9 realms was not nearly enough. Even if the gods fought with all their might, it was questionable if they could conjure up a single piece of celestial magic. In other words, with the Vow of Immortality, Lu Ming is now absolutely immortal. His sense of security had reached a whole new level. Even if things went wrong and the Vow of Immortality was broken, the endless reincarnation of the Void Set would serve as his final line of defense. This magic would send him back to before his death, over and over again, never ending until he resolved the crisis that caused his death. The timing was perfect. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. God of Wars. Suddenly, boom! The sky shook violently. Thunder and lightning flashed as if the end of the world had arrived. Then, the God of War's emotionless voice echoed from the sky. So that is it, the mastermind behind the fall of the divine realm, the unification of the 9 realms, and the stripping of divine authority. As the most powerful god in this world, not much could be hidden from the God of War, yet Lu Ming possessed many powerful concealment items. Even the powerful God of War could not detect what Lu Ming had been doing. Until now. With the void set in hand, Lu Ming was confident and fearless. He exposed himself openly, calling out the God of War's name to face him directly. The moment he saw Lu Ming, the God of War understood everything. The fall of the divine realm. The unification of the 9 realms. The loss of divine authority. Everything was caused by this person. No anger. No surprise. The God of War had no human emotions. He simply spoke to Lu Ming in the flattest tone. "Ant, what is your purpose?" "It is quite simple." The Wheel of Fate appeared behind him as Lu Ming took a parchment contract from his infinite treasury. The wheel turned once and the contract ignited. "I want to borrow your remains." Boom! In an instant, the sky shattered. A giant figure descended before Lu Ming. Forced divine descent. Type contract item. Trait none. Skill consumable primal magic. Forced divine descent. Invoke primal power to target any god and force them to descend before you. The forced divine descent activated instantly, dragging the God of War from his throne. Feeling this irresistible power, he could not comprehend it. A mere ant, how could you possess such power? Planning the divine war. Secretly accumulating strength. Ming had been waiting for this day. Now, equipped with the void set, he possessed hundreds of celestial magic items in his infinite treasury, thousands of primal level items, tens of thousands of god level ones, and countless others. With such power, he no longer feared the gods. The doom of the gods has come. The infinite treasury opened, and a massive spaceship emerged. Lu Ming held a gemstone as the Wheel of Fate turned twice, activating both items simultaneously. God-slaying spear. Type spaceship vehicle. Traits sturdy flight. Skill consumable god-level magic, spear of god-slaying, a miracle light born from infinite wisdom, delivering the judgment of death to gods. Above the gods. Type gemstone item. Trait none. Skill consumable god-level magic, above the gods, wield supreme divine power to transcend the gods, increasing the next magic attack by 1 level. Lu Ming had obtained these 2 items a long time ago, and did not expect them to be useful until now. The above the gods magic effect boosted the god-slaying spear's attack by 1 level, promoting it to primal magic, moving so fast that the God of War was caught off guard. Just as the God of War tried to react, the Wheel of Fate behind Lu Ming turned backward once, forcibly canceling the magic the God of War was about to cast. In that split second, chains emerged from the void to lock the God of War firmly in place, while the magic array on the ship fully deployed, forming a giant spear that pierced through the God of War's chest. The earth shook. The God of War crashed to the ground, pinned by the god-slaying spear. After the strike, the ship shattered, the spear vanished, but the God of War had not been executed. Lu Ming understood. The death effect was resisted. Being the strongest god, it is normal to have such strength. After all, the God of War himself can cast primal magic, so resisting the mere death judgment of a god-slaying spear is not surprising. Boom! Without any visible movement from the God of War, a powerful, devastating shockwave arrived, shattering 1,000 kilometers of land in an instant with overwhelming force. A stone tablet appeared. 10 guards protected Lu Ming, remaining unmoved. How could the destructive force of primal magic shake a 10-fold defense at the celestial level? On the shattered earth, Lu Ming held a bow, an emblem turned into light and merged with a white arrow. The arrow left the string, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the God of War in the next second. Dragon's Roar. Type arrow weapon. Quantity 4. Trait must hit. Skill consumable world-class magic, arrow of certain death. The target hit is guaranteed to die. Day of Doom. Type emblem item. Quantity 5. Trait indestructible. Skill consumable celestial magic. Day of Doom. Target any enemy. The next magic attack against them will be boosted to celestial level. The fatal arrow, elevated to the level of cosmic magic, struck the war god down instantly without a hitch. Facing this blow, the war god had no power to resist. Bang! On the crumbling earth, the war god's towering body collapsed with a thud, only to be immediately collected by Lu Ming into his infinite treasury, where it was forged into magical equipment on the spot. Deep in the void, the gods felt a tremor, and all were shaken to their core. The war god is dead. Boom! The sky god was utterly bewildered. As the strongest god of all, how could the war god be killed? The goddess of fate was also finding it impossible to believe. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. For some reason, the goddess of fate felt a profound sense of unease. If this feeling had been merely a vague shadow before, now, after the death of the war god, it had grown overwhelmingly intense. This anxiety was becoming ever more stifling. She intuitively sensed that something terrifying was about to happen. The death of the war god undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the pantheon. The most horrifying part was that his death was so bizarre, no one even knew how he had actually been killed. In reality, this was only the beginning. Forging started. Forging complete. Before long, Lu Ming had successfully forged the war god's divine remains into a piece of magical equipment. Void's Throne. Type item Throne. Properties invincible, illusory. Skill one-time use, void magic, master of dominion. Commands the power of the endless void to unleash a strike that transcends the void itself. This was a void throne condensed from infinite stars. Lu Ming summoned it, and it manifested behind him, much like his wheel of fate. Invincible property. Lu Ming exclaimed, this time, I am truly invincible. The effect of the Master of Dominion void magic was straightforward enough, but by comparison, Lu Ming preferred the invincible property of the void throne. This was a massive surprise. It was simple to understand. As long as Lu Ming possessed the void throne, he would remain in an invincible position, unless the enemy could surpass the void itself. Otherwise, they would have absolutely no chance of winning. It was just that unreasonable. Lu Ming rolled up his sleeves, having no intention of stopping. After taking down the war god, he immediately set out to hunt down the other gods, planning to break through this world in one fell swoop. The fall of the war god did not alert the other gods. Instead, the lack of such a powerful rival sent their fervor for war to unprecedented heights, as each of them vied to take the war god's place. Only the goddess of fate trembled, certain that something horrifying was about to occur. Following the war god, the next targets were the goddess of nature and the goddess of life. There was no special reason, simply because they happened to be near Lu Ming. In fact, earlier when Lu Ming and the war god were fighting in the dragon realm, it was virtually right on their doorstep, so having just finished off the war god outside, he charged straight into their home to take care of them as well. He went right in and dealt with them both. The goddess of nature and the goddess of life were caught completely off guard. In no world could the gods have imagined that the one who killed the war god was actually a mere mortal. However, even with preparation, it would have been meaningless, given Lu Ming's current fighting power and inventory of weapons, which could only be described as insane. Even if all the gods attacked together, they would just be serving themselves up on a platter. The gods could at most unleash strength at the primordial magic level, while Lu Ming had thousands of pieces of primordial level magical equipment and items. Not to mention his cosmic and void level gear. In a single encounter, the goddess of nature and the goddess of life were wiped out by Lu Ming. Forging started. Forging complete. Both divine remains were subsequently forged by the infinite treasury into two pieces of void level equipment. Void force. Type item gem. Properties none. Skill one-time use void magic, void force. Augmented by the power of the void, the next magical attack is elevated to void level and gains an instant cast effect. Void scepter. Type weapon scepter. Properties none. Skill one-time use void magic, ruinous strike. Detonates the infinite void to destroy everything. When the goddess of nature and the goddess of life, two powerful deities, fell, the gods finally realized the gravity of the situation. No matter how you looked at it, this was happening way too fast. The war god had just fallen, and now the goddess of nature and life followed suit. The situation was truly bizarre, yet no matter how the gods tried to trace the source, they could not find a single clue. And that was the biggest problem of all. For a time, the gods were deeply uneasy. The Temple of Fate. If any god had the strongest sense of crisis, it was undoubtedly the goddess of fate. After the divine realm collapsed and the god war began, she did not participate in the scramble for power like the others. Instead, she fled as far away as she could, staying as far from the center of the conflict as possible, hiding away alone in her Temple of Fate, refusing to show her face. She knew full well that mere avoidance would never prevent the arrival of this unknown terror. Rather than wait for death, she decided to do what she could to fight for a sliver of survival. Therefore, using her former prestige and connections, the goddess of fate gathered a group of quite capable gods at the Temple of Fate, all to stand against the unknown terror that was approaching. Rather than hunting them down one by one, Lu Ming clearly preferred such a convenient group extermination. Unbeknownst to her, the goddess of fate's actions backfired completely. It only landed them in Lu Ming's sights even sooner. One day, boom! A blinding flash of light vanished in an instant, and the Temple of Fate crumbled to ruins. The gods who had been gathered there fled in disarray. Unbelievable. The god holding a scepter stared, eyes filled with terror and shock, still unable to understand or accept the truth unfolding before him. This is nothing but a mortal. Footsteps echoed. In the ruins of the Temple of Fate, Lu Ming strolled out comfortably. He was holding a god by the neck and twisted it with a casual flick of his wrist. Snap! One god had perished just like that. Just like a mortal. Terror. Bewilderment. Incredulity. The goddess of fate was the most shocked of all. Looking at Lu Ming's familiar face, she cried out, "It is you." She never could have imagined that the reincarnated hero she herself had sent into the 9 realms would turn into a god slayer who struck fear into the hearts of all deities. Could this be fate? Lu Ming smiled at her. Then scanning the gathering of gods, he said, "Perfect. It saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. I will just finish you all off right here." The gods heard this and were moved to rage. "Mere ant, you are far too arrogant." With that said, they unleashed their most powerful offensive magic, all without exception, as instant casts. In a battle of this caliber, magic that is not instant cast simply has no time to be performed. In an instant, heaven and earth began to collapse. At the same time, the endless star-filled sky appeared behind Lu Ming. With the invincible property of the Void Throne applied to his body, Lu Ming suppressed all the attacks of the gods with a single hand. Weak and pathetic attack. The infinite treasury unfolded, as divine and primordial-grade magic items began to emerge one after another. The gods were struck with absolute terror. The goddess of fate turned deathly pale. Just like the god of war, she could not comprehend how Lu Ming, a mere mortal, could be powerful enough to rival the gods themselves. How is this even possible? In the depths of despair, the goddess of fate echoed the same question as the god of war. What is your true purpose? Lu Ming's answer remained unchanged. I simply need to borrow the remains of the gods. At that instant, the magic items descended. Boom, booms, boom. In a heartbeat, all 20-something gods gathered in the Temple of Fate, including the goddess of fate herself, perished. Their divine remains were forged by the infinite treasury into void-grade magic equipment. 23 void-grade magic items in total. With such a massive loss of deities, and given that Lu Ming was no longer hiding his presence, the remaining gods would surely realize who he was soon, and subsequently launch a full-scale counterattack. However, the gods no longer had the chance. Lu Ming took out a piece of void-grade magic equipment he had just finished forging. Void Domain. Type Special Domain. Trait None. Skill Disposable Void Magic Void Domain. The endless void becomes the domain, and every word becomes law. Those not above the void cannot resist it. This meant that as long as Lu Ming deployed the void domain, within the endless void encompassing the 9 realms, Anyone whose strength did not transcend the void would be unable to defy his decrees. With this void domain alone, Lu Ming possessed the power to end all the gods instantly. In fact, he did exactly that, activating the item's magical skill without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the endless void transformed into Lu Ming's domain. His consciousness rose above the star seas, overlooking the 9 realms, and everything within became subject to his command. He declared by decree, "Let all gods of the 9 realms appear before me." As the decree was issued, the remaining gods of the 9 realms were forcibly gathered before Lu Ming without even knowing what had happened, completely unable to grasp their current situation. Then came the second decree. Lu Ming was crisp and decisive. By decree, let all gods perish. The words were spoken, and the gods fell. With just that one sentence, all the gods perished right before Lu Ming's eyes. Facing the power of the void, they had no means to resist. After merely 2 decrees, the void domain shattered. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had successfully wiped out all the gods of the 9 realms in one go. Done! Lu Ming cheerfully collected the remains of the gods into his infinite treasury. Forging started. Forging complete. All told, Lu Ming now possessed over 120 void-grade magic items and artifacts, his strength grown to a point where he himself did not know how to measure it. However, the battle was not over yet. Lu Ming retrieved the dragon's wrath, the dragon's howl, and a gem from the infinite treasury. While using the void domain earlier, he had glimpsed something deeper within the 9 realms, a power even greater than that of the gods. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 realms shook violently. The firmament shattered. The earth collapsed. The entire world was falling apart. The players were bewildered, not even knowing which way to run, lamenting, "First it is a war of gods, now the end of the world. How are we supposed to survive this? What is happening now?" Within moments, the unified 9 realms completely disintegrated, reduced to an even more fragmented state. What was once a continent was now countless smaller worlds. Among the shattered realms, a white star shining with a cross-shaped light rose slowly, erupting with staggering power as it confronted Lu Ming from afar. "World will," Lu Ming whispered. He then raised his bow. The gem shattered, dissolving into light that fused with the pure white arrow, the arrow of sure hit and instant kill locking onto the world will in the void. Void power. Type item gem. Trait none. Skill disposable void magic void power. Infused with void power, the next magic attack is upgraded to void grade and gains an instant cast effect. Dragon's howl. Type weapon arrow. Quantity 4. Trait sure hit. Skill disposable world grade magic arrow of sure kill. The target hit will undoubtedly perish. God Slayer. The world will send a ripple of communication to Lu Ming, majestically proclaiming, "You have broken the balance of the 9 realms and slaughtered the gods. You must pay the price." As it finished speaking, the star radiance released an endless brilliance, intent on erasing Lu Ming entirely. Everything in the path of the radiance was destroyed, and countless world fragments vanished instantly. This attack looked incredibly powerful. In reality, it was only equivalent to celestial domain-grade magic. The dragon's howl left the bow instantly. The incoming endless radiance was crushed by the now void-grade arrow of sure kill, which possessed a far more overwhelming power. Boom! Breaking the hull with a single point. With one arrow, Lu Ming shattered the light attack of the world will and pierced through it directly. The effect of the sure kill arrow triggered, and the world will perished on the spot. The infinite treasury unfolded. Lu Ming quickly seized the remains of the world will and immediately began forging, fearing that even a moment's hesitation might see him sent back to the real world. If his guess was correct, the world will was likely the strongest entity in this game. Forging started. Forging complete. The essence of the world will was far beyond that of the gods. While the gods were merely divine-level beings, the world will was a celestial domain-level existence, and using a celestial domain-level entity as material. The result was nothing less than infinite grade. Star of Infinity. Type Special Treasury. Trait Miracle. Skill Disposable Infinite Magic Infinite Power. Completely unleash the power of the Star of Infinity. the next strike will transcend the realm of the infinite. First, the Star of Infinity is a treasury with infinite space that can store any item, which was perfect for transferring all the gear and artifacts from the infinite treasury. Its miracle trait was the most critical aspect. With this blessing, Lu Ming would gain the ability to control all probabilities and possibilities. In the real world, Lu Ming could travel through cosmic space and create matter using cosmic energy, but he could not manipulate the probabilities and possibilities of events. Now, with the Star of Infinity and the blessing of the miracle trait, he would become nearly omnipotent, the true creator and the embodiment of miracles themselves. There was only one way in which the Star of Infinity was inferior to the infinite treasury, although Lu Ming could still use the miracle trait to forge any material into equipment and items. The maximum grade of the equipment and items would be capped at the infinite grade, whereas the infinite treasury could forge gear of any grade as long as the materials were sufficiently advanced. As Lu Ming had anticipated, defeating the strongest entity in the game world triggered hidden mechanisms that allowed the obtained power to be brought back to the real world in its entirety. Soon, a white light gathered before Lu Ming, instantly forming a white vortex that engulfed him. What? A flash of white light. Lu Ming returned to the real world. However, when Lu Ming saw the scene before him clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. There he stood in a short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, amidst a pile of ruins, with a giant question mark hanging over his head. Where is my house? Where did my huge apartment go? Universal knowledge activation. Immediately, Lu Ming understood the cause and effect, feeling quite helpless. During the time he was in the game, over a dozen game invasion incidents had occurred across New City, and unfortunately, one of them happened right here. Caught in the crossfire of the battle, his apartment building was reduced to rubble. Lu Ming knew this day would come sooner or later, but he did not expect it to happen so fast. He had not been gone for long, and now that he was back, his home was gone. What a mess. A construction crew approached, and the man in front said, "Hey kid, this place is being rebuilt. It is not safe here, move along." Oh. Lu Ming accepted the reality and began to consider where to rent a place. After thinking it over, District F seemed to have the quietest and most pleasant environment, which suited him best. Just after he headed toward District F, New City Disaster Monitoring Bureau. An alarm went off. The monitor's expression changed, and he immediately displayed the specific disaster information on the big screen. Report: a disaster signal has appeared above New City, showing strong life and energy signatures. Preliminary assessment: the disaster level is S-class. What? Upon hearing that the disaster level was S-class, everyone in the monitoring bureau was nearly scared out of their wits, and they immediately began taking countermeasures. The director of the bureau immediately contacted the higher-ups. An S-class disaster. This is a super disaster, capable of destroying an entire country. New City's forces alone definitely could not handle a disaster of this magnitude. If they could not neutralize it in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is it a game invasion phenomenon? No game invasion signals detected. The director frowned. In other words, the source of the disaster comes from our own world. Director, the disaster source is expected to reach the ground in 30 seconds. We cannot conduct an effective interception. The expected landing site is District F. We do not have enough time. Start the evacuation alarm immediately. Evacuation in progress. New City, District F. Warning, warning. An unknown disaster phenomenon has appeared above New City. The expected landing site is District F. All residents, please evacuate from District F as soon as possible. Run! Amidst the panicked crowd, Lu Ming stood calmly on the street, holding a rental flyer for an apartment, pondering what kind of place to rent. Although Lu Ming had not been short on money since he could create matter with cosmic energy, he did not like to squander it, fully embracing his understated nature. He kept his life exactly as it was. Even when buying a popsicle, he did not like buying expensive ones unless he was really craving it, let alone renting an apartment. That kind of thing is all about cost effectiveness. Just as he was lost in thought. Boom! A shooting star streaked across the sky and slammed down right in front of him, unleashing a violent gust of wind and a powerful shockwave. In the blink of an eye, everything within a 100-meter radius was turned into ruins. The ground shook violently, dense cracks appeared on the sturdy concrete road, and a huge crater formed at the center of the impact. The residents were terrified. The disaster has landed. Run! Someone wondered, a meteorite. Obviously not. According to the Disaster Monitoring Bureau, this thing had extremely strong life and energy signatures, most likely an extraterrestrial life form from outer space. And that was indeed the case. Bam! The ground shook as a behemoth emerged from the swirling smoke. Its massive frame could easily rattle the earth, and its face looked as sinister as a monster from a myth. Roar! A thunderous roar unleashed its ferocious intent. Roar! Just as the beast was about to wreak havoc, it looked down and found a human standing casually in front of it, acting as if it did not even exist. A cruel light flashed in its blood-red eyes. With a shockingly human-like mocking expression, it swiped a giant claw at the human on the ground. Lu Ming came to his senses, just in time to see a massive claw filling his vision. Boom! 20 seconds later, several official players from the new City Disaster Monitoring Bureau finally arrived, but all they found was a huge crater. Where is the disaster? Their expressions were extremely grave. A white-haired girl jumped into the crater, looked at the giant footprint, and speculated, "It looks like a beast-type alien life form. It is massive, probably about 50 meters tall." The problem is, where is it now? This thing is classified as an S-class disaster. If we do not find it, we are in big trouble. It looks like it is hiding. It might be an intelligent life form. This is trouble. Lu Ming found the apartment using the address on the flyer, but there was no one there, so he dialed the number on the paper. Hello, is this the 20 apartment? Yes, I am looking to rent a room. Oh, right. Lu Ming said, looking at the fat hamster in his hand, "Can I keep pets in the apartment? If it is convenient, when can I come see the place? I am already at your building." Squeak. The beast was furious. The fat hamster in Lu Ming's hand struggled violently and actually began to speak in human tongue, raging, "Human, what have you done to me?" Just a moment ago, it was a fearsome giant beast. How did it end up looking like this silly creature in the blink of an eye before it could even land a strike? Lu Ming, while still on the phone, boredly started rubbing and squeezing the fat hamster, letting it struggle all it wanted, but it could not escape his grasp. Utterly desperate. "I'm the prince of the Third Empire of the Orion Arm, Milky Way Galaxy. Audacious human, do you know what you are doing? Release me at once and restore me to my original form, or prepare to face the wrath of the Third Empire." Lu Ming paid no attention. He kept squishing and poking the fat hamster, saying to himself, "You are so fat, I will call you Lard from now on. I will buy you a hamster cage later." A cosmic hamster. That breed is incredibly rare. El Lard. The fat hamster was stunned, then furious. As Lu Ming continued to rub it, it spat out threats. "Human, how dare you insult me like this? I will make sure you die in the most painful way possible." "I think you still do not quite grasp your situation." Lu Ming hung up the phone and flicked Lard with his finger, acting like he was shooting a marble. Lard's expression turned to terror, completely losing its initial toughness. "Human, what are you doing? Numbers do not." What? The so-called S-class catastrophe vanished the moment it landed, having the bad luck of falling right into Lu Ming's hands and becoming a humiliated pet hamster. A lot of thunder, but little rain. But this terrified the Disaster Monitoring Bureau. They did not dare to relax for a second without finding the tracks and whereabouts of Fatty, and everyone was on edge. The General Headquarters responded quickly, sending a powerful S-class player to New City in less than half an hour to sit in command and be ready to strike at any time. However, the Disaster Monitoring Bureau practically turned the whole city upside down, but could not find a single trace. An S-class catastrophe had just vanished into thin air right under their noses. Helplessly, the headquarters had to use even more advanced monitoring methods, but even so, they found nothing, and the Bureau could not help but suspect that they were dealing with something supernatural. Just in case, they had to let the dispatched S-class expert stay in New City for the long term. District F. On the day the disaster alert was lifted, Lu Ming moved into a new apartment because it was closer to the suburbs and had a low occupancy rate. The rent was very cheap. Most importantly, the environment was beautiful, the scenery was pleasant, and it was very quiet. It was incredibly comfortable to live in, simply the best value for money. The downside is also that it is close to the suburbs. Because of the low occupancy, it easily becomes a lurking area for invading characters, and the danger level rises sharply. Of course, Lu Ming does not need to consider this. Also, he really did buy a hamster cage for Fatty, but Fatty has been listless and hopeless for the past few days because Lu Ming's move made it lose touch with its javelin. It still has not recovered, even now. It was precisely because of that Fatty fully realized the reality, and in the last few days, it has not been shouting about being the prince of the Third Empire of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Rations are running out. Lu Ming needs to go out for supplies, and before leaving, he specifically instructed Fatty, "I am going out, do not run around." Fatty lay spread-eagled in the cage, still looking hopeless. As soon as Lu Ming left and walked away, it immediately regained its energy, showed a shrewd expression and sneered, "Do not run around, this little cutie is not running." A mere broken cage wants to trap the great prince of the Third Empire. In your dreams. Clang! Fatty bared its two big front teeth and bit down, its eyes widening instantly. It jumped up in pain, almost breaking its teeth on the cage. My teeth! It winced for a long time before recovering. Fatty knocked on the hamster cage, dazed, confirming that it was just a perfectly ordinary cage. Then the problem clearly lies with itself. Has my power been sealed? Fatty did not believe it and tried to mobilize the energy in its body, but there was no response at all. At this moment, it rolled its eyes and collapsed in despair. If it cannot break the seal, what is the point of escaping? In utter hopelessness, Fatty had an epiphany, as if a door to a new world had opened. Why not just stay here as a pet hamster for the rest of its life? It was a loser prince to begin with anyway. Running to Earth was purely accidental. It had wanted to conquer a planet to prove its strength to the Third Empire, but did not expect to be so unlucky. Caught the moment it landed. Let it be. Fatty lay spread-eagled in the cage, showing its lazy nature, as if giving up. This kind of life actually seems pretty good. At least there's always food and drink. Suddenly, it was stunned, then overjoyed. It could feel its little javelin again. Ha, it is back. The feeling is back. Fatty was ecstatic. Finally, no need to worry about having no heirs. In an instant, Fatty's life was full of hope again. So, Lu Ming returned with a large bag of rations. Fatty, having decided to return to its old self, sat with its legs crossed and shouted, "Human, I am hungry. Feed me now. As my caretaker, how can you let your pet starve?" Lu Ming was stunned. What is going on? Did this little guy adapt to its new identity so quickly? It was clearly listless and hopeless before I went out. No. Rather than adapting, it is more like this is Fatty's true nature. This heartless, contented, lazy air is definitely not something it is pretending to have. Lu Ming took out a sausage and threw it on the table. If you want to eat, get it yourself. Clean up your own messes. If I see any trash you have made anywhere else, I will twist your head off. Fatty was confused. It seemed to realize something, hurried to the door of the cage, and just gave it a gentle push, and the cage door opened slowly. Fatty was silent for a moment and confirmed, "You did not lock the cage just now." Lu Ming, chewing on a sausage, replied perfunctorily, "Are you wearing light bulbs in your eyes? When have you ever seen me lock it? Otherwise, why would I tell you not to run around?" Fatty was silent again. At this moment, it felt a little sad about its own intelligence, but then all emotions were thrown to the winds, and it ran out of the cage and hugged the sausage to gnaw on it. Heartlessly saying, "To think you would make a pet forage for itself, human, you really are a very unqualified caretaker. Take it or leave it." "I will take it." A translucent interface was projected in midair, and Lu Ming was idly flipping through strategy guides on major forum gaming sections, preparing for the next game. Fatty puffed up its cheeks and leaned over, exclaiming, "Honestly, your human technology actually seems quite interesting." Its eyes wandered, and seeing a tablet on the table, it moved over to fiddle with it. As an advanced beast-type intelligent life form, no language or text actually makes a difference to Fatty. It can understand any information in any language. It just could not use its energy. Fundamentally, it is still an advanced life form. A moment later, Fatty had fully mastered how to use the tablet. It took a sneaky look at Lu Ming, and seeing that he did not care about it at all, it promptly posted a thread online. Help, I am the Prince of the Third Empire of the Milky Way Orion Arm, currently trapped on Blue Star. My power is sealed. If someone can help me, when I return to the Third Empire, I will make them a great general of the Empire. First floor, I claim this spot. Not many people here, I will set up a pallet, thanks. Please turn off the lights. Not many people here, I hope no one knows I am eating this crap. Venmo me 50, and I will make you a general of the Qin Empire. I Qin Shi Huang, send money, and I can provide an invoice. Fatty looked at the chaotic thread, its expression very colorful, and then silently closed the tablet, no longer having the slightest thought about seeking help online. What? Open the game terminal. Lu Ming swipes across the interface. He had already decided on the third game to enter. Before entering the game world, he specifically cautioned Fatty, when I am not around, do not run around. If you want to go out for a walk, do not leave the apartment area, otherwise, be careful about being snatched away by a cat. Do not worry, do not worry. Fatty's eyes rolled around and he said very honestly, with my appearance, how far can I run? Instructions finished. Lu Ming ignored this salted fish. Game Super Universe. Enter the game. A white light flashed. Lu Ming entered the game world. Then, Fatty abandoned his salted fish posture, failed a carp leap, and had to roll up, run to the balcony, and look down with ambition. It was as if an emperor was inspecting his territory. I am the Prince of the Third Empire in the Orion Arm of the Milky Way. How could I ever be content with being a pet hamster, you stupid human? Do you really think this place can trap me? I will rise from where I fell. Even if my powers are sealed, I will never surrender. HMPH, the plan to conquer Blue Star starts with this residential complex. Meow. Just as Fatty was making his grand speech, the cat on the neighboring balcony curiously stretched its head over, and a single meow startled Fatty so much that he accidentally tumbled back into the room. Ouch, that hurt like crazy. Super Universe Game World. The name of this game sounds sci-fi, but in reality, it is a very intense fighting game, the kind where you can feel every punch. Game start. Lu Ming appeared on a planet almost identical to Blue Star. He was in a martial arts gym, wearing the same white martial arts uniform as the other disciples. Then the game introduction began. The vast Milky Way is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. Each region nurtures countless life-bearing planets and has given birth to countless brilliant and dazzling civilizations. Martial arts, superpowers, secret arts, magic, technology. There is more than one path to becoming strong. Player Lu Ming. Race human. Combat power 5s. Ability nuns. Technique none. Super Universe is also a large open-world game, so there are no rules or main storylines, let alone fixed ways to play or set paths. The start depends entirely on luck, and the rest depends on your performance. There is only one goal: become the strongest in this world. Detecting game world. Cheat loading. Loading complete, please select your cheat. 1. Galaxy Store. 2. Secret Arts Master. 3. Super Drop Rate. Cheat selection stage. Lu Ming began to weigh the pros and potential of each cheat. The Galaxy Store allows for the purchase of all goods in the entire galaxy, including but not limited to lineage genes, abilities, weapons, secret arts, magic, superpowers, technology, and so on. The rarer the item, the higher the price. The effect of the Secret Arts Master is simple. By choosing this, Lu Ming could directly master all secret arts from all civilizations in the entire galaxy. For example, things like instant teleportation fall under the category of secret arts. Super Drop Rate is very straightforward. Any target attacked by Lu Ming will randomly drop a lineage, ability, or technique they possess. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming decided to choose Super Drop Rate. He had checked guides before entering the game and knew that secret arts held a certain status in the Super Universe, but most were auxiliary abilities with maxed-out versatility and support effects. The downside is that they offer limited improvement to actual combat power. He skipped the Galaxy Store. No matter how he looked at it, Super Drop Rate was better, simple, and with high potential. Super Drop Rate successfully selected. Have a great time playing. Inside the martial arts gym, burly gym master said to a group of disciples, including Lu Ming, a true martial artist is one who uses martial arts to clarify their heart. Martial arts is not just for physical training, but also for tempering our spirit and willpower, allowing us to become stronger people both physically and mentally. That is the spirit and meaning of a martial artist. Watch. The gym master took a horse stance, gathering his strength for a long time under the puzzled gazes of his disciples, until his face turned red and the veins and muscles on his body bulged exaggeratedly. Suddenly, he thrust out a hand, releasing a light sphere that blasted a hole in the wall with amazing power. Ho! The gym master relaxed, sweating profusely, and said, "Only a true martial artist can temper the body and spirit to the limit, thereby sensing the ki within the body and releasing it. If you want to reach this level, you must persist in your efforts." Yes. Having witnessed the power of a martial artist and chi, the disciples in the gym were burning with motivation. So this is chi. Lu Ming was curious about what the gym master's combat power was. An average person has a combat power of 5, so surely the value would see a considerable increase after mastering the application of chi. Chi is the most mainstream cultivation method in the super universe world and the fastest way to increase combat power. Starting on a planet with a prosperous martial arts culture, Lu Ming's luck was pretty good. Lu Ming's luck was quite good. He thus stepped onto the path of a martial artist, day after day tempering his body, spirit, and willpower under the guidance of the gym master and learning martial arts techniques. Lu Ming often sparred with other disciples, but because those guys really had no lineages, abilities, or techniques, the super drop rate never triggered. Nothing dropped. Until one day, Lu Ming got a chance for one-on-one sparring guidance from the gym master. With the master intentionally holding back, he punched the master's arm and was steadily blocked. Even though it was blocked, Lu Ming had definitely landed an attack on the master. Triggered super drop rate. A light orb that only Lu Ming could see flew out from the gym master's body and merged directly into Lu Ming's body. Obtained technique, chi sensing. Learn. Too slow. The gym master scolded, swept his leg, and Lu Ming dodged in time. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, he turned and moved in for a side kick. Boom! The gym master's muscles were as hard as steel, blocking Lu Ming's kick steadily again. For Lu Ming, as long as an attack landed, it counted as a success. Another light orb flew out from the gym master's body and merged into Lu Ming's. Triggered super drop rate. Obtained technique, lightning fist. Learn. In an instant. Lu Ming learned the master's ultimate technique, his footwork and attacks becoming as fast as lightning, with a rain of dense punches leaving behind trails as they landed on the master. Lightning fist. The gym master's pupils constricted, filled with astonishment. Then he hurriedly parried, relying on his powerful physique to block all of Lu Ming's attacks one by one. In Lu Ming's view, rays of light kept surging out from the gym master's body. Triggered super drop rate. The sparring ended in a draw between Lu Ming and the dojo master. Although the master could manifest his inner energy into projectiles, it required a very long charging time. It had very limited use in actual combat. That same day, Lu Ming was expelled from the martial arts gym. The reason was that the master was furious, accusing Lu Ming of stealing his secret techniques without his instruction. Lu Ming left without hesitation. After all, there was nothing left for him to learn there. In the forest, Lu Ming closed his eyes, his heart as calm as still water. He easily sensed the energy within him, lifted his hand, and watched as the energy quickly gathered in his palm. Boom! A blue energy blast emitting a soft glow formed and flew out, shattering a rock into pieces. That single strike nearly drained all of Lu Ming's stamina. Once he learned to sense his inner energy, Lu Ming began to control it according to his own will, and he was far more skillful and fluid in executing it than the master. He could release the energy blast almost instantly. Perhaps it was because he was already experienced in controlling cosmic energy, making him naturally adept at managing this energy as well. As Lu Ming understood it, this so-called energy is essentially life force. Every living plant and animal possesses it. It is just a matter of having more or less. Generally, individuals with stronger life force have better physical fitness and higher stamina, which are the fundamental manifestations of life force in humans. The reverse is also true. Those with robust constitutions and stamina will also have a stronger life force. That is why martial artists find it easier to sense the existence of this energy. Naturally, the stronger one's energy, the stronger their physical fitness, stamina, and life force will be. This is the essence of energy. Lu Ming checked his stats. Player Lu Ming's. Race human. Combat power 50. Abilities none. Techniques energy sensing, lightning fist, turtle breathing, cross fist. To be fair, the master was actually quite capable. Lu Ming looted a bunch of secret techniques from him, and his combat power surged up to 50, which was already far beyond many other martial artists. After all, the vast majority of martial artists cannot even sense or master this energy. Let us head to District 11 and see. Lu Ming looked into the distance and started running at a high speed. District 11 is where martial arts are most prosperous on this planet, with the majority of high-level martial artists gathering there, making it the perfect place for Lu Ming. Half a month later, Lu Ming arrived in District 11. Looking around, there were high-rise buildings everywhere, bustling streets filled with traffic, and the constant sound of car horns. Both the technology and the standard of living were quite high. Although martial arts in District 11 are advanced, their technology is not lagging behind either. He had just arrived when he spotted a martial arts gym on the street corner. As expected of District 11, there are so many gyms. He smiled happily. He then walked up with large strides and pushed open the doors of the gym. Who is the strongest here? I am here to challenge the gym. The disciples inside were stunned and looked at each other. Oh, someone could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, look at him all dirty. Which backwater village did this idiot come from? Go away, do not come here to make trouble. A burly man walked over aggressively, intending to push Lu Ming out the door. Bang! In an instant, the man was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? Lu Ming nonchalantly twisted his neck. So weak. The disciples in the gym immediately fell silent. It looks like this kid has some skills. Challenging the gym. Footsteps echoed. A burly bear man wearing a martial arts uniform stepped out, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming and his expression turned serious. This energy. Master. Their gazes locked, and Lu Ming stood off against the master for a moment. The next moment. Whoosh. The bearman master vanished from his spot, reappeared in front of Lu Ming, and threw a punch without ceremony. So fast. Lu Ming reacted immediately. After dodging the master's attack, he countered with a lightning fist. For a while, fists blurred as they fought, evenly matched. Bang, bang, bangs. With every blow landing, Lu Ming's attacks fell like raindrops on the bearman master. In the exchange of offense and defense, their fists and feet clashed, erupting with loud sounds. Bursts of light kept flowing out from the bearman master's body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, energy sensing. Learn it. Learned. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, flash step fist. Learn it. Learned. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, bearman strength. Equip it. Equip. Immediately. A surge of strength flooded his body. Lu Ming's physical fitness increased significantly, along with a corresponding rise in his life force and energy. Combat power increased. Combat power 60. Lu Ming's fists were already lightning fast, and with the added bearman strength, the master soon found himself under immense pressure and started losing ground. Bang! A punch landed. An explosive sound erupted. The bearman master was sent flying. Sensing that Lu Ming's energy had actually increased in such a short time, he mistakenly thought Lu Ming had a method to boost his power. He felt that things were becoming increasingly tricky. In that case, try this. The bearman master decisively used his ultimate move, his muscles bulging as he prepared to charge his energy. However, Lu Ming immediately raised his hand and fired an energy blast. He did not give the master any time to charge at all. Boom! After a blinding flash of light, the Bearman master collapsed, smoking, and lost consciousness. The battle was over. Thanks for the lesson. Lu Ming stopped, thanked him casually, and left. If you cannot quickly mobilize your inner energy during a fight, energy blasts are practically worthless in real combat. Your enemies will not give you time to charge. And that is the weakness of most martial artists. In this battle, the two techniques Lu Ming learned were extremely valuable in actual combat and greatly boosted his fighting strength. Flash Step Fist allows Lu Ming to enter a super high-speed state instantly to launch close-quarters attacks in the shortest possible time, and when combined with Lightning Fist, its power is multiplied. As for energy sensing, it is not the same thing as energy induction. Energy induction is sensing the energy within one's own body. Energy sensing is perceiving the energy of the external world. With this move, Lu Ming was finally able to perceive the strength of others' energy and use it to roughly estimate anyone's combat power. It is a very practical move. From this day on, Lu Ming traveled through District 11, constantly challenging various martial arts gyms and fighters, easily obtaining a large number of abilities and techniques from them. His combat power increased rapidly. Half a month later, boom! A blinding flash erupted inside a martial arts gym in District 11, followed by a loud explosion. Immediately after, Lu Ming walked out. At this point, his combat power had reached 120. His powerful constitution granted him vigorous life force and stamina, along with sufficiently strong and abundant energy. This allowed him to release energy blasts at will during combat. Inside a dim research lab, the indicator lights on the supercomputer are flashing incessantly. An old man in a white lab coat stands before a large screen, his back hunched as he stares intently at the images displayed. It is none other than footage of Lu Ming challenging the dojos in District 11. Beside him, a white spherical robot speaks, accurately stating Lu Ming's current combat power. Combat power 120, a quite formidable martial artist. Indeed. A strange glint flashes in Dr. Carlos's eyes as he says excitedly, I need more combat data on him. Send a robot over to say hello. Understood. In the darkness, a red light switches on. A dormant Carlos Type 1 combat robot is awakened. Its round, white-painted body and stubby limbs look completely unthreatening. Hibernation ended, executing mission. District 11 in the heart of the city. The Chi Blast Dojo. For this planet, this place is a sacred site for martial artists. Many of its disciples are masters at using Chi, and many techniques for applying Chi originated here. Therefore, the Chi Blast Dojo naturally became Lu Ming's target. Although its reputation outside is legendary, Lu Ming easily took down all the disciples of the Chi Blast Dojo without using much effort at all. Even though his combat power is only 120, he did not expect the peak combat strength on this planet to be so low. It was not until an old man appeared that he finally became interested. Master. The disciples treat him with immense respect. In Lu Ming's perception, the master's chi is not much stronger than his own, perhaps even slightly weaker, with a combat power around 110. During the course of his challenges, Lu Ming has calculated. If the combat power difference between two people is 1/10, the fight will be a fierce struggle, but the gap will be obvious enough that the lower power fighter will struggle to win. If the gap reaches 1/6, while a fight is still possible, it will result in total suppression of the weaker fighter, leaving little suspense. If the power gap is as large as 1/3, the fight will end in a one-hit knockout and can hardly even be called a contest. The master senses that Lu Ming's chi is stronger than his own, but instead of looking grave, he beams with joy and says, "Young people these days are truly getting stronger and stronger." Thanks for the compliment. Lu Ming nods, then flashes forward, using a flash step to appear right in front of the master, and launching an aggressive, lightning-fast flurry of punches. Such a fast flash step. The master reacts immediately, and actually uses the same flash step to engage Lu Ming, their figures flickering rapidly all over the room. The flash step was created by the founder of the Chi Blast Dojo, so as the current master, he naturally knows it too. Bang! 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 The clash of fists and feet, hard as steel, creates continuous sonic booms. The disciples can barely keep up with their speed with their eyes. So fast, I can barely even see them clearly. In the heat of the fight, bursts of light keep erupting from the master's body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, flight. Learn it. Learn. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, chi explosion. Learn it. Learn. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, triple chi blast cannon. Learn it. Learn. I have to say, he is truly the master of the Chi Blast Dojo, knowing only highly practical and powerful techniques. Quietly, Lu Ming's strength is skyrocketing. On the surface, his combat power numerical value has not changed, but in reality, his combat capability and destructive power have undergone a qualitative change. As the name implies, Chi Explosion is a technique to unleash the energy inside the body, allowing the user to significantly boost their combat power in a short time. It is an advanced application of Chi. The Chi Blast Cannon is a pure attack technique, releasing a massive amount of Chi at once to achieve several times the destructive power of the user's base combat strength in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the Master have exchanged hundreds of blows. Due to being slightly weaker in combat power, the Master starts to tire and quickly retreats, looking a bit disheveled. Since I cannot gain an advantage in close combat, then. Panting heavily, the Master decisively puts his palms together, aiming them at Lu Ming, while Lu Ming does the same with crisp, decisive movements. Chi Blast Cannon. Chi Blast Cannon. Two blinding rays bloom instantly, turning into surging energy cannons that roar as they collide, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The terrifying force almost tore the roof off the dojo. The observing disciples were blown away by the shockwave like falling leaves in the wind. When everything finally calmed down, the disciples fell back to the ground like dumplings. Lu Ming and the Master are both unharmed, but compared to Lu Ming's composure, the Master looks slightly exhausted. The winner is clear. Neither of them has any intention of continuing the fight. As it was just a spar, the Master does not care about winning or losing, so he did not use Chi Explosion or the triple Chi Blast Cannon. He is genuinely delighted to see such an outstanding junior in the martial arts world. Hahaha kid, I do not know where you learned the Chi Blast Cannon, but since your skills are good, I will let it slide. How about it, do you want to be my student? I have plenty more techniques like that. No thanks. Lu Ming turns to leave. Thanks for the lesson. In that short time, he has already mastered everything the Master has learned in his life, so why would he need to stay and learn slowly? The Master feels a little regretful. If Lu Ming were willing to be his student, he would definitely be the future master of the Chi Blast Dojo, especially with such strength at his age. His future is limitless. Finding a quiet spot, Lu Ming quietly processes his insights. After this round of dojo challenging, he has fully mastered the sensing, perception, control, release, and all-around application of Chi. Moreover, based on the numerous techniques he has acquired, he can now release various forms of Chi attacks at will, whether they are energy spheres or energy beams. Even techniques like the Chi Blast Cannon are completely effortless for him now. In terms of physical combat, actually Flash Step and Lightning Punch are enough. In Chi-based battles, strength and speed are everything. Other things are barely of any use. At that moment, a flash of light streaks across the sky, followed by an energy sphere whizzing toward him. Lu Ming turns quickly and bats the incoming blast away. Boom! A large crater is blown into the ground. He looks up to see a round, white robot hovering in midair. A robot. The Carlos Mark I robot locked onto Lu Ming. Target detected, engaging combat protocol. Immediately, red lights flashed in the robot's eyes as it unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, launching a ferocious assault against Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding area was razed to the ground in an instant. This robot is strong. Lu Ming took to the sky using his levitation technique, dodging the bombardment, and could not help but wonder whose handiwork this was. The robot uses energy, not Kai. That meant Lu Ming could not sense its Kai or power level, but judging by the destructive force, it was at least on par with the master of the Kai Harmony Dojo. Its combat power is around 110. Whoosh! Lu Ming flash-stepped right in front of the Carlos Mark eye, unleashed a massive amount of force, and sent it flying over 100 meters away with a single punch. That is some tough metal. That was Lu Ming's first impression. The thing took a direct hit from his punch and only suffered a slight dent. If it had been ordinary metal, it would have been reduced to scrap. Tough as it may be, speed is its weak point. After just one exchange, Lu Ming spotted the weakness of the Carlos Mark eye, figured out how to deal with it, and immediately pressed the attack. Unit damaged. Damage rate is 3%. The core computer of the Carlos Mark eye functioned in order. Since its overall capabilities had not been compromised by Lu Ming's attack, it quickly analyzed the combat data. It decided to change its combat strategy. Lu Ming was too strong in close-quarters combat for the unit to handle. As a robot, its greatest advantage was having a far more abundant energy supply than human stamina. Pale blue energy shield deployed, protecting the robot from every angle. Meanwhile, Lu Ming flashed toward it, his hand manifesting a blade of condensed Kai. The two figures crossed paths in a split second. Then, crack! Along with the energy shield, the entire Carlos Mark eye was sliced clean in two. Sparks danced across its body before it exploded into a heap of parts. Admittedly, the Carlos Mark eye had a larger energy reserve than Lu Ming's Kai, but in terms of intensity, Lu Ming was clearly superior with his higher combat power. The robot's computer chip fell to Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming frowned and crushed the chip under his foot. What is going on here? As he spoke, he looked toward the horizon and saw hundreds of black dots trailing exhaust flames as they rapidly surrounded him. They were over 100 Carlos Mark eye robots. One robot was never enough. Dr. Carlos wanted comprehensive combat data on Lu Ming. Inside the laboratory, Dr. Carlos was exhilarated, watching the combat footage and data transmitted back by the robots, shaking with excitement. This is the perfect warrior I have been searching for. Once I get his combat data, my dream of creating the strongest android will finally come true. Behind Dr. Carlos stood an android containment pod, inside of which lay an android that looked identical to a human, though it was still just an unfinished product. Struggling without perfect combat data, Dr. Carlos had refused to activate it, but with the appearance of Lu Ming, the doctor finally saw hope for his ambition. His technology combined with Lu Ming's combat data. Dr. Carlos was certain this would be the most perfect and powerful android of all time. Back to Lu Ming. Seeing the hundreds of robots charging at him with such menacing momentum, he did not feel timid at all. On the contrary, he felt his blood pumping. Perfect time to try out a new move. The next second, bang! Lu Ming unleashed his burst Kai technique, forcing immense power to erupt from within and rise as a visible, flame-like aura around his body. His combat power instantly surged from 120 to 240, doubling in a single moment. That is the true power of the burst Kai technique. Before the robots could reach him, Lu Ming dove into their ranks. Like a wolf among sheep, the previously unbreakable metal was now soft as tofu under the boost of his technique. With a single strike, Lu Ming could easily destroy a robot. Despite the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage, he tore through them with unstoppable force. Boom! 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 Explosions lit up the sky as robot after robot was destroyed. They concentrated their fire on Chen Ming, energy blasts flying everywhere. But they could not even catch a glimpse of his movements. Lu Ming was already fast, and with his combat power doubled, the robots were far too slow to keep up, becoming nothing more than target practice. And besides, even if the opponents are robots, the super drop rate still triggers. A beam of light flew into Lu Ming's body. Super drop rate triggered. Acquired ability, data intrusion. Keep the ability. Keep. Within moments, only one robot remained out of the hundreds. Lu Ming left it half-crippled and immediately initiated the data intrusion ability. His mind connected directly to the network data. As a steady stream of combat data flowed into the supercomputer at the lab, Dr. Carlos laughed hysterically, crying, "Ha ha ha, with this data, my strongest warrior will be completed soon." Suddenly, the supercomputer sounded a warning alarm. A spherical robot nearby warned urgently, "Alert, alert, The target is using the Carlos Mach unit to hack into the research laboratory's supercomputer. Dr. Carlos's face turned pale. Cut the data link immediately. But it was already too late. Although the connection was severed, in those few seconds, Lu Ming had already successfully obtained a wealth of information and data from the doctor's computer. This included Dr. Carlos's identity and the location of his research lab. A sharp glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes as he digested the newly acquired files and information. Dr. Carlos, the Carlos Mach, combat data, the strongest android warrior, and the supercell. The rest did not interest him. But the supercell, which Dr. Carlos used to nurture the androids, made his eyes light up with greed. In short, this was a special type of cell created by the doctor through numerous biological experiments, with the assistance of mystics and mages, which he named the supercell. The supercell possesses astonishing self-healing capabilities, adaptability, and infinite cell division, allowing it to adapt to harsh environments with incredible tenacity. Once damaged, it heals instantly and adapts to the intensity of the attack, effectively meaning it can regenerate indefinitely as long as a single cell remains. Furthermore, each time it recovers from injury, the supercell grows stronger. It is truly the ultimate biological weapon. This is why Dr. Carlos calls his creation the strongest warrior. The supercell is his life's work, and he knows perfectly well that its potential is truly infinite. After taking a moment to recover his strength, Lu Ming flew straight toward the outskirts of District 11, where Dr. Carlos's laboratory was located. He was determined to get his hands on the supercells. Meanwhile, the spherical robot alerted, target is approaching the laboratory. It seems we are running out of time. Dr. Carlos quickly operated the supercomputer, immediately beginning to input Lu Ming's combat data into the android's chip. The data transfer progress bar slowly advanced. His nervous expression was laced with excitement. My greatest masterpiece is about to be born. 10 minutes later. Combat data transfer complete. The transformation chamber slowly opened, revealing a strong, blonde young man to Dr. Carlos. As the activation sequence initiated, the young man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of sky-blue pupils. Dr. Carlos was overwhelmed with excitement, asking with trembling hands, "Cecil, how do you feel?" Cecil sensed the immense power within him. His energy surged rapidly, like a volcano filled with terrifying power that could erupt at any moment. He smiled and said, "Doctor, I feel better than ever." Dr. Carlos was ecstatic. Boom! A sudden explosion interrupted Dr. Carlos's laughter. The entire laboratory shook violently as an energy blast streaked through, piercing right through the lab where Dr. Carlos was standing. Whoosh! Lu Ming flashed into view and threw a punch without a word. Bang! In a flash, Cecil moved even faster than Lu Ming, catching his powerful blow with just one palm, standing completely unmoved. A shockwave exploded outward, whipping up a violent gale. Meanwhile, a burst of light erupted from within Cecil's body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained bloodline supercells. Do you wish to fuse? Fuse. In an instant, the supercells merged into Lu Ming's body. Before he could even sense his own condition, he was sent flying by a punch from Cecil. Boom! Lu Ming flew backward, his momentum carving a massive trench through the entire laboratory before he finally smashed into the mountains outside. Lu Ming's normal combat power was 120, but as Dr. Carlos's ultimate masterpiece, Cecil's combat power had already reached 300 upon waking. The gap was massive. It was no surprise that Lu Ming could not block that blow. It seems luck is on my side. Dr. Carlos laughed wildly. Cecil, kill him. This will be the first step in our conquest of the world. Yes, doctor. With a smile, Cecil followed the doctor's orders, using flight to drift slowly into the air, chasing after Lu Ming with calm composure. Crash! Lu Ming rose from the pile of rubble. Half of his body had been nearly obliterated by Cecil's punch, and the pain hit his brain instantly, but in the next second. A mass of flesh quickly grew from the wound, patching his mangled body in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of injury, as if it had never happened. The moment self-healing was complete, the intensity of the supercells increased. Lu Ming clearly sensed that his physical constitution had become much stronger. His vitality was greater. His Kai had also increased. Combat power increased. Combat power 200. In just a moment, Lu Ming's combat power rose by 80 points. As long as he was not killed, his power would keep on rising, until the supercells fully adapted to Cecil's attacks. This is the power of the supercells. Cecil flew out from the lab, puzzled to see Lu Ming completely unharmed. Furthermore, he noticed Lu Ming's Kai rising. He did not overthink it. Cecil aimed at Lu Ming and unleashed a destructive light wave. Lu Ming just smiled and took the hit head-on, completely unimpressed. Boom! As the light faded, Lu Ming stood in a massive crater, smoking, as his wounds vanished instantly and his Kai became even stronger. Combat power increased. Combat power 240. Only then did Cecil realize something was wrong, his expression turning grave. The data did not say the target had such amazing self-healing abilities. Clearly, he still could not link Lu Ming's healing to the supercells, as he was the only android Dr. Carlos had created. Supercells could never possibly appear on someone else. Continuous flow of power surged within him, a flaming aura rose, and filled with fighting spirit, Lu Ming unleashed an energy blast at Cecil with glowing hands. Cecil did not care, swatted the blast away, and then used instant movement to appear before Lu Ming, ready to fight with his full strength. Determined to finish Lu Ming off. Too bad. It was already too late. The gap between them was only a quarter of their total power. Cecil could crush Lu Ming, but he could not kill him in one shot, nor could he eradicate every single one of his cells. A bright light flared. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Cecil gathered all his strength into his most powerful attack, determined to wipe Lu Ming out in one go. Super Blast. A dazzling, sun-like energy sphere roared down. The ground shook violently, and with no way to dodge, Lu Ming had to give his all to block it. Kai Blast Cannon. Boom! The collision of violent energies kicked up a massive storm. The blinding light outshone the sun as Lu Ming roared, holding the Super Blast back with his own cannon. But his power was still slightly inferior, and in the end, he could not push back the Super Blast, which overwhelmed his cannon with sheer force. It hit Lu Ming directly, followed by a deafening explosion. Just as Cecil thought the battle was over, Lu Ming shot out of the explosion, his wounds fully recovered in the blink of an eye. Combat power increased. Combat power 300. Bang! Lu Ming struck with lightning speed, landing a solid blow on Cecil's face, catching him off guard and sending him flying 100 meters away. What? Dr. Carlos was too stunned to comprehend what he was seeing. Cecil wiped the blood from his lip, his face darkening. Combining all the signs, he finally understood what was happening. So that is it, the supercells. There seemed to be no other logical explanation. Lu Ming's aura surged, burning brightly as he provocatively challenged, "Is this all the so-called ultimate android can do? Since your combat data comes from me, you should be capable of more than this." He was not about to let such a good opportunity to raise his combat power slip away. Cecil grinned. Things are getting interesting. What? Cecil was born for the sole purpose of combat and slaughter, and the programming embedded in his core chip gives him an intense, insatiable craving for battle. Seeing that Lu Ming also possesses supercells, he becomes excited instead, as if every single supercell in his body is cheering with delight. As for whether he can win, that is not important. He just wants to fight. Boom! A powerful aura explodes outward, whipping the surrounding air into a frenzy. Cecil, filled with absolute excitement, laughs loudly and says, "As you wish." In Lu Ming's perception, Cecil's energy doubles in an instant, and his combat power rises directly from 300 to 600. He is not surprised. As expected, since you are modeled after my own combat data, it is no wonder you can use the aura burst technique. As he speaks, bang! Lu Ming's aura surges violently as he also activates the aura burst technique, doubling his own combat power to match Cecil's blow for blow. And then, the two figures flash, engaging again in an instant. The sounds of energy explosions ring out continuously, and in the high-speed combat, their flickering forms and afterimages fill the area. Cecil's energy blade slashes across, cutting a bloody wound into Lu Ming's chest, while Lu Ming counters immediately with a Kai blast cannon to Cecil's abdomen. A flash of intense light. Following the explosion, their wounds heal rapidly, and they continue their fierce battle without the slightest hesitation, the destructive power and intensity of their fight escalating quickly. Two tireless monsters, capable of healing and boosting their combat power indefinitely, are locked in a struggle so intense that the outcome is truly impossible to predict. Dr. Carlos's expression turns grim. He sees it too. Lu Ming definitely possesses supercells, but that is impossible. He only used supercells to create Cecil. Where on earth did Lu Ming's supercells come from? And the worst part is, Lu Ming is not an android created by Dr. Carlos, so he is not subject to the doctor's control. He is completely helpless against him. Now, he can only place his hopes on Cecil, wishing for him to take Lu Ming down. Two figures emerge from the shattered mountain. Lu Ming tears through the air at top speed with a deafening sonic boom, putting the strength of his entire body into a punch that strikes Cecil in the gut. Oh! Cecil's eyes widen as he spits out a mouthful of blood and is sent soaring into the sky. A spark of light flashes in the heavens, then transforms into dozens and hundreds of energy spheres that rain down like bullets, leaving the mountains and the ground scarred and devastated. Boom, booms, boom. Lu Ming looks up at the sky, completely ignoring Cecil's barrage. Such destructive power is hardly enough to cause him any real harm, and as expected, he is right. The energy blasts were just the prelude. A single, massive energy ball descends rapidly, striking directly at Lu Ming. In their last bout, he was slightly inferior in combat, but this time, with their power levels being almost identical, Lu Ming will certainly not repeat his mistakes. With a hardened gaze, Lu Ming overlaps his palms and aims them at the energy ball in the sky. Kai Blast Cannon. With a roar, powerful energy surges out, turning into an unstoppable torrent of light that streaks upward, sweeping away all the remaining energy balls in its path. This time, the Kai Blast Cannon steadily pushes against the rapidly descending Super Blast. Veins bulge on Lu Ming's forehead. Even with all his might, Cecil is unable to push the blast down any further. They are evenly matched. Boom! Finally, the Kai Blast Cannon detonates the Super Blast, and the massive explosion triggers a violent atmospheric shockwave that sweeps across hundreds of meters. When everything settles, Cecil lands slowly, standing in silent confrontation with Lu Ming. After such intense fighting, both have inflicted numerous wounds on each other, only for them to be immediately repaired by their super cells. Therefore, the combat power of both has now reached an astonishing 1,000. Of course, this is while they are using the aura burst technique. Which means their base combat levels are both 500. An even match. Actually, no. Lu Ming has one move he has not used yet, and that move alone is enough to decide the outcome. With a glance toward Dr. Carlos's laboratory, Lu Ming decisively fires a Kai Blast Cannon at it, leaving the doctor in a state of terror. Cecil. Whoosh. Cecil teleports in front of the lab, attempting to block Lu Ming's attack. But he does not expect Lu Ming's aura to surge once more. Triple Kai Blast Cannon. With the aura burst technique combined with a triple-powered blast, Lu Ming's combat power skyrockets to a staggering 3,000, instantly soaring far above Cecil's. As surging energy pours into the cannon, the torrent of power intensifies, slamming directly into Cecil. What? Cecil is shocked, attempting to unleash all his power to stop the blast, but it is useless. He is instantly swallowed by the unstoppable flood of energy. The laboratory behind him is also completely leveled to the ground. Boom! After the massive roar, Cecil and Dr. Carlos are vaporized, every single cell evaporated by the triple-strength attack, leaving behind nothing but a giant trench carved into the ground, resembling a canyon. Although Lu Ming could have continued to fight Cecil and kept boosting his own power, that thing's potential was terrifying. With Dr. Carlos lurking nearby, who knows what else he might have had up his sleeve, Lu Ming ultimately decided to put an end to it. He finished them off decisively. Better safe than sorry. Just after Lu Ming left, a dust-covered young man arrived, holding an energy detector in his hand. He looks at the peak energy value recorded on the detector, his expression filled with excitement. 3,000 combat power. I never imagined there would be such a powerful warrior on this planet. If I could gain his help, my home might just be saved. The detector beeps continuously. The young man sets off in pursuit of Lu Ming without a moment's delay. After this battle, Lu Ming is undoubtedly the strongest person on this planet. Even in his base state, his combat power of 500 is far superior to all other martial artists. However, his journey of cultivation did not stop there. Though the energy of the local martial artists is not strong, it is precisely because of that limitation that they developed various techniques to make the most of what they had. The Aura Burst and the Triple Kai Blast Cannon were the most representative among them. Since their base energy was not high, they made up for it with skill and creative application. Lu Ming spent half a year traveling the planet, learning techniques from all the major schools and dojos, and his understanding, control, and application of energy reached a profound level. Not only that, with the aid of his supercells, he also mastered quite a few supernatural abilities, secret arts, and even some magic, broadening his arsenal of methods even further. Although there were no longer any opponents on this planet capable of sparking Lu Ming's interest or desire for battle, his combat power had not stopped rising. During his travels, he swam in volcanic magma, tempered his body in extreme glacial cold, and withstood immense pressure in the deep sea. He even adapted to the harsh environment of the cosmic vacuum in outer space. Furthermore, his daily routine consisted of relentless weighted training, forcing his supercells to constantly adapt to various environments and ever-increasing loads. 6 months passed. Lu Ming's combat power increased from 500 to 800, and that was just in his normal state. Once he unleashed his energy burst technique, his combat power would double. That is right. Double the power. Lu Ming's understanding and application of Kai had become profound. The original energy burst technique could only unleash twice his combat power, but after his improvements, he could now unleash 3 times his combat power. Likewise, the Kai Blast was no exception. The 3 times Kai Blast had now been upgraded to a 5 times Kai Blast, making it twice as powerful as before. His data profile was far more powerful than it had been half a year ago. Player Lu Ming. Race Human Supercells. Combat Power 800. Abilities: Power of the Beast, Data Intrusion, Super Psychic, Super Mind Reading, Secret Sealing Technique, Secret Barrier Technique, Magic Camouflage. Techniques: Kai Perception, Kai Sensing, Lightning Fist, Flash Fist, Flight Technique, 3x Energy Burst, 5x Kai Blast. The true strength of the supercells was not fully reflected on the data panel. This thing was an incredible achievement that Dr. Carlos had cobbled together by combining biotechnology, secret arts, and magic. It completely defied common sense. Now that Lu Ming had fused with the supercells, his endless stamina and vitality meant one other thing: he possessed inexhaustible Kai. As long as he was not killed, it was impossible for Lu Ming's Kai to be depleted. I have to admit, Dr. Carlos was truly a super genius to have been able to create such a thing. If he had not died at Lu Ming's hands, he might have even conquered the galaxy. It can only be said that he was unlucky. Until one day, an alien from planet Maluna named Alu found Lu Ming, and the boy pleaded with extreme sincerity, "If you could, please lend a helping hand to my homeland Maluna and save my home." Lu Ming refused flatly. He was not interested in such things and could not be bothered to meddle in other people's business. "Go find someone else." "Wait," Alu quickly said. "As a reward, I will grant you the holy water of Maluna. It is a sacred relic that can stimulate human potential and greatly increase combat power." Lu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. He asked with keen interest, "Really?" Alu's gaze was clear and sincere. "Really? Then let me confirm it myself." Lu Ming reached out and placed his hand on Alu's head, using his super mind-reading ability, and quickly confirmed from Alu's memories that he was indeed telling the truth. He was indeed from the planet Maluna in the North Galaxy. Not long ago, a group of space pirates had accidentally arrived on Maluna. After discovering the effects of the holy water, they immediately revealed their vicious nature and claimed it for themselves. Planet Maluna was thus tragically invaded. To save Maluna, Alu had managed to escape his homeland in a spaceship under the cover of his clansmen. setting off to find someone capable of saving their planet. I think I understand. Lu Ming withdrew his arm. The combat power of that group of space pirates was not weak. Most were around 200, and there were 2 who exceeded 1,000, with one reaching a combat power of 2,500. It was precisely because of the battle Lu Ming had with Cecil 6 months ago that Ailu's detector had picked up the combat power value Lu Ming had unleashed at the time. That was why he had been searching for him all this time. The main thing was that Lu Ming had improved his control over his Kai during his travels, hiding it so well that it was hard for Ailu to find him even with a detector. Otherwise, it would not have taken half a year. Ailu asked nervously, "So, what do you mean?" "Then let us make a trip." Suddenly, Ailu was overjoyed. Without delay, he operated his controller, and shortly after, a spaceship arrived before them, and Lu Ming boarded the craft. The ship slowly rose into the sky, then accelerated toward space. Destination: planet Maluna. Although Lu Ming's planet was located in the North Galaxy, the galaxy was vast, and there was a considerable distance between his planet and Maluna. Fortunately, the ship was fast enough. A week later, Lu Ming arrived at Maluna on Ailu's ship. Looking down from space, one could see lush, green lands. It was a planet full of life. The ship entered the atmosphere, creating a fiery trail from the friction, streaking across the sky like a meteor as it fell toward the surface. At the same time, the space pirates occupying Maluna immediately spotted the ship breaking into the atmosphere, with Ailu's ship clearly displayed on their radar. A purple-skinned alien paused, surprised. Is this the ship that escaped before? That brat actually dares to come back. The space pirates laughed. It's Ailu. I think he is back to throw his life away. The leader of the pirates was an alien with black bone spikes at his joints named Nabaru. He looked much like a human, save for his faintly dark red skin. He exuded a powerful aura at all times that was truly chilling. Nabaru sneered and said, I suspect the kid must have found some help. Maz, take a few men and go check it out. If you can, just take them out. Fine. A muscular man stood up, his tall and burly frame like that of a giant, and he led a few subordinates toward the landing site. Maz had a combat power of 1,300 and was the strongest member of the gang after the leader Nabaru, making him the most suitable choice to investigate. Nabaru was no fool. If that brat Ailu dared to return, he might have actually found someone formidable, and if Nabaru foolishly charged in, he could be in big trouble if he hit a wall. The ship touched down. Ailu's detector began to beep wildly, his expression changed, and he said nervously, Nabaru's men are here. Based on the energy reading, this should be Maz. Maz. Lu Ming recalled the content he had read from Ailu's memory, imagining a hulking figure with explosive muscles as he sensed several signatures approaching rapidly from afar. One of them indeed had a strong Kai. Several black dots appeared on the horizon and closed in rapidly, arriving before the two men with murderous intent in the blink of an eye. Maz's gaze landed on Ailu, and he said coldly, It really is you, brat. This must be the savior you found, but he does not look like much. In his perception, Lu Ming's Kai was pathetically weak. He was just a total weakling. Maz turned his head and ordered his 3 subordinates. Go up there and finish them off. Yes, sir. The 3 aliens hesitated for a moment, but then charged forward. Lu Ming cracked his wrists and said to Ailu, try to stay as far away as possible. I understand. Ailu quickly ran away. A rushing wind approached. The 3 aliens were full of murderous intent. The next second, whoosh, Lu Ming flashed past. With 3 explosive sounds, the 3 aliens fell to the ground simultaneously in an instant, taken down by Lu Ming. In doing so, he also revealed the true strength of his Kai. So that is it. Maz grinned. I knew things would not be as simple as they looked on the surface, but if this is the extent of your power. As he spoke, he decisively fired an energy blast. Boom! The ground exploded into a cloud of dust, blocking Lu Ming's vision. In a split second, Maz took the opportunity to move at high speed to Lu Ming's side, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick that sent him flying, followed by a follow-up energy blast. The blinding light engulfed Lu Ming, plowing a long trench into the ground with its remaining force, and finally collapsing a massive mountain. 800 power level against 1300 power level. Without bursting his Kai, Lu Ming was indeed destined to be crushed. He had not been pretending to be weak. He truly had not been able to block that attack. Pathetic. Maz laughed with disdain, but as a figure stood up unharmed amidst the crumbling rocks, his brow furrowed. Not a scratch. How is that possible? Power level increased. Power level 900. With that, Lu Ming's power level increased by 100 points. He brushed the dust off his body, his intense Kai erupting with ferocious momentum. After blasting a deep crater in the ground, his aura left a trail across the earth. In an instant, he rushed right in front of Maz. He threw a punch. Maz tilted his head to dodge Lu Ming's attack and immediately retaliated with a heavy elbow strike to Lu Ming's back, slamming him into the ground as another blast of light erupted. Boom, booms, boom. Boom, booms, boom. Something's not right. With his extensive combat experience, Maz immediately sensed that Lu Ming was abnormal. The kid's Kai was constantly rising. There was definitely something wrong here. The best way to handle this was to finish him off cleanly and not give this kid any chances. With that in mind, he frantically fired energy cannons, bombarding Lu Ming in a storm of relentless attacks. The earth shook violently. The roaring sound was constant. Only when he felt exhausted did Maz stop. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That should have finished him off this time." A breeze blew by. As the smoke and dust cleared, the shattered earth was revealed. Inside the massive crater, a figure remained completely unscathed, and his raging Kai was so strong it was terrifying. Power level increased. Power level 1200. How is this possible? Maz backed away instinctively, terrified. How is he supposed to fight a monster that will not die and can keep increasing its power level? Staying would not work. Running would not work either. While Maz was still in shock and fear, Lu Ming, with his greatly increased power, had already reached him. Maz suddenly snapped to his senses, stiffened his expression, and turned to run. Run! That was the only correct strategy. The attack missed. Seeing that Maz had lost his will to fight, Lu Ming no longer held back. His Kai surged violently, erupting into an even more intense aura. Boom! Powerful air pressure rattled the surrounding atmosphere, and the ground trembled slightly. Triple Kai burst. 3600 power level. Seeing this number on his detector, Ailu thought he had misread it. He was stunned into speechlessness, shocked and bewildered. This. Bang! In an instant, Yanju Ming's Kai left a visible trail in midair, as he caught up to Maz with the speed of a shooting star. Maz looked back and was terrified out of his wits. However, before he could react, he was struck down by Lu Ming. As he plummeted rapidly, a torrent of energy followed, completely obliterating him. After a single Kai blast, Maz was wiped out completely. It was not just Maz. Nabaru, far away in the spaceship, was also scared out of his mind. He did not need to see it to know. He could feel Lu Ming's terrifying Kai from far away. 3600 power level. There was no way to win. He gave the order decisively. Retreat, leave planet Maruna immediately, hurry. Yes. Running. Lu Ming tightened his waist and gathered power, forming a massive crimson energy sphere in his hand. It was Cecil's technique, a super powerful move called Super Blast. A long-distance throw. The Super Blast tore through the sky, racing across the heavens with unstoppable momentum, leaving a clearly visible long trail in the clouds. A moment later, an explosion echoed from afar. The space pirates who were just taking off were wiped out by the Super Blast, and the entire spaceship was reduced to a pile of broken parts. A disheveled Nabaru managed to escape the explosion of the Super Blast at the last second, narrowly avoiding being taken out by Lu Ming from such a great distance. His face turned ghastly pale. He had no time to think as Lu Ming reached him. Feeling the trembling power of his Kai at close range, he quickly shouted, "It was that kid Ailu who hired you to deal with us, right? Whatever his terms, I can double them. Just spare my life." Seeing that Lu Ming's killing intent had not lessened, Nabaru panicked even more. "Just spare my life, and I will gladly become your subordinate." Whoosh! Lu Ming flashed before Nabaru and in a split second punched through his chest and heart. He said indifferently, "I do not need such weak subordinates." Nabaru's expression turned to one of terror before his life force ceased, and his body fell from the air to the ground. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, secret art immobilization. Do you wish to keep it? Keep. I did not expect this guy to have mastered a secret art, but it is useless. In the face of overwhelming Kai, all flashy abilities are nothing. As long as one's Kai is strong enough, most superpowers, secret arts, and magic have no effect. Even time stopping would not be able to bind such a powerful warrior. In the super universe, Kai is everything. With Lu Ming's Kai far surpassing Nabaru's, there was no point for Nabaru to use his immobilization art, because it would definitely be ineffective against Lu Ming. That is the reason why he did not use the immobilization art on Lu Ming. Alu arrived a while later. He looked at the spaceship shattered into pieces and Nabaru's corpse, stunned. It felt like a dream, somewhat surreal. It is all over, just like that. Lu Ming said directly, "Let us go. Take me to get the holy water." No problem. Alu nodded quickly. "Please follow me." Not far from where the space pirates had docked their ship, an altar-like ruin stood on the land, with a bubbling spring gushing from its top. This is the sacred spring of planet Manhwa. It is the holy water that Alu mentioned, capable of awakening human potential and increasing combat power. He climbed the altar. Alu looked at the remaining spring water, his heart aching with grief as he said angrily, "The sacred spring is the source of life for planet Manhwa. Those space pirates have already used up more than half of it. How truly despicable." He approached the sacred spring. A surge of vitality washed over him, making Lu Ming feel incredibly energized. It was as if every single supercell in his body was cheering, thirsting for the power of the sacred spring. Following the traditions of planet Manhwa, Alu completed the ritual and used a stone bowl from the side to scoop a portion of the spring water for Lu Ming. He explained, "The primary purpose of the sacred spring is to awaken human potential. The greater one's potential, the more powerful the explosion of strength will be. Whether you drink a lot or a little does not really matter." Take Maz and Nabaru, for example. They both drank from the spring. Maz gained 300 in combat power, while Nabaru only gained 200. That is the difference in their potential. It is not the case that stronger people gain more combat power from drinking it. Sometimes it is quite the opposite. Lu Ming downed it in one go. The moment the sacred spring entered his body, it instantly transformed into a massive surge of life force that permeated every limb and bone, triggering all the potential hidden within every single supercell in his body. Boom! In that instant, Lu Ming could not help but erupt with a raging aura. The energy rising from him grew stronger and stronger, skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. This failing, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Ming could hardly imagine or estimate just how much potential his supercells held, as the sacred spring continuously unleashed their latent power. His combat power soared rapidly. 1,300, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 4,000. Finally, Lu Ming's combat power stopped at 4,000. Feeling this powerful energy within him, he could hardly contain his joy. Just how strong is 4,000 combat power? It means that with just a single energy blast, Lu Ming could flatten a large, modern city, and that is just his base combat power. If he uses his 3x power burst technique, his combat power would soar to 12,000. If he goes all out and releases a 5x energy blast, he could burst forth with 60,000 combat power in an instant. With this level of combat power, destroying a planet would be like child's play. The destructive power is absolutely terrifying. Lu Ming asked, "Can the sacred spring only be consumed once?" "Yeah." Alu nodded and explained, although human potential can continue to accumulate through battle and training after being unlocked once, the sacred spring only has an effect the first time you drink it. Drinking it again later serves no purpose. It is a shame that it can only be drunk once. However, just by taking a trip to planet Manhwa, his combat power skyrocketed to 4,000. The harvest from this trip is undoubtedly huge, and Lu Ming is very satisfied. Suddenly, the sky darkened abruptly. What is it? Lu Ming looked up and saw a massive spaceship slowly entering planet Manhwa from outside the atmosphere, blocking out all the sunlight. He frowned. There is a very strong energy signature inside that ship. Just how strong? Probably around 100,000 in combat power. Alu was startled at first, but upon seeing the appearance of the spaceship, his expression turned to one of terror. His body could not help but tremble as he said, "The Recto Space Legion." Lu Ming asked in confusion, "Recto?" "Yeah." Alu said in a panic, "Legend has it that he is a cosmic powerhouse who sustains his life by devouring the vitality of planets. The force he leads is the Recto Space Legion. Nabaru and his group must have sold intelligence about planet Malna to them. Otherwise, there is no way they would be here." Never did he expect that Nabaru would bring such a disaster upon planet Malna. Alu was caught completely off guard and could not think of any countermeasures. Lu Ming calmly gave a suggestion. "I suggest you all leave planet Malna as soon as possible. If a fight breaks out later, it is hard to say whether this planet will be smashed into cosmic dust." It seemed this was the only viable option. Alu was taken aback. "A fight, you mean? I am going to have a little fun with them." After hesitating for a moment, Alu decided to follow Lu Ming's suggestion. Before Recto's ship fully landed, he led his people to escape as quickly as possible. Planet Malna is doomed. There is no need to struggle any longer. In any case, thank you very much for your help. Alu thanked Lu Ming sincerely and then hurried away. Aboard the Recto Legion's spaceship, a blue-skinned alien with black spots sat in the main seat of the control room. At first glance, he looked like nothing more than a frail, wrinkled old man. However, the Legion members did not even dare to breathe loudly in his presence. Even a single glance from Recto carried immense pressure. The feeling of oppression was intense. Cough, cough. Recto coughed weakly, looking at the vibrant planet Malna on the large screen with a knowing, satisfied smile. What a planet full of vitality. I never thought that piece of trash Nabaru would actually be useful. Kurt, let us use this planet to plant the Tree of Might. I cannot wait. Yes, later. Unlike the bizarre appearance of the aliens, Kurt was a pure human. He respectfully accepted the order and said, "I will go right away." Before the spaceship even landed, Kurt flew out of the hatch with a few other humans, arriving first at a canyon on planet Malna. One of the humans could not help but say, "Legend has it that one can increase their combat power without limit just by eating the fruit of the Tree of Might. I wonder if it is true." If that is true, then we could dominate the galaxy. Kurt took out a green seed, threw it directly into the large canyon, and said, "It is only an ancient cosmic legend after all, and we only just found the seed of the Tree of Might from the ruins. It is hard to say if the legend is true, so let us just wait and see." As he spoke, a flicker of heat and expectation appeared in Kurt's eyes. If the legend were true, then the Recto Legion dominating the galaxy would be far from a distant dream, and their power would quickly undergo a heaven-defying transformation. At that point, when they returned to the real world, they would instantly leap to become top-tier powerhouses. That is right. Kurt and his group were not NPCs from the Super Universe game, but players from the real world. They managed to infiltrate the Recto Legion. Among all the Super Universe players, they were considered relatively powerful. Bang! No sooner had the Tree of Might's seed fallen into the canyon than it took root and grew at a terrifying speed, rising from the ground to become a towering giant tree. Thick, dragon-like roots surged and expanded wildly through the earth, unscrupulously draining the vast life force of planet Malna. What? The Super Universe game world is incredibly vast. Although there are countless players who have entered this game, they are all randomly scattered across the various regions of the 4 galaxies. Every player is nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Without the strength to leave one's home planet, it is likely impossible to even encounter other players, and even if you do manage to leave your starting planet, actually meeting someone is still a matter of luck. The so-called galaxies are what the Super Universe world calls its universe. In reality, the combined size of the 4 eastern, western, northern, and southern galaxies is comparable to the starry cosmos of the real world, which gives you an idea of how vast and boundless this world truly is. At the same time, the Super Universe is also the place where the most top-tier players are born. After all, the game's power level system is extremely formidable, making it the top choice for many players. As long as you can achieve SSS rank strength capable of destroying stars in the game, you will be an S-rank player back in the real world after a 2-level debuff. possessing the power to destroy a nation. In the super universe, with a power level of 15,000 or more, one can easily destroy a star, and the top-tier players born here possess at least that level of combat strength. They are generally in the range of 15,000 to 20,000. Court is the strongest player in the Recto Legion, with a power level of 8,000, while the others are far behind him, each having a power level around 3,000. Of course, not everyone in the Recto Legion has this kind of strength, including Court and his group. Only about a dozen executives reach this level. Swish! The sound of wind being torn through rang out. Who is there? Court's reaction was incredibly fast. The second he sensed the enemy, he firmly caught Lu Ming's fist. Upon seeing Lu Ming's appearance, he was taken aback. A human. Humans are extremely rare in the universe, and since almost all players are human, the vast majority of humans who can leave their primitive planets are players. Court asked in surprise, a player. Lu Ming remained silent and flashed away to create some distance. A burst of light erupted from Court's body. Super drop rate triggered. Ability acquired, magic dimensional space. Do you want to keep it? Keep. Now it will be convenient to carry items around. I can just put them in the dimensional space and take them out whenever I need. Seeing that Lu Ming did not say a word, Court frowned. Regardless of whether Lu Ming was a player or not, he decided to just take him out. You lot finish him off. Easy puzzy. Several players flexed their muscles, and then, accompanied by a few sonic booms, they fiercely launched an attack on Lu Ming. Their speed could only be described as lightning fast. It was just like teleportation. With power levels in the thousands, high-speed movement over short distances really does feel like teleportation to them. Several figures swept past in a rush, attacking Lu Ming one after another. It was not until their attacks passed right through Lu Ming's body that they realized something was wrong. They were stunned. An afterimage. Before they could regain their senses. Bang, bang, bangs. Several muffled thuds rang out simultaneously, and the players rolled their eyes and collapsed dead, having no idea what had just happened. Combining Lu Ming's ability to hide his energy so that it could not be sensed, and using afterimages created by his dash strikes, Lu Ming created this afterimage fist technique. If an enemy has not seen this kind of move before, it is very easy to be taken out by Lu Ming's first strike kill. After all, this technique is highly deceptive. Without a certain level of strength, there is no way to react in time. Drush! Just as Court was about to make his move himself, the energy on Lu Ming's body suddenly skyrocketed to a terrifying level, causing Court to freeze in his tracks, unable to move. Triple energy burst. 12,000 power level. The powerful energy shook the earth. Lu Ming dashed in front of Court, slapped him hard in the face, and then unleashed a blinding beam of light, vaporizing him into ash. Boom! A massively powerful energy cannon poured out, leaving a huge fan-shaped impact trail on the ground, literally tearing a chunk off the earth. Lu Ming glanced at the thriving spirit tree with a look of interest. He had heard everything that Court and the others had just said. If the fruit produced by the spirit tree can truly increase combat power infinitely, then he is determined to have this tree. Well then, time to strike at the heart of the matter. Creating a crater in the ground, Lu Ming rode his energy straight toward Recto's spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms went off on the spaceship. The subordinate reported hurriedly, "Boss, the scanners have lost the energy signatures of Court and his team. It seems they were engaged in battle, and a very strong source of energy is currently approaching the ship." The executives sensed the energy approaching at high speed, and their expressions changed, becoming unusually grave. Such powerful energy. Is there someone this strong on this planet? What on earth is that guy Nabel doing? At this moment, the ship's sensor provided an intuitive reading of this energy's power level. 12,000 power level. Boss, we will go and take care of him right now. No, I will do it myself. The executives were stunned. Recto smiled, slowly rising from his throne. His eyes shimmered with a shocking glow as he said, "The spirit tree still needs time to grow, and this is a perfect way to pass the time and stretch my muscles." The executives looked at each other, not daring to say anything more. Like a volcano harboring terrifying energy, Recto's energy erupted, and the powerful pressure made the executives feel as if they were suffocating, with beads of cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. Even if he looks like a frail old man on the outside, he is still the feared leader recto of the universe. The executives were very clear about this. If anyone thinks recto is old and foolishly tries to challenge his position, they will surely die a miserable death. The deafening sound of wind rushed toward him in an instant. A thin figure wrapped in blue energy appeared in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye and knocked him down from midair with a single blow. Boom! The earth shook violently, a huge fissure cracking open under the powerful impact. Combat power increased. Lu Ming's wounds healed rapidly due to his super cells. He looked at the thin old man in the air, clearly sensing the incredibly powerful energy radiating from him. Recto. Oh, Recto said with interest, since you know who I am and still dared to lay a hand on my people, there are not many people as reckless as you. Say whatever you want. Lu Ming brought his hands together and struck decisively. Energy cannon. A flash erupted, and a surging torrent of energy soared into the sky, striking straight at Recto with the force to destroy everything. Recto grinned. He then dived straight into the torrent of the energy cannon, unstoppable, splitting the beam in two and reaching Lu Ming unscathed. He completely ignored the energy cannon attack. This attack did not even tickle. With that, he punched Lu Ming into the ground. The earth is cracking apart inch by inch. Combat power increased. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's energy is gradually growing stronger. Rector thought that blow would be enough to severely injure Lu Ming, but he did not expect Lu Ming's energy to appear right behind him the next second, as powerful as ever. There is no sign of weakness whatsoever. He turns around and sweeps his leg, cutting Lu Ming in half at the waist, but unexpectedly, Lu Ming's figure fades and disappears. He only struck an afterimage. Basically, this move always works on enemies during their first fight. Just as Rector turned to sweep his leg, a fierce whistling sound came from above as Lu Ming descended with a murderous, axe-like kick. Boom! The collision of muscles produces a deafening sonic boom, whipping up a gale. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, Stage 2 transformation. Keep it. Keep it. A scrawny arm steadily blocks Lu Ming's axe kick. Rector grabs Lu Ming's leg firmly with his other hand and strikes out, his hand moving so fast it leaves an afterimage. A heavy blow lands solidly on Lu Ming's abdomen, making him spit blood. As the pain surges to his brain, Lu Ming wears a knowing smile. Rector is puzzled. What is so funny? As he speaks, he lets go and blasts Lu Ming away. The searing energy washes over him, charring his body black, but the super cells divide and heal frantically, allowing Lu Ming to somehow endure Rector's blast. Steam rises from Lu Ming's body, and his charred skin peels away rapidly due to the super cells healing, revealing a brand new, uninjured physique. Combat power increased. Rector watches this scene in great surprise. Such amazing healing ability. Is this why you dared to challenge me? In reality, it is much more than that. He has always been extra cautious and would never play with his own life. Before coming here, Lu Ming specifically left some super cells elsewhere. He provoked Rector undoubtedly to increase his combat power. Even if Rector evaporated him on the spot until not a single cell remained, he would not mind. If he were finished off here, he would instantly regenerate from the pre-placed super cells. The reborn Lu Ming is still himself. His abilities, memories, and combat power would be restored completely. He is certainly not some kind of clone. That is the power of the super cells. They are not pure technological creations, but rather a masterpiece combining mysticism, including secret arts and magic, with technology possessing infinite potential. Rector is completely unaware of the gravity of the situation, still maintaining a cat-and-mouse mindset, watching Lu Ming heal before his eyes. Combat power increased. Boom! Lu Ming's energy rises once again, his aura growing stronger. Moreover, because this injury was exceptionally severe, it almost finished him off for real. After healing, Lu Ming's combat power skyrockets astonishingly, reaching a level of 30,000 thanks to the amplification of his energy-bursting technique. I see. Rector suddenly realizes the situation, his expression becoming serious, and he says in epiphany, so you can increase your combat power just by getting injured and healing. That is truly an enviable ability. As soon as he finishes speaking, whoosh, he flashes in front of Lu Ming, dropping his previous leisurely attitude to unleash his true power with murderous intent, pushing his palm out to release a tidal wave of energy, instantly vaporizing every part of Lu Ming. Knowing that Lu Ming could increase his combat power through self-healing, Rector would not be foolish enough to keep playing, so he immediately finished Lu Ming off with one strike. Not a single cell was left. It is done. He shakes his head and sighs. What a pity. If he could, he would really like to take Lu Ming as a subordinate, but such a person is too dangerous and cannot be left alive. Rumble. Thick, huge roots sprout from deep underground, snaking through mountains and seas like dragons, easily shattering mountains and cracking the earth, rapidly draining the life force of the entire planet. The water in the lakes and seas disappears at a rate visible to the naked eye. The green land gradually turns yellow, and all the life force of planet Maluna converges onto the spirit tree. The spirit tree grows taller and taller, standing between heaven and earth and piercing the clouds. Its huge canopy expands through the atmosphere, dangling roots down from the clouds. Rector laughs out loud at the sight. Ha 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 ha, this is truly spectacular. Meanwhile, somewhere on planet Maluna, a mass of supercells rapidly expands, growing into the shape of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye, completing his rebirth. He twists his neck. It is quite a novel feeling. This feeling is so magical. Being finished off and then reviving immediately after feels like nothing more than a nap to Lu Ming. Combat power increased. Combat power 30,000. 30,000 combat power in base form. After dying once, Lu Ming's base combat power skyrocketed from 10,000 just a moment ago to 30,000. The surge is practically vertical. This power, boom! Powerful aura explodes. Lu Ming cannot hide his laughter. With a loud shout, his terrifying pressure shoots straight into the sky, creating a void in the clouds above. Stage 2 Transformation. This is an ability Lu Ming extracted from Rector. Its effect is to put the whole body into an overloaded state, doubling the intensity of his energy. In other words, combat power doubled. It is not over yet. Lu Ming shouts again, veins popping on his forehead, his muscles tensing. His aura surges once more. In an instant, the earth quakes and the clouds shatter. Triple energy burst. Boom! Stage 2 Transformation, layered with a triple energy burst. Lu Ming's combat power instantly skyrockets to a terrifying 180,000. Powerful energy surges upward, blowing Lu Ming's hair straight up. With cold eyes, he looks toward Rector's position and shoots off like a cannonball. Mountains collapse and the earth cracks everywhere he passes. 180,000 combat power. Inside the Rector core spaceship, the energy detectors are blaring frantically. Seeing the terrifying energy reading that just appeared, the officers change expression in horror. Quick, notify the later. How is this possible? How could such an energy reading appear on this planet? Is the detector malfunctioning? The detector is working perfectly. There is no need for notification. Rector was the first to sense it when Lu Ming burst out with this energy, but before he could even react, Lu Ming was already upon him. With lightning speed, he stomps on Rector's chest, driving him forcefully into the ground. Under the violent impact, the earth shatters instantly. Crash! Debris and rocks tumble down. Lu Ming stomps hard on Rector's chest, crushing him with immense force. Rector coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He says in shock, "Did not you die? But I have come back to life." Lu Ming stomps down. Boom! Rector's body flies away uncontrollably, crashing into the ground and creating a massive canyon. A sharp, clear sensation of pain struck his brain. It had been years since Rector last felt this, and rather than fear, he felt a faint sense of excitement. If he did not show his true power in the upcoming fight, he would surely die. Realizing this, Rector's blood surged. His astonishment and shock instantly transformed into trembling passion and excitement. Ho! With a thunderous roar, a violent, overwhelming aura erupted from within his body. Second stage Transformation. Boom! On the ground, a massive canyon tore open. and a powerful aura surged from the depths as a sturdy figure slowly emerged. Unlike his previous frail and aged self, the transformed Rector was not only muscular and tall, more than twice his original size, but his body had also been completely restored to its prime. 200,000 combat power. This was his true strength. As his body regained its youth, Rector's mindset also returned to his younger days, his powerful energy radiating outwards without restraint. With blood still at the corner of his mouth, he said arrogantly, "Kid, no one has been able to push me this far in many years. At least for the last decade, you are the first." Too wordy. Lu Ming raised his hand and fired an energy blast. Rector sneered, swiping away Lu Ming's attack. Both figures instantly entered a state of high-speed movement, clashing dozens of times in a heartbeat. All that could be heard were bursts of massive shockwaves, along with afterimages flashing everywhere. In terms of power, Lu Ming was 20,000 lower than Rector, but he did not care about getting hurt at all. He fought with such reckless abandon that it was terrifying. Rector grew more anxious with every exchange. Lu Ming could trade hits without a second thought, but he could not. He lacked Lu Ming's horrific regenerative ability, and his wounds would not heal on their own anytime soon. Because of this, Lu Ming gradually gained the upper hand, forcefully suppressing and battering Rector despite his lower combat power. Boom! With a heavy axe handle strike that sent Rector crashing into the ground, Lu Ming stretched out his hands, glowing brightly, and rained a barrage of energy spheres down upon him. Meteor barrage. The energy blasts fell like raindrops, resembling a meteor shower, instantly ravaging the land and leaving countless deep craters behind. Whoosh! Rector flashed behind Lu Ming. Looking battered, he clasped his hands together like a hammer and swung with all his might toward Lu Ming's head. The attack landed. Lu Ming's form gradually blurred and vanished. Afterimage technique. Rector would not fall for the same trick twice. He shifted his gaze, and as a brilliant light flashed behind him, he spun around to counterattack. Energy blast. Destructive impact. The two energy torrents collided with a roar, the resulting light so blinding that if either side's blast hit the planet, it would destroy Marina instantly. After a brief stalemate, they were evenly matched. In this short time, Lu Ming's combat power had risen again, now on par with Rector's. The two blasts locked against each other, making the entire planet tremble. Terrifying energy filled the air, and the ground began to crack rapidly. Mountains collapsed. The sky shook violently. Boom! Red-hot magma erupted, and gray volcanic ash shot into the sky, darkening the atmosphere as glaciers shattered. The power of the blast spilled into the clouds, triggering lightning and thunder. It looked like the apocalypse. "I am Rector, how could I possibly lose to a brat like you?" After a moment of resistance, Rector let out a roar, pouring every ounce of his remaining energy into his blast. Its power surged instantly, pushing hard against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He revealed his trump card. 5 times power energy blast. At that instant, Lu Ming's explosive power shot up to a terrifying 1 million, but due to the strain on his body, his muscles burst and blood sprayed wildly. Boom! In a flash, the 5 times energy blast overpowered Rector's destructive impact with invincible force, striking him directly. Rector was stunned. "I lost." Then he was completely obliterated by the blast. The energy torrent shot up into space, vanishing into the vast abyss. The dreaded leader of the Rector army had just died at the hands of an unknown youth. Inside the ship, the officers were in disbelief. The leader's aura is gone. Could it be? Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. Some officers could not accept the reality. The leader was the legendary Rector. How could he fall on such a primitive planet? This simply cannot happen. However, everyone knew they were just lying to themselves. Before that aura, which was strong enough to make them tremble, even their leader had no chance of survival. That was 1 million combat power. An officer gave the order decisively. "Leave this planet immediately, move." But it was too late. Too late. Lu Ming's energy approached them rapidly. Before the ship could even clear Marina's atmosphere, his figure appeared on the main screen. The next second, his unstoppable aura pierced the ship like a blade. Lu Ming walked into the main control room, and the air seemed to freeze. His oppressive presence made the officers feel like they were choking, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Lu Ming said bluntly, "From today on, the Rector Army is under my command. I am your new leader. Any objections?" The officers knelt on one knee, choosing to submit. "Leader, good." And just like that, Lu Ming successfully took over the Rector Army. The ship, which had been rising, landed back on the ground. Afterward, he walked over to the Tree of Might. After growing for some time, its roots had spread across Marina, draining almost all of the planet's life force. Within a hollow in the trunk hung lush green fruits, radiating vibrant life force. Following Lu Ming was an alien with red skin named Sokka, the officer with the second highest strength in the army, boasting 25,000 combat power. Unlike the other muscle-headed brutes, Sokka was rational and calm, the only officer Lu Ming actually respected. Lu Ming asked, "How long until the fruits are ripe?" Sokka shook his head. "We only recently found the seed in some ruins. This is our first time planting it, so we are completely in the dark. Then we shall wait." The Tree of Might did not keep Lu Ming waiting for long. By the next day, all the fruit within the tree hollow had ripened, turning into bright red orbs. A rough glance. There were at least 100 fruits. Lu Ming plucked one and gobbled it down in a few quick bites. There was no need for digestion. The moment the flesh hit his throat, a surging wave of vitality flooded his entire body, and his Kai began to rise rapidly. Combat power increasing. Boom! His aura erupted. 40,000. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. It did not stop until his combat power had soared to over 80,000. The scale of the increase was simply unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had gained 50,000 in combat power. Even Lu Ming himself found it incredible. He remarked in shock, "It feels just like a dream. This rate of growth is terrifying. If a planet's life force is even stronger, would not the fruit produced by the Tree of Might be even more powerful?" Immediately, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He consumed the second fruit. Combat power increasing. Combat power 130,000. Sure enough, it provided another steady increase of 50,000 in combat power. And so, Lu Ming ate one fruit after another. By the 10th one, his Kai had surged to a truly terrifying level, enough to make Sokka tremble just standing nearby. 530,000 combat power in his base state. This was the true extent of Lu Ming's current strength. 10 fruits, is this the limit? When he ate the 11th fruit, there was not the slightest flicker in his combat power. He did not feel particularly disappointed, though. He was quite satisfied with a sudden jump of 500,000 in combat power. Lu Ming asked Sokka, "Can one person only eat 10 fruits in their entire life?" "I do not believe so." Sokka replied, "When the Legion was searching for seeds of the Tree of Might, we investigated its history. Legend has it that in ages long past, people would recklessly plant these trees across the universe to gain immense power. I suspect this limitation only applies to fruits from the same tree." As he spoke, Sokka retrieved the seed left behind from the top of the hollow and handed it to Lu Ming, explaining, "Each Tree of Might produces only a single seed after its fruits have ripened." Lu Ming understood. If he planted another tree on a different planet, the resulting fruit would likely continue to boost his combat power. He tossed a fruit to Sokka. "Let me see your limit." "Thank you for your generosity, leader." Sure enough, Lu Ming's guess was correct. The reason he could consume 10 fruits was due to his super cells. Before eating the fruit, his base combat power was over 30,000. Very close to Sokka's. However, Sokka reached his limit after eating only 2 fruits, with his combat power increasing by only 100,000, a far cry from Lu Ming's 500,000. "Let us go." Lu Ming took the seed, headed out into space, and blasted the tree into dust with a single shot, allowing the remaining energy of the destroyed fruit to return to the planet. If the fruit of the Tree of Might is not eaten immediately, its life force dissipates rapidly. There is no possibility of storing it, and no need to either. Lu Ming would not casually reward his Legion officers with the fruit. These space dwellers are vicious and cold-blooded to the core. They have no concept of gratitude or loyalty. Even if Lu Ming gave them the fruit, once they became powerful, their only thought would be how to replace him and seize the seed for themselves. They are nothing but a bunch of ingrates. Back on the ship, the officers watched helplessly as the Tree of Might was destroyed. They felt an indescribable sense of pain and regret. They had not even tasted a single fruit and were absolutely starving for it. Returning to the ship, Lu Ming sat in his command chair as a matter of course, scanning the officers with a cold gaze. They all lowered their heads, trembling under his overwhelming power. My subordinates do not need scum or trash. If you want the fruit of the Tree of Might, then show me your value. The officer's eyes darted towards Sokka, noticing clearly that his aura was much stronger than before, even surpassing that of Lecter's base form. The legend was true. The fruit really could boost combat power, and the increase was massive. Realizing this, the officer's eyes burned with greed. Yes, later. A month later, a massive spacecraft sailed through the deep, endless stars. Its design was unmistakable. It belonged to the Lecter Space Legion. The galaxy is vast. The difficulty of finding a habitable planet is extremely high. Because of this, the Legion had to cooperate with information brokers, space pirates, and drifters to acquire coordinates for life-bearing planets. Otherwise, wandering blindly in space, the odds of finding a habitable world were slim to none. And it consumed far too much time. It was much more cost-effective to pay for the information. After a month, finally, the Legion obtained the coordinates of a habitable planet from an informant, a world with even richer life force than planet Maluna. Its name was Planet Azure. Before long, the Lecter Legion's ship appeared in the orbit of Planet Azure. On the surface, a middle-aged man suddenly snapped his eyes open. He looked toward the sky, his expression deeply grave. Such powerful Kai. His name was Zhao Pan, a player who had started his journey on Planet Azure. Because the planet's martial arts and Kai were incredibly prosperous, far exceeding ordinary worlds. Even without leaving his starting planet, his combat power had reached an astonishing 20,000, making him the strongest on the planet. 20,000 combat power. This was undoubtedly enough to reach the SSS rank planet-busting level. After the 2-rank reduction upon returning to the real world, he remained a top-tier S-rank powerhouse. With this strength, he became a member of the Daxia Disaster Monitoring Bureau. Among the many S-rank players, he was considered among the best. But in the Super Universe, a mere 20,000 combat power did not mean much. Through the Bureau's internal intel, Zhao Pan knew that the Super Universe held many unimaginable powerhouses, though he did not know exactly how strong they were. After all, 20,000 combat power was enough to destroy a planet, so whether it was 100,000 or a million, a single energy blast would suffice to do the job. On the surface, there did not seem to be much difference, and based on mere snippets of information, it was hard to grasp the actual gap in strength. Zhao Pan had no real concept of it. However, the guardian deity of Planet Azure had some understanding of the forces in the universe, even though Lu Ming and Sokka were suppressing their Kai. He still keenly sensed these two terrifying forces and was filled with immediate panic. What? The spacecraft quickly broke through the atmosphere and then landed steadily. Boss, we have arrived at planet Skyblue. Lu Ming glanced sideways at Sokka. Without even realizing it, this kid had actually learned his technique for concealing energy. His talent is truly impressive. Precisely because of this, Zhao Pan had not sensed Sokka's energy. Otherwise, an energy level of 100,000 would have scared him out of his wits. Lu Ming noticed a problem. Apart from his starting planet, it seemed that not many people in the universe had mastered the technique of hiding their own energy. Take the Legion's officers, for example. In Lu Ming's perception, these guys' energy signatures are like giant light bulbs. It is hard not to notice them. Only Sokka has learned the technique of concealing energy from him. Lu Ming stood up from the main seat and instructed his officers, "Do not let anyone disturb me." The officers were full of enthusiasm. Yes, boss. Those who perform well might get a fruit of the Tree of Might, so the officers were naturally working hard and were exceptionally proactive. Sokka is the best example. His combat power soared by 100,000 all at once. The officers were green with envy. The cabin door opened. Lu Ming walked out, and the officers swarmed out behind him, scattering in all directions to prevent anyone from disturbing the boss while he planted the Tree of Might. He paused in his tracks. Lu Ming looked back at the sky. Crack! A faint sound like breaking glass echoed, and the inexplicable feeling of being watched vanished. Lu Ming said softly with a hint of interest. Magic. Sokka asked puzzled boss, what is wrong? Lu Ming said calmly, it seems there are some interesting people on this planet. At the same time, in the heavenly realm of planet Skyblue, the Guardian was so terrified that he lost his footing and fell to the ground. His face turned pale as he exclaimed in horror, How could a monster this powerful possibly exist? The so-called Guardian. He is a divine official who monitors and guides a planet to develop in the right direction. Guardians are not necessarily very strong. Some might have a combat power of only a few hundred. However, most of them possess profound insights into martial arts, which they pass on to the people of the planet to promote its martial development. Most importantly, Guardians are usually magicians or mystics, either gifted or trained, mastering many wondrous abilities. To some extent, a Guardian can be said to be the protector of a planet. Although their combat power is not high, the warriors and martial artists they train are usually quite formidable. The Guardian of planet Skyblue had traveled the universe in his youth and had seen many strong individuals, but this was his first time encountering a monster as strong as Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had hidden his energy, the Guardian, who was well versed in magic, still detected his strength, which is why he was scared to death. Just as Lu Ming said before, the power of energy is superior to all flashy tricks. When the Guardian used magic to spy on him, Lu Ming sensed it and blocked the surveillance with his powerful energy. At this moment, Zhao Pan's voice rang in the Guardian's mind. He was communicating with the Guardian through his thoughts. Strictly speaking, this is an application of energy. It is not a superpower, mystical art, or magic. Zhao Pan said, Guardian, I sense an evil energy descending upon planet Skyblue. Do you know what is going on? The Guardian composed himself and said gravely, it is a group of aliens. I do not yet know their purpose for coming to planet Skyblue, but I have a very bad feeling about this. Boom! A blast of energy struck the ground, causing the earth to shake violently and split open a massive fissure. Lu Ming took out the seed of the Tree of Might and tossed it right in. A moment later, the seed of the Tree of Might hit the ground and immediately took root and sprouted. The roots dug deep into the earth, growing thick and spreading in all directions and deeper into the soil. Thick roots shot up from the ground, quickly emerging from the fissure and standing tall toward the sky, reaching the clouds with incredible speed. The roots snaked across the land like dragons. Plants withered, water sources dried up, and the land began to turn into lifeless rocky ground and desert. The life force of planet Skyblue was being drained. The tragedy of planet Marina was playing out once again. The Tree of Might. Although the Guardian could not spy on Lu Ming, he could sense what was happening on planet Skyblue. When the Tree of Might took root and began to grow, he discovered it immediately. It was Zhao Pan's first time seeing the Guardian so distraught, so he hurriedly asked the Tree of Might, Guardian, what is happening? The Guardian remained silent for a moment. After calming down, he explained, according to legends, this is a divine tree that can drain the life force of a planet. The fruit it produces can boost anyone's combat power. I never expected it to fall into the hands of these people. This is disastrous. Zhao Pan froze, falling into deep thought. Guardian, do you think I am a match for these people? You have absolutely no chance of winning. The Guardian answered decisively, so fast that it stunned Zhao Pan. Zhao Pan said, although I can sense that there are many strong individuals among these aliens, none seem to be superior to me. At most, they are on par with my strength. The Guardian stated bluntly, no, there are two in this group of aliens that you cannot possibly match, especially their leader. If you want to stay alive, I strongly advise you not to engage him. Is he that strong? Very strong. The Guardian emphasized again, stronger than you can imagine. If you face him, you do not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. This was the first time Zhao Pan heard the Guardian describe someone in such a way. In reality, as a player, why would he care about the survival of planet Skyblue? What he was thinking was that this is a great opportunity. If he could join these people, maybe he could eat the fruit of the Tree of Might. Even if he could not, taking this opportunity to enter the universe would be worth it. It is better than staying on planet undergone forever. His strength has hit a plateau, and he can only seek greater power by traveling into the universe. After making up his mind, Zhao Pan ignited his energy and rushed toward the landing site of the Lecter Legion spaceship. Soon, he entered the line of sight of a Legion officer. Sensing the intensity of Zhao Pan's energy, the officer turned serious and charged at Zhao Pan without saying a word. His combat power was 19,000, quite close to Zhao Pan's. The two fought, nearly evenly matched, with neither being able to gain the upper hand. Human, if you do not want to die, get lost. I am not interested in fighting you. I am here to join you. We do not need you. I do not have time to talk to you. Zhao Pan used a feint to fool the officer, then dodged behind him and exploded his energy to speed away, flying towards the Tree of Might. Having been tricked, the officer was furious. Stop right there. Inside the hollow of the Tree of Might, Lu Ming looked up at the green fruit ripening at the top and said to Sokka, "It sounds a bit noisy outside. Go out and see what is going on." Yes. Bangs, bangs, bang. The sounds of energy blasts echoed endlessly. Several figures were locked in combat, flickering across the area, their clashes producing loud booming sounds. Although Zhao Pan had broken through the perimeter, he was quickly surrounded by the arriving Legion officers and forced into battle. He was forcibly kept just outside the Tree of Might. It was 1 against 3. Moreover, facing 3 Legion officers with combat powers comparable to his own, Zhao Pan was struggling. Within moments, he was wounded, and his situation became dire. In the blink of an eye, a solid blast of energy hit Zhao Pan squarely, knocking him to the ground right in front of Sokka as he emerged from the tree hollow. Sokka frowned. With so many of you, you cannot even stop one person. The Legion officers quickly bowed their heads. It is our incompetence. Seeing this, Zhao Pan realized. He realized the person before him must be the leader of this group and quickly said, "Sir, I have come to join you with my combat power." Before Zhao Pan could finish, Sokka cut him off coldly. Not interested. Zhao Pan was stunned, still wanting to plead his case. Even as a mere grunt is fine, just please let me join you. Bang! Zhao Pan's voice came to an abrupt halt. Sokka drove a fist into his abdomen. The intense pain caused Zhao Pan to vomit blood. He curled up, unable to speak, nearly losing consciousness instantly. Such incredible speed. Zhao Pan had not even seen the strike coming. He finally understood what the Guardian meant by no chance of winning. He really was no match for them. With just one hit, he had lost all ability to resist. As the price for disturbing our leader, you might as well die here. Do you think we are some kind of sightseeing tour group that you can just wander into? A ball of light slowly gathered in Sokka's hand and then consumed Zhao Pan completely. To his death, he never even caught a glimpse of the leader they spoke of. What a shame. Zhao Pan muttered to himself. He had come prepared for the risks, and this outcome did not surprise him. At least he had witnessed the power of true cosmic experts. I will just have to start over. Zhao Pan died. The Guardian of planet Tianlin sensed it immediately and could not help but let out a deep sigh. He knew that rashly approaching these people would likely lead to a bad end. Although Zhao Pan was eliminated, the strength he brought back to the real world would not be lost, though he would be unable to carry any newly gained power from the super universe back until he restarted and regained his 20,000 combat power. The next day, inside the Tree of Might's hollow, the top was covered in bright red fruit, all fully ripened. Lu Ming first collected the Tree of Might seeds. Then he plucked a fruit and tried eating it. Bang! His internal energy surged instantly. Combat power increased. Combat power 630,000. Because planet Tianlin's life force was exceptionally rich, the fruit of the Tree of Might contained immense power. A single fruit increased Lu Ming's combat power by 100,000. This was also reflected in the martial artists of this planet. Planets with insufficient life force could not produce warriors with combat powers in the thousands or tens of thousands. Lu Ming was delighted. So it is true. Just as Sokka said, the limit on consuming the fruit only applies to fruit from the same tree. As long as we keep planting new trees of might, this is not an issue at all. A moment later, Lu Ming ate the 10th fruit, reaching his limit once again. Combat power increased. Combat power 1.53 million. a full 1.53 million combat power. And that is just his base state. Footsteps echoed. Lu Ming slowly walked out of the hollow, the powerful aura radiating from him, making the air tremble, causing the Legion officers to break into a cold sweat in panic. Boom! Releasing his aura without restraint, the clouds in the sky were instantly blown apart, the ground cracked, and debris began to float into the air. The officers gasped in horror. The leader's energy is even stronger. Zoggo. Yes, leader. Lu Ming threw a fruit into his hand and said expressionlessly, "You handle the distribution of this fruit." Yes, immediately. The officer's eyes burned with desire, locked onto the fruit in Sokka's hand. Sokka glanced at the Legion officers and tossed it to the one who had blocked Zhao Pan most effectively. "Cray, it is yours." "Thank you, leader." Cray was the officer who had fired the energy blast to knock Zhao Pan down. With a base of 20,000, eating this would bring him to about 120,000. Becoming the officer with the second highest combat power in the Legion, after Sokka. Cray was overjoyed. He caught the fruit and devoured it, while the other officers watched with intense envy. Bang! After eating the fruit, Cray's combat power soared to 120,000. Seeing him gain 100,000 power in one go, the other officers turned red with jealousy. Lu Ming flicked an energy blast, obliterating the entire Tree of Might and its remaining fruit, then hovered into the sky. Sokka, contact the information brokers and space pirates. Find me the next life-sustaining planet as soon as possible. Understood. With those instructions, Lu Ming vanished into the horizon, heading straight for the heavens of planet Tianlin. A moment later, a palace suspended in the sky came into view. His gaze fell on a figure in front of the palace, an alien with an appearance distinct from humans, the guardian of planet Tianlin. Lu Ming said, "It was you spying on me earlier, right? If I am not mistaken, you are the guardian of this planet." He had read about guardians on the Super Universe forums and was somewhat familiar with them. Outsider. A drop of sweat rolled down the guardian's forehead. After a moment of silence, he admitted, "I am indeed the guardian of this planet. Please forgive any offense. I will pay any price to protect this planet. I beg you to spare it." If Lu Ming had harvested all the fruit, the life force of planet Tianlin would have completely drained away, but fortunately, he had not done that. Instead, he destroyed the remaining fruit, allowing the residual life force to return to the planet. This way, the life on planet Tianlin would not be completely extinguished. What the Guardian feared most was Lu Ming destroying the planet with a single blast. With his current strength, the planet had no way to resist. Lu Ming said, "I have no interest in destroying planets. I only came here out of curiosity and to get something." The Guardian was puzzled. "What thing? What?" In a split second, Lu Ming flashed before the heavenly god, sending him flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming struck him dozens of times with blinding speed. Boom! The heavenly god crashed to the ground. Clusters of light surged out from his body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, magic, divine sight. Keep it. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, telepathy. Learn it. Learn. Cough, cough. The heavenly god stood up in agony. Although Lu Ming's dozens of strikes were not delivered with full force, they were still incredibly heavy for the heavenly god. Though not fatal. Watching the magic and techniques drop from the heavenly god, Lu Ming left with satisfaction, leaving the confused heavenly god behind, unable to understand what had just happened. Divine sight. This magic is generally only reserved for the gods. It is incredibly powerful. By activating it, Lu Ming can monitor everything happening in every corner of the planet. This was the exact magic the heavenly god used earlier to spy on Lu Ming. Clearly, Lu Ming is the exception. Thanks to the super drop rate, he can master and freely use any bloodline, ability, or technique he obtains. No restrictions, including the powers of a god. As for telepathy, while it is not a skill exclusive to gods, its range can likewise cover an entire planet, making it an extremely practical skill. Beyond that, there are many other spells, such as cleaning, silence, and sleep, most of which are completely useless in combat. However, there is one spell that caught Lu Ming's attention. Magic path to the underworld. In the super universe, the underworld is a massive concept. After death, souls first head to Enma's palace in the Enma realm, where they undergo judgment by King Enma before being sent to either hell or heaven. The Enma realms, hell and heaven combined, make up the complete underworld. Players' souls follow the same process after death. King Enma decides whether they go to heaven or hell based on their actions, as well as determining their next spawn planet and talents. This is not secret information. Any player who has died once in the super universe knows this, and it is clearly written in the information forums. The Path to the Underworld spell allows Lu Ming to travel directly to the underworld without needing to die. If he ever needs to go there, this spell will likely come in handy. Back to the ship. Sokka brought Lu Ming some good news. Leader, I just received intelligence. The space pirates found a habitable planet, but there are some issues. What kind of issues? It is the target of the Groat Space Legion. This legion is very powerful, with influence over a huge territory. Rictor had a few run-ins with them before and never dared to provoke them. How strong is the Groat Legion's combat power? Groat's own power remains an unknown, as no one has ever seen him use his full strength. His officers mostly have a power level around 50,000. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He made a decisive call. Set sail for the next habitable planet. Understood. Sokka knew what this decision meant. If the worst-case scenario occurred, their Rector Legion would be at total war with the Groat Legion. In reality, Lu Ming did not fear strong enemies at all. If anything, his super cells craved them. Fighting strong opponents allowed him to grow stronger rapidly. Besides, his full power was not just 1.53 million. With his second stage transformation and the triple burst technique combined, his power would skyrocket to nearly 10 million. Nothing to be afraid of. A month and a half later. North Galaxy, Planet Hal. The space pirates' intel was correct. Before Lu Ming arrived, members of the Groat Legion had already reached Planet Hal and begun their conquest. The Groat Legion sent their core combat unit, composed almost entirely of the Legion's main officers. Their combat power was extremely formidable. The unit was simply called the Groat Special Forces, consisting of 7 members led by Bax, an alien with a power level as high as 80,000. He stood a cut above the rest of the unit, while the others, just as Sokka had said, were mostly around 50,000. Only Bax possessed such exceptional strength. Boom, booms, boom. Mighty explosions erupted one after another, echoing beneath the atmosphere. As the powerful shockwaves spread, the ground shattered wherever they passed. Planet Hal was a technologically advanced world. Though the inhabitants did not practice Kai, their high-tech weaponry gave them respectable combat capabilities. But their opponent was the Groat Legion. The planet's advanced weapons and robots were completely useless against the special forces. The battle had no suspense whatsoever. Snap! Bax crushed an automated battle robot into scrap metal and stomped on it, sneering, "A bunch of junk. You lot, hurry up and finish this." Understood. This is too easy. The Special Forces members were relaxed. One remarked, "A planet this week. Anyone could have taken it down. Bringing us here feels like overkill. I heard this planet is researching android technology, and the results seem decent. Leader Groat is very interested in that." At this, Bax quickly reminded them, "Do not kill everyone. If we do not bring the technology back, the leader will be angry." Understood, understood. Do not worry, I am being careful. I have been avoiding the research facilities. Just then, an energy blast flew toward Bax, who swatted it away casually. He turned to see several figures emerging from the ruins, possessing non-negligible energy signatures. Bax smiled with curiosity. So these are the so-called androids. They do not look any different from regular people. Just as he was about to strike, the sky suddenly darkened. Ho! Bax looked up to see a massive starship quickly entering the atmosphere of Planet Hal, descending toward his location. His brow furrowed instantly. Sensing an energy presence on the ship that surpassed his own, his expression grew serious. He soon recognized the design of the ship. Rector Legion. A voice crackled over the comms from his unit captain. "I sense a very powerful energy source approaching you rapidly. What is going on?" "It is the Rector Legion. Something is not right. Everyone, gather on me. I want to see what that guy Rector is playing at." Copy. On our way. 10 minutes later. The Rector Legion spaceship landed in front of Bacchus. who stood there looking comfortable and composed, with an android's head under his boot. Weak, and here I thought I might actually have something to look forward to. Bacchus applied a little pressure and crushed the android's head, causing blood and mechanical parts to spray everywhere. The Har people's android technology was clearly different from Dr. Carlos is. The androids Dr. Carlos created were true human beings. The androids Bacchus just wiped out were not complete natural life forms, but rather cyborgs that had undergone significant mechanical modification. Although their combat power was decent, it was not at a particularly impressive level. Bacchus easily took them all down by himself. Meanwhile, members of the Special Forces arrived back one after another. Captain, looking at the Rector Legion spaceship landed before them, they wondered, why on earth would that guy Rector come to our territory? Hahaha, has not that old geezer always taken a detour whenever he saw us before? Bacchus ordered, just in case, report this situation to headquarters. As much as I hate to admit it, his combat strength cannot be underestimated. Understood. Bacchus knew well that if Rector decided to attack, they would be no match for him. There was a significant gap in their combat power. The Special Forces members raised their guard. The ship's hatch opened. Footsteps echoed as a figure emerged from the spaceship. It was not the expected Rector, but a young human who caught their eye first. Then the senior officers of the Rector Legion followed closely behind. Bacchus was stunned. Where is Rector? Then, his expression shifted as his gaze landed on Cray, who stood behind Lu Ming. The immense energy he had sensed was clearly coming from him. And not from Rector. What is going on? Bacchus felt that something was very wrong. With a cold face, he interrogated Sokka. Sokka, what is the meaning of this? This planet is the territory of our Groot Legion. Sokka remained expressionless and silent. All the officers of the Rector Legion stood obediently behind Lu Ming, waiting for their leader's command. Bacchus' gaze then shifted to Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his gaze over the Special Forces members and suddenly unleashed his energy. Without making a single move, his sheer pressure blasted all the members away. Boom! Bacchus felt as if he had been hit by a heavy cannon blast. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was struck with terror, his soul nearly shaken out of his body. How can his energy be this powerful? He had never felt such terrifying energy, not even from Leader Groot. In an instant, his will to fight vanished. Victory is impossible. Facing such a monster, there was not even 1 in a billion chance of winning. He struggled out of the ruins, disheveled, and asked Lu Ming, "Who on earth are you? A person like you was definitely never in the Rector Legion before." Lu Ming ignored him. He calmly walked up to an android that had been battered into a wreck by Bacchus but was still breathing, and simply said, "Sokka, Cray, finish them off." Yes. Bangs bangs. 2 intense surges of energy flared up as Sokka and Cray ruthlessly crushed the Special Forces members, leaving Bacchus in total despair. What is actually happening? He could not comprehend how the Rector Legion's combat power could have increased so drastically in just a short time. Whether Bacchus could accept the fact or not, Sokka and Cray were already upon them, giving the Special Forces no hope of survival. Just you wait, Leader Groot will not let you get away with this. Bacchus blustered with empty threats before being blasted into dust by Sokka. Against 2 fighters with 120,000 in combat power, the Special Forces met a swift end. They were wiped out in mere moments. When Lu Ming hacked into Dr. Carlos' supercomputer, he gained some understanding of his android project. Beyond cultivating androids using supercells, there were 2 other plans. One was the Cyborg Project. The other was the Bioandroid Project. Strictly speaking, both cyborgs and bioandroids still fall under the category of androids, but their potential is far inferior to naturally nurtured androids. The Har people's technology belongs to the second type, cyborgs that combine human bodies with machinery. Boring technology. Lu Ming stomped and crushed the android. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained lineage Har cells. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. Now this is a surprise. Har cells can enhance the body's self-healing and regeneration speed. After merging with the supercells already in Lu Ming's body, the rate of cell division and regeneration increased even further. Lu Ming's self-healing and regeneration were already fast, but now it was truly terrifying. He pulled out a spirit tree seed and threw it into the ruins. As the massive roots spread, the rubble shifted, and the spirit tree shot up, growing frantically. Meanwhile, in the other world, on a certain planet, a stout figure with long ant-like antennae was startled, his face full of shock. It is actually a spirit tree. The other world holds not just the Enma realm, hell, and heaven, but on the outskirts of the Enma realm, there are 4 King Kai planets, each inhabited by a King Kai. They each manage and monitor the balance of the 4 galaxies. This one is North King Kai, who governs the North Galaxy and is a god with status far above the Guardian of the Earth. The Guardian's vision can monitor an entire planet, and naturally, North King Kai's divine sight can monitor all the planets in the entire North Galaxy. This is going to be trouble. North King Kai frowned, his round face scrunching up. To a King Kai, the birth and death of planets are part of nature and balance. He would not typically care even if someone were constantly destroying them. At most, he might create a few more life-sustaining planets during his free time to maintain the universe's balance. However, when the rate and scale of planetary destruction reach a certain level, he is forced to intervene and eliminate the source of the imbalance. The spirit tree, without a doubt, falls into that category. The problem now is that while Lu Ming, who possesses the spirit tree, has the potential to ruin the cosmic balance, the extent of his destruction has not yet reached a point where a King Kai can intervene. Restricted by his divine duties, North King Kai cannot take action yet. However, once Lu Ming reaches that level, he might have already grown so powerful that finding someone to stop him would be incredibly difficult. That is why North King Kai was so distressed. He sighed, "I just hope things do not head toward the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, I have no idea how this will end." Groot Legion Headquarters. Blue-skinned, massive, and towering extraterrestrial sat upon a high throne. He was undoubtedly Groot, the leader of the Groot Legion. Groot's body was covered in a layer of grotesque white exoskeleton, a trait he was born with that resembled a suit of armor. The mere sight of it was enough to strike fear into one's heart. An officer reported, "Leader Groot, just moments ago, our special forces stationed on planet Hal lost contact. Their status is unknown." Oh, Groot became intrigued and asked, "Are the androids on planet Hal really that strong?" "Not exactly." The subordinate shook his head and said, "Before losing contact, the special forces sent a communication to headquarters suggesting that the Ricto Legion had appeared on planet Hal." "Ricto?" Groot gave a disdainful laugh. "If it is that old man, then Bacchus and his team truly are no match for him. In that case, I will have to make the trip myself." This was strange. Ricto, that guy, had always avoided the Groot Legion, yet he dared to lay a hand on their people this time. He must have gained some confidence. Or maybe he had simply gone mad. Either way, it did not matter to Groot. "In the face of absolute power, I will show them what despair truly is. Prepare the fastest ship for me. I want to reach planet Hal within a day. I will prepare it for you at once." In terms of assets, the Ricto Legion was indeed far behind the Groot Legion. The Groot Legion ruled over a vast expanse of space, and just the technological planets under their control numbered over 30, so naturally, they possessed highly advanced scientific technology. Of course, this rule was built upon Groot's overwhelming strength. One can infer the gap between Ricto and him just from this. If Ricto had been strong enough, then it would be Ricto ruling this sector, not Groot. One day later. Crunch! Inside the hollow of the Tree of Might, the crisp flesh of the fruit was bitten off with a loud sound. Lu Ming finished the fruit in a few bites and tossed the pit aside. This was the 10th Tree of Might fruit Lu Ming had consumed. His aura surged and billowed. The sky was affected by Lu Ming's aura, and for a moment, lightning and thunder crashed. Rumble. Combat power increased. Combat power 2.03 million. The vitality on planet Hal was mediocre, not comparable to planet Tianlin. One fruit only increased combat power by 50,000. After 10 fruits, Lu Ming's combat power had increased by 500,000. His total combat power had reached 2.03 million. After picking one fruit as a reward for his subordinate, he destroyed the Tree of Might with a blast of energy. The immense vitality swept outward, returning to planet Hal. Coincidentally, Groat's ship arrived at planet Hal right at that moment. It was unclear whether Groat did not know how to suppress his aura or simply did not want to. As soon as he arrived, he was sensed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming wore an expression of curiosity. This aura is not weak. Sokka's gaze tightened and he said, "Leader, that is the Groat Legion spaceship. If I am not mistaken, the person with that aura should be Groat himself." This aura was powerful, possessing a full 1 million in combat power. It was no wonder Ricto never dared to provoke him. "Groat." Lu Ming rubbed his hands together and said comfortably, "I hope he can give me a little surprise." Just as he said that, a figure could not wait to fly out of the ship. With the sun at his back, Groat seemed like a god descending, his powerful aura unleashed without restraint. His eyes fell upon Lu Ming and the others. He raised his palm to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he condensed a massive energy sphere, burning and dazzling like a sun. Then he swung his hand down. The energy sphere plummeted rapidly. "This is a welcome gift for you." Whoosh! In a flash, Lu Ming teleported in front of the energy sphere, kicked it into outer space, and then, before Groat could react, sent him flying with a single punch. The moment Lu Ming struck, his aura was fully exposed, but Groat had no time to be shocked. Boom! An explosion of aura rang out. Groat's body slammed into the earth, carving out a massive canyon. A ball of light flew from his body and merged into Lu Ming's physique. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained bloodline mutation cells. Merge now. Merge. Instantly. The mutation cells merged with the super cells inside Lu Ming's body. His muscles bulged violently before returning to their original state. A powerful surge of strength flowed through him, filling Lu Ming with joy. Merge successful. Super cells evolved into ultimate cells. Combat power increased. Combat power 2.5 million. After merging with Groat's mutation cells, the resulting ultimate cells saw a massive improvement in strength, regeneration speed, and explosive power. Lu Ming's combat power surged by 470,000 at once. The increase in explosive power meant that Lu Ming could unleash higher multipliers, thus achieving greater combat power, which was significant. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. "You did not disappoint me." Rattle. Groat stepped out of the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and feeling Lu Ming's powerful aura. His face turned grim. "Kid, who are you? Where is Ricto?" Lu Ming smiled. He retorted, "Are you Groats?" "Of course." "Then I will send you to see Ricto in a bit. I am sure you will have a very pleasant chat in hell." By now, Groat had basically grasped the situation. Ricto had been finished off by this kid, and even his legion had been taken over. Veins popped on his forehead as he roared in rage, "You arrogant brat." Boom! A solid hit interrupted Groat's words. Lu Ming teleported in a flash and blasted him away with a punch, battering him in the air like a punching bag. He completely stunned Groat. Balls of light continued to burst forth. Super drop rate triggered. Super drop rate triggered. Super drop rate triggered. Enough! Groat suddenly exploded with aura, screaming to knock Lu Ming back. His face was ash-gray. He had traveled all this way only to be beaten up the moment he arrived. Anyone would be furious. I have to say, Groat really had many moves. Lu Ming's beating had not even managed to exhaust them all. He was like a surprise gift box. "Kid, you are indeed strong. No wonder Ricto fell into your hands. But if this is all the strength you have, you are as good as dead," Groat said, holding up one finger. Lu Ming was confused. "What do you mean?" Groat's expression was vicious. 10 million combat power. This is my true strength." Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed in the sky. A more powerful aura erupted from Groat, as if some latent power within him had been awakened. Bone spikes protruded from his joints. Groat's frame expanded, his body size increasing several times over in an instant, looking extremely intimidating. In one moment, Groat's combat power skyrocketed from 1 million to 10 million. Transformation. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Instead of being afraid, he was very pleasantly surprised. A transformation that could boost combat power tenfold. This was a skill he had not managed to obtain from Groat yet. 10 million battle power. More powerful energy erupted from Lu Ming. causing both the sky and the ground to tremble, and the entire planet shook beneath his aura. 5x energy burst. Boom! His aura flared up. Lu Ming's battle power soared directly to 12.5 million. A full quarter higher than Grot's. With such a massive gap opened up, it meant this would remain a one-sided slaughter. The multiplier provided by a transformation is fixed, but the energy burst technique is different. After fusing with Grot's unique cells, the explosive power of his ultimate cells has increased significantly. It allows Lu Ming's energy burst to unleash even greater power, which is why he can now explode with 5 times his normal battle power. This is already enough. There is no need to stack the second stage transformation. 12.5 million battle power is enough to crush Grot. What? Grot was astonished. Before he could even act arrogant after his transformation, a hand appeared before his eyes, slapped onto his face, and Lu Ming instantly slammed his head into the ground. The earth shattered. Rubble went flying. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained move, Supernova Blast. Would you like to learn it? Learned. Still did not manage to get the transformation ability. Boom! Lu Ming followed up with a heavy knee strike to Grot's body. Accompanied by a roaring blast of energy, Grot's body turned into a black line, leaving behind trails of afterimages as he flew toward the sky. Grot's eyes bulged. Blood gushed out wildly. A mere 12.5 million battle power. Do not think you have already won. It was the first time since birth that Grot had been beaten this badly. Gritting his teeth in fury, he clenched his fists together and unleashed an all-out energy blast at Lu Ming on the ground. A surging torrent of energy descended from the sky. If it hit the ground squarely, Planet Hal would surely be blasted into cosmic dust in an instant. Lu Ming looked on calmly, unafraid, and dove straight into Grot's energy blast, using his unstoppable momentum to push the attack right back. Then, to Grot's disbelief, he smashed a fist into his face. Before Grot could recover, Lu Ming caught up to his flying body, clasped his hands into a hammer, and delivered a heavy strike to Grot's head. Boom! Grot's eyes rolled back, blood sprayed from his orifices, and he nearly lost consciousness as his body plummeted, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. The immense force spread out, causing cracks to spiderweb across the land until it was completely devastated, with rolling lava erupting from deep beneath the crust. The sky turned gloomy, filled with thunder and lightning. Everywhere looked like a scorching, red-hot hellscape. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, second form transformation. Would you like to keep it? Keep. Finally, Grot's transformation ability had been dropped. With this second form, Rictor's second stage transformation could now be retired. Since both are transformations, these two abilities cannot be stacked. Only one can be used at a time. What if I stack the second form transformation with the energy burst? As soon as the thought occurred, Lu Ming could not wait to test it. Others might fear that such a high multiple burst would cause their bodies to collapse. But with his ultimate cells, he did not care. If he wanted to do it, he would. Second form transformation. Boom! Instantly, Lu Ming initiated the second form transformation on top of his 5x energy burst. His body was quickly covered by a layer of white exoskeleton. Sharp, menacing bone spurs grew from his joints. His form was very similar to Grot's. Terrifyingly powerful aura shot into the sky, making the entire planet tremble. The energy flame around Lu Ming surged, pushing his battle power to a staggering 125 million. Over 100 million in battle power. Combining the second form with the 5x energy burst increased his battle power to 50 times its base. This energy. It is terrifyingly strong. Is this the leader's true power? Even though Sokka and the other officers were Lu Ming's subordinates, they could not help but tremble when feeling an aura so shockingly powerful. It was simply too outrageous. The other world, North Kai's planet. Zig-zags. Boom! Electric current sparked on North Kai's antenna, which suddenly exploded, covering his face in black smoke. Lu Ming's overly powerful aura had actually disrupted North Kai's godly vision. A bead of cold sweat rolled down North Kai's forehead. This kid has grown so fast. If this continues, the North Galaxy is going to be in trouble. He had assumed that even with the Tree of Might, it would take Lu Ming some time to fully mature, but he never expected it to be this fast. For his battle power to spike to over 100 million that is truly astonishing. Rumble! Lightning flashed across the sky. He had no mind to consider why Lu Ming's second form looked so much like his own. Grot stared at Lu Ming in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to believe or accept what was happening before his eyes. Impossible! He roared, unleashing every ounce of his Kai. Absolutely impossible. This must be some kind of hallucination technique. After all, in a universe where a battle power of 1,000,000 can rule a star system, someone suddenly popping up with over 100 million is pure fantasy. Whoosh! Lu Ming flickered directly in front of Grot, easily tearing through his aura, grabbing him by the throat, and then piercing through Grot's heart with a single punch. Cough! Blood spilled from Grot's throat as his eyes remained fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not waste any more breath. A pillar of energy shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. Grot's body within the beam was rapidly disintegrated until nothing was left, not a single drop of blood or cell remained. After draining his abilities and moves, Grot was of no further value to Lu Ming, so there was no need to hold back. Finishing him off cleanly was the best choice. The faces of the Grot Legion turned pale, scared half to death. Leader Grot is dead. What do we do? Lu Ming landed slowly in front of the Grot Legion's flagship. A familiar scene played out again as he cold-bloodedly declared, "From today on, I am taking command of everything belonging to the Grot Legion." The Grot Legion members surrendered decisively, pouring out of the ship to kneel on one knee before Lu Ming, shouting in unison, "Yes, leader." And just like that, the Grot Legion's entire territory fell into Lu Ming's hands. Under my orders, the entire Legion is to search for life-bearing planets with full effort. Do not let go of any planets, whether inside or outside our current territory. Understood. And so, under Lu Ming's instructions, the Grot Legion began to expand frantically. One life-bearing planet after another was added to their domain, serving as planting sites for the Tree of Might. What? Northern Galaxy, Crescent Legion. Green Star. This is a life-bearing planet near the Grot Legion's territory, and it is also one of the core strongholds of the Crescent Guild in the Super Universe. The person in charge of the Green Star stronghold is named Lin Li, a cheerful young man with a refined appearance. He is a martial artist with a combat power as high as 20,000, and he holds a pivotal position within the Crescent Guild. He belongs to the core, high-level members. His strength in reality is undoubtedly that of an S-rank player, and his combat power far surpasses that of Zhang Shenghao, who is also a core member, as Zhang Shenghao is only an A-rank player. As one of the top combatants in the guild, Lin Li generally does not show his face, nor does he appear in ordinary meetings. He spends most of his time immersed in the game world seeking greater power. He only reveals himself when important decisions are involved. On the lush green grass, Lin Li had set out a few bottles of wine to welcome the two who had just arrived on Green Star. Sitting before him were none other than Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei, a member of the Deep Blue Guild who had a good relationship with Zhang. Like Zhang Shenghao, Su Zhenfei is only an A-rank player in the real world, and with their similar strength, they get along quite well. This is the advantage of having a large guild behind you. In most games, large guilds possess a certain degree of influence and strongholds. As long as one can make contact, they can quickly grow by leveraging the guild's resources. At the very least, getting through the early stages is no problem. For example, in the Super Universe world, it is very difficult to quickly cultivate a core member to 10,000 combat power, but if it is only 3 or 4,000, it is no problem at all. Lin Li asked Zhang Shenghao with some curiosity, "Are not you in charge of another game?" Hearing this, Zhang Shenghao immediately put on a bitter smile. Su Zhenfei could not help but laugh out loud, gloating. Both games the kid was in charge of ran into trouble, so he was kicked here. Lin Li was surprised. What kind of trouble? Zhang Shenghao took the initiative to explain. It is like this. The walkthrough plan for Evolution Battle made no progress, so there was no need for him to go back and waste time. As for the game Brave and Magic, it encountered a devastating collapse of the plot. The entire 9 realms, along with the God Realm, collapsed completely. All the players, caught completely off guard, saw the game over screen, which caused the game world to restart, forcing everyone to start over from scratch. starting from zero again. The God War is gone. This means that the major forces and races who believe in the gods will not open up advanced magic learning to the public, leaving a group of players wailing and devastated. Therefore, Zhang Shenghao suspended the walkthrough and exploration of the brave and magic world. God knows when that world will encounter a cataclysmic plot event again. The Crescent Guild clearly did not want a core member wasting his time on such a game, so they kicked him over to the super universe. Zhang Shenghao's mood was extremely complicated, and he said helplessly, "I have been really unlucky lately." Lin Li could not help but laugh after hearing this. He patted Zhang Shenghao on the shoulder and comforted him. "Do not worry, you absolutely will not encounter such a cataclysmic situation here." "I hope so." That is what he said. But for some reason, Zhang Shenghao had an ominous premonition. On a life-bearing planet, located at the edge of the Grot Legion's territory, the gray sky was covered in dust. As far as the eye could see, there were shattered mountains and land, with gigantic roots piercing through the surface of the planet. Snap! Inside the tree hole of the Tree of Might, Lu Ming bit into the flesh of a Tree of Might fruit, creating a crisp sound, and finished it in a few bites. Boom! A surge of energy exploded from Lu Ming's body, his aura rising steadily. Since taking over the Grot Legion, he could not remember how many Tree of Might fruits he had eaten, and he was too lazy to keep count. As long as his combat power was still rising, that was all that mattered. In over a year, Lu Ming's base combat power had increased from the original 2.5 million to 30 million now, which could be called a truly terrifying figure. If Grot were still alive, the current Lu Ming could easily crush him even without transforming, and once he transformed, Lu Ming's combat power would be astronomical. Such power! He is absolutely worthy of being called the Emperor of the Northern Galaxy. In fact, the officers and subordinates of the Grot Legion have already started calling Lu Ming this in private. After Lu Ming took over the Grot Legion, he reorganized the special forces with Sokka and Krei as the new core members, incorporating elite officers from both the original Grot Legion and the Rector Legion. A new special forces unit was born. After consuming the Tree of Might fruits continuously for this period, Sokka's combat power is now 1 million, and Krei has reached 800,000. The combat power of the other members is at least 500,000 or more. Their strength is quite formidable. Lu Ming threw a Tree of Might fruit to Sokka, leaving him to distribute the fruits as usual, and asked, "Where is the next life-bearing planet?" Sokka threw the fruit to one of the officers and replied, "The closest one is Green Star of the Crescent Legion. Should we declare war on the Crescent Legion first?" "No need," Lu Ming said, "just head straight there." Understood. Sokka bowed his head in acknowledgement, then raised his hand to fire an energy blast, obliterating the towering Tree of Might. The group entered their spaceship and flew directly towards Green Star. Noticing this situation, the Northern Kai immediately turned grave, and then quickly used his telepathy to contact Lin Lei, who was far away on Green Star, for a very simple reason. Lin Lei is a disciple of the Northern Kai. The Kai rarely leave the Kai's planet, and almost never leave the afterlife, so when they want to intervene in the balance of the universe and eliminate certain evil people, they can mostly only let people within the universe take action. Therefore, they pick some people from the universe to train as disciples. However, the Kai has very high standards, and usually, they will not take on any disciples for many years. Lin Li was recommended by the Guardian of Green Star. Fortunately, the kid passed the test and successfully became the Northern Kai's disciple, which is how he cultivated a combat power of 20,000. Unlike Xiao Pan, Lin Li has learned many of the Northern Kai's techniques. In reality, the combat power he can exert is higher than 20,000, but even so, he still cannot be Lu Ming's match. 20,000 versus 30 million. That is impossible no matter how you look at it. There is not even 1 in a billion chance of winning. Lin Li, I have some terrible news for you. An incredible monster is heading toward the planet you are on. You still have time to escape now. Lord Kai. The Northern Kai's voice rang in his mind, and Lin Li was stunned. An incredible person, who is it? The leader of the Grot Legion, an evil person who drains the life force of planets to enhance his own power. I think you should have heard of his name. He has set his sights on your legion's territory now. The leader of the Grot Legion. Lin Li asked in confusion, "Are you talking about Grot?" I actually wish it were Grot. The North Kai's tone was grave. This guy personally killed Grot over a year ago and took over the Grot Legion. In just a little over a year, he has devastated dozens of inhabited planets. If he is your opponent, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Lin Li said in shock, is there really someone that strong? Yes. The North Kai emphasized again, and much stronger than you can imagine. Listen to me, do not even think about fighting him. Hurry up and leave this planet. As he spoke, the North Kai's voice grew more and more faint, until it vanished completely. Lin Li felt confused. King Kai. However, no matter how he called out, the North Kai's mental connection could not be restored. This made Lin Li's expression turn even more serious. What exactly is going on? Ahem. Cough sounded near them. Lin Li immediately whipped his head around, not knowing when a short old man had appeared there. The group immediately became vigilant. Lin Li asked directly, who are you? The old man flashed a harmless, friendly smile and said straight away, you can just call me Yalubai. Looks like your planet is about to face a disaster. Lin Li did not reply, instead silently sensing the old man's energy. So weak. That was Lin Li's first impression of the old man. In his perception, the old man's combat power was only around 2,000. Logically speaking, he should not pose any threat to them. But Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei felt a chill run down their spines. This old man gave them a very uncomfortable feeling, and even Lin Li could not help but feel a bit horrified. There is definitely something wrong with this old man. Before Lin Li could speak, Yalubai said first, running away is useless. Unless you are willing to abandon the entire Crescent Legion, the inhabited planets in your territory will sooner or later be destroyed by the Grot Legion. Zhang Shenghao said coldly, stop beating around the bush, what exactly do you want to say? At this, Yalubai wore a creepy smile and finally revealed his true purpose. I have a way to help you overcome this crisis. It just requires you to pay a little price. How about it? Regardless, this old man's appearance was too strange, and something felt wrong. But what he said was the truth. If they kept evading, the Crescent Legion being swallowed up was only a matter of time. Su Zhenfei said, we cannot trust this old man. Lin Li nodded in agreement. Yeah, what a pity. The old man sighed, then suddenly moved, firing 2 balls of light into the bodies of Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei. Lin Li's expression changed, and he immediately counterattacked. What did you do to them? Yalubai simply flickered, easily dodging Lin Li's attack and said, although it is a pity the deal failed, this is my little gift to you. After all, I delayed you, and I apologize for that. As he spoke, Yalubai revealed that creepy smile again, pointed at the sky, and then vanished into thin air. Lin Li could no longer sense his energy. This old man must have been hiding his true power. Lin Li looked up at the sky where Yalubai had pointed, and saw a massive spaceship faintly appearing. In just a moment, it reached the outer orbit of Green Planet. Waves of energy, so powerful they made one tremble, emanated from the ship. Just from that far away, Lin Li felt his body stiffen and despair take root. The Grot Legion. He could clearly perceive that on the Grot Legion spaceship, there were over 10 individuals with combat power exceeding 500,000, and one even reaching 800,000. Only now did Lin Li understand what the North Kai meant. Facing such terrifying combat power, there was absolutely no chance of victory. He said in despair, this time we are doomed. If it were not for that old geezer Yalubai interfering, maybe they could have run. Now it is too late. They have come right to their doorstep. How are they supposed to run? At this moment, Lin Li asked, how are you two doing? Zhang Shenghao looked stunned and said with great surprise, that old man really did give us a gift. What gift? Su Zhenfei looked at Zhang Shenghao, and the two said in unison, fusion. Lin Li was puzzled. Fusion. The so-called fusion is an advanced application of energy. As the name suggests, it allows two people who use energy to combine into one, merging into a much more powerful warrior. This fusion is temporary, with a limit of only 1 hour. If a massive amount of energy is consumed during fusion, it will lead to an early separation. Relatively speaking, the short fusion time is traded for extremely powerful combat ability. After the two merge, the resulting warrior possesses the wisdom and expertise of both. The intensity of their energy will receive a multiplicative surge. The stronger and more potential the two individuals have, the stronger the resulting warrior will be. At the very least, they can gain dozens of times their combat power. Or even hundreds of times. This completely depends on the strength and potential of the two. Zhang Shenghao looked at the spaceship in the sky, his face dark as he said, "That old man did it on purpose. He wanted us to use this move to deal with the Grot Legion." Su Zhenfei sighed. No matter what his goal is, under these circumstances, we only have one choice: fusion. The two performing the fusion must have identical energy levels. Their combat power cannot differ too much. That is why Ye Lubai chose Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei. Lin Li is much stronger than both of them and cannot fuse with either. Facing this desperate situation, he had no other choice. He could only say, "Then it is all up to you." Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei nodded. "We will do our best. If I ever see that old man again, I will definitely finish him." The Grot Legion's spaceship landed steadily. Sokka said, "Leader, we have arrived at Green Planet." "Yeah." Lu Ming walked out of the cabin hatch. At that moment, a burst of soaring energy erupted in the distance, shooting straight into the clouds and creating massive voids. In Lu Ming's perception, two extremely weak energy signatures slowly merged, then actually combined into one, erupting with an astonishingly powerful energy. After the two energies with only 4,000 combat power each fused, the erupting energy actually possessed a staggering 1.6 million combat power. It is incredible. A full 200-fold increase. Lu Ming instantly became interested. It seems there are some very interesting things on this planet. On the other side, after performing the fusion, Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei successfully became one. The power they gained was so strong that they could not even believe it themselves. It felt like a dream. The warrior born from the fusion was both Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei. He opened his mouth to speak, simultaneously issuing the voices of both. Since that is the case, I will call myself Zhang Zhenhao. Clearly, the personality born after the fusion was dominated by Zhang Shenghao. What? 1.6 million power level. Lin Li had never seen Kai this strong before. He was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up as hope ignited in his heart. With a power level like that, maybe we really can take down the Grot Legion. However, Zhang Zhenhao did not share that optimism. His expression remained grim. He felt an incredibly oppressive aura approaching and spoke up in a hurry. "Lin Li, while I am still able to distract the Grot Legion, find a chance to leave Green Star now. I do not know how long I can hold them off." Lin Li was taken aback. "Even you are not confident." Zhang Zhenhao shook his head. "If I survive, I will come find you. Take the chance while you still have it and leave immediately." "Right." Knowing it was not the time for useless talk, Lin Li turned and left decisively. Zone. Boom, booms, boom. Several figures flew in at high speed, riding their Kai. The violent, surging aura stirred the air, and an oppressive pressure bore down, making it feel as if the very air was about to freeze. Zhang Zhenhao scanned the Grot Legion's officers. He bypassed Sokka, who had the highest power level, and his gaze finally settled on Lu Ming. Only Lu Ming had his Kai restrained so thoroughly that his true strength was unreadable. Without a doubt, this had to be the leader of the Grot Legion. Nothing left to say. Since they are enemies, just start fighting. Boom! Zhang Zhenhao instantly raised his hand and fired an energy blast at Lu Ming without a moment's hesitation. A surging torrent of energy rushed forward, arriving in an instant. That should at least do something right, he thought to himself. After all, his power level was 1.6 million. It should not be a one-sided defeat. However, the next scene ruthlessly shattered Zhang Zhenhao's fantasies. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An invisible aura expanded outward. Lu Ming did not even move. He just stood there and released his full power, the terrifying pressure crushing Zhang Zhenhao's energy blast back. The energy blast was obliterated instantly. Along with it, Zhang Zhenhao was sent flying dozens of kilometers away until he slammed into the ground, carving out a massive canyon. Even the sea along the way was split in two. In the trench, Zhang Zhenhao was in complete disbelief, his composure shattered. Are you kidding me? This is way too ridiculously strong. Lu Ming released his Kai without restraint. A power level of 30 million was so terrifying that Zhang Zhenhao lost the will to fight. How could he possibly win? There was absolutely no chance of winning. Never mind 30 million, he was not even a match for 3 million. Where did this monster come from? Is this game being too excessive? Is the power ceiling of the super universe really this high? Zhang Zhenhao had certainly learned his lesson. To be honest, Lin Li was even more shocked than Zhang Zhenhao. The moment Lu Ming revealed his true strength, he felt like his soul was about to be scared right out of his body. 30 million power level. Then Lin Li ran even faster. Just as Zhang Zhenhao was about to get up, Lu Ming appeared in front of him with speed so fast it was like teleportation, and proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Boom, booms, boom. The sounds of Kai explosions were endless. Orbs of light burst out from Zhang Zhenhao's body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, fusion. Learn it. Learned. Lu Ming smiled happily. He had quickly obtained the technique he wanted. How could he pass up something that could increase his power level by 200 times? However, after getting the fusion technique, he realized that the requirements were not easy for him. Just finding someone with a similar power level was extremely difficult. Moreover, Lu Ming did not like fusion. He only preferred absorbing and devouring. Enough! After sensing that Lin Li's Kai had left Green Star, Zhang Zhenhao roared, "Damn it, I am not playing along anymore." After saying that, his Kai quickly retracted as his body expanded rapidly. He decisively activated a self-destruct move and lunged at Lu Ming, intending to take him down together. Admirable courage, Lu Ming praised. Then he unleashed a blast of Kai, sending Zhang Zhenhao flying back. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted, appearing like a sun rising from the earth. The massive force blasted half of Green Star into cosmic dust in an instant. With only half the planet left, it was impossible to continue growing the spirit tree. Most of its life force had already dissipated into the universe. Planting it now probably would not result in mature fruit. Lu Ming returned to the spacecraft quite calmly. Go to the next life-bearing planet. Yes, there are plenty of life-bearing planets in the universe. One less does not matter. Besides, this trip was not a total loss. The fusion technique was an unexpected bonus. Thinking of this, he said again, order the Legion headquarters to find me some highly skilled mystics and mages. It would be best if they have abilities like potential development. Also, gather a group of martial artists. I need them to help me modify a technique. As he said, Lu Ming did not like fusing with others. Even if he were to use such a technique, it would have to be through absorbing and devouring others' power to supplement his own shortcomings. He would not share control of a body with anyone else. His body must only be controlled by him. Sokka nodded. Understood, I will issue the instructions to headquarters immediately. The Grot Legion's territory has expanded much larger than before, so I think there should be no shortage of martial artists, mystics, or mages. Make it quick. Yes. On the other side, Lin Li, escaping Green Star alone in his ship, recalled what Zhang Zhenhao and Su Zhenfei had said when they arrived. He suddenly felt that these two guys had really bad luck. No, you could not say just a bit. They were absolutely cursed. Disaster followed them wherever they went. They had barely arrived on Green Star, and before the welcome party was even over, the planet was blown up amidst all the cheer. The Crescent Legion lost an outpost. He figured those two were doomed. 9 times out of 10 they were already dead, because their opponent was a super monster with a power level of 30 million. It was truly impossible to fight. I will have to treat those two to a meal if I ever see them again. Just as he was thinking that, North Kai's telepathy finally reconnected with Lin Li. Lin Li, can you hear me? Lin Li's face lit up. King Kai. Phew, thank goodness you are all right. I do not know what happened earlier, but I suddenly lost the ability to monitor your situation. Anyway, it is good that you are safe. Lin Li sighed. I am fine, but my 2 friends were likely in grave danger to buy me time. Also, Green Star is pretty much gone. It is all right, it is all right. King Kai comforted him. It is good that you are safe. As for your 2 friends, I will have a word with King Yema, see if they can have a better life in their next reincarnation. As he spoke, King Kai froze, his voice abruptly stopping. Then he let out a shocked shout, completely losing his composure. What? Green Star is gone. Well, half a month later, news came from the Grot Legion headquarters that Lu Ming had already planted the fruit of the spirit tree twice within the territory of the Crescent Legion. increasing his combat power by another 1,000,000. Sokka said, "Leader, a large number of martial artists, mystics, and magicians have gathered at headquarters, and our scientists are standing by." Lu Ming nodded. "Return to headquarters." "Yes." Traveling at full speed, Lu Ming returned to the Grot Legion headquarters in just 7 days and began sparring with a multitude of martial artists, mystics, and magicians. Super drop rate triggered. Super drop rate triggered. Super drop rate triggered. In a very short time, Lu Ming mastered a vast number of techniques, abilities, mystic arts, and spells, as if he were being reborn. Countless techniques sparked wisdom in his mind, with innovation and insight pouring forth. He had reached a transcendental realm in his mastery of martial arts, mystic arts, and magic. Even so, he was only one man with one brain. In terms of sheer wisdom, he could never surpass thousands of grandmasters and magic experts. Therefore, Lu Ming also used a supercomputer as an aid. With the help of the supercomputer, the crowd of martial artists, mystics, and magicians began to improve the fusion technique for him. And not just the fusion technique, also the potential unleashing technique. Many mystics and magicians possessed abilities to unleash potential, but each had its pros and cons. Lu Ming had only one requirement. That is, taking this opportunity, the masters must work together to create a powerful potential unleashing technique that combines the advantages of all their methods. This was not a request. This was an order. Under the overwhelming shadow of the Grot Legion, the masters had no choice but to bite the bullet and dive into the development of the new potential technique. Perhaps it had been a long time since such a grand gathering had occurred. Through this exchange and collaboration, the wisdom of the masters collided and fused, and soon they truly created a super-effective potential unleashing technique that incorporated every advantage. Super Potential Unleashing Technique. The name was remarkably plain and unadorned. The Super Potential Unleashing Technique could not only be used multiple times, but it could also draw out all the power hidden deep within the body at once, transforming it into controllable strength. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Super Drop Rate Triggered. Obtained ability, Mystic Magic Super Potential Unleashing Technique. Do you wish to keep it? Keep. Immediately, Lu Ming acquired this potential unleashing technique they had created from one of the masters. Hyo. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a breeze brushed over the verdant grass. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, heart as still as water, maintaining a specific rhythmic breathing pattern. Before long, an inexplicable fluctuation surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Lu Ming's aura was no longer as wild and violent as before, but had become incredibly calm and serene. Guided by the super potential unleashing technique, all the power hidden within his ultimate cells was released at once, and his aura began to climb at a terrifying speed. Perhaps due to his constant consumption of spirit tree fruits, combined with his ultimate cells having absorbed the powerful strengths of many other cells, the power hidden within Lu Ming was truly terrifying. His combat power soared in a straight line without stopping. As his aura continued to rise, he kept it firmly under control, leaving the sky and earth calm and undisturbed. 40 million combat power. 80 million combat power. 100 million combat power. 200 million combat power. 300 million combat power. Combat power increased. Combat power 300 million. The power unleashed by the super potential unleashing technique was almost exactly 10 times his original combat power, totaling 300 million. 300 million in his base state. Soon, Lu Ming's aura gradually settled, and his combat power was completely stabilized at the 300 million mark. Swish! Sokka teleported in front of Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had restrained his aura, the remaining presence still left him trembling with fear. He fought to suppress the shaking of his body, a single drop of sweat sliding down his forehead, and said respectfully, "Leader, the improvements to the fusion technique are complete." Good. Then he extracted the improved fusion technique from one of the martial arts grandmasters. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, absorption technique. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Following Lu Ming's requirements, the grandmasters successfully modified the fusion technique into the absorption technique. In terms of power, the absorption technique perfectly inherited the original. But in the details, the absorption technique was completely different from the fusion technique. First, the absorption technique does not merge the powers of two people. Instead, the user completely absorbs the power of another, filling in their own shortcomings to form an even more perfect ultimate warrior. The personality, mind, and consciousness of the absorbed are completely erased. Their soul is sent directly to the afterlife, and only their knowledge remains to be absorbed and fused by the user. Second, the absorption technique is a permanent ability. Once absorption is complete, the power can never be separated again, thanks to the help of the mystics and magicians. The martial arts grandmasters were able to achieve this. Of course, for such a powerful technique, there are restrictions on its use. First, the Kai strength of the one being absorbed must still be comparable to that of the absorber. The difference cannot exceed 1/3. In other words, as long as the target's combat power is between 200 million and 400 million, Lu Ming can use the absorption technique on them to take their power. This is an expansion the martial artists made based on the original limits of the fusion technique, making the conditions for using the absorption technique much more lenient. Second, the absorption technique can only be used once in a lifetime. Regarding this, Lu Ming had no objections. He was already very satisfied with achieving this result, as a single absorption could likely multiply his power several hundred times. That was already enough. Furthermore, Lu Ming's gains were not limited to the super potential unleashing technique and the absorption technique. Due to the significant increase in his Kai, his vitality and physique were also enhanced. Explosive power was no exception. Previously, Lu Ming's aura explosion technique could only exert 5 times his power, but now that his combat power reached 300 million, his explosive power was entirely incomparable to the past. Under his current condition, the aura explosion technique could unleash 30 times his power. If he stacked it with the 10-fold power of his second form, that would be 300 times. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. Just now, he sensed 3 strong auras suddenly appear in the North Galaxy. Measuring one of them by combat power, it was approximately 200 million. Universal Kai sensing, this was a technique he had learned from the Grandmasters. Now, Lu Ming could sense Kai anywhere in the 4 galaxies. He was slightly surprised. Just as I was getting drowsy, someone brought a pillow. What a coincidence. What? In the North Galaxy, within the territory of the New Moon Legion, on a shattered and ruined living planet, a muscular white-haired man with purple skin sat unrestrainedly on the fragments of the broken planet, enjoying a piece of fruit. The sensation of the sweet, abundant juices flooding his mouth was deeply satisfying. The muscular man wore silver-white earrings in each ear, which looked particularly bizarre paired with his extraterrestrial appearance. What a nostalgic taste, the man exclaimed. Around him were 2 other extraterrestrials with the exact same skin color, though differing in gender and features. They appeared to belong to the same race as the man. How does it feel, Gullet? A voice came from the side. The speaker was none other than Yorubai, who had taught the fusion technique to Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei. The creepy old man appeared out of nowhere, his smile as unsettling as ever. The muscular Gullet laughed wildly and arrogantly. I have never felt this good in millions of years. On that note, since you were able to break my seal, it means the North Kai is dead, right? Yorubai nodded. It was the previous North Kai who sealed you. That old guy has been gone for a long time. That is why your sealing power weakened. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break it. Gullet fixed his gaze on Yorubai. He asked skeptically, why is your power so weak? At the mention of this, Yorubai's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, of course, it is because that immortal old geezer, the Grand Kai, is still alive and kicking. Gullet's eyes widened in shock. This old guy is still alive. How long has he actually lived? 5 million years, or 10 million? The Grand Kai is the superior god to the 4 Kais of the North, South, East, and West, responsible for overseeing their work in maintaining the galaxy. Both his divine rank and power are a level above the Kais. I do not know. Yorubai said bitterly, as long as that old guy does not die, the seal on me cannot be undone. The power I can use is extremely limited, so much so that even a task like breaking your seal required me to use the hands of others. Is not our power enough? Gullet stood up, his aura surging. He asked aggressively, "We can talk about everything else later. Yorubai, tell me, where is the Tree of Might now?" Yorubai replied, "The Groat Legend. Otherworld North Kai's planet." The North Kai was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth and muttering to himself with a look of extreme anxiety. "Ugh." He clutched his head in despair. There is absolutely no way out. If Lin Li had not mentioned in passing that the green planet was gone, the North Kai would not have remembered this matter. The green planet was no simple living planet. At the same time, this planet was an important medium for sealing those three individuals. Now that the planet was destroyed, it meant the seal had been broken, and those three scourges must have escaped. Combined with the fact that his mental communication with Lin Li had been inexplicably cut off, the North Kai was certain that Yorubai was behind this. If it were just because someone's energy was too strong, the Kai would at most be unable to monitor that person's situation. It would never lead to the divine surveillance of an entire region being blocked. It was highly likely that only a god could achieve such a feat. This all goes back millions of years. At that time, he was not yet the North Kai. The one responsible for managing the North Galaxy was the previous North Kai. And back then, the South Kai in charge of the South Galaxy was named Yorubai. Although Yorubai was a god, he was not a qualified one. The ambition in his heart was even greater than that of the evil beings in the universe. He preferred ruling over managing. To rule the entire galaxy. Therefore, he chose to abandon his status as South Kai, secretly left the Otherworld, and came to the galaxy, where he used a combination of secret techniques, magic, and divine power to create a strange tree known as the Tree of Might. That is the same Tree of Might that fell into Lu Ming's hands. Yorubai used the Tree of Might to continuously enhance his own power, and soon he discovered a battle race with immense potential in the North Galaxy called the Bezic race, which is Gillet's race. Immediately, Yorubai began to nurture the Bezic people with the Tree of Might, intending to build an invincible super legion in preparation for conquering the galaxy. Soon, their power grew rapidly. However, the North Kai was the first to discover Yorubai's trail. Knowing he was no match for Yorubai, he immediately reported it to the Grand Kai, who was furious at Yorubai's actions. The subsequent outcome was simple. Yorubai's plan to conquer the galaxy was thwarted. The Grand Kai sealed his power and exiled him to the depths of the galaxy, while the Bezic race was almost completely wiped out by the North Kai, save for the three strongest ones who were too difficult to eradicate, so they were sealed away instead. Until now, with the passing of the previous North Kai, the seal set by him gradually weakened and began to loosen, allowing Yorubai to escape from the depths of the galaxy first. Because his power was still sealed by the Grand Kai, and he could not use much of it, he used Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei to destroy the Green Planet. Then he seized the opportunity to completely break the seal and release Gillet and the other two. The reason the North Kai was so sure was that among the Kais, only Yorubai had been such a disgrace, and the fact that the Green Planet had been destroyed confirmed it. The conclusion was obvious. Apart from Yorubai, no one else would do such a thing. The North Kai was overwhelmed by this matter. The Groat Legion alone was enough trouble. Now with Yorubai and the Gillet trio added to the mix, the North Galaxy will definitely be turned upside down. The facts were just as the North Kai had feared. After breaking free from the seal, Gillet spent some time destroying many living planets, restoring his power to its peak by absorbing their life force. Then he went straight for Lu Ming. No sooner had Lu Ming sensed three powerful energies in the universe than the three of them immediately teleported in front of him. As their gazes met, the atmosphere suddenly froze. He scanned the trio, a muscular man, a boy, and a girl, and made a quick assessment. The muscular man was the strongest, with a combat power of 200 million. The other two both had combat powers of around 150 million. Lu Ming asked curiously, "Who are you people?" Gillet, filled with arrogant energy, said, "Kid, you have the seed of the Tree of Might, right? Hand it over. It belonged to us in the first place." Cough, cough. A cough sounded. Yorubai stepped out from behind Gillet, revealing his creepy smile again, and said, "If you could just hand it over obediently, things would be much simpler. I would prefer not to resort to violence if I do not have to." Lu Ming understood. So the original owners had come looking for him. The original holders of the Tree of Might, no wonder each of them was outrageously strong. He smiled, his aura even more arrogant than Gillet's. Stop the nonsense. If you have the ability, come and take it yourselves." As he spoke, boom, boom, booms, boom. 4 energy bursts exploded simultaneously, instantly shattering the heavens and rending the earth. The powerful energy field swept across the entire planet, triggering lightning, thunder, and violent earthquakes. Gillett unleashed his energy without restraint and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. I knew there was going to be a fight, and that is exactly what I wanted. What? Whoosh. Seeing that the battle had begun, the old man Yarub immediately teleported away. With his old bones, he did not dare get caught up in the fight between these people. If he were to get caught in the crossfire, his life would be over in an instant. Gullet let out a fierce roar. Attack together. Immediately. The Bezic youth and maiden behind him struck at once, closing in on Lu Ming from both sides with speed comparable to instant transmission, so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye. Bam bam. The boy and girl appeared beside Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming stood immovable, and with 2 loud thuds, he had caught their attacks with his left and right hands. No matter how much strength the two exerted, they could not shake Lu Ming even a bit. How could 2 fighters with a combat power of 150 million shake a Lu Ming with a combat power of 300 million? But they were not just 2, there were 3 of them. Gullet knew the gap in combat power clearly. He had no delusions of a nightly duel. If they did not attack all at once, they stood no chance against Lu Ming. A whistling sound tore through the air. Gullet teleported behind Lu Ming and decisively delivered a heavy blow. In that split second, Lu Ming shifted his stance, blasted the Bezic boy and girl away with even greater speed, and then turned to kick Gullet away, showing overwhelming dominance from the very start. 3 clusters of light burst forth from the 3 of them. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained technique, instant transmission. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Learning. Super drop rate triggered. Learning. Super drop rate triggered. Learning. This kid is really strong. Gullet's jaw throbbed with burning pain, nearly shattered by Lu Ming's kick. Even so, he showed no intention of retreating and remained full of fighting spirit. The 3 who were knocked backward abruptly halted their movement. Their boiling aura rippled, sweeping across the planet's surface as 3 dazzling lights bloomed. 3 energy shockwaves converged, targeting Lu Ming. And then, boom! Lu Ming gently raised his hand, pressed his 2 fingers together, and pointed toward the sky. A turbulent, violent aura field instantly expanded, engulfing Gullet and the other 2. Ho! With his roar, the aura field surged upward, forming a powerful column of energy that carried Gullet and the others with unstoppable force, like a waterfall flowing backward into the heavens. It blasted them straight into outer space. Lu Ming opened his hands, and the next moment, countless massive energy spheres were released, blasting toward the 3 as they were sent into space. Superstellar barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the entire cosmos outside the planet was filled with exploding fireballs. The violently raging energy swept everything, hitting several barren planets and reducing them to cosmic dust in a blink. It was just as the name of the technique suggested. The super explosive energy balls bombarded them like a meteor shower, dazing Gullet and his companions, and blasting them all the way to the moon outside the planet. The energy balls followed, and the moon did not escape its fate, being blown into countless fragments, revealing the battered trio. They looked truly miserable. As a cosmic race, the Bezics can survive in space. You could say they are like fish in water in the vacuum of space. In the vacuum, they communicated through their Kai. Gullet wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and winced. This kid is absurdly strong. Even the 3 of us together are being pushed this far. The Bezic boy and girl behind him exchanged a look, nodded in unison, and said together, "We will be killed at this rate." Gullet used that technique. Right. Gullet made a quick decision. The situation was dire, and they had no time for hesitation or chatter. If that was the case, they would have to unleash their trump card. Back on the planet, Lu Ming pressed his finger to his forehead, locked onto the Kai of the trio in space, and instantly vanished from where he stood. This was no high-speed movement, nor was it a teleportation strike. This was true, literal instant transmission. A technique Lu Ming had just gained from Gullet. As long as he could sense the target's Kai, he could cross the expanse of space. teleporting right to the opponent's side. No matter the distance, it only took an instant. Gullet and his companions were just about to unleash a technique when Lu Ming suddenly appeared among them, striking each of them with a heavy blow in a flash. Then he followed up with an energy blast right to their faces. Gullet spilled blood across the starry void, shocked, instant transmission. Then, Lu Ming flickered as if he had split into three, using instant transmission at extreme speed to fight all three of them from three different positions simultaneously, leaving Gullet and his team completely unable to retaliate. Clusters of light continued to burst from their bodies. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained bloodline basic cells. Do you wish to fuse? Fuse. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability assimilation. Do you wish to keep it? Keep. As the basic cells merged into his ultimate cells, Lu Ming paused. His inner strength surged instantly, and his aura escalated to a new level. His combat power rocketed from 300 million to 400 million. Gullet's eyes widened. Sensing Lu Ming's surging combat power, his scalp tingled and a chill shot through him, making his hair stand on end. Taking advantage of the moment Lu Ming was fusing the basic cells, they seized their chance. Gullet roared now. Following that, the three erupted with their strongest Kai. Under some miraculous force, their Kai connected instantly, the moment the three Bezik's energy converged. The starry cosmos shook. The other two Beziks completely turned into a state of pure Kai and merged into Gullet's body all at once. Gullet's aura escalated crazily. Assimilation. This was the signature technique of the Bezik race. It was precisely because of this ability that Yarub had chosen them to help him conquer the galaxy. And it was based on this Bezik technique that Yarub created the fusion technique. Assimilation and fusion are quite different. Assimilation can only be performed by Beziks, and it provides a much weaker power boost than fusion. However, assimilation has a huge advantage. As long as the power levels are similar, there is no limit to how many can be assimilated. This is the terrifying potential of the Bezik race, and it is also the reason the previous North Kai had wanted to exterminate them. If Gullet and his team had not used assimilation to become one at the last moment, the previous North Kai would never have been forced to seal them away. If any one of them had been alone, the Bezik race would have been wiped out by the previous North Kai long ago. The Bezik cell fusion was complete. Feeling Gullet's surging Kai, Lu Ming decisively unleashed his full power as well. Second form, 30-fold Kai burst. A radiant light rose in the depths of the cosmos, and a powerful aura swept across the space, causing countless planets in the North Galaxy to shake violently. The combined combat power of Gullet and the other two was 500 million. After assimilation, their aura surged, skyrocketing until it stopped at a staggering 50 billion. A full 100-fold increase in combat power. However, Lu Ming's aura was even more shocking. Upon entering his second form, an exoskeleton appeared on his body, bone spurs grew from his joints, and his 30-fold power burst technique underwent a qualitative change, turning his aura into a deep, sky-like azure. In his base state, his combat power is 400 million. Right now, his combat power is 120 billion. With assimilation complete, Gullet still retained control over his own body and consciousness. This was one of the strengths of the assimilation technique, as others usually only provided pure power. The consciousnesses do not merge. An even more overwhelming pressure descended, and before the newly assimilated Gullet could even act arrogant, he was tossed about like a lone boat in a stormy sea by the sheer force of Lu Ming's aura. He looked ready to be capsized by a single wave at any moment. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. The confidence he had just rebuilt was shattered in an instant, and he roared, "This is impose." He did not even get to finish his sentence. Lu Ming pressed his palm onto Gullet's face, unleashing a violent force that propelled him into the deep reaches of space with a flash of light. Countless planets along the way were crushed, and even burning stars collapsed instantly under Lu Ming's power, leaving nothing but cosmic dust in his wake. "Oh!" Gullet roared frantically, pinned by Lu Ming's single hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, and the punches he threw with all his might could not even penetrate Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming's expression was cold, bearing the aura and presence of a galactic overlord. weak and powerless attacks. He tightened his grip, causing Gillet immense pain. You are stronger than I imagined, but only to a limited extent. Clearly, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Gillet just yet. Since he had a target he could absorb right in front of him, why would he waste the opportunity? If he had really wanted to kill Gillet, he would not have even given him the chance to complete the assimilation. Lu Ming also possessed the assimilation technique. He knew its weaknesses well, like the fusion technique. If Gillet expended too much energy, the assimilation state would break. That was Lu Ming's goal. He was going to beat Gillet until the assimilation broke. Boom! Incensed, Gillet had no choice but to unleash everything, releasing almost all the power within him in one desperate blast at Lu Ming. Ultimate Flash. With a desperate, enraged roar, the terrifying energy swept across the stars, shaking space itself and obliterating asteroids and planet fragments alike. Finally, Gillet broke free from Lu Ming's grasp. His eyes were bloodshot, and he panted heavily, looking exhausted from the massive expenditure of energy. This is bad. Weakly, he raised his finger to his forehead, intending to use instant transmission to escape. Gillet knew clearly that if he kept fighting, he was as good as dead. However, a figure emerged against the flood of the ultimate flash, striking before Gillet could react, moving so fast that he was caught completely off guard. Before he could even use instant transmission, Lu Ming slammed a fist into his forehead, followed by a barrage of energy blasts so numerous it was unimaginable. Stellar Super Burst. The same technique as before, but with far greater power. Boom booms boom. Boom booms boom. Already dazed from Lu Ming's punch, Gillet was completely bombarded into unconsciousness by the Stellar Super Burst. Immediately after, the assimilation state automatically deactivated. The Bates boy and girl separated from Gillet's body. Looking terrified, the boy shouted anxiously, "Gillet, wake up." He looked up and locked eyes with Lu Ming's cold gaze, shuddering as his face turned deathly pale. Lu Ming raised his hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed two energy blasts that consumed them both, vaporizing them in the blink of an eye without leaving a single cell behind. Gillet regained consciousness, dazed. As soon as he came to, he saw Lu Ming's face and was lifted up by his throat, completely unable to resist. Realizing his two kin were gone, he erupted in anger, teeth grinding as he hissed, "You brat." Lu Ming had no interest in small talk. His aura calmed down. He deactivated his second form and the 30-fold power burst, then plunged his hand into Gillet's chest and crushed his heart. Gillet's eyes widened. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed out immediately. Light emanated from Lu Ming's hand, creating a powerful suction force centered on Gillet's heart, drawing his entire being into Lu Ming's own body. Absorption technique. Gillet's soul was sent to the other world, while his energy, techniques, and abilities were all absorbed and inherited by Lu Ming, rapidly merging and evolving with his original power. Boom! With a tremor greater than any previous release of energy, Lu Ming's body burned with an azure aura, his power climbing sharply. Terrifying ripples spread outward. At that moment, the 4 galaxies were shaking, an effect that even reached into the other world. Rumble! King Kai's planet shook violently, and King Kai began sweating profusely, like a waterfall. Because the energy was too intense, his divine vision could not perceive the specific situation. However, he knew Lu Ming's aura all too well. Having watched the boy grow step by step to his current terrifying level, how could he not recognize it? Likewise, he had sensed both Lu Ming and Gillet's energy earlier, and with the sudden disappearance of Gillet's aura, he seemed to understand what had happened. Gillet was killed by that kid. While that was a good thing. But no matter how you look at it, this kid's aura is absurdly strong. Never mind the future, even the current situation is beyond my control. King Kai was completely frantic. Soon the other 3 Kais reached out through telepathy, their voices clamoring in his mind, until King Kai felt his head was about to burst. King Kai, what on earth is going on over there? This energy is way too strong. What happened in the North Galaxy? Meanwhile, in the North Galaxy, Lu Ming's energy continued to climb, seemingly without end, shaking the entire other world, including the Snake Way, Hell, and Heaven. In his base form, Wang Ming's combat power began to skyrocket. 500 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion. Combat power increased. Combat power 300 billion. Lu Ming's original base combat power was 400 million, and Gillet's was 200 million. After absorbing him, his total base became 600 million. With the boost from his absorption technique, his combat power soared to 300 billion. In other words, a full 500 times increase. Lu Ming was not surprised by this multiplier. Gillet's race was clearly not simple to begin with, even setting him aside. Even the fusion of Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei could unleash 200 times the power, so it was perfectly normal for him to get a 500-fold increase. After all, he could not possibly be worse than those two. A 500 times increase. Lu Ming could not help but beam with joy. His excitement was plain to see. Just by clenching his fist, the overflowing power annihilated the vast expanse of stars around him. This level of power could no longer be described as terrifying. To be more precise, it far exceeded the limits of the galaxy. No starry sky could withstand the full force of Lu Ming now. And this was still in his base form. Once he transformed, Lu Ming's combat power would likely destroy the entire galaxy, leaving nowhere in the north, south, east, or west galaxies to escape. It is worth mentioning that because Lu Ming's energy had grown even stronger, his current power-up technique could now unleash a full 100 times his strength. As of now, Lu Ming is undeniably the strongest warrior in the galaxy. Ultimately, the Battle of the North Galaxy concluded with the total annihilation of the Beast race. Gillet was absorbed by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's power successfully skyrocketed by hundreds of times. Today, he is very likely already the strongest warrior across all 4 galaxies. Yorubai, who had witnessed everything from the shadows, was drenched in cold sweat and his body could not stop trembling. When it came down to it, he was the one who had given Lu Ming the assist. If he had not brought Gillet to Lu Ming's power might not have reached such an unbelievable level so quickly. He had assumed that with the power of the Beast race's assimilation technique, Gillet would have had victory in the bag, but he never expected to run into such a monster. The plan to conquer the galaxy had fallen through once again. Yorubai was extremely resentful. With a fierce look in his eyes, he stared hatefully at Lu Ming's back and thought to himself, "Kid, you just wait. One day I will settle this score with you." Immediately after, Yorubai used instant transmission to escape. However, just as Yorubai used instant transmission, his energy was immediately detected by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not forgotten this old geezer who had been hiding behind Gillet earlier. Since he was an enemy, there was no reason to let him go. Whoosh! Lu Ming also used instant transmission and vanished into thin air, heading straight toward Yorubai's energy signature. If it had been someone who could not use instant transmission, they really would not have been able to do anything about Yorubai. Unfortunately for him, Lu Ming was an exception. Yorubai teleported to a certain planet, and just as he thought he was safe, Lu Ming, having followed him, appeared instantly and without a word punched the old man. He was stunned on the spot and started coughing up blood. Yorubai let out a cry of pain. Oh, super drop rate triggered. Acquired ability, magic, divine vision. Keep it. Immediately Lu Ming picked him up, looking curious, and said, "I thought you were a strange old man before. You must not be an ordinary person, right?" Lu Ming had met the guardian god, and he always felt that this old man's aura was similar to the guardian god's, but even deeper and more powerful, which was very strange. Facing Lu Ming directly, Yorubai lost his previous hatred immediately, hurriedly begging for mercy and fear. "Don't kill me. As long as you do not kill me, I will tell you everything I know. I promise I will become your most loyal servant." Not to mention that he was still in a state where his power was sealed. Even if it were not sealed, he stood no chance against Bufan's Ming. This was a real monster. A mortal stronger than a god. Not necessary. Lu Ming placed his hand on Yorubai's forehead. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he immediately used mind reading to access Yorubai's memory, saying, "I'd rather find out for myself." A massive amount of memories flooded into his mind. The guardian god, the King Kai who reigns above the guardian god, the 4 King Kais, the other world, King Kai's planet, hell, heaven, the grand King Kai, the beast race. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had gone through all of Yorubai's memories, gaining a thorough understanding of the other world and the gods, and naturally, he also learned of Yorubai's true identity and past. He had a sudden realization. So you are the South King Kai of the previous generation. I was wondering why you had a god's aura about you. That is right. Yorubai's life was in Lu Ming's grip, and he was terrified, clutching onto this straw of hope and emphasizing, I used to be a King Kai. Keeping me alive will surely be of great help to you. I know many secret arts, magic, and ultimate techniques. Keeping me around will be very useful for you. Lu Ming smiled without saying a word. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Yorubai's expression grew increasingly terrified. He shouted in alarm, I used to be the South King Kai, keep me. Bang! His voice cut off abruptly. Yorubai instantly exploded into a mist of blood. In that instant, Lu Ming delivered over 200 attacks on Yorubai, emptying all the moves and abilities of the old man in one go. Super drop rate triggered. Acquired ability, divine art, planet creation. Super drop rate triggered. Acquired ability, divine art, life creation. Super drop rate triggered. The divine vision just obtained from Yorubai was different from the guardian gods. This one could monitor a quarter of the entire galaxy. Divine vision, planet creation, life creation. Lu Ming had gained the powers of a god as a mere mortal. Although he did not possess a divine aura, his power was far greater than any King Kai. No, not just King Kai's. Lu Ming's power even surpassed the Grand King Kai. Through Yorubai's memories, he learned that the Grand King Kai was not the highest-ranking god in the galaxy. Above him was an even higher-ranking god called the Supreme Kai. Their duty was to monitor and manage the galaxy and the work of all King Kais, but the Supreme Kais generally stayed in the Supreme Kai realm and had not appeared for millions of years. Yorubai had never seen a Supreme Kai, so he naturally did not know their power level. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Supreme Kai. If the Supreme Kai was the strongest existence in this super universe, then killing him would mean Lu Ming could beat this game world. The problem was, he did not know the Supreme Kai's strength. Going there blindly would be too reckless and could end up as a suicide mission. That did not fit Lu Ming's cautious style, so he decided to put the thought aside for now and plan for later. If the Supreme Kai were truly strong, and Lu Ming happened to be killed, it would not be all bad, as he could regenerate and resurrect using his reserved ultimate cells. What he feared most was being sealed for millions of years like Yorubai and Gillet. That would be a real disaster. The sacred world of the Kai. While Lu Ming was still deep in thought about how to test the Supreme Kai's strength, the Supreme Kai himself was staring at the crystal ball in front of him, looking completely dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. Anyone who had not met the Supreme Kai would probably imagine him to be tall and serious, but in reality, he was not very tall at all. Furthermore, he was neither serious nor particularly poised. The image on the crystal ball showed the exact moment Lu Ming absorbed Gillet, with blue energy erupting in a terrifying display that shook both the galaxy and the other world. Cold sweat poured down his face in buckets. The Supreme Kai was momentarily panicked and beside himself, unable to believe it as he muttered, "How could someone this powerful be born in the galaxy? What on earth are we going to do now?" He was truly terrified out of his wits. In fact, not just the Grand Kai, but even the Supreme Kai's own power was far inferior to Lu Ming's current base state, which was precisely why he was so nervous and anxious. As a god, he could not let Lu Ming wreak havoc on the galaxy unchecked. Maintaining the balance of the galaxy was his fundamental duty as the Supreme Kai. But he could not beat Lu Ming. Even if he teamed up with the Grand Kai and the four directional Kais, jumping in all at once would just be serving themselves up on a platter. It would not make any difference. When your Kai is not as strong as your opponents, any sealing techniques or divine arts are just empty talk. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? The Supreme Kai paced back and forth in a frantic state. After pondering for a long time, he reached a conclusion, collapsing onto the ground in utter despair as he mumbled, "It is hopeless. The galaxy is truly doomed this time." Elsewhere, the other world, King Yema's palace. Rumble. Ever since Lu Ming's surge of power shook the other world, the tremors in hell had not ceased, affecting King Yema's palace above and keeping it shaking incessantly. On the path to the other world, a group of souls was queuing up for judgment, and King Yema, rattled by the aftershocks, fretted, "I just hope nothing happens to hell." He had barely finished speaking. Lord Yema. A small demon rushed frantically into the palace, shouting, "This is a disaster, Lord Yema. Due to the mysterious tremors, a crack has actually opened up inside hell." What? It was exactly what he feared most. King Yema's face paled as he quickly asked, "What kind of crack?" The small demon explained, "It is a rift connected to the living world. Many dead souls have already seized the chance to escape back to the world of the living. If this continues, both hell and the living world will fall into chaos." Immediately, King Yema's blood ran cold. He shouted urgently, "Quick, stop them. You must not let the dead from hell continue to escape back to the living world, or it will be a catastrophe." Yes. 3 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Grot Legion headquarters, where Sokka reported some bizarre intelligence. Lu Ming paused, wondering if he had misheard. He double-checked. "Grot." "Yes." Sokka reiterated, "There is no doubt about it. It is indeed Grot who appeared at the 76th branch. What would you like us to do about this?" Had someone collected Grot's remaining cells and used biotechnology or some other method to create an android version of him? Or was it truly the man himself? Lu Ming sensed Grot's Kai at the 76th branch, his expression showing genuine intrigue as he said, "Interesting, it really is Grot's Kai. And what are your orders?" "I will go check it out myself and get to the bottom of what is going on." For a man who should have been dead to reappear, Lu Ming was genuinely interested. A moment later, whoosh, Lu Ming appeared on the planet where the Grot Legion's 76th branch was located, only to find the base reduced to rubble. A familiar figure stood amidst the ruins. It was indeed Grot. The moment he saw Grot, Lu Ming knew exactly what was going on. His gaze settled on the halo above Grot's head, the mark of a dead person. So this guy escaped from hell. Sensing Lu Ming's Kai, Grot spun around, his eyes burning with rage and his voice filled with hatred. "Long time no see, kid." Ignoring Grot's hateful glare, Lu Ming stared at the halo on his head and asked, "Wearing that thing means you are still dead, right? How did you manage to run out of hell?" As they say, enemies are red-eyed when they meet. Unable to contain his fury, Grot unleashed his energy and charged at Lu Ming menacingly, snarling, "You will find out once I personally send you to hell." Lu Ming remained unfazed. "Your skills have not improved much, but your temper certainly has." Bang! Grot immediately entered his second form, his combat power surging to 20 million as he said confidently, "I will pay you back 100-fold for all the suffering I endured in hell, brat." Those who committed many evil deeds in their life cannot be reincarnated until their sins are cleansed, and Grot was undoubtedly one of them. His time in hell had been etched into his memory as pure agony, and his hatred for the man who sent him there was absolute. But times had changed. Even if time were to turn back to that battle on planet Hal, his puny 20 million combat power would not have been a match for Lu Ming even then. Let alone now. "Forget it, I will just see for myself." Grot threw a punch with total confidence, but Lu Ming caught it effortlessly without even powering up, then punched him back, causing Grot's eyes to bulge out in sheer bewilderment. Then Lu Ming grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. A familiar scene unfolded once again. Lu Ming placed a hand on Grot's head, used his mind-reading ability to learn the situation, and then blasted him into nothingness, sending him straight back to hell. So that is how it is. A rift had opened in hell, allowing the dead to escape, and Grot had simply taken advantage of the chaos to slip out, only to run into bad luck. And back he went. Lu Ming carefully sensed the state of the North Galaxy, and soon located the rift between hell and the living world, which was leaking the incompatible aura of hell into the realm of the living. A thought flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up. Hell is where the wicked go to have their sins cleansed, but looking at it another way, would not that make hell the place where the most powerful warriors are concentrated? In a sense, Lu Ming was right. Since there were no more opponents left in the living world, he might as well take a trip to hell, if he previously had to go through the whole other world procedure to get there. Well, now that hell and the living world were connected, he could simply teleport right in. Perhaps the strongest warrior in the entire universe was hiding in hell. Desolate, gloomy, wailing, chaotic. The scenery in hell always looks like this: barren ground and rocks everywhere, with nothing but mountains of blades, seas of fire, or lakes of blood and magma as far as the eye can see. Everywhere you look, there are torture devices designed to punish and torment the wicked. The imps of hell are quite weak, essentially at the bottom of the food chain in terms of combat power, though they do not really need to fight under normal circumstances. Most sinners who arrive in hell are quite powerful, but no matter how strong they are, they exist as dead souls. Hell has specialized machines for dealing with the dead that can freeze their souls solid. And then things get easy. Once frozen, they are tossed into pots to be boiled, or submerged in blood lakes to thaw them out, forcing them to truly experience just how cruel and painful the punishments of hell can be. The dead cannot die again. Even if you blow them into nothingness, they will just resurrect in hell, making this an endless cycle of torment. Grodd had spent some time here and was left with massive psychological trauma. When he discovered the Hell Rift, he fought with everything he had to escape. He never wanted to come back. However, then he was sent right back by Lu Ming. When he tried to leave again, Grodd found that the imps had placed the soul-freezing machines right in front of the Hell Rift, with frozen souls scattered all over the ground. In that moment, his face turned deathly pale. His expression was a complex mix of anger, hatred, and resentment, which finally culminated in a furious roar. "Kid, you just wait." Swish! Lu Ming appeared in hell, looking at Grott's bewildered expression and asking, "Are you looking for me?" Grott was left speechless for a moment. Then he was blasted into dust by a shot from Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed the aura in hell, decisively plunged into its depths, and flew toward the area with the most powerful evil presence, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Gray smoke billowed into the sky, and violent volcanic eruptions were accompanied by earthquakes. Everywhere one looked, there was nothing but desolate land. This was the place with the strongest aura in hell. Lu Ming stopped and looked around. Tap! Footsteps echoed, and another familiar figure came into view, gloating, "Kid, welcome to hell." Regtor. Recognizing the person and seeing someone he had killed with his own hands once again, Lu Ming found the feeling quite strange and rather amusing. Regtor was about to continue his taunts, but he suddenly noticed that Lu Ming did not have a halo above his head. He froze, considering a certain possibility. He gasped, "You are not dead." "Obviously, I am alive and kicking." Once it sank in, Regtor could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I have only ever seen dead people fighting like hell to escape to the world of the living. I never thought someone would be stupid enough to drill their way into hell. Did you knock your brains loose? Today really is a good day." Seeing two acquaintances at once put Lu Ming in a rare good mood today. He looked toward the distance. "Though I would like to continue catching up with you, let us put that on hold. I might be a little busy for a while." Regtor sensed many powerful energy signatures approaching rapidly. He wore an intrigued smile and sat down to watch the show. "You go ahead and do your thing." Long time no see. This kid has become more than just a little stronger. He did not really hold a grudge against Lu Ming. It was normal to be killed when your strength was not up to par. There was nothing more to say about that, and seeing Lu Ming in hell. To be honest, he actually felt a touch of nostalgia. Blasts of energy exploded in the sky, and over 20 figures landed in front of Lu Ming. The leader was none other than Gullet, the one he had just finished off. The 20-something people behind him were all Bet's warriors, whose strength was only slightly inferior to his own. After millions of years in hell, the sins of the Bet's tribe were still not washed away, but their strength had grown to an extremely powerful level. If the Bet's warriors had possessed this kind of power millions of years ago, they never would have been nearly wiped out by the previous North Kai. Gullet grinned with an arrogant smile. "Kid, I did not think we would meet again so soon, but since you have entered hell, why do not you just stay here for good?" He rubbed his hands together, producing loud cracking sounds, and continued, "Thanks to you, I was able to find my people here in hell." Lu Ming swept his gaze over the Bet's warriors. He held up 3 fingers and said calmly, "Let us skip the warm-up. I will give you 3 seconds to finish your assimilation. Let me see what you have got." "As you wish." Gullet was incredibly confident. As the energy signatures of the Bet's warriors connected, more than 20 figures transformed into pure energy and entered Gullet's body, causing a massive surge of power to erupt. 50 billion. 100 billion. 300 billion. Gullet's energy only stopped climbing once it reached 350 billion, surpassing Lu Ming's base combat power of 300 billion. Saying this, Lu Ming gave a knowing smile. An even more astonishing aura surged from his body. Second form. Boom! An aura 10 times stronger than his base state erupted, shaking all of hell. The intensity was far greater than it had been last time. 3 trillion combat power. He did not even need to use his 100-fold power-up technique. Just by entering his second form, Lu Ming was enough to crush Gullit. In front of the 3 trillion power Lu Ming, Gullit's energy was like a dying candle in a storm, flickering, and on the verge of being extinguished completely. Rictor, watching from the sidelines, was caught in the shockwave and instantly exploded into a mist of blood. After resurrecting, he widened his eyes, feeling as if he were in a dream. He stammered, "Has this kid really become this strong?" Rumble! The ground of hell could not withstand the pressure of Lu Ming's aura and began to shatter, cracking open a massive rift. With just one look from Lu Ming, Gullit was sent flying into the distance by his mere presence. "He is so weak that I do not even feel like fighting." Lu Ming instantly appeared before the hurtling Gullit and obliterated him with a blast, feeling slightly disappointed. "I thought you might be stronger after assimilating, but this is all it amounts to." Afterward, Gullit resurrected the assimilation state forcibly undone. The battle ended with his decisive defeat. Looking at the untouchable Lu Ming, he let out a roar of extreme frustration. Lu Ming waited quietly for a moment. He did not see the white vortex appear. He wondered, bewildered, is it possible that even Gullit, in his assimilated state, is not the strongest person in this world? Lu Ming had indeed defeated and killed Gullit, but he had not returned to reality because of it, which could only mean there was someone in the super universe stronger than Gullit. Could it really be the Supreme Kai? As he pondered, a white ring appeared in front of him, forming a portal from which a white-haired young man stepped out. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. The white-haired youth carried the scent of godhood. A Supreme Kai. What? The North Galaxy, a certain planet. I never expected to return to the world of the living after death. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Dr. Carlos, with a halo hovering above his head, breathed in the air of the living world greedily, completely intoxicated. He said to Cecil beside him, "Grow up quickly, and then we will go find that brat to get our revenge." At the mere thought of Lu Ming, who had taken them out, an excited smile appeared on Cecil's face, revealing his inherently bellicose nature without any attempt to hide it. Understood. I am not sure who you are talking about, but perhaps I can do that for you. As the two were speaking, an extremely familiar voice came from behind them. Dr. Carlos froze, spun around abruptly, and was immediately struck with astonishment. In front of Dr. Carlos appeared a man exactly like himself, and standing beside that man was a Cecil as well. It was as if the two were looking into a mirror. Dr. Carlos's face tightened. "Who exactly are you people?" The newly appeared Dr. Carlos smiled. "Is not it obvious enough? I am you and you are me. We are all Carlos, and they are also the true and genuine Cecils." "Impossible." Dr. Carlos retorted flatly. He refused to believe such nonsense and asked back, "Clones, or perhaps androids?" Whoosh. The newly appeared Dr. Carlos used instant movement to reach the front of Dr. Carlos, pierced his body with a single strike, and then instantly absorbed him into his own body. "Doctor!" Just as Cecil was about to act, he was pierced through the body by the newly appeared Cecil in the same way, repeating the process and absorbing him completely. Boom! The body of the newly appeared Cecil swelled violently before returning to its original state, but his energy had become even more unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, the original Dr. Carlos and Cecil had been replaced by these two, but as just mentioned, they were indeed the true and genuine Dr. Carlos and Cecil. So that is how it is. Dr. Carlos finished browsing the memories absorbed in his mind, his eyes flashing with excitement. It seems this universe is quite different from the others. That is exactly what makes it interesting. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful energy appear in the galaxy, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. When he tried to track it, he found he could not locate its source at all. The white-haired young man seemed to have expected this, asking, "Did you sense that energy?" Lu Ming was confused. Whose energy was that? Even though it only lasted for an instant, he was certain that the combat power of that energy was definitely over 1 trillion. The white-haired young man did not answer Lu Ming's question immediately, but instead said, "This is not a situation that can be explained in a few words. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kuruzu, the guardian deity of the total realm and the administrator of the 12 universes. Everything must start from the very beginning of the creation of the super-universe world. Back then, the universe had not yet been born. The first thing to come into existence was the total realm. After the total realm was born, it subsequently gave rise to a total of 12 universes. Kuruzu was born alongside the 12 universes, becoming the guardian deity of the total realm and the administrator of the 12 universes. Born as a god, Kuruzu's duty is to protect the total realm, maintain the balance and normal operation of the 12 universes, and eliminate any factors that threaten that balance. For countless years, the total realm has been peaceful, and the balance of the 12 universes was never broken until recently, when a person named Carlos appeared in Universe 3. He created a super android named Cecil. Cecil possessed the potential for infinite growth, and before Kuruzu could even react. The Cecil from Universe 3 had already grown to an extremely powerful degree. He led Dr. Carlos to pierce through the barriers between universes, entering other universes to act wantonly. They destroyed everything in their path, severely disrupting the order of various universes. What made it extremely troublesome was that Cecil continued to evolve and grow. He had become so powerful that even Kuruzu could not contend with him. The worst situation did not stop there. Because Dr. Carlos kept breaking the barriers between universes and causing massive chaos everywhere, the evil energy accumulated over countless years in the various universes actually began to converge within the total realm. If this continues, what kind of monster these immeasurable amounts of evil energy will eventually spawn is something even Kuruzu cannot predict. In the worst-case scenario, it will very likely result in the destruction of the total realm, along with all 12 universes. This is an outcome that Kuruzu absolutely does not want to see. I had thought all was lost, but I never expected that a powerhouse like you could be born in Universe 7. Perhaps things have not reached the point of no return yet. By Kuruzu's standards, Ming is not really all that evil. At the very least, he does not destroy massive numbers of life-bearing planets without reason or out of wanton behavior. For those life-bearing planets where he had planted a tree of might, he would always destroy the fruit of the tree and return the vast majority of the life force back to the planet itself. Dr. Carlos and Cecil, those two, are different. They are pure evil. Their destruction and devastation require no reason, and they never leave any room for mercy. Of course, Ming does indeed possess a strong potential threat, and that cannot be denied. But of two evils, choose the lesser. By comparison, Kuruzu believes the most urgent priority is to take out Dr. Carlos and Cecil first. Otherwise, there is no telling when the evil energy in the total realm might spawn an incredible monster. Ming understood. You want me to go and take out Dr. Carlos and Cecil who have come to this universe? That is correct. Kuruzu bowed his head to him very sincerely and said, "As long as you can take action to eradicate them, then whatever request you make, as long as it is within my power, I will grant it all." I have one question before that. What question? Ming asked curiously. Are there other versions of me in other universes? Kuruzu shook his head decisively. The 12 universes have many similarities, but they are not identical. I actually wish that you existed in other universes. If that were the case, Carlos from Universe 3 would never have had the chance to grow to this extent. In other words, the Ming of Universe 7 is one of a kind. Back to the topic just now. Ming does not mind taking action. In fact, he would be very happy to do so. Even if Kuruzu did not ask him, as long as he knew about this, he would definitely move against Cecil. No wonder I could not return to reality after taking out Gullet, so that was the reason. It is no problem for me to take action, but before fighting Cecil, I want to see your strength first. Kuruzu was a bit surprised. He did not expect Ming's condition to be so simple. Of course, no problem. What? 10 trillion. That is the battle power of Kura's that Ming sensed. One has to admit, as the protector of the Omniverse and the manager of the 12 universes. This battle power is indeed high enough. In that case, Ming's aura surged violently. 100-fold power boost. Boom! The violent energy swept through hell. Volcanoes erupted frantically, the blood lake churned with massive waves, and the earth cracked, spreading countless fissures. Lu Ming's battle power soared instantly to the level of 30 trillion. He did not transform into his second form on top of this. Otherwise, Lu Ming feared he might accidentally finish Kura's off if he could not control his strength. Powerful aura, strong enough to destroy the entire 7th universe, swept across like a raging tide, even though Kura's knew Lu Ming's power was terrifying. At this very moment, he still could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Bam! In the blink of an eye, Kura's felt everything go black, and then a wave of pain surged through him. Lu Ming had struck him over 30 times in this single moment, and he had not been able to react even once. The difference in their battle power was twofold. Strictly speaking, this could not even be called a fight. After all, a 1/3 difference in battle power is enough to achieve an instant kill. It is no wonder Kura's was left without any means to retaliate. In that instant, a massive amount of light poured out from Kura's body. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, Divine Artal Seeing Eye. Keyboard. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained ability, Divine Art Instant Transmission. Keyboard. With the All-Seeing Eye capable of monitoring all 12 universes, and the instant transmission technique that allows free travel between them, Lu Ming's abilities have been newly upgraded once again. These two abilities are far more powerful than the godly vision and instant transmission used at the level of Kai. The thrill brought by his growing strength made Lu Ming uncontrollably excited. His battle intent ignited, and the erupting aura destroyed everything in its path. It carved a massive trench in hell, almost splitting it in two. The strike, infused with terrifying power, chased after him like a shooting star. It spanned the ends of hell in an instant to catch up to Kura's, and Lu Ming threw a punch without mercy. In a split second, the galaxy surged. Hell shook violently. Kura's was so terrified his face changed completely. Ignoring everything else, he hurriedly gathered all his energy and poured it out, attempting to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom! A powerful torrent of energy washed over from above hell, only to be blasted back by Lu Ming's punch, which shattered Kura's energy stream with overwhelming force. The scattered energy splashed about, leaving hell in a complete mess. The unstoppable punch finally landed, striking Kura's squarely. Boom! An irresistible, powerful energy sent Kura's flying. His limp body raced across the sky above hell before finally coming to a stop. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Kura's felt a sense of relief for surviving a catastrophe. With lingering fear, he muttered to himself, "That was close, I really thought I was dead." The moment the punch landed, Lu Ming had actually pulled back most of his force. Otherwise, that punch really could have killed Kura's. In these few brief exchanges, Kura's did not know how many times he had been hit by Lu Ming. His moves and abilities were almost all knocked out by Lu Ming, and the fight came to a halt. That is enough for now. Lu Ming withdrew his stance. Phew. Kura's immediately let out a long sigh of relief. If it had continued, he was truly afraid Lu Ming would not be able to hold back and would accidentally kill him. Consider this just a warm-up before taking on Cecil. Lu Ming twisted his neck, loosening up. He said eagerly, "Just so we are clear, I am only responsible for taking out Dr. Carlos and Cecil. I cannot guarantee whether this universe will be destroyed in the process. Just go all out." Kura's decided with great boldness, if sacrificing one universe can save the others, then it is all worth it. Then I will not hold back. Lu Ming had always been decisive and swift in his actions. He pressed his finger to his brow, using the all-seeing eye to search for the traces of Dr. Carlos and Cecil in the 7th universe. It truly lived up to its name as the highest divine art of the super universe. Lu Ming found their location in an instant. Found them. After saying that, Lu Ming vanished using instant transmission. Swish. Following the tracks of Dr. Carlos and Cecil, Lu Ming appeared on a planet. As soon as he arrived, a fist instantly flew at him. Bam! A massive shockwave swept across the entire planet. Instantly, the ground beneath them shattered, and the whole planet began to crumble. Lu Ming raised one hand and steadily caught the incoming fist. The attacker was none other than Cecil. Up close, he finally saw Cecil's battle power clearly. 2.5 trillion. But that surely was not his full strength. If it were only 2.5 trillion, Kura's would not have been helpless against him. Lu Ming was still in his power boost state. His eyes narrowed, an invisible aura blasted Cecil away, and he followed up with a kick in an instant. Boom! Cecil flew straight back. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained move, 10-fold super energy cannon. Learn it. Learn. Cecil forced himself to stop his backward flight and landed beside Dr. Carlos. Having taken 2 hits from Lu Ming, a trail of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, he looked exceptionally excited. Dr. Carlos looked at Lu Ming with amazement. I never expected someone like you to appear in the 7th universe. It must have been Curas who sent you. No one else could have found us. Saying this, he reached out his hand to Lu Ming. You must understand the principle of the fisherman reaping the rewards when the snipe and clam fight. Rather than us suffering mutually, why do not we cooperate and rule the 12 universes together? Lu Ming gave a dismissive laugh. Not interested. Bam! An aura exploded from his body, and he raised his hand, firing an energy cannon at the two. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from Cecil, his battle power soaring crazily. 100-fold power boost. A 250 trillion battle power aura swept across the starry sky. In a flash, the galaxy trembled, and the planet beneath their feet could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering directly into cosmic dust. Cecil easily blocked Lu Ming's energy cannon, his eyes filled with undisguised battle intent. He said, Doctor, I can kill him now, right? Dr. Carlos sighed. Kill him. There was no help for it. The negotiation had failed, and this kid simply would not listen to reason. Sure enough, Lu Ming knew Cecil's strength was definitely more than 2.5 trillion, but he had not expected the kid to also possess the 100-fold power boost. He had assumed that using just the 100-fold power boost would be enough to defeat him. It seems he had been a bit too confident. In that case, boom! The aura around Lu Ming surged even further. Second form. By adding a second form transformation on top of his 100x explosive chi technique, Lu Ming's combat power will skyrocket to 1,000 times his base level. In other words, his base combat power is 300 billion. At full power, his combat strength is 300 trillion. This is 1/5 higher than Cecil's combat power, and such a massive gap is enough for Lu Ming to achieve absolute suppression. Boom, boom, boom. In the galaxy, 2 figures are clashing wildly. Every energy impact from their fight shatters and destroys large swaths of planets in an instant. Just a short moment in. The North Galaxy, serving as the main battlefield, is already in complete ruins. North Kai planet. The North Kai is trembling, his face deathly pale. He clutches his head, lying on the ground in utter despair. It is over, it is all over. The North Galaxy is doomed. Not just the North Galaxy, the entire universe is going down with it. The sacred world of the Kais. Rumble. The powerful aura and the aftershocks of the battle between Lu Ming and Cecil are not only shaking the other world, but have even reached the sacred world of the Kais, causing the entire realm to vibrate violently. He is just as desperate as the North Kai. Although the Supreme Kai had long felt that the galaxy would eventually be destroyed by Lu Ming, he never expected this day to come so quickly, which is truly a horrifying surprise. No, that is not right. This is a monumental disaster. The crystal ball shows planets in the galaxy being destroyed en masse at a terrifying speed. It will not be long before the entire galaxy goes dark. The Supreme Kai trembles, watching everything unfold helplessly. He mutters to himself in despair, if these two continue to fight like this, I fear it will not just be the galaxy, but even the other world and the sacred world of the Kais will not escape. Is there no god higher than him? The Supreme Kai cannot help but ask this question. In reality, of course there are, but unfortunately, Curas lacks the strength to intervene. He feels a sense of shock just watching a battle at this level. If he dared to intervene rashly, a single aftershock would finish him off. It would be a suicide mission. Fortunately, Lu Ming holds the absolute advantage. Galaxy Super Blast. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming unleashes countless massive energy spheres that fill the starry sky, raining devastation down on Cecil. Cecil dodges them one by one, while the stars behind him are instantly annihilated by Lu Ming's technique. Swish! Cecil instantly teleports behind Lu Ming and lands a heavy blow. but the attack passes right through Luming's body, and his afterimage gradually dissipates. Afterimage strike. Luming uses this technique, which he has not employed in a long time. It is clear, however, that Cecil has seen similar techniques in other universes and even knows such moves himself, so he is not easily fooled. His reflexes are lightning fast. He spins around instantly, a cross-shaped light blooming in his hand, and releases it toward his back. Galaxy cross flash. Bang! Cecil's reaction is timely and correct, but his power is not enough to contend with Luming. The Galaxy cross flash meets Luming's fist head-on. In an instant. Boom! With unstoppable force, Luming smashes through Cecil's Galaxy cross flash, then lands a heavy blow square on his face, blasting him to the other end of the galaxy. Every planet along the path is utterly destroyed. Super drop rate triggered. Obtained bloodline, perfect cell. Merge. Cecil and Dr. Carlos do not actually possess an absorption technique. What they have mastered is a move that can absorb the cells, memories, and energy of others. After traversing many universes, Cecil has absorbed countless special cells, allowing his super cells to evolve to their final perfect form. That is why he possesses such immense power. In comparison, Luming's ultimate cells are actually far inferior. His current combat power does not rely solely on the ultimate cells. He has not developed his ultimate cells to the ultimate level that Cecil has. However, from this moment on, Luming's ultimate cells will surpass Cecil's perfect super cells. The perfect super cells merge into Luming's ultimate cells, instantly evolving them to an unprecedented level. An endless stream of powerful energy surges from within him, and Luming's aura skyrockets once again. 400 trillion. 500 trillion. 600 trillion. 800 trillion. 1,000 trillion. 2,000 trillion. 5,000 trillion. Fusion successful. Ultimate cells have evolved into perfect ultimate cells. Combat power increased. Combat power 5,000 trillion. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Universe 7 is trembling. The incredibly sturdy cosmic barrier is swept by Luming's aura, and countless cracks appear instantly. What overwhelming power! Luming is pleasantly surprised. Even he did not expect that, after merging with the perfect supercells, his power would increase to such a terrifying level, a full 5,000 trillion in combat power. Most importantly, because the ultimate cells have evolved into the perfect form, Luming is now in a permanent perfect state, meaning he can maintain this power level indefinitely. He no longer needs to use transformations or the explosive chi technique to unleash his full power. The perfect form is his base state, and it is also his full power state. What is going on? Kuraz, watching the whole fight, is horrified. He cannot understand what happened to Luming, why his combat power suddenly skyrocketed to such a terrifying degree. This is 5,000 trillion in combat power. Kuraz realizes he has personally created a monster far more terrifying than Cecil, a super monster whose power is enough to override all 12 universes. The formidable aura sweeps across the galaxy, and countless stars extinguish instantly. On a certain planet, Lin Li senses the terrifying aura in the galaxy, but before he can even react, the aura sweeps past, and the planet he is on is reduced to cosmic dust. While waiting in line on the path to the other world, he is surrounded by aliens from all over the galaxy. Lin Li learns from them that an unprecedented catastrophe is occurring in the galaxy. They call it the Galaxy Extinction Event. He is speechless. All his words turn into a long sigh. Thinking of the various incidents involving those two unlucky guys, Zhang Shenghao and Su Zhenfei, he does not know what to say. He used to be a skeptic. But after experiencing the Green Planet incident and the current Galaxy Extinction Event, he feels that some things you have to believe in, you have no choice. Those two are absolute disasters. Everywhere they go, the game crashes. It is like a curse. Up ahead. King Yema looks with surprise at Zhang Shenghao, who is standing before him with a halo over his head. He recognizes this human martial artist. After all, the North Kai had personally put in a good word for him. Dead again so soon? Did not I just send you off to be reincarnated? Zhang Shenghao is speechless. Honestly, he has no idea how he died. He had just restarted his life on a planet, but as soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, he was back on the path to the other world. Sigh, what bad luck. Well, boom! The underworld is shaking violently. King Yama complained in distress. It is happening again. What on earth is going on lately? If this continues, the underworld might truly collapse completely. However, this tremor was far more violent than any before, causing the very scene King Yama dreaded most to unfold the next moment. The shaking grew ever more intense until the path of the underworld reached its limit. Before King Yama's eyes, it crumbled apart, and countless souls plummeted into the hell below. King Yama was scared out of his wits. He cried out in terror, "We are in big trouble now." In fact, it was not just the path of the underworld. The entire underworld was collapsing, especially the deepest level of hell, which had already fallen into complete ruin. It was just that the minor demons had not had the chance to report it to King Yama yet. Just as the Supreme Kai had predicted, even the realm of the Supreme Kai could not escape the catastrophe. The power Lu Ming unleashed after becoming a perfect being was simply too overwhelming. The seventh universe could no longer contain his aura. Just by powering up once, the entire seventh universe nearly collapsed completely. A large portion of the galaxy was extinguished as a result. At the other end of the galaxy, Cecil was bleeding profusely. He felt Lu Ming's aura growing ever stronger, and although he did not understand how, the outcome of this battle was clear. He was doomed to lose. 250 trillion against 5 quadrillion. This was a desperate situation beyond hope. The power gap was so vast that it allowed Lu Ming to shatter any possibility of a miracle. Cecil laughed maniacally. He struck the starting pose for his Super Kai Blast, releasing every ounce of his strength at once, blooming into an incredibly brilliant light in the cosmos. Tenfold Super Kai Blast. Boom! A surging, violent torrent of energy traversed the vast distance in an instant, piercing across the galaxy and blasting straight toward Lu Ming in a massive, sweeping force, carrying the determination of a final stand and the resolve to die. In response, Lu Ming raised his hand and blocked Cecil's tenfold Super Kai Blast with nothing but an invisible aura. Furthermore, he pushed it right back. The raging energy torrent surged backward. Cecil roared, putting everything he had into resisting it, but it was completely useless. Lu Ming's power crushed everything in its path, and Cecil could not escape his fated end, being utterly destroyed by his own Super Bay Blast. Somewhere in the seventh universe, an inconspicuous lump of flesh rapidly expanded and grew, transforming into Cecil's form in the blink of an eye. This incredible self-healing and regeneration was the most important ability of the supercells. Lu Ming certainly had not forgotten that. Do not think that just because he killed Cecil once, this guy would truly die. Lu Ming knew exactly how fearsome the supercell's regeneration was. Swish! Lu Ming teleported in. While Cecil was busy regenerating, he deployed a transparent cubic barrier to trap him, sealing away all his power. He felt a sense of relief. The sealing technique I have been holding onto finally came in handy. That was not enough, though. Rip! Lu Ming tore open a dimensional rift and tossed the sealed Cecil into it, banishing him to the infinite void. Unless something unexpected happens, there is no way he will ever return. This does not look good. Dr. Carlos saw the situation turning bad and tried to make a run for it, but before he could escape to another universe, Lu Ming appeared right in front of him. Dr. Carlos backed away in terror, stammering, "Wait a minute, I am sure there has been some misunderstanding between us." Lu Ming had no interest in listening to his nonsense. Ignoring his pleas, Lu Ming used the same sealing technique and banished Dr. Carlos deep into the dimensional rift. It was the only way. After all, given the rules of the super universe, Lu Ming could not completely erase the super cells they had left behind everywhere, so sealing and banishment were likely the best options. Perhaps in hundreds or thousands of years, these two might be found and unsealed by someone with ulterior motives, but that would be a problem for the future. It would not concern Lu Ming. Only, breaking Lu Ming's seal is no easy feat. The chances of success are basically near zero. A battle power of 5 quadrillion is no laughing matter. The only way is to leave it to time and wait for the power of the seal to fade away completely. And so, Dr. Carlos and Cecil had both been rounded up, Even if he had not completely killed them off, Lu Ming felt that he had officially cleared the final boss. However, the white vortex still had not appeared. He immediately realized that something might be even more serious than what Cruz had said, and he instantly teleported in front of Cruz to speak first. Something might have happened to the Omnirealm. Cruz's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Oh no! He quickly opened a portal to return to the Omnirealm. Lu Ming followed right behind, and the moment they stepped through, they were hit by an immensely powerful aura of evil. The Omnirealm, usually a vast expanse of green meadows, was now filled with visible black energy, forming a massive vortex in the sky. The evil energy accumulated over countless years across the 12 universes was rapidly gathering into the vortex, brewing the birth of some monster. Thump thump. A thunderous heartbeat echoed from within the vortex. Cruz trembled slightly, saying in horror, "The gathering of evil energy is faster than I anticipated. The monster it was gestating has already been born. There is no way to stop it now." Lu Ming did not feel much pressure, however. With his current strength, he could blow up all 12 universes if he wanted to. If there were no surprises, this thing was likely the strongest existence in the super universe. A burning aura surged around Lu Ming. He told Cruz, "You would better stay far away. Once we start fighting, I will not be able to look after your safety." Cruz could only pin all his hopes on Lu Ming. He bowed sincerely and said, "Then I leave everything to you." With that said, he quickly fled to a safe distance. Lu Ming sized up the vortex of swirling evil energy in the sky and tentatively condensed a massive energy orb, tossing it in, but it did not even cause a ripple. Nothing happened. It was swallowed by the vortex immediately. However, it seemed that this very action of Lu Ming's woke the entity gestating inside the vortex, causing it to explode suddenly, revealing the creature within. Ray below. Pitch-black skin and bones little shrimp roared at the sky, like a child woken from his nap, clearly in a bad mood, shouting the name Ray below over and over again. Lu Ming did not understand what the thing was shouting, so he just took it as his name. Ray below. Ray below was still venting his grumpiness, but Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He flew straight in and delivered a heavy punch, sending the creature flying. Super drop rate triggered. Ability obtained, evil essence absorption. Do you want to keep it? Keep. Ray below. Ray below let out a painful cry and glared fiercely at Lu Ming. He immediately opened his mouth and fired an energy blast, which Lu Ming easily swatted away with a wave of his hand. Boom! The energy blast hit the ground of the All Realm, blowing out a bottomless crater. 3.6 quadrillion. That is Ray below's combat power. If it were not for Lu Ming, no one else would be a match for this monster. After all, even Cecil, who broke through the cosmic barrier, only had a combat power of 2.5 quadrillion. Whoosh! Lu Ming flashed before Ray below and landed hundreds of strikes in the blink of an eye, leaving Ray below completely unable to fight back. Super drop rate triggered. Ability obtained, Avatar of Evil. Do you want to keep it? Keep. Super drop rate triggered. Technique obtained, Evil Essence Bombardment. Do you want to learn it? Learn. The Avatar of Evil ability lit up Lu Ming's eyes. Its effect was simple. As long as the evil essence in this world did not completely vanish, he would remain. Then no matter how many times Lu Ming died, he could resurrect from within the evil essence. This resurrection ability was more than a dimension stronger than ultimate cells, which meant Lu Ming possessed an ability infinitely close to true immortality. A black streak cut through space and slammed into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered. The All Realm trembled violently. Inside the giant crater, evil essence surged frantically. Ray below, with bloodshot eyes and an incredibly violent and evil aura, stared fixedly at Lu Ming in the sky. After draining Ray below of his abilities and techniques, Lu Ming no longer had any intention of playing around. He faced Ray below in the crater and assumed the starting stance for his super Kai Blast cannon. It is time to end this. Seeming to sense the aura of death, Ray below instinctively gathered evil essence rapidly between his hands, pouring all his power into brewing an energy blast. The next second, both of them released their energy blasts at the same time. 10-fold super Kai Blast cannon. Ray below. A blue and a black energy beam collided with a crash, causing a violent explosion in midair that caused the entire all-realm to begin crumbling rapidly. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and terrifying energy churned in the air, leaving even the 12 universes in peril, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Lu Ming suddenly increased his output, injecting a vast amount of Kai into his super Kai blast cannon. The beam of light grew significantly wider, then crushed forward with overwhelming force. Ray Below's expression turned to panic. Ray Below. Boom! He was instantly obliterated by the 10-fold super Kai blast cannon. His entire body exploded into a surging mass of evil essence that spread across the entire all-realm. Kuraz was beyond excited. You got him. However, he looked at the evil essence permeating the all-realm with a worried expression. As long as this evil essence remained, it was only a matter of time before Ray Below returned. Lu Ming, looking at the evil essence that had accumulated over the 12 universes, was actually delighted. He immediately activated his evil essence absorption ability, pulling all the evil essence in the all-realm into his own body. Whoosh! In an instant, the all-realm cleared up. The evil essence was swept away, completely absorbed by Lu Ming, and his Kai climbed once again. 6 quadrillion. 8 quadrillion. 8.6 quadrillion. He had effectively swallowed Ray Below at his source, sending his combat power skyrocketing to a terrifying figure of 8.6 quadrillion. TH this. Kuraz swallowed nervously, a cold drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. His voice trembling, he said, "Is there going to be a problem?" Lu Ming's current form was truly intimidating. After absorbing the evil essence, Lu Ming's Kai shifted from its original blue to a deep black with purple, quite similar to cosmic energy. However, unlike Ray Below's violence and malice, Lu Ming's aura felt only profound and powerful. It was entirely different. Kuraz feared the birth of another Ray Below. Moreover, Lu Ming was far more powerful. If he were to turn evil, the all-realm and the 12 universes would be truly doomed. Fortunately, Lu Ming maintained his original intent. To him, so-called evil essence was merely pure energy. He was not a monster birthed by evil like Ray Below. Amidst Kuraz's nervous expression, Lu Ming gave a relaxed smile and waved farewell, before being swallowed by a white vortex that appeared out of thin air. Super Universe Game World completed. With a flash of white light, Lu Ming returned to the real world, appearing in his apartment. He looked around, only to find the hamster cage empty. Fatty was nowhere to be seen, and the room was exceptionally quiet. Snap! Lu Ming snapped his fingers, and Fatty appeared out of thin air. It was riding on the neighbor's cat, gripping the collar like reins, shouting arrogantly. "Charge my steed, how dare you invade my territory? Do not you know this complex is my turf? I will make sure you stupid cats will not even have a, huh." Fatty was shouting until it realized the environment had changed. Looking back and seeing Lu Ming, it began jumping around in a panic. "Hey, why did you bring me back now? I was in the middle of a hard-fought battle. Hurry and send me back, quick, quick." This little guy seemed to genuinely enjoy it. Lu Ming did not know what to say. He believed in a free-range approach to pet ownership anyway. He let Fatty handle its own 3 meals. He teleported the little guy back, but gave a reminder first. Do not make too much of a scene, and do not disturb the other tenants. Do not worry about it. Fatty agreed nonchalantly, but inside it felt a sting of anxiety. It wondered to itself, did Lin Ming figure out its plan? Unlikely. After all, he had been in the game world the whole time, so how could he know what was happening in the real world? It must be overthinking it. Yes, that must be it. Fatty assumed. In the small wooded area of the apartment complex, 2 groups of cats stood in a standoff. One group was the house cats of the residents, and the other was a group of stray cats. With their boss suddenly vanishing, the leaderless house cats had panicked, but with Fatty's return, they rallied once again. Meow! Its mount let out a roar, and Fatty charged at the stray cats with full momentum. "Brothers, charge with me. Let us wipe them out." What? 20 minutes later, the small grove was left covered in cat fur. Using the sheer number of domestic cats and whatever wits he could muster, Fabio had completely subjugated the stray cats that invaded the residential complex, expanding his forces significantly. A few crows flew in from outside the complex, landed in the grove, and began to caw. Understood. Fabio commanded the crows with an air of authority, telling them, "Keep expanding our network of eyes and ears. I want the entire new city under my watch." "Call, call, call, call." The crows nodded and immediately flew off. As a highly advanced, intelligent life form, Fabio had mastered human language and writing the moment he arrived on the blue star, and communicating with animals was a piece of cake for him. Besides, he was a beast himself, after all. On the surface, he was just messing around with the stray cats, but in reality, while Lu Ming was away in the game world, he had already become the boss of this residential complex. With hundreds of underlings, domestic cats, rats, crows, and everything in between, he had successfully built his own intelligence network. He kept a constant pulse on the situation in the surrounding area. Fabio had originally intended to escape while Lu Ming was away, but unfortunately, Lu Ming had seen it coming and set up an invisible spatial barrier around the complex. While everyone and everything else could come and go freely, Fabio was the only one trapped inside by that barrier. When he discovered this, he was absolutely livid. Seeing his massive force of hundreds of underlings, a sense of pride welled up within him. Fabio huffed, "Humph, even if I cannot leave this complex, I can still conquer the blue star." Inside the apartment, Lu Ming shook his head, feeling bored. He let the little fool carry on. Knock, knock, knocks. Someone was knocking at the door. "Is anyone home?" "Just a moment." Lu Ming opened the door to find a white-haired girl standing there. He asked, confused, "May I ask who you are?" The girl produced her identification. "Disaster Monitoring Bureau. I wanted to ask, when Area F was attacked by an unknown disaster recently, were you near the disaster landing site?" A living S-rank disaster had vanished. While ordinary citizens were unaware of its rank and were not too worried, the new City Disaster Monitoring Bureau was deeply unsettled. They were still conducting round-the-clock searches in cooperation with the main bureau. The white-haired girl belonged to the new City Disaster Monitoring Bureau and had been investigating the incident, tracking scents left at the scene until she finally tracked it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded honestly. "I was in Area F looking for an apartment that day, and I just happened to be passing by." "Did you see any suspicious creatures at that time?" "No." "Could you try to think carefully?" "Truly, I did not." "Sorry to have bothered you then." As she was leaving, a cat walked past her with a chubby hamster on its back, and she took a curious look. She did not notice anything unusual. Fabio kept up his act as a simple hamster perfectly. It was a joke to think he was just a cute little thing, even if he did act like an idiot sometimes. He was not about to expose his identity to just anyone. If people knew he was a disaster-class creature, they would kill him in a heartbeat. Having just finished a battle, Fabio's stomach was grumbling with hunger, and the moment he got home, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Human, I am starving. Is there anything to eat in this house?" Lu Ming opened the fridge, but it was empty. He picked up his keys. "I am heading out to stock up. How about spicy hot pot for tonight?" Fabio's eyes lit up immediately. "I want beef, lamb, chicken strips, and beef tripe." "Never mind, you might as well come with me." As he said that, Lu Ming picked up Fabio and tucked him into his pocket. Fabio was taken aback. He gripped the edge of the pocket with his tiny paws, poked his head out, and asked in surprise, "I am allowed to leave the complex. Are not you afraid I will run away?" "Run away?" Lu Ming could not care less. "Where would you run to? It is not like you can fly." Fabio was speechless. In reality, he actually could fly. His crow mounts could take him into the sky whenever he pleased. Soon after, Lu Ming finished shopping and was carrying several bags of supplies for the next few days. As he walked past the pedestrian street, he stepped back, retreating one step at a time. He stopped in front of a raffle wheel set up on the street, looking interested. Of course, he did not care about the raffle. What interested him was the middle-aged man running the stall. Fabio asked in a low voice, "What is wrong?" "I have run into one of your relatives." "What?" Fabio was confused. He had no idea he had any relatives on the Blue Star. The man running the raffle wheel enthusiastically called out to Lu Ming, "Hey buddy, want to play around? The grand prize is a luxury sports car. The consolation prize is a shopping discount voucher for the supermarket next door. Guaranteed value, guaranteed win, $100 a spin." Really? Lu Ming sounded skeptical. Absolutely genuine. The man patted his chest, looking incredibly sincere. Lu Ming pulled out a $100 bill, grinning. "All right, let us give it a try." "All right." Fabio was curious. He knew Lu Ming was not interested in the prize. The raffle was not the point. The point was that this guy was definitely up to no good. Lu Ming started spinning the wheel. Just then, a fluctuation only he could perceive emerged. As the pointer stopped in the consolation zone, an invisible force tried to siphon off some of his luck. However, no matter how hard the invisible force pulled, Lu Ming's luck remained immovable. It was not even a case of a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It was more like an ant trying to move a universe. Well. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. He had been wondering why an S-rank invading entity would be running a raffle stall on a pedestrian street. It turned out they were up to something, and now Lu Ming was interested. With a thought, he diverted the invisible fluctuation, redirecting it to siphon off a portion of luck from Fabio, who was sitting in his pocket. Fabio scratched his head, completely unaware. If Lu Ming wanted to, he could erase this luck-siphoning fluctuation with a single thought, but it was not necessary. He wanted to keep playing with the guy. It was just a bit of fun while out for a stroll. Why take it so seriously? Wiping someone out just because of a minor scheme would be uncivilized. The man put on a show of regret, handed him the supermarket coupon, and said, "Buddy, looks like your luck is not so great today." Having been targeted behind his back, there was no way Lu Ming was not going to get even. The fact that he had not fallen for it was because he was skilled, but the matter of being targeted was not over. However, he was a reasonable man. In the real world, he was quite restrained and would not just send people into oblivion at the drop of a hat. Again, Lu Ming pulled out another $100. "Keep going, buddies." The man was beaming, eagerly urging Lu Ming to continue. Lu Ming spun the wheel with a cheerful smile. What no one else could see was the ethereal infinity star quietly manifesting behind him. Playing with probabilities, Lu Ming would show this guy what a miracle really looked like. Onlookers shook their heads silently. Why would anyone still fall for such a scam? If this guy got caught up in it, he would be lucky if he did not lose his shirt. The wheel slowed to a stop. The pointer glided past the consolation zone. The onlooker's eyes widened as if witnessing something impossible, and the man's smile slowly faded. The wheel stopped completely. The pointer rested firmly on the grand prize area, a luxury sports car worth $5 million. The bystanders gasped in surprise. "Holy cow, is that for real?" "Hey boss, this guy won the grand prize. Why do not you hand over that luxury car to him?" "Yeah, where is the luxury car?" An intangible ripple emerged. This time, a portion of luck was extracted from the boss and transferred back to Lu Ming, who not only reclaimed the luck that originally belonged to Fatty, but he also made a massive profit. Lu Ming kept this portion of luck for Fatty. It was still too small, so he would give it back when it grew up. The odds of winning the grand prize were only 1%, so naturally, the luck Lu Ming extracted from the boss after winning was more than what had been stolen from Fatty originally. This thing was like a kind of contract. The boss himself could not control his own luck from being extracted and had to follow the rules of the game. The extra portion could be considered interest. Lu Ming reached out his hand. "Boss, where is my luxury sports car?" The boss looked sullen as he took out a check, wrote a string of zeros on it, and said, "There is no luxury sports car, but a check for $5 million is fine, right?" "That works too." Lu Ming gladly accepted the check. It was the first time in his life he had won such a big prize. Although there was a bit of cheating involved, such a good opportunity to take advantage of someone could still keep him happy for a long time. The onlookers were stunned. Damn, he actually gave it to him. It is not a scam. "Boss, let me have a go too." "Me too, let me try." Faced with the excited crowd, the boss ignored them, instead grabbing Lu Ming tightly, looking like he would not let him off. "Wait a minute, handsome, do you want to play another round?" Lu Ming frowned. "What, are you not allowed to leave after winning?" "Of course not." The boss hurriedly explained. Despite being extremely anxious inside, he had to force a smile on his face. "I already gave you a $5 million check, why would I not let you leave? Look, your luck is so good, why not strike while the iron is hot and play a few more rounds? You cannot lose anyway." The truth was that Lu Ming had extracted so much luck from him that the boss felt like he was bleeding, and he would not be satisfied until he stole some back. Lu Ming naturally knew this guy was still eyeing his luck, so he gave the boss a strange look and asked, "Are you sure?" "Oh, running a business. How could I be afraid of losing money?" Lu Ming nodded. "You said it yourself." "I said it. Just do not regret it." "I will never regret it." The boss said it with conviction and vigor. Lu Ming put down $100, rolled up his sleeves, and started spinning the grand prize wheel once again. The onlookers held their breath and began to mutter to themselves involuntarily. "Grand prize. Grand prize. Grand prize." The wheel stopped. The pointer once again stopped steadily on the 1% probability grand prize, in the disbelieving eyes of everyone, a luxury sports car worth $5 million. The onlookers rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. Is this for real? Another grand prize. Some people suspected that Lu Ming and the boss were colluding to scam others. After all, the odds of winning the grand prize twice in a row were way too low. It looked too staged. "Let us go, it is a scam. This act is too amateur." Regardless of what the onlookers said, the boss's face grew paler as more of his luck was extracted by Lu Ming, and he regretted it so much he wished he had not started. Lu Ming reminded the boss. "Boss, another grand prize." The boss's eyes turned fierce. Just as Lu Ming thought he was about to lose it, the boss decisively tore off a check, wrote down the amount of $5 million, and stubbornly refused to believe it. "Handsome, let us do it again. If you win the grand prize again, I will pay up." How could one refuse a bargain handed on a silver platter? Lu Ming took the check and took out money again. "Then let us continue." And then, third round grand prize. Fourth round grand prize. Fifth round still the grand prize. 5 grand prizes in a row. Lu Ming had almost extracted every bit of luck from the boss, yet the boss was still obsessed and refused to quit. It would be impossible to say he did not know Lu Ming was cheating, but the problem was that the boss was too confident in himself and could not detect Lu Ming's cheating methods. Instead, he fell into self-doubt. Combined with his frustration over having his luck constantly extracted, he had entered a crazed state, like a gambler who had lost everything. Perhaps because too much luck had been drained, the boss's true identity seemed to have been discovered. The crowd was gradually dispersed, and several vigilant officers stood by, forming a perimeter. One middle-aged man spoke. "Handsome, it is getting dark. Why do not you come back and play next time?" "No way." The boss grabbed Lu Ming's arm, his eyes red and teeth gritted. "Keep playing. I have plenty of money, and I do not believe you can keep winning forever." Rumble. The sky darkened quietly, thunder cracked, and a pressure that made people feel uneasy enveloped the area, causing the officers to feel somewhat restless. The middle-aged man's expression was grave. "I am afraid this is an A-grade invading character." He hurriedly signaled for the other officers to move back and notified the nearby A-grade officers for support, preparing for battle. A grade. S-grade. The New City Disaster Monitoring Bureau immediately detected the energy reaction exposed by the boss, shaking everyone to their core as the monitoring staff reported it. S-grade disaster source signal detected. The director asked immediately, "Is it the same one from last time?" "No." The monitor said with a grim face, "This is the signal of an invading character. The energy reaction is completely different from the foreign disaster signal we saw last time." 2 S-grade disasters in New City. The director's head buzzed, and he was momentarily stunned before quickly ordering, regardless of whether it is the same target or not, "This is an S-grade disaster. Notify the S-grade player sent by the headquarters to handle it." Special Grade Chen is already on the way to the target location. S-grade players hold the highest status in the Disaster Monitoring Bureau, so they are generally given the title of Special Grade as a sign of respect. Chen Xianfeng's body flashed through the air like a rainbow, leaving behind a brilliant trail of light, his expression very solemn. "I hope I can make it in time." Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, and Lu Ming knew these were not just clouds, but the boss's bad luck. His good fortune had been completely drained away. 10 full rounds. Lu Ming had 10 consecutive wins. 10 grand prizes in a row. The officer nearby was dumbfounded. He only felt that Lu Ming's ability was sinister, and he was incredibly envious. If he had such an ability, he would not need to be an insurance salesman. The other officer nodded slightly, signaling that nearby citizens had been evacuated, and the whole area went quiet, save for the rumbling of thunder from above. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Lu Ming was no longer in the mood to play and stood up to leave, impatient. "No fun anymore, I am done." The boss of the prize wheel stood frozen on the spot, his eyes lifeless, unable to accept that he had lost 10 rounds in a row, feeling that every bit of luck in his body was gone. He suddenly came to his senses, his eyes filled with ferocity. He had been able to play with Lu Ming until now because he possessed the qualification to be a sore loser. A roar echoed in their ears. The boss recklessly revealed his true form, turning into a massive, ferocious beast, venting the rage in his heart, his eyes locked firmly on Lu Ming. "You are not allowed to leave." What? The S-class beast swiped its claw at Lu Ming, roaring, "Give my luck back." In the pocket, Fabio watched the show happily. No wonder Lu Ming said it was his relative. To be honest, they do look a bit alike. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. "I knew it. This boss is a terrible loser." Just as it was about to kill this little thing, a back blocked its path. A middle-aged man in dress pants and a white long-sleeved shirt ripped off his tie and wrapped it around his fist. He rushed forward with firm resolve. "Handsome, run, we cannot hold on for long." When the boss revealed its true form, the man knew this thing was definitely more than just A-class. It was likely a legendary S-class disaster. Even so, he had to step up. Lu Ming was stunned. He actually wanted to say it was not necessary, as he could handle it himself. Then, several other vigilantes followed suit and rushed forward to engage the S-class beast. No! It should be said that they were getting beaten up by the S-class beast. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying back, crashing into a nearby shop. The massive impact instantly reduced half a street of shops into ruins. "Hiss, damn you!" He climbed up while grimacing in pain. As he turned his head and saw Lu Ming still standing there motionless, he was about to call out a warning when an extremely intense surge of energy appeared in the air. A visible purple light was brewing in the S-class beast's mouth. "Get out of the way, kid, give my luck back." It swiped an A-class vigilante away with one claw, and without hesitation, unleashed a dazzling energy beam at Lu Ming. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. "Run!" Boom! Lu Ming, carrying several bags in one hand, simply raised his other hand and blocked the S-class beast's energy blast, holding it firmly in place. The dissipating energy splashed everywhere, destroying everything in the vicinity in the blink of an eye. A vortex appeared in Lu Ming's hand, quickly absorbing all the energy from the blast. If that energy had been allowed to scatter, this single shot would have leveled the entire new city. After all, this beast was an S-class disaster with extraordinary strength. Achoo! Lu Ming even sneezed nonchalantly. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. The other severely injured A-class vigilantes could not help but look as if they had seen a ghost, blocking an S-class disaster's energy blast with one hand. The S-class beast was shocked. Although it had not used its full power, even an S-class player would never be able to block it so easily. Am I really that unlucky to run into a tough opponent like this? Suddenly realizing that its luck had just been drained away, the S-class beast felt a chill run down its spine. Yes, it was absolutely that unlucky now. Realizing this, the S-class beast decisively turned and ran. Powerful energy fluctuations surged. The vortex in Lu Ming's hand spun continuously, compressing the energy he had absorbed from the blast until it was the size of a marble. Feeling that the power was not quite enough, he added some cosmic energy to it himself. The next second, boom! The marble-sized energy ball shot out in an instant, piercing through the S-class beast's body with lightning speed before heading straight into the distant sky, reaching outer space and exploding into a brilliant surge of energy. At the same time, it set off every disaster monitoring agency's alarms around the world. The strength of the energy signature was enough to give everyone a heart attack. Cheng Xuanfeng, who was rushing to the scene, narrowly missed the energy ball. The mere shockwave from it knocked him out of the sky and sent him crashing into the residential area below. The S-class beast looked at the giant hole in its chest and let out a deep sigh. Unlucky. After saying that, its massive body was immediately torn into countless fragments by the violent energy invading it, making Fabio shrink its neck and feel a chill run straight up its spine. Compared to the fate of this unlucky guy, it really had to thank its lucky stars for having survived Lu Ming's hands back then. Actually, Lu Ming had no prejudice against invited characters. He held the same attitude toward everyone and everything. As long as they did not provoke him or break his house, he generally could not be bothered. He was very mild-tempered in the real world and would not let himself go as much as he did in the game world. After all, there was only one Earth, and if he blew it up, it would be gone. If this S-class beast had not been such a sore loser, Lu Ming would not have even lifted a finger against it. It was terrifyingly quiet all around. As the vigilantes witnessed an S-class disaster being killed in seconds, their worldview was being shattered. Lu Ming took a few drops of holy water containing abundant life force from his infinite stars and sprinkled them over them. The severely injured group instantly recovered. After all, they had been injured because of him. This was a gesture of thanks. Lu Ming asked the middle-aged man, "Uncle, what is your name?" The man responded subconsciously, "Yang Xuanio." When he looked again, Lu Ming's figure had already vanished. A beam of rainbow light streaked by. Chen Xunfeng had finally arrived. He looked a bit disheveled. Looking at the chaotic shopping street, he only felt the powerful residual energy, but there was no sign of an S-class disaster left. Can someone tell me what exactly happened just now? Half an hour later, a meeting was underway at the New City Disaster Monitoring Bureau, with Lu Ming as the central figure of discussion. His detailed files were displayed on the big screen. Attendees included the director of the New City Disaster Monitoring Bureau, Chen Xunfeng representing the General Bureau, the vigilante Yang Xunyu who witnessed the battle, and by sighting, the official player from the New City Bureau, that white-haired girl. The director of the New City branch spoke first, his expression extremely serious. "This is the energy reaction intensity from half an hour ago. One was S-class and the other was SS-class. SS-class means having a power level capable of destroying a continental plate." Chen Xunfeng confirmed, "Are you sure it was only SS-class?" "Not certain." The branch director shook his head. "He is in New City right now, but our monitoring system has no reaction to him at all. If he had not taken the initiative to act during this incident, we might still not have detected his existence. It is hard to confirm if this act was his full strength. Then let us provisionally classify him as SS class and mark it as top secret. I will report this to the General Bureau." Then, the branch director's eyes fell on Yang Xunyu and by sighting, "Tell us, what kind of person is he?" Yang Xunyu thought for a moment and said, "A very kind young man. He does not look like the aggressive type, but he was incredibly decisive and clean when he acted, killing his target with a single strike." The director looked at by sighting. By sighting summarized it very simply: he's approachable. "Let us do this." Chen Xunfeng thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I will lead a team to communicate with him. If possible, I would like to get him to join the Disaster Monitoring Bureau." After all, as far as he knew, Lu Ming was the first player in the world to transcend the S-class level. He still remembered the energy ball that streaked by. It was a power so strong that it was chilling. Not even an S-class could possibly withstand it. In reality, Chen Xunfeng was destined to be chasing a pipe dream. Lu Ming was currently free and unrestrained, and he did not know how comfortable he was. Trying to get him to work for them was pure fantasy. Creating heaven and earth would not be this difficult. There would not even be a chance for a nominal relationship. Forget about a chance. They would not even get a foot in the door. What? Ever since Lu Ming gained his powers, he had never left Blue Star. Taking advantage of this opportunity to return to the real world for a break, he decided to have a good look around the universe. Blue Star, the solar system, the Milky Way. Lu Ming appeared in the depths of space, his figure constantly traversing every corner as he overlooked the entire universe from the perspective of his omniscient cosmic information and divine art of all-seeing. Roar! An unimaginably massive beast roared toward the heavens. Within the Orion arm of the Milky Way, Lu Ming found the third empire that Fatty had mentioned. It was a star region ruled by highly intelligent beast-type life forms. Their combat power was extremely formidable. The powerful beasts could destroy planets with a mere move, and some even possessed strength comparable to stars. This was a civilization far more advanced and powerful than what Blue Star currently possessed. As he entered a habitable planet within the Third Empire, a berserk giant beast caught sight of Lu Ming and immediately pounced toward him with a thunderous roar. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The beast's pupils shrank instantly. Overcome by a sudden, inexplicable terror, it stopped in its tracks and obediently prostrated itself before Lu Ming, acting like a gentle house cat. Lu Ming reached out and stroked the beast's fur, and the giant creature did not dare to move an inch. The giant beast lifted its head. Lu Ming had already vanished. In an instant, crossing countless galaxies, Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the universe. He passed through the barrier at the boundary with ease. For him, this thing might as well have not existed. Crossing the cosmic barrier, a magnificent and vast spectacle unfolded before his eyes, an endless void filled with an incalculable number of floating universes. The blue star universe was merely a drop in the ocean compared to them. Such a vast void could only be described as an endless sea of universes. With his current strength, Lu Ming possessed the power to destroy 12 universes on his own, coupled with the miraculous properties of the endless star, which could manipulate all probability. Lu Ming estimated that a single full-force strike from him could shatter hundreds of thousands of universes, and that was a conservative estimate. The miraculous nature of the endless star was like an infinitely long lever, capable of magnifying Lu Ming's power countless times over. Magnifying it by just tens of thousands of times was truly a conservative guess. He reached out into the cosmic sea, and a massive universe rapidly shrank, landing in his palm like a deep, pitch-black bubble. Inside, stars flickered in an endless darkness, containing countless lives and civilizations. The starlight waxed and waned, with infinite civilizations thriving, but one immortal cultivation civilization stood out as the most powerful. Just then, boundless sword energy erupted from the universe in his palm. A man in green robes flew toward him on a sword, looking every bit the immortal, with sharp eyes like stars and a blade aura as biting as winter. Who dares to intrude upon my sword world universe? The cold glint of his blade pointed directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even move. His body was surrounded by deep, dark cosmic energy. No matter how the sword light struck, it could not stir even the slightest ripple. The man in green robes took a closer look and realized he was being held in someone's palm. In the endless sea of universes, a supreme entity was drifting. Surrounding the entity was terrifying energy capable of suppressing countless universes. Compared to him, he was as small as a grain of sand. His face went pale with shock. He sheathed his sword, trembling with fear. This junior was reckless and had no intention of offending you, senior. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Ming said nothing. He just studied the man in green robes with amusement. It was his first time seeing an immortal cultivation civilization. He had not seen anything similar in the Blue Star universe, at least. The man in green robes grew even more panicked. I beg for your forgiveness, senior. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt playful. He reached out and plucked a few more universes from the cosmic sea. The sight left the man in green robes trembling. This was literally playing with universes in the palm of one's hand. Lu Ming watched the universes in his palm with great interest, silently waiting for something. Sure enough, a moment later, a flash of light sparked from one of the universes. An old man in mage robes, holding a staff, stepped out and was just about to speak. His voice stopped abruptly. How dare you? Who are you? The old mage's face stiffened. His tone did a complete 180, and he bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. May I ask what the Supreme One requires? He had no choice but to back down. The old man considered himself to have traveled the cosmic sea for countless ages with peak-level strength, but this was his first time witnessing such a terrifying existence. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he was panicking like crazy. He had the same thought as the man in green robes. He could not comprehend why such a figure would appear in the cosmic sea. However, understanding it was not the point. Backing down first was the most important thing. Lu Ming had a sudden flash of inspiration. Then, to the horror of the old mage and the man in green, he clapped his hands together, forcing the several universes in his palm to merge into one larger one. My lord, you cannot. They had feared Lu Ming was about to destroy their universes. Seeing them merely fused, they heaved a massive sigh of relief. The old mage and the man in green robes looked at each other. Suddenly, for no reason, they were now fellow countrymen. Lu Ming figured this was probably upgrading the universe. the combined energy of several universes was indeed much stronger than that of a single ordinary one. Presumably, the strong beings born in the future would be even stronger. Divine art of all-seeing. Amplified by the miraculous properties of the endless star, Lu Ming's surveillance range expanded rapidly, bringing a vast area of the cosmic sea into his vision. A long time later, Lu Ming ceased the use of his all-seeing art. After probing, he could conclude that the powerful beings in the cosmic sea reached, at best, the level of the old mage and the man in green robes. Anything stronger simply did not seem to exist. Of course, Lu Ming was the exception. After figuring everything out, his interest in the cosmic sea waned. He vanished and returned to the blue star universe to tuck himself in and get some sleep. There really was not anything fun to do in the cosmic sea. Saying this, the old mage and the man in green finally let go of their worries. They exchanged glances, the meaning implicit, with such a terrifying entity appearing in the cosmic sea, who knew what might happen in the future. Still, regardless, they had managed to get a great deal out of this. Their universe had been fused and upgraded, meaning it would become significantly more powerful. And that meant they would have a better chance of self-preservation in the cosmic sea. Blue Star. The next day arrived. Knock, knock, knocks. Knock, knock, knocks. Mr. Lu, I am Chen Xuanfeng from the Disaster Monitoring Bureau. May we have a word with you? Early in the morning, the door was being pounded on relentlessly. Lu Ming emerged from his blankets with a bird's nest of hair, opened the door with a dead-eyed stare, and snapped at them. Chen Xuanfeng's grinning face came into view. Mr. Lu, I am from the Disaster Monitoring Bureau. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Lu Ming kicked them all, sending them flying from the apartment door out to the entrance of the residential complex, where they landed in a heap. They even rolled a few times for good measure. Chen Xuanfeng and the Disaster Monitoring Bureau ultimately failed to have any meaningful conversation with Lu Ming. Lu Ming had absolutely no interest in discussing anything with them, so the matter was left unsettled. The Disaster Monitoring Bureau was sensible enough not to continue bothering him. Facing a powerhouse like Lu Ming, whose true strength remained a mystery, they knew that even if they could not recruit him, they should absolutely avoid offending him, and there was certainly no need for surveillance. They did not want to risk angering Lu Ming. From start to finish, Lu Ming was indifferent to the whole affair. He spent his days at home living like a couch potato, watching anime, browsing the internet, and chatting with random netizens. That was until he saw a special post on the forum. Special Series Game Guide. Lu Ming was puzzled. Special Series. This was the first time he had seen such a post, and he realized that apart from ordinary games, there were some games classified as the Special Series. Games Lu Ming had played before, such as Evolution Battle, Brave and Magic, and Super Universe, whether they were real-time combat or large-scale open-world types, all belonged to the ordinary series. The so-called Special Series. This meant that the strength players gained in such games could not be brought back to the real world. However, based on the interference value accumulated by players in the game world, the game would boost the player's existing strength in the real world by a corresponding multiplier. Therefore, many players were keen on clearing games in the Special Series. The method to obtain interference value is simple. Players just need to participate in certain major events in the game world and exert an influence, whether great or small, on the overall landscape or history of the game world. Things like that would earn them interference value. The method of obtaining it is simple, but the difficulty of actually getting it is not small. The smallest unit of interference value is 0.01. Participating in a major event and playing a critical role can earn at most 0.1 interference value. Only when the interference value accumulates to 1 can one obtain a twofold increase in strength. So wanting to double one's own strength is exceptionally difficult. Lu Ming muttered, I could give it a try. His current strength was already ridiculously high. The power ceilings of many game worlds were likely not even higher than his own level, since he had not found a suitable ordinary game yet. He might as well play a Special Series game first. However, the Special Series has quite a few restrictions. The first is that you can only enter each game once. Once you quit, it means you quit permanently and cannot enter again. Quitting means settlement. The second is that Special Series games cannot be played consecutively. There must be a gap consisting of at least one ordinary game and the actual playtime must meet certain requirements. Because of this, it is extremely difficult for players to clear special series games. They cannot repeat the process countless times like in ordinary games, but relatively speaking, the rewards are particularly generous. On the table, Fabia was staring wide-eyed at a few marbles in front of it. It was particularly interested in one of them, regardless of the angle from which it looked. The galaxy spiral in that marble looked remarkably like its hometown, the Orion Arm. It did not think much of it, assuming it was just an ordinary marble. It asked, "Can you give me this marble?" Lu Ming glanced at it. He did not pay much attention. "Do whatever you want." Fabio immediately picked up the marble happily, wondering how to hang it on itself. Having been away from home for a while, it really did miss home. It looked out at the sky from the balcony. Even though Earth is also in the Orion Arm of the Milky Way, it was obviously impossible to see the territory of the Third Empire from here. You could not see anything in the middle of the day. Lu Ming continued browsing the game forum and soon found a special series game that caught his interest, a large-scale open-world game called Cursed Tide. He opened his game terminal. He scrolled through the interface and found the game Cursed Tide. Before entering the game, he habitually reminded Fabio, "There is still plenty of food at home. As usual, handle it yourself." "Okay," Fabio replied perfunctorily, scurrying around the house, trying to find a piece of string and something else to hang the marble on itself. Lu Ming clicked on the game interface. "Game Cursed Tide. Enter game." A flash of white light. Lu Ming's figure disappeared, and he entered the game world. Cursed Tide. According to the guide on the forum, the so-called cursed techniques are just a form of sorcery, just like the magic in the Brave and Magic game world. Magic requires mana to activate. Cursed techniques naturally require cursed energy to activate. However, cursed techniques do not possess world-destroying power, so this is a large-scale open-world game with a relatively low power level. Game start. Lu Ming, wearing a cool black school uniform, sat in a classroom. Looking around, there were only 3 people in the empty classroom, himself included. All 3 of them looked bored. Lu Ming looked at himself. His age seemed to have been adjusted to around 18. The other 2 were also young, and it was not clear if they were players. One of them had spiky hair and radiated an overly energetic vibe. The other had a small ponytail at the back of his head, with striking blue hair and a dull expression on his face, as if he were a difficult person to deal with. The game introduction began. Since ancient times, many legends related to demons and ghosts have circulated in this world. These legends may be fake, but the existence of certain things is all too real. Anger, hatred, resentment, jealousy, fear. Countless negative human emotions converge to give birth to monsters called cursed spirits. They feed on negative human emotions and grow, becoming a huge threat to human society. Therefore, sorcerers were born. Some humans condense their own negative emotions into cursed energy, forming unique techniques through their own bloodlines and souls, and from then on take up the mission and responsibility of exorcising cursed spirits. For thousands of years, human order has maintained an unknown balance amidst the fighting between the two. Until now. Player Lu Ming. Level Grade 4 Sorcerer. Interference value 0. Technique none. Cursed tool none. Sorcerer grades are divided into Grade 4, Grade 3, Grade 2, Grade 1, and the highest special grade. Lu Ming had just started, so he was undoubtedly a Grade 4 sorcerer. But then again, for some people, strength does not seem to be important in this game. They just want to stir up trouble to gain interference value. Even if you are a weakling, you can still do quite well here by using your brain. Game world detected. Cheat engine loading. Loading complete. Please select your cheat. 1. Infinite cursed energy. 2. Heavenly restriction. 3. Crazy critical synthesis gift pack. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's attention fell on the crazy critical synthesis gift pack. Infinite cursed energy means exactly what it sounds like. Every jujutsu sorcerer has a finite amount of cursed energy, and due to differences in aptitude, there is inevitably a gap in the total amount of cursed energy between different sorcerers. Infinite cursed energy means being able to unleash techniques recklessly without worrying about running out of energy. Heavenly restriction For Jujutsu sorcerers, this is both a gift and a curse. A very small number of sorcerers are born with the constitution known as heavenly restriction, and those who possess it manifest in two extreme ways. One type has absolutely no cursed energy, but possesses a physique more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary sorcerer, comparable to a human beast. The other is the opposite, born physically weak and prone to illness, liable to drop dead at any moment, but possessing a cursed energy recovery rate and total capacity more than 10 times that of an ordinary sorcerer. The second cheat option is a bit vague. It is unclear which type of heavenly restriction it provides, or if it might even be both. The crazy critical synthesis gift pack. Now this is powerful. Lu Ming's gaze locked onto this immediately. The other two cheats seemed very lackluster in comparison. This thing feels a bit like a bundle deal at a supermarket. It is literally named the Crazy Critical Synthesis Gift Pack. Looking at the detailed description, you realize it is actually a Crazy Critical Synthesis plus a gift pack. The first feature is Crazy Critical Synthesis. As long as any target Lu Ming kills or destroys carries cursed energy or a technique, he can obtain fragments. He can then use those fragments to synthesize any technique, or items imbued with cursed energy and techniques, items known in the Cursed Tide world as cursed tools. Not only fragments, but even the synthesized techniques and cursed tools can be used as materials for further synthesis, allowing for infinite synthesis with zero restrictions. The gift pack is the second feature. As for what is inside, it remains unknown for now. There is no need to think twice. Lu Ming chooses the Crazy Critical Synthesis gift pack. Crazy Critical Synthesis gift pack selected successfully. Have a pleasant game. Boom! A gift pack exploded on the interface, and several beams of light flew out, quickly merging into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's face immediately lit up with joy. Obtained technique, 10 limit arts. Obtained technique, binding vow technique, the nameless one. Obtained constitution, heavenly restriction, physique. Obtained constitution, heavenly restriction, cursed energy. Obtained cursed tool, special grade, mirror of the nameless. This is amazing. Lu Ming marveled to himself, feeling the powerful cursed energy within him and his suddenly enhanced physique. He was very pleased and surprised by the generosity of the gift pack. Heavenly restriction. Lu Ming did not choose this as his cheat, but to his surprise, he got it from the gift pack, and he received both the cursed energy and physical constitutions at the same time. This means Lu Ming now possesses a powerful physique, a total cursed energy capacity, and a recovery rate that are all more than 10 times greater than those of an average sorcerer. And furthermore, sorcerers can reinforce their bodies with cursed energy. It is hard to predict just how strong he will become when using that massive amount of heavenly restriction energy to reinforce his heavenly restriction physique. For instance, if an average person's physical strength is 1, a sorcerer using energy reinforcement can reach 3, and some stronger sorcerers can reach 5. Lu Ming is different. This guy has heavenly restriction, so his physical strength starts at over 10, and it will only go higher after using energy reinforcement. In short, Lu Ming is going to be inhumanly strong. 10 limit arts. This is a very powerful technique. Due to the limits of physical endurance, every sorcerer is limited in the amount of cursed energy they can output at once. Exceeding that limit only results in serious injury. The 10 limit arts allows Lu Ming to ignore this constraint. It enables him to output 10 times the maximum amount of cursed energy in a single moment, delivering 10 times the destructive power. When combined with any other technique, his destructive output will be explosive. Besides, even without using other techniques, just relying on the power of heavenly restriction, Lu Ming can use the 10 limit arts to reinforce his physique with cursed energy to a terrifying degree. He could crush anyone with his bare fists alone. The binding vow technique has basically nothing to do with heavenly restriction. It is a type of jujutsu that many sorcerers use. Simply put, a sorcerer imposes a vow on themselves, trading some form of cost for a corresponding return. It is a form of contractual technique. These techniques carry immense binding power, requiring the sorcerer to strictly adhere to the costs. For example, if a sorcerer works a 9-to-5 job, they might impose a binding vow to trade part of their strength during work hours for a certain boost in power after hours. Then, Under the constraints of the vow, that sorcerer would only be able to manifest 80% of their true power between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Once work ends and it is past 5 p.m. until 9 a.m., the next morning they could exert 120% of their power. Lu Ming's binding vow technique, the nameless one, has a similar effect. The name refers to the content of the vow. It does not literally mean he has no name. It means Lu Ming must remain low-key, without fame, and be someone lacking presence. In his normal state, he can only use half of his full power. In exchange, if Lu Ming ever exposes his true power, it will be instantly doubled, both his heavenly restriction and his 10 limit arts. Everything will be doubled. At that point, his maximum cursed energy output with the 10 limit arts will reach 20 times the normal limit. The special grade cursed tool, Mirror of the Nameless, is perfect for use with the binding vow technique, fitting the grade of the sorcerer. A special grade cursed tool is the highest possible rank. The Mirror of the Nameless can forcibly interfere with people's perception and attention. As long as Lu Ming wears these black-rimmed glasses, people will subconsciously ignore him. Furthermore, they cannot realize Lu Ming's true identity. Even if someone who knew him stood right in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. This way, Lu Ming can fabricate fake identities at will. It is a divine artifact for obscuring one's identity and presence. Good stuff. Lu Ming took the glasses out of his pocket and put them on. His presence dropped sharply, yet remained within a normal enough range. This ensures he does not appear so abnormal that he attracts the attention of other sorcerers. When it comes down to it, the Mirror of the Nameless is just a cursed tool. As long as a sorcerer's level is high enough, they can naturally resist the cognitive interference of the mirror, which is perfectly reasonable. Clatter. The sliding classroom door opened. A stern, refined-looking middle-aged sorcerer walked up to the podium, his gaze sweeping across the 3 people in the classroom. Welcome to the Tokyo Jujutsu Academy, to the 3 of you in Class 1A. What? During the physical combat class, new generation sorcerers from other classes were all sweating and training their combat skills, yet the 3 troublemakers from Class 1A were nowhere to be seen. The Tokyo Jujutsu Academy had been open for a while now, and it had not taken long for those 2 boys in Class 1A to become recognized as troublemakers. These 2 guys skipped every single class. You could not even catch a glimpse of them for the entire day. As for why everyone only noticed 2 people skipping class, it is because they basically treated the 3rd one as if he did not exist. No, rather, it was even hard to realize that you were even realizing he did not exist. On the spectator stands by the playground. Lu Ming watched bored as the young sorcerers from other classes broke a sweat, the dazzling combinations of physical combat and cursed techniques blurring his vision. He muttered to himself, I wonder when I will finally be able to go out on missions. The Jujutsu Academy is a place specialized in training young sorcerers, with 3 grade levels in total. Every new student must start from the 1st year. Only after mastering the basics like cursed energy and techniques can one be called a qualified sorcerer. Once approved and authorized by their teachers, they can go out on missions to exorcise cursed spirits. By the 2nd year, one is usually an experienced sorcerer. As for why there are 3 grades, not everyone possesses excellent talent. Many people still have not become qualified sorcerers by their 3rd year, lacking the strength to exorcise cursed spirits. However, for sorcerers with family legacies, the academy is just a formality. They have been receiving education in jujutsu within their families since they were children. They already possess immense power before even entering the academy. Therefore, a grade level does not necessarily correlate with strength. Those 2 in Class 1A are the best examples. The handsome one with the spiky black hair is called Tenzai. He comes from a prestigious sorcery clan, and his strength is so great that many senior sorcerers are no match for him. It is said he already has the level of a top-tier grade 1 sorcerer. The one with blue hair tied in a small ponytail is called Rinfeng. He also comes from a prestigious family. Though his strength is not quite as high as Tenzai's, he is still a grade 1 sorcerer. The grading of a sorcerer's strength is closely tied to the power levels of cursed spirits. To put it in appropriate terms, grade 4 spirits can be dealt with by a normal person using regular weapons, provided they can see them. Grade 3 spirits require regular firearms, like guns, to handle. Grade 2 spirits generally cannot be dealt with unless you bring in the military, rocket launchers, or heavy weapons like tanks. Grade 1 spirits have destructive power and deterrence equivalent to missiles and rocket artillery. Special grade spirits are unconventional existences that have moved beyond strict definition criteria. It depends on their destructive power and the danger they pose. Anything exceeding grade 1 can generally be considered special grade. Relatively speaking, a grade 4 sorcerer can handle a grade 4 spirit, a grade 3 sorcerer handles a grade 3 spirit, and so on. A sorcerer of the same grade is usually a cut above the corresponding spirit. Being this strong at such a young age, it is easy to see why Tenzi and Renfeng are so outstanding and highly regarded, with the Academy placing high hopes on them. They had already learned what the Academy taught, and they knew what it did not. It would be stranger if these headstrong and individualistic troublemakers did not skip class. To quote Renfeng, boring classes. The sound of a soda can opening echoed by his ear. Renfeng appeared out of nowhere beside Lu Ming and sat down without a word, showing no interest in the physical combat class. Tenzi walked over with a swagger, looking at the soda in his hand for a moment before tossing it to Lu Ming. My treat. Thanks. Tenzi scratched his head in confusion. He felt that Lu Ming's presence was strangely low, considering there were only 3 of them in Class 1A. He kept forgetting that Lu Ming even existed. Could it be some kind of technique effect? Tenzi had sharp instincts and immediately hit upon the correct answer. Techniques are a sorcerer's secret, so he did not press Lu Ming any further. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang. Hello, Sensei. I understand. He hung up the phone. Tenzi flashed a bright smile and said to the other 2, the teacher has approved our request. We are setting off to exorcise a cursed spirit. Lu Ming and Renfeng both perked up instantly. Renfeng stood up and said to Lu Ming, let us go. Lu Ming followed. 3 days later, in an abandoned building on the outskirts of East Tokyo, the 3 of them stepped out of a black sedan. A burly man in a black suit emerged from the driver's seat. His name was unknown, and Lu Ming only knew he was their assistant supervisor. His job was to transport them to the mission site, explain the details, and provide logistical support and backup, as he possessed some basic techniques himself. He basically had little to no combat strength. The 3 of you, this is the place. Please be careful. As he spoke, the supervisor formed hand signs and projected a black wave of cursed energy into the sky, creating a massive, translucent black barrier that enclosed the area and cut it off from the outside world. A barrier technique. Sorcerer's duty is to exorcise cursed spirits, but because spirits are born from human negative emotions, they must hide their existence from the general public. Otherwise, once the public becomes aware of them, it would inevitably cause widespread panic, which would in turn breed even more and stronger cursed spirits. To prevent this terrible situation, barrier techniques are essential. They seal off a specific area from the outside and serve as excellent camouflage. Unless you are authorized personnel, no one else can see what is happening inside, let alone enter the barrier. Do not worry, supervisor. Tenzi said confidently, we will have this handled in no time. Renfeng drew a blade from his waist and handed it to Lu Ming, saying expressionlessly, you have not built your core technique yet, right? You should use this for now. Lu Ming took it. A cursed tool. This is a grade 1 cursed tool. Tenzi threw an arm around Renfeng's neck, ignoring his resistance, and said, do not worry about the 2 of us. Renfeng would be fine even without that sword. Thank you. You are welcome. Even though it was Renfeng who gave him the sword, Tenzi acted like he was the host. Renfeng wriggled out of Tenzi's arm, already used to his overbearing behavior. Core technique is a unique technique built by every sorcerer based on their own soul and lineage. All future development of techniques must be based on this core, and it cannot deviate from the framework of that core technique. Tenzi's core technique is lightning. Renfeng's core technique is rain. Naturally, Tenzi, with his lightning-based core, obviously could not learn Renfeng's technique. In reality, it was not that Lu Ming had not built a core technique. His core was the 10-limit technique, he just had never shown it to anyone, which led Tenzi and Renfeng to think he was a total rookie. This was exactly the effect Lu Ming wanted to achieve, perfectly upholding the constraint of the cursed restriction. the nameless one. Inside the abandoned building, the dim space was filled with a musty, damp odor, mixed with an unmistakable stench of blood. Lu Ming looked down at his feet. There were bloodstains on the ground that had not been cleaned up. Lin Feng cautiously probed every corner of the surroundings, speaking with extreme vigilance. A month ago, a horrific mass suicide occurred here. The process remains unknown, but the death toll reached 37. Tianzi added, such a tragic event left behind massive amounts of negative emotions here, enough to give birth to cursed spirits. Until 3 days ago, the Jujutsu Academy discovered signs of cursed spirit activity here. Cursed energy is very similar to Qi. They are both forms of energy generated within the body. Lu Ming picked it up quickly. He easily channeled the cursed energy within him, coated his eyes with it, and scanned the building. He immediately spotted dense traces of residual cursed energy, all signs of cursed spirit activity. This is why only Jujutsu sorcerers can deal with cursed spirits. Without cursed energy, ordinary people cannot normally see them. To them, cursed spirits are like ghosts. They can be touched but remain invisible to the naked eye. Only when under extreme emotional stress can ordinary people see them, but it is unstable and never lasts long. There is a lot of residual cursed energy. Lu Ming concluded, it looks like there is more than one cursed spirit. Click! A sound came from a dark corner. The cursed spirits, having caught the scent of a human, were like sharks smelling blood, immediately losing their restraint and appearing. They wanted to tear Lu Ming and the others to pieces. Lu Ming looked at them with curiosity. They were like a mix of beasts and demons, hideous and terrifying, taking on all sorts of bizarre shapes. He said they are all grade 4 cursed spirits. Just some small fry, we will clear them out in a minute. Tianzi rubbed his hands together, ready to strike. Suddenly, bang! 2 figures punched through the roof and attacked Tianzi and Lin Feng with lightning speed. Tianzi had the quickest reaction. He countered immediately. Thunder technique. Tianzi formed hand signs in an instant, activating his technique to unleash a burst of lightning that shattered the incoming attack. Lin Feng dodged rapidly, letting the attack meant for him strike the empty ground. Little did they know that the strike completely smashed the floor beneath them, revealing a massive hollow space under the building. Look out! Lin Feng's pupils contracted. In a split second, he shoved Lu Ming away from the hole, then plummeted rapidly, disappearing into the depths of the void along with Tianzi. Whoosh! 2 shadows flashed by and dove into the void, clearly targeting Tianzi and Lin Feng. You have to admit, these two have incredible combat awareness. Everything happened in an instant, and Tianzi's reaction speed was insane. He finished his signs and launched a counterattack the moment the roof broke open. Lin Feng realized they were being targeted and knew Lu Ming would be safer separated from them, so he decisively threw him clear of the hole. This kid looks cold and dull, but he looks after Lu Ming in every way. A classic case of cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Lu Ming landed steadily on the edge of the pit and turned around. In the darkness, a young man with red hair stepped out from behind the cursed spirits. Whether they are players or game characters, there are always those who choose to join the academy, and naturally, some choose to betray it and defect to the side of the cursed spirits. Clearly, these attackers were that type. The red-haired youth wore a playful expression. I did not have high expectations for such a small trick, but the academy gave me quite the surprise. Having 2 of their genius sorcerers fall into this trap is an unexpected harvest. As he spoke, he reached out to Lu Ming. Those 2 are as good as dead. I will give you a choice, die with them or join us. As someone from an ordinary background, you must have realized by now that in a Jujutsu world where bloodline and heritage decide everything, there is no future for the mediocre. The descendants of famous clans are destined to be geniuses. There is no place for us mediocre ones in the future of the Jujutsu world. Instead of being a foil for the geniuses for the rest of your life, why not join our ranks and use the power of cursed spirits to change this corrupt world? Boom! A loud noise came from deep within the void, with faint flashes of lightning. Lu Ming could not help but chuckle, unmoved by the youth's impassioned speech, while gaining some insight into their motivations. He pulled up his sleeves. Speaking calmly, I do not know where you get your confidence from. If you think you can take those 2 down with just your 2 helpers, you are overestimating yourselves. Even though they are first-year students. I said before, grade does not dictate strength. There are not many people in the entire academy who can beat Tianzai and Linfeng. Lu Ming really did not know where these guys got their confidence. Based on the power and attack strength those two had just shown, he was certain they would die a gruesome death. A non-answer. Seeing that Lu Ming was unmoved, the youth's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and said coldly, "If that is the case, then die with them." Roar! Awuo! The mindless cursed spirits let out chaotic, meaningless roars, and at the youth's command, they lunged forward, unleashing their brutal instincts upon Lu Ming. However, in that instant, bang, 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 Lu Ming flashed past. The speed he generated using pure physical strength was so fast that the red-haired youth could not even react. In an instant, over a dozen grade 4 spirits exploded into puddles of gore. The splatter of mangled flesh was a scene of hell on earth. The red-haired youth was terrified. What just happened? Then, he was slammed into a pillar by an irresistible, overwhelming force, creating spiderweb cracks throughout the reinforced concrete. Lu Ming pinned him to the pillar by his neck, looking completely relaxed. Every bone and organ in the youth's body had been shattered by the impact. He looked at Lu Ming in horror, blood pouring from his mouth as he asked, Who exactly are you?" Snap! Lu Ming did not waste time, cleanly snapping the youth's neck. White fragments that only Lu Ming could see flew out from the remains of the youth and the spirits, swiftly gathering into a ball of light in front of him. Then, a big red button appeared before him, along with a critical hit progress bar. Triggering crazy critical synthesis. Please begin the critical strike. Lu Ming immediately slammed the big red button, his speed so fast it was invisible. Meanwhile, the light ball in front of him vibrated and swelled wildly. ZZZZ critical strike. Crazy critical strike. The progress bar filled instantly. The light ball exploded. What? Synthesis complete. Obtained cursed technique, long-range strike. Long-range strike, an attack released can strike targets up to 1 kilometer away. The exploding ball of light hung still before Lu Ming, presenting a breathtakingly gorgeous sight, like the most dreamlike fireworks, incredibly brilliant. However, the big red button did not disappear after the synthesis was complete. Continue crazy critical synthesis. Back to the forge. Infinite synthesis. There were no limits at all until a satisfactory technique was synthesized. It was just that the quality of the fragments would affect the synthesis rate of higher-level techniques. The stronger the cursed spirits and sorcerers, and the higher their level, the better the quality of the fragments that dropped. Yes, after choosing to continue. The critical hit progress bar instantly cleared, and the exploding ball of light condensed once again. Please start the critical hit. This cheat really surprised Lu Ming. With great interest, he continued to slam the big red button, his hand speed moving so fast that even afterimages were hard to see. Critical, 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 critical hit. Crazy critical hit. The critical hit progress bar was instantly filled to the brim once again. The ball of light exploded again. Synthesis complete. Obtained cursed technique, sure hit technique. Sure hit technique, lock onto a target within your line of sight, and any attack released against them will definitely hit. Continue crazy critical synthesis. Lu Ming did not continue. No. The exploding ball of light immediately merged into his body, and Lu Ming mastered the sure hit technique, while the big red button and the critical hit progress bar vanished. He might have obtained an even stronger technique if he kept synthesizing, but there was a chance he would never roll the sure hit technique again, so there was no need to gamble. Knowing when to quit is the best choice. The effect of the sure hit technique was extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. For Lu Ming, there were no limits on core techniques. As long as it was a synthesized technique, he could master and use it entirely, without any restrictions. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and walked to the edge of the hole to look down. Just as he was planning to head down, the sound of rushing water came from within. Boom! A waterfall flowed in reverse, and Tensai and Rinfu rode the force of the upstream flow to climb out of the hole, each carrying a person in their hands. I thought you two had been taken out. You must be joking. Tensai laughed. Who do you think we are? Just these two pitifully unskilled grade 1 sorcerers. Even if 2 more came, it would not be a problem. Rinfu's gaze fell on the corpse of the red-haired youth. An accomplice of the attacker. Yeah. Lu Ming nodded, a grade 3 sorcerer. Perhaps their attention was all focused on you two. The one they left behind was the weakest. Otherwise, I would not have been able to beat him either. In fact, the red-haired youth was not at all weaker than his 2 companions. He was even stronger. Rinfu scanned the surroundings. Seeing nothing unusual, he had no doubts about Lu Ming's words. Just now, when Lu Ming took down the red-haired youth and those cursed spirits, he had not used his 10-limit technique, but purely relied on cursed energy to reinforce his heavenly restriction body. Since he had not used any techniques, naturally there would not be any powerful traces of cursed energy left behind. No matter how closely Tensai and Rinfu looked, they could not see anything. Lu Ming looked at the 2 unconscious attackers. How about we interrogate them right here? Tensai nodded. Agreed. This was clearly aimed at me and Tensai. To have made such thorough preparations before we even arrived means there is a mole in the academy. Instead of handing them over, it is better for me to get clear answers myself. Rinfu splashed water to wake the 2 attackers. He stood in front of them with a sullen face. Under his calm expression, there was a dangerously chilling aura that made one's scalp tingle, and the 2 attackers instantly turned pale with fear. I ask, you answer. A moment later, they walked out of the abandoned building carrying the 2 limp attackers. The 2 poor guys were almost finished off by Rinfu, but luckily, they finally learned the identity of the mole from their mouths. The supervisor removed the barrier. His gaze fell on the 2 attackers, somewhat puzzled. What is going on here? Tensai forcefully shoved the 2 limp bodies into the trunk. He smiled quite deviously. We will talk when we get back. We are planning to play a game. Back at the Jujutsu Academy. Not long after, the door to first-year Class A was pushed open, and a tall second-year senior student with a ponytail poked her head in and asked, Rinfu, the teacher asked me to. She scanned the classroom. The classroom was empty, and she subconsciously skipped over Lu Ming's figure, only to react afterward and look back, her gaze landing on Lu Ming. She thought for a while, but really could not recall who this junior was. Junior, where are Tensai and Rinfu? The teacher asked us to find them. Lu Ming glanced at the senior. They are a bit busy right now. Come back tomorrow. All right, sorry to bother you. Leaving first-year Class A. The senior's expression quickly turned grave. She sighed helplessly. It seems I am going to be exposed. Tensai and Rinfu returning unscathed meant that the attack against them had failed. As long as they were not stupid, they would definitely guess that there was a mole in the academy. It was no longer safe to stay here. Regardless of whether they had obtained any intelligence from those losers' mouths, the senior refused to harbor a NY Chinese letter, wishful thinking, and left the Tokyo Jujutsu Academy decisively. The next day, Tokyo Central Business District. The senior was wearing casual clothes and a black baseball cap, walking through the bustling business street, weaving around, and finally entering a luxuriously decorated private club. A black sedan immediately pulled up outside the club. Tensai warmed up his wrists. Rinfu was surrounded by a low-pressure atmosphere, and the 2 walked into the club following the senior's footsteps without a word. Stirring the grass to startle the snake. Catch them all in one net. Just dealing with the mole in the academy would not do much. These people who oppose the academy would continue to target it, so rather than being passive, it is better to take the initiative. Wipe them out in one go. Furthermore, this operation was entirely a personal plan of Tensai, Rinfu, and Lu Ming. They had not reported it to the academy at all and acted decisively after deciding. As for the academy, they were still interrogating those 2 unlucky souls. By the time they realized what was happening, everything would have already been settled. In the VIP room of the private club, a group of people in uniform clothing were chatting in small groups, looking like some secret religious group. Most importantly, these people were all sorcerers. All of them were sorcerers of the Cursed Spirit faction, who were enemies of the Jujutsu Academy. Suddenly, these sorcerers all fell silent at once, turned their heads towards the door of the VIP room, could not help but frown, and showed expressions of disgust. Boom! The door was kicked open. Tensai walked in swaggeringly, Facing dozens of cursed spirit faction sorcerers, he did not care about them at all, acting as relaxed as if he were here on a tour. Rinfu's gaze swept across the group of sorcerers. To think the headquarters of the Divine Grace Society is actually inside Tokyo and was not discovered by the Academy, saying it is hidden in plain sight is hardly convincing. In short, Tensai formed seals instantly, unleashing a surge of lightning with his technique, a wild smile on his face. You are all dead. What? Enemies meeting face to face, eyes blazing with hatred. Most of the sorcerers in the Divine Grace Society chose to defect to the Cursed Spirit faction because they could no longer tolerate the corruption of the sorcery world, where a handful of prestigious sorcerer clans hold everything firmly in their grip. Sorcerers from ordinary backgrounds lack deep-rooted bloodlines and inherited techniques. From the very beginning, they are at a massive disadvantage compared to the descendants of these great clans, leaving them gasping for air under the pressure. They can barely see any future at all. The world of sorcery is indeed controlled by the prestigious clans. The old fogies are stuck in their outdated ways, and the upper echelons are riddled with corrupt ideologies. Even the Academy was founded by these same prestigious sorcerer clans. But there is no denying that the Academy faction has always upheld the mission and duty of a sorcerer, doing everything in their power to exorcise cursed spirits and maintain order in human society. By comparison, the sorcerers of the Divine Grace Society have truly defected to the Cursed Spirit faction, using the power of spirits to do as they please and disrupting the order of human society. You could say that every single one of them is steeped in sin. That is the truth. The sorcerers of the Divine Grace Society go on and on about the corruption of the sorcery world, yet they are well aware that their own actions are truly unforgivable and beyond redemption. Justice, order. It is all bullshit. They just love doing whatever they want without needing any excuses or reasons. This bunch from the Divine Grace Society just does not like the Academy faction. The positions and hostility between both sides are clear at a glance. No need for small talk. Just start the fight. How incredibly arrogant. Just 2 first-grade sorcerers. Do you really think you can take on the dozens of us? Take them out. Blessed with both the status of prestigious clan descendants and the reputation of geniuses, Tensai and Rinpu are undoubtedly the type of people that the Divine Grace Society sorcerers despise the most. They cannot wait to kill these 2 right now. In an instant, dozens of technique-based attacks flew in. The 2 dodged quickly and launched a counterattack. Rinpu reached out to form a hand seal, and the moisture in the air rapidly condensed into water droplets. Water bullet technique. Raging thunder technique. The incredibly powerful water bullets, comparable to cannonballs, whistled through the air, hitting several sorcerers and easily piercing their bodies, leaving holes the size of bowls. Then the water bullets exploded, combining with Tensai's Raging Thunder technique to knock down a large swath of the Divine Grace Society sorcerers in the VIP room. Their combat prowess was formidable. A blur of movement flashed. A sorcerer skilled in martial arts rushed at Tensai with extreme speed and threw a punch directly at his face with ruthless determination. In his eyes, these 2 kids should be the type who specialize in using techniques, so martial arts must be their weak point. That is usually the case. Few people can master everything. However, Tensai and Rinpu happen to be the rare exceptions. Not only are their techniques terrifyingly powerful, but their martial arts skills are not the least bit inferior to others. Their bodies, strengthened by sorcery, can also reach the top level of any sorcerer. Bam! The sorcerer had no idea what was happening. Just as he threw his punch at Tensai, Tensai struck him with a lightning-fast, seamless combo. 16 punches in total. Every punch landed solidly on the sorcerer's body, instantly blasting him into a mist of blood, with internal organs and blood splattering everywhere. Tensai's physical combat skill was already strong, and combined with the speed and explosive power of the lightning technique, few sorcerers could withstand a single punch from him. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 sorcerers met a tragic end at the hands of the 2, including 4 first-grade sorcerers. The one with the best record was the martial arts expert from before. As a first-grade sorcerer, he took 16 of Tensai's punches before dropping, though in reality, he had already breathed his last by the 6th punch. Finishing the 16 punches was simply Tensai wanting to complete the combo. Talk about brutal. The sorcerers of the Divine Grace Society knew these two were strong, but they did not expect them to be this strong. Just at the first exchange, more than half of the Divine Grace Society were killed or injured. With no other choice, they bitterly decided to try and flee. Run! We will remember this grudge. Next time we meet, we will definitely settle this score with interest. Tenzai wore a mocking expression. Next time, who gave you the confidence to think you could walk out of here alive? Rinpo's gaze sharpened. Wandering dragon technique. In an instant, the moisture scattered on the floor gathered around Rinpo again, forming a massive wandering dragon. The dragon roared and then engulfed the several sorcerers who were trying to escape. The dragon passed through them, draining all the moisture from their bodies, leaving only a few chilling mummified corpses in its wake. Today, none of the Divine Grace Society are getting away. In the corner, a parrot standing in a cage witnessed everything that was unfolding. 2 streets away, in the lobby of a luxury hotel, a white-haired man sat on a sofa. He opened his eyes, a look of intrigued amusement on his face. As expected of the sorcery geniuses on whom the East Capital Sorcery Academy pins such high hopes, their strength is truly extraordinary. If they are allowed to grow further, they will surely be 2 massive headaches. The senior student walked out from the side, her tone very respectful. Lord Ezen, is it not a shame to just abandon the Divine Grace Society like this? It does not matter. The white-haired man said dismissively, not caring about the Divine Grace Society at all. They have no utility value left. Continuing to be involved with them would only drag us down. Let us just treat this as an early welcome gift for those 2 kids, Tenzai and Rinpo. We will have a day to meet eventually. I understand. Come to think of it. Ezen looked towards the hotel entrance, a hint of curiosity in his expression. You do not seem to have shaken off the little tail following you. What? The senior student was utterly stunned. A sound of rushing wind struck. She reached out to catch the object flying towards her. Opening her palm, she saw it was just a rock, as ordinary as any other, except for the faint traces of technique and cursed energy remaining on it. Guaranteed hit technique. When this technique is cast, locking onto a target within sight, the attack unleashed will pursue them to the ends of the earth until it hits the target. Used in reverse, it is an absolute tracking technique that never loses its target. Compared to the mere Divine Grace Society, Lu Ming was more interested in the true mastermind behind it all. Lu Ming walked swaggeringly into the hotel, heading straight for the 2. The senior student exclaimed, "It is you." Ezen asked someone from the academy. A sorcerer in the same class as Tenzai and Rinpo, though I never knew his name. His presence is so low that I almost always subconsciously overlook him. Someone with an incredibly low presence, yet seemingly trickier than Tenzai and Rinpo. Ezen did not think this kid was a simple sorcerer. His gaze became increasingly serious. What? Entered the hotel. Lu Ming did not strike immediately. Instead, he observed his surroundings first. His powerful physique, granted by the heavenly restriction, made his senses incredibly sharp, whether it was his sense of smell or his hearing. Even if things were out of his line of sight, he could still make highly detailed judgments about the situation around him. Cursed energy residue. Footsteps approaching in the dark. The soft whispers of certain people, and even the sounds of breathing and heartbeats. Based on his overall assessment, there were no fewer than 20 jujutsu sorcerers in this hotel, and a significant number of cursed spirits were being controlled by them as well. Seeing Lu Ming so cautious, En remained quite composed. He laughed. "What is it? You chased me all the way here, yet you will not strike. Are you afraid of causing a commotion and accidentally hurting ordinary people? Fair enough, after all, you are a sorcerer from the academy." If it were Tianzai and Lin Feng, they might have truly felt restrained by that, but Lu Ming would never hesitate to strike because of such meaningless concerns. He cared neither for the order of human society, nor whether his actions would cause a disturbance that might lead to the spread of fear and the breeding of more cursed spirits. Lu Ming also did not care who these people were. He only knew that En and his group of sorcerers seemed to be at least a notch stronger than those from the God's Grace Society. The moment their gazes met, Lu Ming flashed forward, decisively going for the kill. En's expression turned cold. "Kill him." In an instant, the senior student moved on command. Surging cursed energy flooded into his body. The power unleashed by the double heavenly restriction was terrifying, even if he could only exert half of his strength under the constraints of the binding spell. Lu Ming was still strong to a shocking degree. He threw a punch. Before the senior could even release her technique, he blasted her directly into a cloud of blood mist. Anne was caught off guard, and in a flash of lightning, he was kicked away by Lu Ming. Boom, booms, boom. Lu Ming's force was incredibly savage. Anne's body crashed through several thick walls in a row, nearly punching all the way through the entire first floor of the hotel. The commotion was massive. The sorcerers in the hotel were immediately alarmed and rushed to the lobby as fast as they could. Seeing the scene before them, they could not help but gasp in shock. Lord Anne's. Then, they locked their gazes onto Lu Ming, filled with fury. Take this brat down. Whoosh. Lu Ming flashed again, his speed so fast that none of the sorcerers could keep up at all, appearing just like teleportation or invisibility. In just 3 seconds, 7 Grade 1 sorcerers, 3 Grade 1 cursed spirits, 15 Grade 2 sorcerers, 11 Grade 2 cursed spirits were all wiped out in one fell swoop by Lu Ming. They had absolutely no power to fight back, and in the blink of an eye, they met the same fate as the senior. Each exploded into a cloud of blood mist by Lu Ming, with remains and guts scattered all over the floor. The scene was extremely bloody. If Tianzai and Lin Feng were at the level of top-tier Grade 1 sorcerers, then Lu Ming, even when only using the power of the double heavenly restriction, belonged to a level far above them. Weaker than special grade. Stronger than Grade 1. And that was still under the suppression of the binding spell. If he were not suppressed by it, Lu Ming's double heavenly restriction would normally be at a solid special grade level. And an incredibly powerful special grade at that. So that is how it is. Anne had taken a kick from Lu Ming, but not only was he not dead, he had not even sustained a single injury. He brushed the dust off his body, his eyes filled with amazement. An unparalleled physique. To have such astonishing destructive power without even using a technique, I can only think of a heavenly restriction. The strange thing is that while you have a powerful physique, you also possess cursed energy in your body. Although it is hard to believe, if I am not mistaken, you are a sorcerer who possesses 2 heavenly restrictions. He looked at him as if he were a rare treasure. A double heavenly restriction holder was something he had never heard of before. As long as any heavenly restriction user grew up, they would at least have the strength of a top-tier Grade 1 sorcerer. Some who are gifted with combat talents far beyond ordinary people can even have the combat power of a special grade sorcerer if they possess special grade cursed tools, which is quite ridiculous. Not to mention a double heavenly restriction holder. Such people hardly need to train, they are born with the combat power of a special grade sorcerer. Anne admired Lu Ming. With a burning gaze, he issued an invitation. Although I know there is a high probability of being rejected, I still want to ask, are you interested in joining me to change this corrupt jujutsu world and establish a brand new one? Not interested. Lu Ming lunged at Anne, throwing out a fist wrapped in intense cursed energy. In an instant, he landed over 20 blows, all of which landed solidly on Anne's body. Bang! An air blast rang out. Anne's body shattered piece by piece, revealing a complex inner structure. This was clearly a cursed corpse made of machinery and spells. A mechanical construct that a sorcerer can control remotely through cursed arts. In simple terms, it is essentially a robot, just a magically modified version. Mining. Anne's real body was not here. Lu Ming did not care. He had not exposed his true strength. If Anne mistakenly thought this was the full extent of his power, the next time they fought, it would definitely be interesting. He was actually quite happy for Anne to come and farm fragments for him. Anne quickly formed a seal with his remaining arm. Deep darkness. Before he could finish his seal, Lu Ming tore off his only remaining arm. Amidst sparking electrical arcs, Lu Ming performed a high roundhouse kick that sent his entire head flying. Bang! The cursed corpse's head was embedded in the wall, cracking it in a circle. The outcome was decided. From start to finish, no sorcerer could fully unleash a technique in front of Lu Ming, let alone fight back. Lu Ming would not even give them the chance to form a seal. When facing sorcerers, you have to be clean, swift, and lethal. Anne sighed, "It's a pity for a talent like you. I truly did not want to make an enemy of you. You sorcerers are all so born." The eyes of the cursed corpse dimmed, and it was completely destroyed. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. "You sorcerers." At first glance, it sounded fine, but after a second thought, Lu Ming immediately realized that Anne was likely not a character from this Jujutsu craze world, but a player. By saying "you sorcerers," he was fundamentally showing that he did not consider himself a sorcerer and was subconsciously drawing a line between himself and them. Of course, this was only Lu Ming's intuition and speculation, but he felt his deduction was likely spot on. This was an unexpected gain. The battle ended. White fragments flew out from the surrounding sorcerers and cursed spirits, and the broken cursed corpse also provided Lu Ming with several fragments. The fragments gathered in front of Lu Ming, forming an orb of light. The big red button appeared again, and the critical hit progress bar was stirred into motion. What? Lu Ming walked out of the hotel at a leisurely pace. The crowd outside, startled by the commotion earlier, had scattered far away. Despite Lu Ming being a full-grown man walking out, everyone acted as if they did not see him. It was as if he were transparent. Very soon, sirens wailed as the police arrived, sealing off the hotel lobby, which had become a living hell. They tried to check the surveillance footage immediately, only to find the entire security room smashed to pieces. Triggering crazy critical synthesis. Please initiate the critical hit. Lu Ming walked against the flow of the crowd, distractedly tapping a bright red button visible only to him, quickly filling up the critical hit progress bar in one go. Critical hit. Crazy critical hit. The orb of light burst open. Perhaps because the sorcerers and cursed spirits Lu Ming had taken out this time were high in both quantity and quality, he managed to synthesize two techniques in one shot. Synthesis complete. Obtained technique, Cursed Energy Tide. Obtained technique, Cursed Energy Tide. Cursed Energy Tide possess 5 times the total cursed energy of an ordinary sorcerer. The only thing is, they were 2 identical techniques. The technique effect was quite good, but Lu Ming himself possessed a heavenly restriction, and while Cursed Energy Tide could certainly grant him more cursed energy, it was clear that it did not do much to improve his actual power. Continue crazy critical synthesis. After making this choice, the orb of light condensed once more, and the critical hit progress bar was cleared. Lu Ming tapped the big red button again, filling the progress bar to the max. Critical hit. Crazy critical hit. As the orb burst again, the previous 2 techniques were merged into one, shifting from quantity to quality, resulting in a technique that Lu Ming found very satisfying. Synthesis complete. Obtained technique, Source of Cursed Energy. Source of Cursed Energy, Infinite Cursed Energy. Lu Ming stopped there. As the orb of light merged into his body, the cursed energy within him surged instantly, filling every part of his limbs and bones, granting him infinite and endless cursed energy. Feels pretty good. This means he can squander cursed energy recklessly from now on without worrying about running out. Of course, he only possesses infinite cursed energy, not infinite instantaneous output capability. The cursed energy inside is infinite, but his instant output remains the same. In other words, Lu Ming has infinite bullets, but the caliber of his weapon and the damage of the bullets remain unchanged. The status of the 10 Shadows technique remains unshakable. Obtained interference value, 0.03. Interference value, 0.03. By directly participating in the operation to draw the snake out of its hole, leading to Tianzai and Linfeng destroying the God's Grace Society, and even coming face-to-face with the mastermind Ezen himself, and taking out quite a few of Ezen's men. Getting 0.03 in interference value is not a small amount, considering that participating in a major event and playing a key role only earns 0.1. This incident with the God's Grace Society and Ezen does not even count as a major event. In the sorcery world, a major event requires at least dragging a sorcery academy into the mix. To gain interference values, those players spend every day either stirring up trouble or on the way to stir up trouble, racking their brains to pull off something big. Lu Ming, however, was not as bored as they were. Instead of wasting energy for such a tiny bit of interference value, it is better to build up power in the shadows, and when he is strong enough, wipe out the entire sorcery world in one go. Even to the point of completely destroying the entire cursed, tied game world. That is Lu Ming's true plan. Compared to that, neither overthrowing the current order of the sorcery world, nor conquering the world with the power of sorcery is worth his time. They are just too boring. When it comes to destroying the world, Lu Ming has plenty of rich experience. It is only a matter of time. Therefore, he has no interest in the situation and conflicts of the sorcery world. After all, he is going to destroy everything in the end. There is no meaning to it. Of course, Lu Ming is happy to watch them play house, stepping in from time to gain more fragments to synthesize techniques and cursed tools, thus enhancing his own strength. Haste makes waste. He has plenty of time to accumulate strength. He should not act too hastily and accidentally expose his power, alerting the sorcery world. It would be troublesome if the entire sorcery world ganged up on him before he was strong enough. Of course, he could fight against the sorcery world while crazily synthesizing and upgrading, but he worries about sorcerers using some strange, unpredictable techniques. Like sealing techniques or something similar. He will not be reckless until he is absolutely certain. Lu Ming is as cautious as ever. Having said that, through this battle, Lu Ming has gained a very clear understanding of his own strength. Without a doubt, he is invincible below the special grade level. As for the strength of special grade sorcerers or special grade cursed spirits, he will have to see for himself to know, but Lu Ming is not nervous at all. At worst, he can just take off his glasses. He is also very curious to see how strong he can get once he lifts his restriction technique. One thing is certain. As in strength is definitely more than just a first-grade sorcerer, he is very likely a special grade. After all, the cursed corpse he created already possesses the strength of a top-tier first-grade sorcerer. It could hold its own against Tianzai and Lin Feng for a few rounds. Returning to the academy. Year 1, Class A. As he approached the classroom door, Lu Ming heard the teacher lecturing inside. Tianzai and Lin Feng had acted without the academy's permission to destroy the God's Grace Society, which had furious the academy. The academy's upper management was very dissatisfied with these two's recklessness, and their teacher had to act as a punching bag, getting yelled at by the higher-ups. The resentment passed down layer by layer, and finally landed on the heads of those two. Even though they were being scolded, the two did not care at all. Tianzai was falling asleep, his eyelids fighting each other, and the teacher got so angry he smacked him on the head. Ouch! Tianzai shrieked, clutching his head and gasping in pain. The teacher turned to look at the door and asked Lu Ming, "Who are you looking for?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. A thought flashed through his mind, and the teacher finally remembered that Lu Ming was one of his students. No wonder he felt something was wrong while lecturing just now. So he was missing someone. Ahem. The teacher coughed to hide his embarrassment, pretending that everything that had just happened had not happened, and took the opportunity to assign a task to them. There is one more thing. Within these 2 days, a few first-year freshmen from the Seiko Sorcery Academy will be coming to our academy for an exchange study. Since you are all first years, this task will be given to the 3 of you. There are 4 major sorcery academies in the sorcery world: the Dongdu Sorcery Academy, or Dong Academy for short, and the Seiko Sorcery Academy, or Sei Academy. Besides these, there are the South Academy and the North Academy. Dong Academy and Sei Academy organize students from various years to visit the other party for exchange studies irregularly every year. It is an exchange, but it is also a competition. It is a common practice. Tianzai looked impatient. Why do we have to do something so boring? The higher-ups in the academy decided it. I am just in charge of delivering the message. Tusk, what a pain. What? There are a total of 3 first-year exchange students from the Zhejiang Cursed Technique Academy. 2 men and 1 woman. The group is led by a young man named Fushi, whose background is similar to Tianzai and Renfeng. He was born into a prestigious family of jujutsu practitioners and was destined to be a genius from birth. Even though he is a freshman, his strength has long reached the level of a Grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer, and he has a distinguished track record of exercising Grade 1 cursed spirits single-handedly. His core technique is impact. The other boy is named Lin Lei. That is right. He is indeed Lin Lei, the S-rank core member of the Crescent Guild. After the galaxy extinction event in the super universe, he decided to take a break from the game for a while. He plans to return and start over once the galaxy stabilizes. After some deliberation, he entered this special game series called Jujutsu Frenzy. Compared to other rather turbulent game worlds, the Crescent Guild's influence here is quite stable. Therefore, upon entering the game and connecting with the guild, Lin Lei quickly succeeded in forming a binding vow with a special grade cursed spirit with the assistance of many guild members. Special grade cursed spirits are different from ordinary ones. Most possess a certain level of self-awareness, and some even have intelligence no less than that of humans. Lin Lei reached an agreement with the special grade cursed spirit, sacrificing his own blood periodically in exchange for control over its full power. With the binding vow sealed, Lin Lei immediately gained the full combat power of the special grade cursed spirit. This is the power of a major guild. The only girl among the exchange students is named Gu Zinni. Since they needed to connect with their respective guilds, both she and Lin Lei used their real names. Lin Lei is a core member of the Crescent Guild. Gu Zinni is a core member of the Black Flag Guild. The Black Flag Guild is not at all weaker than the Crescent or Deep Blue guilds in overall strength. These three are among the 4 great guilds of Daxia. Major guilds have quite strict restrictions on internal members entering special game series. If one's strength has not reached a certain level, they are generally not allowed to waste such an opportunity. After all, rushing into a special game series when you are still a noob is purely killing your future potential. It is completely meaningless. Because of this, basically only core members in the major guilds can enter special game series. In terms of strength, Gu Zinni is weaker than Lin Lei. After all, that was a special grade cursed spirit, and the difficulty of forming a binding vow with such a thing is incredibly high. At least she did not have that opportunity. However, she is quite lucky. Starting with a natural physical heavenly restriction, and with the help of the guild, she obtained a special grade cursed tool in the form of a long blade, boosting her combat power to the level of a top-tier grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Among the three, Lin Lei is undoubtedly the strongest, but since Fushi comes from a prestigious Jujutsu lineage, he naturally became the leader with the Academy's tacit approval. Lin Lei had no objections. He suffers from chronic blood loss, his face is deathly pale, and he is so weak that he has no energy to lead the team at all. The Tokyo Cursed Technique Academy is located in the outskirts of Tokyo. In the middle of the wilderness, the group climbs a long staircase. Lin Lei is panting continuously, giving the impression that he might collapse on the spot at any second. Gu Zinni glances at him. Are you all right? I am fine, Su. Lin Lei says breathlessly, but if you could give me a hand, I think I would feel much better. Gu Zinni offers a suggestion she considers very feasible. How about I just throw you up there? Lin Lei laughs dryly and says, never mind. Let me help. Fushi is dressed in traditional, classic Jujutsu attire. He wears a gentle smile on his face, making everyone he interacts with feel as if they are bathed in a warm breeze. He places Lin Lei's arm over his shoulder and helps him climb the stairs. Thank you. Fushi smiles. If nothing else, Fushi's approachability is off the charts. Finally, they finish climbing the stairs. Tianzai, Renfeng, and Lu Ming were waiting there early. Tianzai gives a fake, insincere smile and says, welcome, the three of you, to the Tokyo Cursed Technique Academy for your exchange studies. He did not want to come in the first place. There is no need for him and Renfeng to engage in any exchange studies, but then he thought about how Lu Ming has not even constructed his core technique yet, and his martial arts skills are only at the level of a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. It is simply a complete mess. When other Jujutsu sorcerers release techniques with a swoosh, all he does is punch mindlessly. This cannot continue. Thinking this way, he came anyway. Even if he has no interest, he does not want to make the others feel dissatisfied, so he strives to create a good opportunity for Lu Ming to exchange and learn. Lu Ming does not know what these two are thinking. They clearly said this whole thing was incredibly boring, yet they showed up to meet the guests in the end. He sweeps his gaze over the three, and because he had not crossed paths with Lin Lei in the super universe, he does not find Lin Lei familiar at all. He speaks up, welcome, you three. As he speaks, he immediately draws the attention of the three. They look at him with various expressions, some confused, some surprised, and some slightly solemn. If Lu Ming had not spoken, they would not have even felt that someone else was standing there. Is this person's presence really that low? Fushi looks at Tianzai and says with a touch of nostalgia, "Tianzai, long time no see." Is that so? Tianzai points his thumb at the barrier behind him. Let us talk about anything else once we get inside the academy. I see your companion there looks like he really needs a rest. Fushi nods. Then we will trouble you. At the moment of passing each other, Guzini deliberately takes an extra look at Lu Ming. As someone with a heavenly restriction, her intuition and 5 senses are exceptionally sharp. Lu Ming gives her a strange feeling. Could he be like her? Is he also a person with a heavenly restriction? She has a pure physical heavenly restriction. Although she has no cursed energy in her body, unlike ordinary people, she can directly see the presence of cursed spirits. The next day, refreshed, the three arrive at Class 1A. After greeting everyone, Guzini could not find Lu Ming in the classroom, so she asks Tianzai and Renfeng, which one of your classmates is the one with the heavenly restriction? The two are taken aback. Renfeng asks in return, why would you think that? Tianzai shakes his head. As far as I know, his martial arts should only be at the level of a grade 3 jujutsu sorcerer. If he uses a cursed tool, he can barely handle a grade 2 sorcerer, but people with heavenly restrictions are at least grade 1. At the very least, he cannot be a person with a physical heavenly restriction. Looking at his healthy, lively body, it is 10 to 1 that he is not a person with a cursed energy-based heavenly restriction either. Yunzini is somewhat disappointed. I see. Since this is an exchange study program. Renfeng speaks up and says to Guzini, since he is quite interested in martial arts, I think you two might have a lot in common. Would you like to exchange some pointers? Spar, sure, no problem. Guzini nods, but where is he? I have been right here. Lu Ming's voice rings out from the side, giving everyone a sudden start. What? Bang! On the playground, 2 figures darted back and forth at lightning speed, trading heavy, visceral blows accompanied by a constant barrage of clashing sounds as Lu Ming and Guzini went toe-to-toe. With her tall, lean build and perfectly toned physique, she had cut her long hair into a shoulder-length bob to make fighting easier, a style that made her movements look exceptionally sharp and brisk. Since this was just a sparring session, Guzini naturally did not go all out, carefully keeping her power in check while she traded blows with Lu Ming and offered him pointers along the way. After clashing with him, she knew. It was just as Tenya had said. Without using cursed tools, this kid only had the level of a grade 3 sorcerer, though he might have improved quite a bit, as he was now barely scratching the surface of a grade 2 level. Lu Ming delivered a punch encased in cursed energy from an incredibly tricky angle, grazing Guzini's cheek and forcing her back. Guzini pivoted, coiled her muscles, and swung a long, powerful leg in a perfect arc, aiming a heavy strike at Lu Ming's face. Bang! A loud boom echoed. Lu Ming barely managed to block with his arms just in time, but the impact sent him flying several meters away. He sucked in a sharp breath, shaking his hands as he said, "Let us call it a day. My hands are numb. Heavenly restriction is no joke. Ordinary sorcerers really are no match for this kind of physique." Guzini stopped, looking so refreshed she had not even broken a sweat. Looking at Lu Ming, the kid was not sweating either, just slightly out of breath. All right. During their short break, Lu Ming turned his gaze to the other side of the playground, where the other two were locked in a much more intense battle. Luminous spear. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning, shaped like a long spear, suddenly erupted, tearing across the entire playground and leaving a charred trail on the ground before obliterating a section of the tiered bleachers. The onlookers from the academy were absolutely horrified. Taking a direct hit from that thing would make it hard to even survive. Fushi dodged Tenya's luminous spear in the nick of time, moved rapidly, and quickly formed hand seals to launch a ruthless counterattack. Far-reaching repulsion. The air warped, rippling outward as an invisible force swept across the playground, carving out a massive fan-shaped shockwave on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the playground was completely wrecked. And this was without them even truly letting loose. Otherwise, it would have been far worse. Up in the stands, Lin Li, looking a bit pale, had no intention of joining in, asking Rin Feng, do they have a grudge or something? Why do they look like they are trying to kill each other? Rin Feng was already used to it. They have known each other since they were very young. In our families, this kind of rivalry is normal. They have always loved trying to outdo one another. Lin Li nodded, understanding. The two of you. Just then, a roar thundered in their ears. Their teacher stormed over, shouting, "Stop this right now. If you keep this up, you are going to level the entire playground." Whoosh! Lin Li turned his head to look. Rin Feng had bolted, disappearing in a flash. That night, in the dead of the night, two figures appeared outside the core of the academy, none other than Gu Zini and Lin Li. Lin Li signaled to Gu Zini. Do it. Gu Zini nodded. Okay. She gagged, regurgitating 3 meat orbs the size of marbles, then threw them on the ground. The orbs rapidly expanded, returning to their original forms. They were actually 3 grade 1 cursed spirits. And incredibly powerful ones at that. While they might have started as first-year students at the Zig-zags Jujutsu Academy, they had actually long since defected to the Cursed Spirit faction. It was no surprise. The Academy faction was too rigid and restrictive. For players looking to cause trouble and quickly farm interference points, joining the Cursed Spirit faction was clearly the better choice. That was essentially the strategy for the vast majority of players. Most of the top 4 guilds in the Cursed Surge were heavily skewed toward the Cursed Spirit faction. Emphasizing justice and order in a game was pointless, and Gu Zini and Lin Li knew that well. Their identity was that of players. Whatever playstyle yielded the biggest payoff was exactly what they would choose. All 4 major Jujutsu academies were protected by barriers, and under normal circumstances, no unauthorized person or cursed spirit could pass through or damage them from the outside. However, sabotaging them from the inside was much easier. As a physically gifted user of Heavenly Restriction, Gu Zini possessed 0 cursed energy, making her effectively invisible to the barriers. As long as she hid the cursed spirits inside her body, she could bypass the barriers undetected. To the barrier. Gu Zini's body was a complete blind spot for detection. 3 grade 1 cursed spirits, 1 user of Heavenly Restriction, and a sorcerer with the combat power of a special grade spirit. This lineup was more than enough to destroy the East Academy's barrier core. As for why they were doing it, the reason was simple. They intended to join forces with the Cursed Spirit faction to slaughter the East Academy, thereby weakening the Academy faction's overall power. Without a doubt, this was a massive event that would shake the balance of the entire Jujutsu world. Boom! In the dead of night, a massive surge of cursed energy shot up from the heart of the East Tokyo Jujutsu Academy, the violent fluctuations leaving everyone terrified. What happened? What is going on? That is, oh no, the Academy's barrier. Amidst the chaos, a grade 1 cursed spirit descended, immediately beginning an indiscriminate killing spree against the Academy sorcerers, though the young students quickly responded. They rushed to engage. Enemy attack. However, with the barrier core destroyed, the Academy lost its protection. Cursed spirits swarmed in from outside, and student casualties began to mount rapidly. Wandering Dragon Technique. Splash. Vast amounts of water vapor condensed into the shape of a dragon, instantly sweeping away the nearby cursed spirits. Rin Feng, who had arrived to provide support, wore an incredibly grave expression. We are in big trouble this time. On the other side, Tenya stared at the completely raised barrier core area, his brows furrowed. Sensing more and more cursed spirits pouring into the academy, he had no choice but to go provide support as well. In a corner, Lu Ming emerged from the shadows as a gentle breeze blew by, carrying a familiar scent. Cheng Qi and Shi Lai. Sorcerers relied too heavily on their techniques, often exposing their identities and movements in details like these, though most sorcerers just did not have sensory perception sharp enough to notice. Under the dim moonlight, 2 figures were fleeing the academy at high speed. Gu Zini and Lin Li did not join the slaughter of the East Academy students. Their mission was complete, and they had secured their interference points. There was no need for them to cross swords with the East Academy sorcerers. After all, they were one of the 4 pillars of the Jujutsu world. To assume Tenya and Rin Feng were the strongest in the East Academy would be far too naive. The sound of wind being torn apart approached. Gu Zini immediately let out a low shout. "Look out." Boom! A broken tree came crashing in from the side with immense force, slamming directly in front of them and bringing them to a halt. Lin Li became vigilant at once. He formed hand seals, and the shadows beneath his feet surged, unleashing a hideous, smoke-shrouded cursed spirit. This was his special-grade cursed spirit, known as Ghost Candle. Rustle! A sound came from nearby. Over there. Gu Zini looked toward the source of the sound, and in that instant, a bone-chilling sense of horror washed over her, making her gasp for breath. Oh no! It was a decoy. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved with a speed akin to teleportation, appearing behind Gu Zini as violent cursed energy erupted from his fist, unleashing the raw power of his heavenly restriction and dual heavenly path. Boom! There was no time to react, let alone defend. Gu Zini was struck squarely in the back by Lu Ming's surprise attack, flying away like a cannonball and smashing through several walls before finally stopping. Dark red blood splattered across the night. Taking this opportunity, Lin Li finally saw the identity of the attacker. It was Lu Ming, that four-eyed kid whom Tianzai and Lin Feng had always mocked for having pathetic martial arts skills. The moment their eyes met, Lin Li felt his scalp tingle. This was not some weakling, but a violent, man-eating beast. There was no time to think. Lin Li instinctively prepared to use his technique. But, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming arrived before him with unstoppable momentum. Given Lin Li's fragile constitution, keeping up with Lu Ming's pace was simply asking for the impossible. In that moment, Lin Li felt death staring him in the face. Roared! Only his special-grade cursed spirit Ghost Candle could keep up with Lu Ming's speed. At the last possible second, it released a burst of black smoke, and Lu Ming punched through it. With terrifying force and an explosion of cursed energy, the black smoke was instantly pierced, and Lu Ming's fist connected solidly with Lin Li. Bang! A spray of blood erupted. Half of Lin Li's body was pulverized into a bloody mist. In midair, Ghost Candle immediately lunged to catch Lin Li. His already pale face lost even more color as waves of excruciating pain surged through his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly activated a technique. Reverse Cursed Technique. In the blink of an eye, Lin Li's body rapidly regenerated flesh and bone. The side that had been blown away by Lu Ming was fully restored, leaving not a single trace of injury. This was the effect of the Reverse Cursed Technique. A sorcerer's cursed energy comes from negative emotions, meaning it is negative energy, which can only be used to fuel techniques, not to heal the body. Only by using the reverse cursed technique to convert that negative energy into positive energy can it be used for healing. As long as the brain remains intact, this technique can restore a shattered body in a very short time. It is incredibly powerful. Few in the sorcery world can master the reverse cursed technique. No matter how strong someone is, if they cannot learn it, they cannot learn it. It has nothing to do with combat prowess. Lin Li could not use it either. It was Ghost Candle doing it. He was merely borrowing the spirit's technique and power. And what is more, if Ghost Candle had not released that black smoke at the last second to dampen Lu Ming's blow, that punch would have completely obliterated him. Are you kidding me? That was way too terrifying. Lin Li was left shaken, his heart still pounding. He really had been just a hair's breadth away from being finished. Clang! A long blade unsheathed with a crisp sound. With a sharp flash of light cutting through the wall, Gu Zini, blood at the corner of her mouth, gritted her teeth against the agony of her injuries and forced herself back into the fight, or they would truly be slaughtered. Special-grade cursed tool, soul-severing blade. With her heavenly restriction and a special-grade cursed tool, Gu Zini was indeed qualified to face Lu Ming, assuming she was not injured, but at this point, it was a stretch. The sharp edge swept past Lu Ming, cutting off a lock of his hair. She snarled at him, "Kid, you really are a heavenly restriction user. My instincts were right." Not only that, he was an unbelievable dual heavenly restriction user. To find out the truth in a situation like this is truly lethal. Taking advantage of the time Gu Zini bought, Lin Li frantically formed hand seals. Under the threat of death, his speed was faster than it had ever been. Lu Ming caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye. Using the dodge from the soul-severing blade to create distance, he decisively drew the first-grade cursed tool, spirit-exorcising blade, given to him by Lin Feng, and threw it. It flew straight toward Lin Lei. Roar! Ghost Candle tried to intervene. A figure suddenly stepped into the battle and caught the blade Lu Ming had thrown. The newcomer landed steadily and greeted Lu Ming with chilling familiarity. Good evening, we meet again. Eden threw the spirit-exorcising blade aside. He had no use for such things. Sounds of wind being torn continued to echo. Hideous, strange faces emerged from the darkness. Over a dozen cursed spirits of various levels surrounded Lu Ming and joined the fight. Saying this, Lu Ming understood. He was not surprised. Ever since he realized Lin Lei and Gu Zini had broken the academy barrier, he had formed a guess, and Eden's appearance only confirmed his suspicions. They had defected to the cursed spirit faction. Eden said to him, compared to those two, I find you much more interesting. I will give you one last chance to choose. What do you say? Lu Ming did not want to waste his breath. His silence was his answer. Eden sighed. How regrettable. At that moment, powerful surge of cursed energy spread out, originating from Lin Lei. His technique finally completed. In an instant, a black spherical space expanded rapidly from him as the center. It swallowed Lu Ming, Gu Zini, Eden, and the entire horde of cursed spirits in one fell swoop. This was the ultimate technique, known as domain expansion. When a sorcerer pushes their core technique to the absolute limit, they can construct their own domain using their heart and soul. For cursed spirits, it is slightly different. Some special-grade cursed spirits can manifest a domain the moment they are born. Whether it is a sorcerer or a cursed spirit, the ability to manifest a domain signifies that they possess combat power far beyond the norm. A special grade does not necessarily have a domain, but anyone who can manifest a domain is definitely a special grade. There is a chasm of power between special grade and everything below it. In short, even a top-tier first-grade sorcerer would likely be killed instantly if they ran into a typical special-grade cursed spirit. The odds of being finished off in a heartbeat are extremely high. Within their own domains, the strength of a sorcerer or cursed spirit is significantly amplified. Most importantly, their attacks are guaranteed to hit the target. No matter how fast the opponent is, it is useless. Lin Li knew perfectly well that Lu Ming's martial arts were too strong. Standard techniques would barely scratch him. Expanding his domain was the only possible countermeasure. What? Roar! Ow! The dim domain was filled with thick black smoke, and cursed spirits formed from it surged out endlessly, surrounding Lu Ming from all sides. Domain expansion, true phantom elephant rider. The black smoke in the domain constantly churned out various cursed spirits. The strongest among them possessed combat power rivaling top-tier grade 1 sorcerers, creating an overwhelming, pitch-black sea of enemies. The sense of oppression was suffocating. Gu Zini, Lin Lei, Etchen, and the vast number of cursed spirits. Most importantly, Lu Ming was currently trapped within the domain of the ghost candle. It seemed like a dire situation. The second chance had already been offered, and Etchen had nothing more to say. Kill him. In an instant. The sea of cursed spirits swarmed forward, a truly spectacular sight. But numbers are just numbers. They all knew very well that Lu Ming, with his heavenly restriction and double-layered power, was terrifyingly strong. It would not be easy for these spirits to harm him quickly. Lin Li did not expect the spirits in the domain to finish Lu Ming off. Their only purpose was to stall him and ensure he would not have a spare moment to target them. Gu Zini could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Ho! His tense nerves relaxed slightly. No one knew how dangerous it had been to engage Lu Ming in close combat. Already severely wounded, he had been pushing himself to his absolute limit. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Li quickly gathered cursed energy in his hands, condensing a force that emitted astonishing fluctuations. Even with the guaranteed hit effect of the domain, it still was not enough. It had to be a lethal strike. Lin Li decided to use the same move that had leveled the barrier core earlier to take Lu Ming out in one go. The massive swarm of cursed spirits surged forward like a tidal wave in the dark, crashing down upon him as if he were nothing more than a wooden raft on the sea. He could be shattered by the giant waves at any moment. Lu Ming reached up to adjust his glasses, his calm demeanor unsettling Etchen. Suddenly, Etchen realized something he had been ignoring all along. This kid possesses cursed energy. That means he can use jujutsu. Ever since they started fighting, Lu Ming had relied solely on his raw physicality and martial arts to mercilessly crush them, leading Etchen to believe that he might not be skilled in using techniques. But was he really unskilled in jujutsu? That seemed to be nothing more than wishful thinking on their part, a misconception Lu Ming had intentionally manufactured for everyone. At that thought, a shiver of horror ran down Etchen's spine. He hurriedly urged Lin Lei, roaring quick, "Do not give him any chance to act." However, it was already too late. The surging tide of cursed spirits drowned out Lu Ming's silhouette. Suddenly, boom! Pulse of cursed energy so powerful it made the heart skip a beat exploded from within, instantly pulverizing the swarming spirits into nothing but piles of gore and debris. Lu Ming's eyes turned fierce. A surge of overwhelming cursed energy erupted from his body, reaching 5 times his usual limit. With his violent aura, he looked exactly like an unstoppable, peerless beast. 10 limit technique. Even after being halved by his heavenly restriction, he still possessed 5 times the maximum output. Every bit of that energy was poured entirely into reinforcing his physical body. His already formidable, heavenly restricted body became truly insurmountable. Gu Zinyi's eyes widened, his scalp tingling with terror. Do it now. Bangs, bangs, bang. Lu Ming flashed forward, cutting a bloody path through the encirclement like a sharp blade. Everything in his wake exploded, and even the cursed spirits with top-tier grade 1 combat strength could not withstand a single blow. Unstoppable. Absolutely violent. In just a single breath. The tide of cursed spirits was split in 2 by Lu Ming's passing form. With fierce, bloodthirsty killing intent, he closed in on them, ready to crush them all. Anyone who saw him would be scared out of their wits. Gu Zinyi and Etchen had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack together, hoping to buy enough time for Lin Li's finisher, while relying on the spirits to hold Lu Ming back. Etchen finally managed to activate his cursed technique. Flames of everlasting dark. Immediately, black flames surged out, but they were useless. Lu Ming tore right through them without suffering a scratch or being slowed down in the slightest. As he closed to within arm's reach, blade light flashed. Following his intuition, Gu Zinyi subconsciously swung the soul-severing blade. Even before the 10 limit technique, he had never managed to land a single hit on Lu Ming. Snap! The sound of breaking bone echoed. Lu Ming easily dodged the blow, instantly snapped Gu Zinyi's arm in a reverse maneuver, and finished with a punch that reduced him to a mist of blood. He was as dead could be. The kind that even reverse cursed technique could not save. At that moment, Lin Li's finisher was finally ready. He shouted, "Move." Etchen stepped aside decisively. A sphere of condensed, powerful cursed energy hovered in front of Lin Li, its immense force causing the very air to distort. He locked onto Lu Ming's position and released all the gathered energy in an instant. Art of 100 ghosts destroyed. The moment the energy was released, ripples spread through the air. Following that, a beam of dazzling, intense cursed energy poured out, vaporizing every cursed spirit in its path like a giant spear of light. It struck Lu Ming directly. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out, shaking the domain itself. Lin Li and Etchen thought the battle was finally over. But they were greeted by a truly horrific sight. Lu Ming did not pause for a second, pushing through the beam of cursed energy like a fish swimming upstream against a waterfall, crashing right in front of Lin Li. To Lin Li's shock, he ended him with a single punch. The nearby ghost candle tried to retaliate, but was cut in half by Lu Ming's leg sweep, a true special grade spirit, yet fragile as paper. This was the power of the 10 limit technique. In a flash, Lin Li was dead. The ghost candle was critically damaged. The domain naturally collapsed and dispersed. The tide of cursed spirits vanished. Etchen had not anticipated such an outcome. It was truly unbelievable. Knowing that running away from a Lu Ming of this strength was a fantasy, he stood frozen, turned around to pull the crippled ghost candle toward him, and opened his mouth to swallow it. Lu Ming did not know what Etchen was planning, but whatever it was, he had to stop it. He smashed Etchen into pieces before he could swallow the ghost candle. As I thought, just a cursed corpse. Lu Ming had expected this. Afterward, he crushed the head of the ghost candle underfoot. He looked around, retrieved the exorcism blade and the soul-severing blade from the ground, and walked away calmly, leaving the field littered with corpses and debris. White fragments flew from the remains, converging into a ball of light in front of Lu Ming, as a red button and a critical hit progress bar appeared. Frenzy critical synthesis triggered. Please initiate critical hit. What? Lu Ming quickly tapped the big red button. Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. Crazy critical hit. The critical hit progress bar is full. The ball of light exploded. Synthesis complete. Acquired technique, reversed cursed technique. This time Lu Ming took down a special grade cursed spirit, so the quality of the fragments is extremely high, even if the quantity is not as great as the last time. The initial synthesis only yielded one technique. Reversed cursed technique. This is undoubtedly the healing method Lu Ming lacks the most right now. Without a second thought, Lu Ming decisively chose not to continue. The ball of light merged into his body. Lu Ming immediately mastered the reversed cursed technique. Acquired interference value, 0.06. Interference value, 0.09. The masterminds behind the East Academy massacre, Gu Zini and Lin Li, both died at Lu Ming's hands, and the instigator An also lost another cursed corpse here. This amount of interference value is quite a lot for other players, but for Lu Ming, it is practically negligible. The next day, after dawn, the East Capital Jujutsu Academy was in ruins. Traces of the battle were everywhere, and all the faculty and students were exhausted, with many suffering from severe injuries. After a night of bloody battle, most of the cursed spirits that invaded the academy were successfully exorcised, while only a few powerful ones managed to escape upon sensing danger. For this, the academy paid a heavy price. 26 teachers died in battle. 328 students died at the hands of the cursed spirits. Among them were many grade 1 sorcerers. It was truly tragic. This is the most severe blow the East Capital Jujutsu Academy has ever suffered, with 328 young sorcerers dead. This is not just a number. It represents the future of the East Academy. It is foreseeable that in the next 10 years, the number of sorcerers at the East Capital Jujutsu Academy will see a severe decline, with far-reaching consequences. The East Academy will not be able to recover from this blow for at least several years. Until the aftermath was cleaned up, everyone discovered the remains of Giju, An, and others, and were immediately stunned and bewildered, unable to understand what exactly had happened here. Regardless, Giju was a special grade cursed spirit. Dying silently here seems too absurd. Who could possibly have such strength? To be able to take down a special grade cursed spirit, and a heavenly restriction user on the spot, and even kill a group of various cursed spirits, along with a cursed corpse, with the combat power of a grade 1 sorcerer. Just thinking about that level of strength is terrifying. Lin Feng scanned the battlefield, seeing only residual cursed energy from Giju everywhere, while the domain, true illusionary elephant, and 100 ghost destruction technique obscured all other remaining traces of energy. He felt a jolt of alarm. Such powerful cursed energy. Such powerful residual energy suggests a very fierce battle must have taken place here. If so, the commotion at the time must have been extraordinary. An answer was already obvious. Tianzai said solemnly, a domain. Only a domain technique could explain everything before them, masking all the massive disturbances caused by the battle. He looked at Giju's remains. This must be the answer. Fushi stood to the side, silent. A moment later, he turned to leave and said earnestly, the West Academy will give the East Academy an explanation for this. After all, the traitors came from the West Academy. Hehoi. Tianzai let out a sneer of disdain. He had no interest in so-called explanations. The two most excellent students from the West Academy had actually defected to the Cursed Spirit faction. Although they were dead, the ironclad fact remained. It had to be said, this was a massive mockery. If the previous traitor incident at the East Academy made Tianzai and Linfeng unable to trust the East Academy, then this incident made them unable to trust anyone in the entire Jujutsu world. By the way, is he all right? Tianzai asked Linfeng. Linfeng was stunned. You have not found him. The two locked eyes, suddenly realizing the issue. They immediately rushed off to find him. East Capital, inside a secret stronghold of the Cursed Spirit faction. Bang! Anne, looking extremely annoyed, punched the wall, cracking it, and said angrily, "It is that kid again, ruining my plans time and time again." In their first encounter, Lu Ming made him lose most of his grade 1 sorcerers, which directly prevented him from committing more combat power during the East Academy massacre. Otherwise, the East Academy's losses would have been even greater. The second time was their fight last night, where he suddenly lost a heavenly restriction user and a cursed corpse. Such cursed corpses with high-level combat power are extremely difficult to create. Anne does not have many left. What Anne regrets most is that he could not bring Giju back. A double heavenly restriction user is indeed unusually tricky. Anne turned to look at a figure not far away and said, "It is a pity I could not bring your avatar back." It does not matter, a mere avatar is not worth mentioning. The figure exuding black smoke walked over, revealing its true appearance. It was none other than Giju. Unlike the one with Lin Li, this one clearly possessed wisdom no less than a human's. It was even capable of communicating with Anne without any barriers. There are gaps even among special grade cursed spirits. Some cursed spirits reach special grade because their power is only at the special grade level, while others are only classified as special grade because that is the highest tier available. The same applies to sorcerers. The combat power between different special grades can sometimes be greater than the gap between a special grade and a grade 4. Giju is such an extremely unique special grade cursed spirit. Cursed spirits are born from human negative emotions. If you ask what the most primitive and intense human negative emotion is, it is undoubtedly fear. Fear of death. Fear of darkness. Fear of the unknown. Tiangsu was born from human fear of ghosts and spirits, so its origin and history are ancient, and its power is naturally exceptionally strong. However, because the ghosts and spirits that humans fear are all different, Giju was split into many different individuals, each possessing a part of the original body's power. Over the past 1,000 years, some avatars have been exorcised by sorcerers, and others have been sealed, causing Giju's overall power to constantly leak and weaken. Until now, even after recovering some of the power from its avatars, Giju's strength is far from what it used to be and can never return to its former peak. In the process of searching for its avatars, Anne provided it with much help. In exchange, Giju made a binding vow with him, and now the two are allies. While deep in thought, a profound look flashed across Anne's eyes. Overthrowing the Jujutsu world is not something that can be done easily. Anne originally had many plans to lay out, but Lu Ming's appearance disrupted his steps. Even though the kid has not fully matured yet, his strength is already enough to crush or even kill a special grade cursed spirit instantly. If he is allowed to continue growing, the consequences will be unimaginable. By then, he will definitely become a huge obstacle to the plan. Anne decided before implementing the plan to overthrow the Jujutsu world, take out this kid. With my technique combined with your power, this should not be difficult.